Introduction asterisk. Beneath the blazing shadows of the 14 fire mountains, the glory of Valyria has long turned to ashes. The roars of dragons have ceased, magic has withered, and the world has succumbed to the machinations of iron and blood. Yet, when a group of souls from another realm descends, bearing wisdom and memories that transcend time, remembering the true words of the old tongue, mastering the lost art of alchemy, understanding the secrets of steel and gunpowder, and comprehending the immense power of organization, systems, and technology, a silent storm begins to brew at the edges of Westeros. They are no longer content with merely replicating the bygone empire of Valyria. Instead, they aim to forge a new civilization, one that far surpasses the grandeur of the past, with dragon fire as its foundation, steel as its skeleton, and knowledge as its soul. Dragons will no longer merely symbolize power. They will become instruments of warfare and the very core of authority. Castles shall be shattered by cannon fire, and long swords will pale in comparison to firearms. The faithful of the old gods and the Seven will ultimately confront the deluge of industry and reason. This is not a simple rebirth or a mere ascension to kingship. It is a dimensional strike against civilization itself. As steam begins to roar, as lightning cleaves the long night, and as a new dragon king rises, wielding the fusion of machinery and magic, the nobility of Westeros will finally awaken to the realization that what they fear is not merely the rise of single family, but the complete upheaval of the entire old era. Chapter 1. The Excursion. Amidst the vast mountains of the southwest, two large buses traverse the rugged terrain. Inside one of the vehicles, a young man is intently focused on his laptop, where the highly anticipated final season of Game of Thrones is playing. However, after a brief moment, Lin Jie closes the device. As a devoted fan, he finds his interest waning upon witnessing Daenerys' ruthless destruction of the city. What's wrong? You haven't finished watching. Why did you stop? Zhang Qiang, sitting beside him, expresses surprise. As a close friend, he understands Lin Jie's passion for the series, making his sudden disinterest puzzling. Rolling his eyes, Lin Jie refrains from explaining. Outsiders cannot comprehend the emotional toll such shocking plot twists exact on devoted fans. With few pleasures left in his life, he finds himself growing bored, leaning back in his seat and gazing out at the scenery. "Hello, would you like a cookie?" A light voice interrupts their thoughts, drawing both of their gazes. The speaker is a foreign girl with flaxen hair and striking blue eyes. "Wow, you speak Chinese so well," Zhang Qiang exclaims, his enthusiasm punctuated by a stream of coarse language that leaves Lin Jie feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the girl remains unfazed. Noticing their silence, she smiles and places a bag of what resembles cookies into Zhang Qiang's hands, adding, "I baked these myself. I hope you like them." After Lin Jie expresses his gratitude, she moves on to offer cookies to others. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiang tears open the bag and takes a bite, exclaiming, "These are delicious." She's not only pretty, but also a great baker. Crumbs fly from his mouth as he praises her. "Stop being uncouth. Maybe you should eat less," Lin Jie suggests, feeling a bit nauseated and inching away toward the window. This joint excursion organized by Yanjing University and South Walden College is modest in scale, aimed at saving costs, which explains the mix of students. Even the bus driver is a student, a decision that evokes a mix of surprise and amusement among many. "Attention, everyone! Our destination is the renowned Juzhegu Valley in Sichuan," announces Li Sheng, the class monitor, holding a microphone and beaming with excitement. As the lead coordinator of the event, he is eager for it to succeed, knowing it could enhance his academic standing. However, the anticipated applause fails to materialize. Students continue to engage in their own activities, creating an awkward atmosphere. With a wry smile, he returns to his seat, sparing himself further embarrassment. Suddenly, a peculiar phrase echoes from behind Lin Jie. "Bantisabrisisiasing no tilidus." Zhang Qiang, intrigued, nudges Lin Jie and remarks, "Hey, do you hear that? Is he speaking English? It doesn't sound like it." Indeed, Lin Jie is drawn to the unusual utterance. "That's Valyrian, meaning the long night approaches and all is perilous," he explains. "Really? You can understand that?" Zhang Qiang's surprise is palpable, astonished by Lin Jie's unexpected knowledge. After binge-watching the series together for so long, haven't you ever heard it? Lin Jie retorts, bemused by his friend's ignorance. "Well, sometimes I might not pay close attention," Zhang Qiang sheepishly replies, trying to lighten the mood. Ignoring his foolishness, Lin Jie feels a spark of curiosity ignited by the voice behind him. Compelled by intrigue, he utters the next phrase, Bossis banis amazis, signaling the arrival of the long night. As soon as he speaks, the bus falls silent, and after a few moments, someone asks, "You know it too?" Turning around, Lin Jie is met with the astonished gaze of a foreign student. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated finding someone with a shared passion. "Of course, I'm a die-hard fan of Game of Thrones," Lin Jie responds with excitement, reveling in the joy of discovering a kindred spirit during their journey. "Nice to meet you. I'm Avon. What's your name?" the student inquires. "Lin Jie," he replies. The two quickly dive into an animated conversation, leaving Zhang Qiang feeling somewhat like an outsider. It's such a pity the series ended poorly. Otherwise, it would have been a masterpiece, Lin Jie sighs mid-conversation. Despite their admiration for the show, they both acknowledge the disappointment of its conclusion. "Don't be upset. The ending may not have been great, but overall, it was still quite enjoyable," Avon reassures him, maintaining a more pragmatic perspective on the matter. Lin Jie feels slightly better after this consolation. Indeed, aside from the finale, the series had much to offer. At that moment, the bus's intercom crackles to life. "Attention, everyone! We are nearing our destination. Please fasten your seatbelts. This road can be tricky, but we'll be able to enjoy ourselves shortly." The driver's voice resonates through the cabin. Students promptly buckle their seatbelts. "Don't forget to take lots of pictures for me." Zhang Qiang grins at Lin Jie, eager to make the most of this rare opportunity and reclaim lost youth. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the bus's roof, startling everyone as they anticipate disembarking. "What's going on?" Someone calls out that "Oh, not worry. It is likely just some loose stones falling. After all, we are in the mountains, and such occurrences are quite common," one of his companions explained to him. This reassurance managed to quell the anxiety among the group. However, just as they had begun to relax, the same sound reverberated again. A resounding bang. "There are indeed a lot of stones in this place," one person remarked quietly as he lifted his gaze. These subtle noises failed to attract much attention, as the students continued with their own activities. Yet, the sounds grew increasingly frequent. "This does not bode well," Lin Jie stated, having been attuned to the environment during his cultivation. He had been listening closely to the sound of the rolling stones, which had escalated from faint to loud. Clearly, this was not merely a matter of a few falling stones. As if to confirm his apprehensions, a tremendous roar echoed moments later, causing both buses to sway violently. "Oh no, it's a landslide!" a student in the back shouted, springing to his feet in alarm. Following his exclamation, an even more thunderous crash ensued. The bus shook violently, as if it had lost its gravitational anchor, suddenly thrusting them downward. In an instant, screams filled the air. "Qiang, cover your head," Lin Jie urged as he grabbed Zhang Qiang beside him, desperately suppressing his own fear. He knew that panicking was not an option at that moment. Curling into a protective posture, he attempted to remember the safety techniques he had learned for such emergencies. However, the next moment, darkness engulfed his vision, and the world fell silent. Chapter 2. Escape. Lin Jie. "Lin Jie, can you hear me? Wake up." It felt as though someone was calling to him. Lin Jie, who had been huddled in fear, slowly regained consciousness. He felt utterly unwell, as if his very insides had been shaken out of place by the recent events. Struggling to open his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Zhang Qiang's large face staring back. "Qiang, are we dead? Is this heaven?" Lin Jie mumbled, still dazed. "Have you lost your mind?" "We're not buried. If you're able, stand up. I need to wake the others," Zhang Qiang replied, rolling his eyes as if addressing someone simple-minded, before patting Lin Jie's shoulder and moving to rouse their still unconscious classmates. Lin Jie sighed in relief at Zhang Qiang's response. "Thank goodness we're alive." With great effort, he pushed against the ground and managed to rise, though the earlier turbulence from the bus had left him feeling quite unwell. It took him a moment to steady himself. Yet, as he stood, the scene before him rendered him speechless, his thoughts momentarily frozen. The once clear sky had been replaced by dense, dark clouds, and the vibrant trees and flowers were now twisted remnants of crumbling structures. In the distance, an ominous volcano belched forth thick black smoke into the sky, deepening the surrounding gloom. Lava flowed across the ground like a river, filling every crevice, creating a grotesque landscape of molten metal and rock that evoked images of a hellish realm, chilling him to the bone. As he surveyed the area, Lin Jie realized they had awakened in a colossal edifice, a towering structure rising hundreds of meters above the ground, its summit as large as several basketball courts. "What on earth is this place?" He trembled, voicing his bewilderment. "Does no one know what has happened?" Rex finally broke the silence after hours of waiting. Following a series of awakenings, everyone present was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. None could recall what had transpired since their fall into the abyss. It was as if they had all been hypnotized, losing consciousness the moment they plummeted. Fortunately, the vastness of this place meant they had not perished during their unconsciousness. Otherwise, not everyone would have gathered here. Silence reigned. In the aftermath of Rex's inquiry, several minutes passed without another word, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Many were still grappling with the shock from the recent calamity, making it unreasonable to expect them to speak. After a lengthy pause, Li Qiang, the class monitor, finally spoke up. "We can't just sit here indefinitely. As you all see, we have no idea where we are. Even if we wish to escape, we need to wait for a while." He hesitated, glancing around at his peers, and continued, "At the very least, we cannot remain idle until help arrives. This environment is clearly unsuitable for any rescue team to locate us. Perhaps we should consider finding a way out to a location more conducive to survival and easier to be found." Upon hearing his remarks, the students began to converse amongst themselves, spurred by Li Qiang's leadership. "Li Qiang is right. We need to find a way out of this tower. Who knows when it might suddenly collapse? Remaining here is unsafe." Su Tong chimed in from behind Li Qiang. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." "Agreed. Yes, this place does not seem secure." "I second Li Qiang's thoughts." "I concur." His words seemed to galvanize the group, and soon many voices echoed in agreement, alleviating some of the earlier tension. Observing this, the representatives from both classes felt a sense of calm. At least they had managed to mobilize the students, and as their special status granted them greater concerns than ordinary classmates, this was a relief. "Then let us each search for any means to exit this tower." Surely, those who constructed it must have considered a route for descent. Rex, who had remained silent until now, suggested. As a representative of Southwold Academy, he had chosen to let Li Qiang take the lead, understanding that every beginning is challenging. His approach had proven effective. The students' spirits lifted, and no significant issues arose, which also fostered a degree of appreciation for Li Qiang. Encouraged by Rex's words, many began to pair off and explore their surroundings, seeking a potential escape route. Thankfully, it was still daylight. Although the sky was ominously dark, visibility was adequate. Had it been night, it would have been another matter entirely, and stepping out could have been perilous. Returning to Lin Jie with newfound purpose, he teamed up with Zhang Qiang, and together they began to search the edges of the tower. For reasons unknown, Lin Jie felt an uncanny familiarity with the structure, though he could not place its origin. "Qiang, have you ever seen this tower before?" he whispered, hoping to unearth some answers. Zhang Qiang shook his head. At least in his recollection, he had never encountered a scene reminiscent of this infernal landscape. "Perhaps I was merely overthinking," Lin Jie murmured, bowing his head as he grasped Zhang Qiang's arm, continuing their search for the elusive staircase beside the tower. However, it appeared that reality was far less favorable than anyone had anticipated. After wandering aimlessly for the better part of the day, they arrived at a terrifying conclusion. This towering edifice, rivaling modern skyscrapers, had no stairs installed. Indeed, it was no error. This was the stark truth. After hours of exploration, they found nothing but impeccably fitted floors and dilapidated railings, with no crevices or passageways in sight. It seemed they were utterly trapped in this place. This was not the outcome they had hoped for. "Damn it, what a wretched place. Once I return, I'll ensure someone dismantles this," Zhang Qiang exclaimed, pounding his fist against the ground, unleashing a torrent of expletives. After searching fruitlessly for a mere fissure in the floor, he wondered if life was even worth living anymore. Not just him. Every student present, including the two class monitors, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions one of utter resignation. "I simply wish to know how the builders ascended this tower. Did they fly up?" Rex, who had previously proclaimed with conviction the existence of stairs, felt thoroughly disgruntled. After an exhaustive search yielding nothing resembling a gap, he questioned the cruelty of fate. "What do we do now?" A voice, bright yet tinged with anxiety, broke through the crowd. It belonged to the girl from Rex's team who had earlier distributed cookies. She now lowered her gaze, as if overwhelmed by the weight of everyone's attention. Her words fell like the final straw on a camel's back, igniting a wave of complaints among the group. Some of the more timid individuals even began to shed tears. "Yes, what now? We can't possibly be trapped here forever. What are we going to do? I'm still single. Oh heavens, I've yet to live enough. Goodness, is this some sort of punishment for us? Mom, Dad, I may never see you again. Are we truly destined to perish here? Clearly, such a predicament had not been anticipated, and a wave of pessimism washed over the group once more. Everyone, please remain calm. I may have a solution we can attempt, a distinct voice called out amidst the despair. Chapter 3. The Ascent. Perhaps, amidst this prevailing despair, an unexpected voice emerged. Following the sound, one could see Wang Hu, the sports representative of Li Shang's class, clad in athletic wear and carrying a large duffel bag, gradually approaching the center of the group, as if he had something significant to convey. Huge brother Hu, have you devised another plan? Li Shang inquired, stepping forward upon noticing him. Uncertain of Wang Hu's intent, Li Shang sincerely hoped that he would present a solution, otherwise, everyone present would be left to await their demise. Upon hearing his question, Wang Hu nodded thoughtfully before unzipping his duffel bag, revealing a long bundle of rope along with several iron hooks. These are the climbing tools I initially prepared for mountain climbing, and it appears they are quite suitable for our current predicament. A hush fell over the crowd as they absorbed his suggestion, their gazes fixed on Wang Hu in disbelief. After several minutes, a faint voice finally broke the silence. Are you suggesting that we should climb down? Wang Hu nodded in affirmation, thus confirming the speculation of all present. The atmosphere quickly turned ominous as everyone pondered the same apprehensive thought. Is this feasible? A single misstep could render us untraceable. Perceiving the collective trepidation, Wang Hu resignedly spoke again. I understand your fears. However, we have no alternative. If we do not descend, we shall surely perish here. It is better to take a gamble. Moreover, rest assured, this climbing rope has been specially reinforced and is not easily severed. If we remain here, we are destined to die of hunger or thirst. Despite his encouraging words, the gravity of the situation left little comfort among the gathered individuals. The proposed plan was undeniably perilous. As the class leader, both Rex and Li Shang exchanged knowing glances, realizing it was time for them to lead by example. All right, everyone. Do not be afraid. We are trapped atop this tower, and death is inevitable. Thus, we might as well fight for survival. At least there is a chance we might live, they both declared almost in unison. In essence, they concluded, those who wish to descend may do so, while those who prefer to remain may stay. No one will be coerced. It is entirely your choice. We welcome those who choose to follow us. This declaration left the others speechless, effectively blocking any alternative paths. It was clear, remaining behind meant certain death, and the only hope for survival lay in descending. As the backbone of the group, the words of Rex and Li Shang held significant weight. However, while the plan was now established, its execution posed a considerable challenge. A crucial aspect to consider was that the majority of the team lacked climbing experience, making a safe descent a daunting task. Wang Hu expressed that as long as one maintains a secure grip on the climbing rope's lock and identifies a stable point of support, descending should not pose a challenge. The primary obstacle lies in overcoming the psychological barrier. Otherwise, the slightest tremor could lead to a slip, which is a legitimate concern. Overall, the likelihood of a fatal fall remains relatively low. Once a decision was reached, they swiftly commenced their actions. Initially, Wang Hu identified a suitable location on the dilapidated railing to secure the climbing rope, although some harbored doubts about the reliability of fastening it in such a place. Wang Hu's inspection revealed that the railing seemed to be an integral part of the structure, remarkably robust and capable of supporting multiple individuals' weight. Next came the issue of descent. At least for the moment, no one was willing to take the lead. Entrusting one's life to the first descent was a daunting prospect. With only 3 sets of equipment available, they planned to send 3 people down at a time, then haul them back up, repeating the process. At this juncture, Wang Hu and the 2 class leaders deliberated the details of the descent. With a total of 63 individuals in the 2 classes, the precise timing remained uncertain. Even if 3 individuals descended at once, the best-case scenario would take at least 3 hours. They had already spent a short time there, and none could predict whether the next moment would usher in darkness. All right, I will go down first to scout the route and test the situation, Wang Hu declared to the 2 class leaders and all his classmates, exhaling deeply. In this moment, he was the only one brave enough to be the first to attempt the descent, fully aware that without his initiative, this group would remain stagnant until nightfall. With no alternative, he donned his gear, secured the lock, and took one last look at the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he began his slow descent. Be careful, don't fall, Li Shang called out as he watched him go. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu, who had already descended halfway, felt a shiver run through him. Leader, are you cursing me? He retorted. Oh, my apologies, Li Shang replied, realizing his words were inappropriate, scratching his head and offering a sheepish grin to ease the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Wang Hu continued downward, utilizing the protruding parts of the tower to carefully navigate his way down. Fortunately, the tower, due to years of neglect, presented many uneven surfaces, providing Wang Hu with ample points of support. Not overly high, he successfully reached the base of the tower in just 6 minutes and waved upward, signaling that it was safe to descend. Seeing his signal, Li Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, as it confirmed the feasibility of the endeavor. He then hoisted Wang Hu's equipment back up, and the next step involved selecting individuals from the rear of the line for descent. Adhering to principles of fairness, one male student from each class would descend, followed by a female, ensuring that 2 males would safeguard 1 female, thereby maximizing safety. Ultimately, Li Sheng chose a student named Zhang Tao from his class, while Rex selected a student named Victor from theirs. The other female chosen was the girl who had distributed biscuits to everyone earlier, named Janie. Despite their psychological resistance and trepidation, the trio had no choice but to muster their courage to proceed. 2 men flanked a woman as they emulated Wang Hu's earlier steps, descending slowly. Perhaps due to their inexperience, they encountered no immediate dangers. However, the descent proved lengthy, nearing 10 minutes. This was decidedly unfavorable news for Rex and Li Sheng. As time was of the essence before darkness fell, Rex murmured softly, acknowledging the looming peril. Li Sheng remained silent, yet his expression unmistakably mirrored Rex's anxiety. All they could do was pray, for who knew what dangers lurked in the shadows when night descended. As time elapsed, at least half of their classmates had safely reached the ground, while the remaining group naturally fell behind Lin Jie. Taking a deep breath like Wang Hu, he turned to Zhang Qiang and said, "I'll go down first. Be prepared for any eventualities." "Sure, don't worry about me. Just be careful yourself." Zhang Qiang replied with a carefree smile, seemingly dismissing Lin Jie's concerns. Lin Jie rolled his eyes in response, signaling his indifference. He then donned his gear alongside the other 2, fastening their carabiners, and they proceeded downward together. However, midway through their descent, an unexpected incident occurred. A piercing scream shattered the air. Lin Jie whipped around to see one of the girls slipping as she searched for a foothold, her body swinging precariously on the climbing rope. Panic ensued as she flailed, desperately trying to regain her grip, yet failing to do so. "Don't move." Wang Hu's commanding voice rang out from below. His authoritative tone proved effective. Upon hearing him, the girl ceased her frantic movements, hanging tense and terrified, sweat and tears streaming down her face. "Now stay still. Shaolin, you and the other brother assist her. Hold onto the rope, but keep your movement steady. Remain calm and don't panic," Wang Hu continued, evidently prepared for such an occurrence. Upon hearing his instructions, Lin Jie and another male classmate exchanged a glance, resolutely grasping the safety rope and gradually pulling her closer. Finally, the girl managed to grasp a ledge of the tower and stepped onto another protrusion, achieving a precarious safety. However, her legs trembled incessantly, a clear indication of her fright. Fortunately, the remainder of their descent proceeded without incident. Upon reaching the ground, Lin Jie unclipped his harness and removed his gear. "At last, we're safe," he murmured. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Qiang also descended successfully. Upon seeing Lin Jie, his first words were, "See, I told you to worry about yourself. Look, something did go wrong after all." He chuckled mischievously, a grin plastered across his face, which made Lin Jie feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. As they engaged in their commotion, students continued to descend in an unending stream. After nearly 3 hours of effort, only Rex and Li Sheng, the class monitors, remained atop the tower. Their presence provided a sense of security to many as they opted to descend only after ensuring that all students had safely exited. "Well, it's time for us to leave," Li Sheng remarked, surveying the area to confirm that no student was left behind. "Of course, you may choose to stay," Rex replied with a smile, having developed a fondness for this intriguing individual. "Be cautious," Li Sheng advised succinctly before he began his descent. With a swift tug, the rope that had been secured to the railing was pulled down by Wang Hu. His proficiency was evident, prompting Lin Jie to commend his technique. After such a lengthy period, the sun beyond the dense clouds had likely set, casting a dim pall over the surroundings, an ominous sign for the weary group. After a brief discussion, they collectively decided to seek shelter for the night, determined to endure until morning. Darkness is inherently unsettling, especially when coupled with the unknown. For safety's sake, they set out to find a cave or an abandoned building. Li Sheng proposed this idea, which garnered unanimous agreement. Everyone understood the dangers of spending the night exposed in the wilderness, where it was easy to become separated, whereas a confined space would offer a semblance of safety. Fortunately, their luck held, as they soon stumbled upon a partially collapsed small building. The second floor was virtually inaccessible, save for a single door and two small windows, making it a relatively secure option. However, they prudently refrained from entering immediately, opting instead for Li Sheng and Wang Hu to volunteer for a preliminary inspection. The space was modest but ample enough to accommodate nearly 100 individuals when they squeezed together. After a thorough examination, they found no insects or other unsettling entities. To ensure their safety, they meticulously checked for any potential gaps or cracks, confirming that there were no immediate threats. Thus, it was decided that they would spend the night here. The place was devoid of furniture, resembling a bare shell of a house. Aside from a few individuals who would take turns keeping watch, the rest settled down to rest, some even pulling out snacks. It was only then that they realized they had not eaten all day. Chapter 4. Midnight Fright's time passed swiftly, and within a few hours, the outside world was enveloped in darkness, casting an uneasy atmosphere over everyone. Despite their numbers, the shadows provided little comfort, and some girls, gripped by fear, huddled together in a corner, nearly none daring to sleep. Qiangzi, do you think we can still go back? In the darkness, Lin Jie and Zhang Qiang leaned against each other, slowly voicing a question that had lingered in Lin Jie's mind from the very beginning. In this hellish place, could they truly be rescued? Or, more pointedly, was there anyone out there capable of finding them? Beside him, Zhang Qiang seemed less burdened by such thoughts, munching on a piece of chocolate with casual indifference. After finishing a piece, he remarked, "What is there to be afraid of? With so many of us, there must be a way out. Look at our squad leader, he is incredible. Plus, with Brother Hu and those foreign fellows, I refuse to believe we'll actually perish here." Lin Jie sighed upon hearing Zhang Qiang's optimistic response. He did not share his companion's buoyancy. It was not merely a matter of doubt. The very essence of this place had left an indelible mark on his psyche. If given the chance to leave, he would not linger here for even a second, irrespective of the fortune offered. The acrid scent of sulfur permeated the air, and the distant volcanoes and rivers of molten lava made him ponder whether their group had already succumbed to death, unwittingly transported to hell. A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped him, perhaps exacerbated by exhaustion. Before long, Lin Jie felt himself drowsing off, reassured by the presence of others. He found solace and leaned against Zhang Qiang's back, surrendering to sleep. For a moment, all was tranquil. Suddenly, a harrowing scream shattered the stillness of the night, awakening all who had been asleep. What happened? What's going on? In an instant, both squad leaders sprang into action, urgently questioning one of the students on watch. The very nature of that scream hinted at danger, igniting a palpable tension among them. At that moment, the two students assigned to watch were none other than Zhang Tao and Victor, yet only Zhang Tao remained. Victor had vanished without a trace. Whereas Victor? What on earth happened? Rex nearly bellowed, his anger simmering. The disappearance of a classmate weighed heavily on him, and if they could not find Victor, he, as the squad leader, would bear the brunt of the blame. The current situation left no room for his anger to be contained, startling Zhang Tao, who swallowed hard and stammered. One of the brothers said he needed to use the restroom and went out. He was just nearby, and then suddenly, something red flew by and grabbed him. He just disappeared. Though his words were hesitant, the implication was unmistakable. There was a monster lurking. Instantly, the weariness evaporated, and anxiety gripped everyone. We'd have been better off staying above. At least there wouldn't be any ghastly creatures lurking, one student complained. This shocking revelation enveloped them in terror. If the darkness had merely instilled fear, the sudden emergence of a monster was suffocating, as though an enormous hand had seized their throats, ready to extinguish their lives with a single, merciless squeeze. At this very moment, no one is concerned about the missing individual. Instead, their collective gaze is fixated on the gaping doorway before them, as if anticipating the emergence of a demon at any second. The surroundings are almost devoid of anything substantial. They are incapable of even barricading the entrance. However, there is a sliver of good news. The two small windows are constructed of stone, featuring numerous tiny apertures but lacking any large openings, thus ensuring a degree of concealment. There is no need for haste. We are more than 60 souls here, and most creatures in the wild are unlikely to approach us. As long as we do not stray alone, we shall be safe. Observing the rising anxiety, class leader Li Sheng stood up to soothe the agitated crowd. Ultimately, a discussion ensued among the leader and several student representatives, resulting in a decision to have the original 2 sentinels replaced by 2 rotating shifts from the class. Should any necessity arise, it would be attended to indoors without shame. Those who wish to survive must endure, as Rex conveyed to the group. This approach proved effective. During the adjusted second half of the night, no similar incidents occurred. Likewise, after the initial fright, few dared to resume their slumber, opting instead to sit back to back. vigilantly observing their surroundings. As for the unfortunate victor, the others mourned for him in silence, barely surviving an evening that can hardly be deemed pleasant. Phew, last night was terrifying. Stifling a yawn, Zhang Qiang appeared somewhat disheveled. After the harrowing events of the previous night, both he and Lin Jie shared the same fear of sleep, dreading the prospect of awakening to find the sun had not risen again. They managed to doze intermittently, just enough to stave off complete exhaustion. Now that dawn has broken, the earlier dread has dissipated significantly. Lin Jie, too, felt the same. After all, being jolted awake just as he had fallen asleep is a plight no one would relish. Yawning repeatedly, he beckoned Zhang Qiang towards the class leader. Over there, Rex and Li Sheng began to call the roll, ensuring that no additional individuals were missing before they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They too had not slept well, and the spirits of all present were notably low. Let us proceed, Li Sheng declared once all tasks were completed. We must devise a means to escape. The boys formed an outer circle while the girls positioned themselves in the center, collectively forming a shape reminiscent of a cube, cautiously surveying their surroundings. From their vantage point atop the tower, their view had been obscured. Descending revealed that this ruin was, indeed, astonishingly vast. Surveying the area, they found towering structures reaching heights of 100 meters or more, with others similarly colossal, enigmatic edifices standing like skyscrapers. Here, aside from the ground adorned with ancient Roman and Greek-style portico columns, there were also domes and spires akin to those of ancient European cathedrals. Their surfaces marred, yet still exhibiting exquisite reliefs and vibrant murals. The carvings and paintings depicted the deeds of an unknown civilization, evidently illustrating phenomena that diverged from the modern world, like colossal beasts resembling mountains and bizarre creatures with human faces, whether reptiles or wild beasts. They engage in fierce combat and relentless predation upon one another, enveloped in an aura of mystery yet steeped in blood and terror. A group of humans, or perhaps some unknown tribes, reside here, battling and displaying the most primal of behaviors. They possess features akin to those of Southern Europeans, though other details have faded, seemingly eroded by the passage of time. Some are bare, while others are adorned in resplendent garments, illustrating the stark disparities between social classes. Continuously, every wall, corridor, and path within this place narrates the grandeur of the ruins that once stood, while simultaneously revealing its sinister aspect, replaced by distorted steel and molten rock. The murals and reliefs, at times depicting humans and at others monsters, alternate in a striking manner, yet the most predominant among them are creatures reminiscent of Western dragons. Observing these eerie forms, the group instinctively began to contract, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were pressed against one another. This place undoubtedly harbors dark secrets. As one of the leaders, Li Sheng remained vigilant, meticulously surveying the surroundings. From the moment they began their journey, they had traversed an indeterminate distance without encountering a single living being, as if the entirety of the world were succumbing to death, save for the weeds and the ceaseless ashes alongside the crumbling remnants of walls. The unsettling architecture combined with the creature they had encountered the previous day intensified their anxiety. Eventually, they halted before a more immense structure. Chapter 5, Unraveling the Mystery Large, was the most immediate impression shared by the onlookers regarding the edifice before them. Towering like a mountain, its elliptical form was supported by countless arched structures, inclined from the ground upwards. In overall scale, it likely rivaled the grandeur of the Forbidden City. Could this possibly be the ancient city of Pompeii? One person whispered. Such a thought was hard to dismiss, for the building bore an uncanny resemblance to the Roman Colosseum, almost indistinguishable from a grand arena. However, his assertion was swiftly met with skepticism. Impossible. Pompeii is much smaller. Have you not noticed that the scale of this structure rivals that of New York or Shanghai? Spoke Su Tong, who, despite never having seen it firsthand, could confidently assert that this place was beyond comparison to any ancient city. Could it be that we have truly descended into hell? Perhaps this is a city rebuilt by the Romans, suggested a young man, only to be met with disdainful glances from his companions. Such words were the last thing they wished to entertain. Realizing he had incurred the ire of the crowd, he quickly lowered his head, ceasing to speak. Let us not argue. Instead, let us look around and search for useful clues, Li Sheng suggested, surveying the chaotic scene before them. This is not the time for wild guesses. None of us know what this place truly is. Wandering aimlessly is not a viable solution. It would be prudent to seek out any clues that may lead us to a map or something of the sort. Thus, they cautiously began to explore the corridors and passages that extended into the arena. At that moment, the murals adorning the walls captured the attention of many. Look, There is a massive lizard depicted here, a voice exclaimed. Following his gaze, the others noticed that unlike the random murals outside, these were continuous, resembling a story unfolding through sequential images. In the first illustration, a creature akin to a Western dragon, entirely black, gripped a peculiar staff-like object with its claws. Its wings spread wide as it roared defiantly into the sky. Above it, a smaller, vividly red counterpart soared, unleashing flames that stopped just short of the dark beast. The next image depicted two such creatures suspended in the air, their surroundings mirroring that of the ancient Roman amphitheater they found themselves in. They flapped their wings vigorously. Their claws extended as they spewed fire at one another, engaged in a relentless battle, each striving to bring the other down, yet neither gaining the upper hand. By the third illustration, the scene had dramatically shifted. One creature lay defeated on the ground, its wings torn from its body, clearly the vanquished. The victorious creature, wings retracted, stood beside its fallen foe, its massive jaws raised to the heavens, seemingly issuing a triumphant roar. Though time had rendered the murals somewhat incomplete, they remained vividly lifelike, immersing the onlookers in their grandeur. Goodness gracious, this is not merely an arena, it is a dragon-fighting pit, exclaimed Zhang Qiang, unable to contain his astonishment after observing the murals. Do you not see? The staff-like object depicted below resembles those towering structures outside, a male student posited. Surely not. Those external towers are hundreds of meters tall. If that were true, just how colossal must this creature be? Another remarked incredulously. Please, do not tell me you genuinely believe these murals to be factual. I suspect they are merely decorative, a female student offered a contrasting perspective. In any case, a myriad of speculations arose, leading to an animated debate. What do you think, old Lin? Zhang Qiang inquired, tapping Lin Jie on the arm from behind. Until now, everything about this place clashed with their understanding of society. Lin Jie, upon observing the murals, fell into deep contemplation. An odd sensation washed over him. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with this place, yet could not quite grasp it. That feeling seemed to draw ever closer, as though with just a little more progress, he could break through the barrier of his memory. They proceeded further, entering an expansive corridor. The moment they stepped into this space, dozens of beams of light illuminated the area, causing everyone to freeze in shock at this unexpected occurrence. Haunted, they thought to themselves. Trembling, they glanced around but found nothing amiss. Strangely, the situation felt peculiar to all, yet Lin Jie, leading the group, seemed to have made a discovery. He called out to those around him, above. Indeed, following his indication, they beheld several dragon sculptures ablaze with roaring flames. Although the cause of this phenomenon remained a mystery, it was a false alarm, and the group collectively exhaled in relief. After reassuring themselves, they turned their attention to other aspects of the corridor. It was evident that the area was quite spacious, with countless exquisite sculptures adorning the walls on either side, standing as if they were living beings. At a glance, they all donned armor reminiscent of dragons, brandishing long swords and gazing down upon the earth. Apart from this, there loomed a massive gate at the end of the corridor, towering at several meters high, with nothing else in sight. It seems we have reached a dead end, Rex's voice echoed. Clearly, that towering gate could not be moved by their collective efforts, and apart from it, there was nothing of value to be found, rendering their search fruitless. Let us not give up just yet. Perhaps there are clues among the statues, Li Sheng encouraged, stepping forward to pat Rex on the shoulder. In such critical moments, unity was of utmost importance. Come look here. It seems there are inscriptions. Suddenly, one of those walking along the edge exclaimed, having made a discovery. His words left Li Sheng somewhat bewildered. Could it be that fortune truly favored them? Nevertheless, it did not deter the group, who approached to see what it was. To their surprise, they found that beneath the feet of the sculptures were intricately carved inscriptions, nearly invisible due to the dimness of the corridor. Have you seen this? Li Sheng remarked, gazing at the peculiar script that resembled English. Although he was proficient in several languages, he could not decipher a single word. In response to Li Sheng's inquiry, Rex merely waved his hand, indicating that he, too, was unfamiliar with the text. Let us see if anyone recognizes it, Li Sheng proposed, turning to the group behind him. I think I might know it. One individual raised a hand. It was Avon, who had previously chatted with Lin Jie on the vehicle. Really? Li Sheng asked, somewhat skeptical, but Avon nodded and hurried over, pointing at a line of text as he read aloud. The words left the others bewildered and unable to comprehend, except for Lin Jie, who had been standing quietly nearby. Could you please repeat that? Evan's voice trembled slightly, his expression betraying shock as if he had just heard something utterly incredible. As he wished, Evan recited the text once more, and upon confirming its contents, His initial astonishment morphed into a bitter realization. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Evan's hand and implored, "Tell me this isn't true." His actions only deepened the confusion among those present. What exactly had transpired? What was not true? The two remained silent, clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, which exceeded their comprehension. Witnessing their demeanor, the crowd's curiosity surged. They clamored for an explanation, their impatience palpable as they urged, "Please, tell us what happened." After several agonizing minutes of tension, Lin Jie finally resolved to reveal the truth. "My friends, it seems we are in trouble." Chapter 6. The freehold of Valyria. From the very beginning, Lin Jie felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And now it all made sense. They had traversed into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, or rather, into the ruins of the long-destroyed city, the freehold of Valyria. This sudden revelation caught everyone off guard, as none could have anticipated such a phenomenon as time travel, let alone a collective journey. "So, Shaolin, Evan, are you suggesting that we are no longer on Earth?" Li Sheng questioned, struggling to grasp the enormity of this revelation. The notion was indeed too astonishing to comprehend. "There's no mistake," Lin Jie affirmed. "From what we observe, the volcanoes, the ruins, the Colosseum, those dragon reliefs, they all align. This is, without a doubt, the ruined city of Valyria." In the wake of his statement, silence enveloped the group as they processed this shocking reality. "Can we return?" A girl with a troubled expression inquired. "Fear not," Lin Jie replied, his tone laced with bitterness. The weight of that single sentence felt akin to a death sentence for all. Setting aside the question of whether they could return to their former world, the mere descriptions of old Valyria within the novels suggested that their very survival here was uncertain. Once the capital of the Valyrian Empire, this magnificent fortress had taken 3,000 years to construct. In an instant, it had been obliterated by apocalyptic cataclysms. 14 volcanoes erupted simultaneously, and tsunamis towering hundreds of meters submerged vast regions. The earth split apart, cleaving the peninsula in two. And the terrifying force was such that even the dragons soaring in the sky could not evade it. A deluge of toxic gas engulfed the land. And in the ensuing days, no soul had emerged unscathed. Indeed, those who ventured into this realm never returned alive. What has been mentioned thus far does not even scratch the surface of terror. As a civilization that has thrived through the powers of magic and mighty dragons, the Valyrians possess an unparalleled advantage in biological experimentation. Utilizing blood magic, they have grotesquely distorted once docile creatures and beasts, crossbreeding and forcibly merging them into abominations more horrifying than anything from a bioweapon nightmare. When the cataclysm descends, these twisted monstrosities, originally bred to nourish the colossal dragons and even lethal venomous insects, break free from their restraints and roam freely. Despite the devastation wreaked by the apocalypse, a considerable number of these creatures have survived. It is likely that one of them was responsible for the abduction of Victor last night. The inherent danger is beyond the imagination of any ordinary person. Even the infamous Grim Reaper, upon entering Valyria, found himself in a desperate flight, bearing scars that would never heal. In a nutshell, Ultraman has arrived, and it seems that even Palm must account for his presence here. After hearing Lin Jie's account, most individuals felt utterly deflated, collapsing onto the ground. No one could fathom that a simple outing would cost them their lives. "Surely we won't meet our end here," Wang Hu remarked incredulously, contemplating how a sportsman like himself, who should be shining on the national stage, could perish in such a wretched place. The information was overwhelming. Even the two class leaders stood in stunned silence. Thankfully, their ignorance shielded them. Had they known the peril that lay below, they would have remained atop the tower, refusing to descend. Now, the pressing question was how to proceed. With a palpable resolve, Li Sheng gritted his teeth and addressed the group. "Shaolin, you and Iwan are the most knowledgeable about our situation here. What do you suggest we do now?" Everyone recognized that he was entrusting the decision-making to these two. Rex, standing nearby, remained silent, tacitly supporting Li Sheng's choice. All eyes turned to Lin Jie and Iwan, leaving Lin Jie momentarily flustered. What could they possibly do? He, too, was at a loss, aware that even the arrival of a dragon would not alter their plight, though he refrained from voicing this thought. Suppressing the tumult within, Lin Jie resolved that a discussion was necessary. The group took a moment to regroup, while Lin Jie, Iwan, and the two class leaders sought a quieter space to deliberate their next steps. Producing a banknote, Lin Jie began. "Here is the situation. I previously spotted a volcano from the tower. If my assumptions are correct, we are currently situated to the east of it. Following the cataclysm, this land has been fragmented into many sections. Without a vessel, our escape is impossible. What shall we do then? Should we build a boat?" Li Sheng replied, somewhat disheartened. Iwan, however, jested, that seems improbable. It's difficult to even find grass here. Rather than chopping down trees to construct a boat, I believe swimming across would be a more feasible option. Of course, such a notion would likely be a path to certain doom. In comparison to this place, the coastal region undoubtedly offers greater security. I propose that we first make our way to the seaside and then take our chances. Even if we fail to find a means of escape, we can at least extend our survival by a couple of days. Lin Jie shared his thoughts, raising a pertinent issue. Given the vastness of this area and our lack of a map, how do we navigate our way out? Upon hearing his words, Rex quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The city's scale, as they observed from the tower yesterday, is not significantly smaller than that of New York or Shanghai, especially in such a severely ravaged state. The time required to reach the coastline will undoubtedly be considerable. Not a significant concern, Lin Jie responded naturally to Rex's inquiry. With a pen in hand, he marked a point on their existing map. As previously mentioned, they currently find themselves on the eastern side of the volcano, where a river flows nearby. Theoretically, it is not too far from them. Following the river could save them the time spent navigating in circles. The only apprehension lies in the potential presence of creatures in this area. The others unanimously agreed with Lin Jie's plan, recognizing it as the most suitable course of action, given their familiarity with the surroundings, which surely surpasses that of these mere outsiders. The next step was to devise a way to reach the great river that traverses the island. Once everyone had recuperated, they would depart from this location. During this interval, Li Sheng instructed everyone to unpack their belongings to assess what could be of use. As they were on an outing, everyone carried various bags, but most contained snacks or beverages. After rummaging through their possessions, they ultimately found only a few flashlights, lighters, and a compass. Surprisingly, one of the girls' bags yielded a mini first aid kit, which was a delightful discovery. We should remain vigilant as we proceed, Lin Jie whispered to Rex and Li Sheng while preparing to leave. He was acutely aware that this location harbored extraordinary dangers. A moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen demise, so exercising caution was prudent. After receiving affirmation, Lin Jie nodded in agreement and then moved over to Zhang Qiang's side to organize his own belongings, ensuring that the most important items were safely stowed in his pockets. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Jie and Avon took on the role of guides. The group reformed their previous lineup and retraced their steps, exiting the building and advancing towards the distant horizon. Chapter 7. A city fraught with peril beneath the somber sky. Everything appeared in a state of decay. As the group treaded along the path of this ancient ruin, they remained vigilant, glancing around with utmost caution. They navigated around collapsed structures, with enormous stones scattered about, the former grandeur reduced to mere remnants, evoking a sense of melancholy in many. Had they not traversed to this place, it is likely that no one would ever have witnessed such a scene. Suddenly, a sizable stone fell nearby, startling the group. Suddenly, the group came to a halt, and an unsettling chill enveloped many of them. They narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had they walked just moments before, a stone would have struck them on the head. That was a close call, cursed Wang Hu, who was positioned at the edge of the formation. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a peril. The edifices around them towered over 100 meters, and it was evident that any falling debris could prove catastrophic. If an entire building were to collapse, it would not merely result in a few casualties. This realization instilled a sense of dread among the leaders. We cannot proceed like this. The risk is too great. Perhaps we should split up? Lin Jie suggested, casting a wary glance at the towering structures above. The atmosphere was undeniably perilous. Remaining together posed a significant risk, not only of annihilation but also of attracting potential monsters lurking within the city, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. Conversely, Li Sheng and Rex held a differing viewpoint. At this juncture, splitting up would render us vulnerable to any lurking threats. Our collective presence serves as a deterrent against weaker adversaries, they argued. In such an environment, staying united certainly offered more advantages than dividing their forces. Faced with this dilemma, they had no alternative but to exercise heightened caution and continue onward. Following the route etched in his memory, Lin Jie recalled that the river lay at the heart of the ancient Valyria ruins. Based on their observations from the previous day, they were now nearing the edge of the volcanic territory, likely heading north. With a stroke of luck, they could arrive there swiftly. Analyzing the situation brought a smile to Lin Jie's face. The current circumstances were relatively favorable, and as long as no further complications arose, survival seemed assured. After traversing for a while longer, they encountered a collapsed tower that obstructed their path. It was remarkable how sturdy these structures were, despite their fall. They retained a semblance of integrity. With no other option, they were compelled to find an alternate route. The shortest of these towers stood at 100 meters, with widths spanning over 10 meters, making it impossible for them to climb over. After an extensive search, they finally discovered a narrow path, wide enough for a single person. To their right, they formed a long line, passing through one by one. Just as they were halfway through, a sudden sound pierced the air, a sharp crack followed by a chilling scream. What just happened? The abrupt turn of events heightened everyone's tension once more. I stepped on a bug, a girl exclaimed, her voice trembling. Upon glancing at the spot where she had just stepped, a vibrant green creature emerged, resembling a scorpion, but with a flatter, shield-like base. Scorpion beast, Lin Jie exclaimed, recognizing the creature immediately. This prompted the group to turn their attention toward him. Lin Jie, do you know what this is? Li Sheng inquired, curiosity evident in his tone as he approached. Before Lin Jie could utter a word, several identical creatures emerged from the very spot where the previously lifeless insect had been, shaking off the dust from their bodies. Upon noticing the presence of humans, they swiftly crawled towards them. In an instant, before anyone could react, one of these creatures scuttled onto a male student, raising its tail and plunging it into him. Immediately, the young man's complexion darkened, and within less than a second, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless as a marionette with severed strings. "Run for your lives!" shouted the stunned onlookers, finally snapping back to their senses. No one could have anticipated the existence of such a venomous insect. Their desperate cries sent the previously orderly line into disarray. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the primal instinct for survival surged within everyone, compelling them to push forward with all their might. However, the narrow passageway could accommodate only one person at a time, and their chaotic attempt to rush forward rendered it impassable. Observing the pandemonium behind him, Li Sheng halted and shouted, "Everyone, stop pushing. Those in front, run faster. Those behind, keep those creatures at bay if you wish to survive." Yet, despite his urgent exhortations, the throng behind him showed no signs of slowing down. Each individual determined to surge ahead, trampling over those who stumbled without a second thought, as chaos reigned supreme. "Shaolin, Tiger Brother, keep watch here. Rex and I will maintain order up ahead," Li Sheng called out in desperation, dragging Rex along as he raced forward. Hearing his words, those who had managed to escape hastily moved towards an open area further ahead. Meanwhile, the swarm of venomous insects continued to multiply, emerging from crevices, the ground, and shadowy corners, seemingly intent on pursuing the fleeing individuals. Before long, two more unfortunate souls fell victim to the relentless chase, vanishing in an instant. Fortunately, the tower was not exceedingly high. Traversing a few hundred meters would lead them to safety. Gathering a few fallen classmates, Li Sheng and Rex remained at the rear, running with every ounce of strength they could muster. "Hurry, jump over," they urged, but the group that had already escaped did not continue forward, causing Li Sheng to hesitate momentarily. As he and his companions approached, they realized that a 1-meter-wide fissure marred the ground ahead, revealing searing magma that illuminated his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Sheng took a step back, then sprinted forward, successfully leaping to the other side. Those following closely mimicked his actions, leaping one after another. At that moment, the pursuing insects, a dark mass of menace, reached the edge but halted just before the chasm. After a few seconds, perhaps realizing their inability to cross, they retreated without a glance back. In mere minutes, the group had truly experienced the exhilaration of racing against death, their faces pale as they gasped for breath. Watching the tide of insects recede, in a fleeting moment, 3 individuals had perished, leaving no one aware of who might be the next to succumb. The sight of classmates, with whom they had shared daily moments, meeting such a grim fate ignited a fierce anger within Li Sheng. Similarly, Rex felt a heavy weight in his heart. Among those pursued moments ago were members of their own class. From yesterday until now, they had already lost 4 souls, and they had scarcely traversed half of their journey. If this continued, they would inevitably be worn down. Observing the frightened faces before him, Li Sheng wished to offer solace, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Acknowledging the terror that had shattered their spirits, he urged everyone to rise, for they could not linger in this place. Fear was not their ally at this moment. No one could predict whether those monstrous insects might materialize in other areas nearby. Their only recourse was to press onward. Chapter 8. The giant lizard. As they continued their advance, an air of dread enveloped the group. Wherever they wandered, they remained acutely aware of their surroundings, constantly vigilant against the potential reappearance of that horrific creature. This pervasive fear slowed their pace to an intolerable crawl. Suddenly a stone fell, and each such occurrence necessitated a halt, compelling them to reassess their safety before resuming their journey. "I feel as if I'm on the brink of mental collapse," Zhang Qiang lamented beside Lin Jie. The prolonged state of heightened anxiety, compounded by intermittent shocks, was pushing him to the edge of insanity. Upon hearing his words, the others also recognized the gravity of their situation. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest, suggested the more reserved Iwan from the back. The collective mental state was deteriorating, and if they pressed on, it was conceivable that someone might lose their sanity. Finding a place to recuperate could prove beneficial. However, the two class leaders shook their heads. We cannot remain in the same location for too long. We may encounter those lurking monsters. Moreover, these dilapidated structures are inherently unsafe. Yet, after surveying their surroundings, Li Sheng interjected, while we cannot pause here, once we find a suitable area, we might take a brief respite. For now, let us muster our strength and strive to exit this place. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, resigned to the necessity of continuing onward. As they approached their destination, the ruins on either side underwent a dramatic transformation. The once dense clusters of towering edifices were now supplanted by expansive, low-lying structures. The narrow pathways had widened and smoothed. Everywhere they looked, solidified lava blanketed the landscape. Some had settled upon buildings that had partially collapsed, while others formed vast craters where immense structures once stood, now reduced to mere flatlands, all bearing witness to the cataclysmic events that had transpired here. Crouching against the fractured walls, they endeavored to keep their profiles low, striving to remain inconspicuous. After enduring so much, their caution had reached unprecedented heights. At this moment, a hazy vision gradually came into Lin Jie's view. It appeared that there was still a considerable distance to cover. Yet the diamond-shaped structure loomed before them, a building even more colossal than the previous arena. Towering into the clouds, its protruding sections extended like 5 outstretched fingers, culminating in a blade-like tip. If memory served correctly, this should be the area where the ancient Valyrian dragon lords convened their sacrificial ceremonies. Akin to the Senate of ancient Rome, the very river they sought was situated just behind it. Upon realizing this, Lin Jie exhaled in relief, as it confirmed that their path was indeed the right one. He quietly shared this good news with those behind him, prompting their pace to quicken. For hope lay just ahead. However, in a region resembling a crossroads, they encountered an obstacle once more. This time, it was not the previously encountered ruins or scorpion-tailed creatures. Blocking their path was a terrifying giant lizard, the size of a tank, covered in festering sores. Its massive claws scraped the ground, leaving deep tracks, while its long, grotesque tongue flicked out as if sniffing for something. The mere sight of it repulsed the group, prompting them to hastily retreat into a partially destroyed building nearby. What manner of creatures inhabit this place? Complaints echoed among them, as they lamented the continuous onslaught of threats, having narrowly escaped the previous insects. They now faced this monstrous reptile, its size clearly beyond their capacity to confront. What do we do now? Su Tong, who had been lingering at the back, cautiously approached Lin Jie and the others. Just wait until he gets bored and wanders off, Lin Jie replied succinctly. Currently, taking a detour was not feasible, and charging forward would likely result in their demise. They decided to remain hidden for the time being, hoping that the presence of such a creature indicated that no other monsters lurked nearby. Once their hearts had calmed, they began to examine the building in which they sought refuge. It appeared to have suffered from a volcanic eruption, as half of the 3-story structure lay in ruins. Various objects strewn across the floor, most having turned to ashes in the wake of the disaster. They found themselves in what used to be the living room, now unrecognizable, but still spacious enough that even 60 individuals could stand comfortably without feeling cramped. What bad luck, a disgruntled young man remarked, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Lin Jie, who could only chuckle and lean against the wall. Zhang Qiang, his close companion, eagerly approached, producing a packet of biscuits and handing them to Lin Jie. Here, these are the biscuits from that girl on the vehicle. Lin Jie realized, only upon hearing this, that he had yet to taste them. The relentless journey had caused him to completely forget about the situation at hand. Now, feeling slightly famished, he casually seized 2 pieces to munch on, savoring their delightful flavor. When did your brother ever deceive you? Observing his eating habits, Zhang Qiang leaned against the now severely deformed cabinet, wearing an expression that suggested he knew more than he let on, which made Lin Jie feel quite nauseated. To his surprise, a slight exertion caused the already warped cabinet to collapse entirely. This sudden commotion alerted the group, who were on the verge of taking a break. But upon realizing the source of the disturbance was Zhang Qiang, they all felt the urge to scold him. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't you fear attracting the monsters? The first boy who had seated himself jumped to his feet. Likewise, many others shared his displeasure, fearing that this incident might cost them their lives. Hold on, there's something going on, Li Sheng's voice cut through the rising tension, prompting the group to silence their complaints. As the dust settled, they noticed a sizable hole had appeared in the wall where the cabinet once stood. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to it. The hole was not particularly large, measuring over a meter wide, barely enough for a person to squeeze through, and behind it lay a dark tunnel, the destination of which remained a mystery. Shall we venture inside? Lin Jie, unable to contain his curiosity, gazed at the opening. It was clear that such a place wouldn't harbor a hole without reason. However, this left the others in a quandary. Who would dare enter such a perilous location? After all, that tunnel likely led to the lair of venomous creatures. Willingly stepping into it would be akin to walking into the jaws of death. Let us not. This place feels ominous. I'm afraid something bad might happen, Zhang Qiang advised earnestly, not wishing for his friend to throw caution to the wind. Yet Lin Jie found it impossible to resist the allure of exploration. As a seasoned fan of Game of Thrones, his curiosity about this world was substantial. Previously, he had been too pressed for time to explore, but now they were trapped here. Moreover, perhaps the tunnel held clues for their escape. Yet, what if danger lurked within? His mind was torn between conflicting thoughts until he ultimately resolved to venture in. After all, the hole had been blocked by the cabinet. If a monster were indeed present, it would likely have broken free long ago, rendering their entry unnecessary. I think it would be wiser to seal it up again. Li Sheng disagreed with Lin Jie's reckless suggestion. As the class monitor, he had a responsibility to his peers, and this was not the time for impulsiveness. This response only served to frustrate Lin Jie further. Stuck in this place with no way out, he reasoned that the tunnel might hold some vital information. Since they were doomed either way, he might as well take a chance. With that thought, he continued to glance at the opening. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Li Sheng could only shake his head in resignation, advising Lin Jie to exercise caution. With his determination acknowledged, Lin Jie nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the group, cautiously crawled into the hole, making his way toward the winding passage beyond. Chapter 9. Exploration. Will there be danger? Zhang Qiang inquired of Li Sheng, gazing at the now barren cave entrance. How would I know? I've never been inside, Li Sheng replied, somewhat exasperated. He was well aware of the potential peril. Yet this fellow insisted on venturing in. He couldn't possibly restrain him. Meanwhile, Lin Jie, upon entering the cave, ventured deeper along a side passage that appeared to descend continuously. As he delved further, the temperature around him began to drop noticeably. Fortunately, it wasn't an excessively long journey, and after climbing for several more minutes, he reached the tunnel's exit. He first extended his feet, followed by his entire body, emerging from the opening. Bending down, he switched on his flashlight to survey his surroundings. This place was not at all like the grand underground palace Lin Jie had envisioned. Instead, it was a relatively small chamber, easily surveyed at a glance. Approximately several dozen square meters in size, it was a perfectly symmetrical square. Scattered across the floor were numerous wooden crates and a plethora of ceramic jars, their purpose unknown. After sweeping the flashlight around the area and finding no signs of life, Lin Jie breathed a sigh of relief. He then continued to cautiously explore. Approaching one of the crates, he attempted to lift it, finding no lock. To his surprise, it was empty, causing him to frown. This was clearly not a good omen. He moved decisively to the next crate, which was similarly unlatched. Upon opening it, he discovered a long, wrapped object. Unveiling the fabric, a beautifully crafted silver longsword emerged before him, eliciting immediate joy. This was undoubtedly the legendary Valyrian steel sword, forged by the Valyrians. This metal was reputed to be the strongest in the world, seamlessly integrating magic into its composition. Coupled with dragon fire, weapons forged from this material could slice through iron effortlessly while remaining remarkably lightweight. Suppressing his elation, Lin Jie carefully returned the unknown sword to its place and continued to open the remaining crates. Regrettably, after the discovery of the sword, his fortune seemed to have waned. The other boxes yielded either emptiness or only a mound of black dust, the nature of which remained a mystery. Observing the disarrayed floor, Lin Jie felt less despondent. At the very least, he had acquired a sword and could not claim to have returned empty-handed, though he pondered the reason for its presence here. It was evident that its owner had long since perished. Otherwise, it would have been reclaimed long ago. Contemplating his next move, Lin Jie resolved to return and ascertain whether any creatures had vacated the area. Just as he reached a corner, a glint caught his flashlight's beam, piquing his interest. Crouching low, sword in hand, he cautiously approached, ready to strike at the slightest indication of danger. There was no movement, and as he neared, he was confronted by two skeletal remains. Instinctively tightening his grip on the sword, he realized that anyone stumbling upon such a sight would feel a sense of foreboding. He observed that the two corpses had clearly been there for quite some time, aside from the tattered garments draped over them. The only other remnant was a book cradled in the skeletal hands of one of the remains. As he passed by, he silently implored the skeleton to forgive him and not to seek him out. With a hint of trepidation, Lin Jie extended his hand to grasp the book-like object, hoping to retrieve it. To his surprise, the skeleton's grip was surprisingly firm, and despite his efforts, he could not pull it free. When he exerted more force, a cracking sound echoed as the hand of the skeleton was wrenched away alongside the book. Lin Jie froze in place, adhering to the principle of non-interference. He gently placed his hand back, bowed several times, and fled without a backward glance. He feared that the skeleton might awaken. After all, this was no ordinary realm. Dragons roamed here, and the emergence of the undead was a distinct possibility. Seeing that there was no movement from the skeleton, Lin Jie breathed a sigh of relief and examined the book-like object he had attempted to take. It was surprisingly thin, resembling a pamphlet, yet its quality was evident. Even after all this time, it showed no signs of deterioration. After glancing through a few pages, he quickly closed it and tucked it into his pocket. The text was inscribed in Valyrian, most of which he could not decipher, but he resolved to show it to Avon, who could read the inscriptions on the statues and might comprehend this as well. After meticulously searching every nook and cranny, he concluded that there was truly nothing more to find. Feeling a bit disheartened, as he had hoped to discover a way to escape, he decided it was time to return. Just as he began to crawl back through the opening, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Was something amiss above? Concerned, Lin Jie pondered the implications. The tremor intensified, and in a moment of realization, he paled. Gripping the sword he had just acquired, he scrambled upward. Being trapped here would be a fate from which even the divine could not rescue him. Meanwhile, a group of individuals above shared his apprehension. Is he not out yet? With the tremors reaching the surface, Li Sheng and the others felt the unmistakable signs of an impending earthquake. Turning to the others, they inquired about Lin Jie's status. The negative response they received elicited frustration from Zhang Qiang, who lamented that he should have physically restrained Lin Jie, regretting his passive encouragement. The uncertainty of Lin Jie's fate weighed heavily on them, and Zhang Qiang, driven by urgency, declared, "I must go down and check." As the tremors grew more violent, he cursed himself for his foolishness. Before he could act, Rex intervened. "Are you out of your mind? If you go down now and he has perished, do you intend to join him in death? I have to see for myself," Zhang Qiang retorted, his frustration evident as he struggled against Rex's grip. In that moment, a disheveled figure emerged from the depths of the cave. It was Lin Jie, who had just clambered up from underground. "Goodness, you nearly scared me to death." Zhang Qiang, who had just been about to descend, paused in his tracks upon seeing Lin Jie emerge. However, Lin Jie, who had just escaped, was not faring as well. He coughed and swallowed, feeling the gritty taste of dirt in his mouth. At that very moment he had fled, the passage had been completely buried. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would have perished. Thankfully, he managed to get out in time. Who could have anticipated that an earthquake would strike at such a moment? Lin Jie felt a pang of frustration. Barely had he uttered these words when the ground trembled violently, as if something immense was stirring beneath. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the earth nearby was ripped apart, and a colossal creature emerged from the depths, targeting the massive lizard in the distance. In mere seconds, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the two titans collided, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 10. The struggle with the fire earthworm. The battle commenced so abruptly that when the gigantic entity broke free from the ground, everything around seemed to freeze in time. It was only when it collided with the terrifying lizard that a sound akin to shattering rock reverberated, sending shockwaves through the vicinity and stirring clouds of dust. The lizard-like beast was caught off guard by this unexpected assault. Whether it was pain or rage, it emitted a thunderous roar in response. Quickly regaining its composure, it raised its massive tail and swung it like a whip, striking the creature with a force that shattered its scales. Yet, after this initial confrontation, the subterranean beast did not pursue further. Instead, it burrowed back into the ground with astonishing speed, seemingly vanishing. However, the lizard remained alert, indicating that the threat had not truly departed. Indeed, just a moment later, the creature reemerged beneath the lizard, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of flames. In mere seconds, a portion of the lizard's body was reduced to charred remains. "It's the fire earthworm," remarked Evan, who had regained his senses and recognized the creature. As a being comparable to dragons in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, its distinctive features made it easily identifiable. "You call that thing a worm?" Zhang Qiang, standing aside, exclaimed in disbelief. "That thing is nearly the size of a train. Who would believe it's a worm?" Just then, Lin Jie, who had recently emerged from the tunnel, began to explain, "It's merely named the fire earthworm. It's not an actual worm. In reality, it resembles a reptile more closely. It seems the lizard attracted it, mistaking it for prey. Which one is stronger?" Li Sheng inquired with curiosity. At that moment, he was less concerned with which creature would consume the other and more interested in identifying the foe they would have to confront. Naturally, he hoped that both would perish. Lin Jie and Iwen shook their heads, indicating their ignorance of the situation. Although theoretically, the fire earthworm was slightly more formidable, they had never encountered a specific scenario to adapt to. Returning to the scene, the giant lizard, once scorched by the fire earthworm's flames, had lost its former vigor. Large patches of flesh and pus were torn from its body and consumed, and half of its belly had charred to blackened ash. Yet, it remained undaunted. Its limbs still braced against the ground, its massive jaws agape. With a sudden crack of the earth beneath it, the creature lunged at the fire earthworm's back, attempting to rend it with its teeth. However, this assault proved futile. Instead, it was flung aside, crashing into a wall before collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, the fire earthworm unleashed the remainder of its body, towering like a mountain above the lizard. Its mandibles widened, resembling the maw of a monstrous insect, and it clamped down on the lizard's form. Though the lizard thrashed in desperation, it was in vain. As it was swallowed whole, it fell silent. After satiating its hunger, the fire earthworm plunged its head downward, effortlessly breaking through the ground, disappearing from sight in an instant. The speed of the event left the onlookers in disbelief. They had anticipated that such a large lizard, even if it could not win, might at least escape, yet it was consumed in mere moments. Was this place truly so perilous? Surely, it wouldn't return, thought Li Sheng, his heart racing. Such a terrifying creature would likely leave them as mere remnants. "I reckon that beast will take a while to digest," Lin Jie offered his perspective, noting that creatures which swallow their prey whole typically require several weeks for digestion. Even if it had unique traits, it could not immediately reappear to devour them, unless there were additional fire earthworms lurking nearby. For a moment, the group's courage waned further. "Should we continue onward?" Zhang Qiang cautiously inquired, sensing the ominous atmosphere. This suggestion met with unanimous dissent. Who could say how far that monster had strayed? If they ventured out now, they might be consumed in an instant. Regardless, it was prudent to rest here for the night. As they had known, this place was perpetually shrouded in thick black clouds, relying solely on the dim light outside to discern day from night. Judging by the external light, it seemed the evening was approaching. Seizing the remaining light, Li Sheng and Rex directed a few students to move cabinets and wooden planks indoors, stacking them at the entrance to create a slight elevation. The original door had long since rotted away. Had it not been for their need to stay another night, they would not have exerted themselves so. Once these arrangements were complete, it was finally time to rest. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Jie approached Iwen, producing the book he had unearthed from the pit. "What is this?" Iwen inquired with curiosity as he beheld the item. "I found it in the cave," Lin Jie replied candidly, expressing his need for his companion's assistance in translation, leaving no room for concealment. He then turned to the first page and whispered to Awen. "It appears to be written in Valyrian. I know only a little. I wonder if you can decipher it." After handing the book to Awen, he gestured for him to take a look. Adjusting his posture, Awen accepted the tome and began to read by the light of a flashlight. "This seems to be a diary," he discerned at first glance, realizing it was not merely a book. He continued, "It is signed by Alaric." Upon hearing this, Lin Jie was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. It was remarkable that someone in this era would keep a diary. After all, this was not their reality. In this age, even in a great civilization like Valyria, literacy was predominantly confined to the nobility or affluent households. For common folk, learning to write was exceedingly difficult. Such individuals would hardly engage with a diary, as exposing their inner secrets to outsiders could lead to exploitation. Who among the clever would dare to do such a thing? This piqued Lin Jie's curiosity. "Can you translate it?" he inquired, intrigued by the contents. "I can, but I need to translate it into English first before rendering it into Chinese. It might be a bit cumbersome," Awen replied, nodding, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. Lin Jie, however, assured him there's no problem at all. After all, what we have in abundance right now is time. It's a fair exchange for a secret. "Then I shall begin," Awen remarked, reminding Lin Jie, and he commenced attempting to read the content aloud. "Today, Lord Olean received a letter. For reasons unknown, yet another fire mage has died under mysterious circumstances. Counting previous incidents, that makes 13. To date, no one has been able to uncover the truth. He seems quite agitated. Perhaps it is the doing of rival families, or those shameless slaves lurking on the other side of the world. But that is of little consequence now. He has informed me that all I need to do is wait for the Targaryen fools to depart. Such cowards, leaving the capital over a foolish dream, do not deserve to wield the blood of true dragons. Perhaps soon, I shall replace them. In just one page, a sensational revelation unfolded, revealing that this diary had been penned mere days before the Targaryen family departed Valyria. Lin Jie and Avon exchanged glances, clearly thrilled. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity to gain insights into the background. As they continued reading, Lin Jie felt a surge of excitement, and Avon turned to the second page. Chapter 11. Diary in Truth. The destruction of the old Valyrian Empire remains a mystery, both in reality and in the annals of literature. According to popular belief, Valyria was annihilated in the cataclysm wrought by the eruption of the 14 fires. Yet, no one has explained why not a single one of the thousands of dragons managed to escape that calamity, nor is there any account of the Emperor Aurelian, who returned to the old capital with tens of thousands of troops after the cataclysm. There are far too many uncertainties surrounding these events, and the answers are about to be unveiled before them, filling both with heartfelt excitement. With a flashlight in hand, Ivan turned to the second page, reading each word with meticulous attention. At last, they had departed. The Targaryen family was utterly stripped of their status in the capital. What a joyous occasion this was. They had forsaken their 5 little dragons, abandoned their estates, and left behind their slaves. All of this would now belong to me. It was evident that the diary's author felt an exuberant thrill at this point, as even the handwriting appeared somewhat erratic. Inar sold their mansion to me, accompanied by a ship laden with gold, setting sail for that desolate isle. Oh, my dragon god. I hope he does not come to regret his decision and plead with me to reclaim his ancestral home. They are so foolish, every noble is mocking him. I fail to comprehend how, even as the weakest dragon king, he still held a position of power, yet he would cast it all aside for a mere dream. Perhaps, I conjecture, it was his feeble dragon that muddled his mind. How utterly laughable. Thus concluded the content of the second page. Turning the page, the two were uninterested in the insipid jibes. The capital had been rife with events over the last few days. Today, 2 fire sorcerers had met their demise, suffering the same fate of having their skulls severed, with their heads nowhere to be found. Fear gripped them, as our mining endeavors had delved too deeply. I had ventured below, where the heat was unbearable. Even a true dragon could not endure it for long. The volcanoes were becoming increasingly volatile, and we required sufficient sorcerers to stabilize the situation. Yet, we were losing them. Those lords preferred to indulge in revelry rather than investigate the murders, leaving the matter in our hands without a single coin to spare. Those imbeciles. I can only hope they meet their end while riding dragons. On the next page, a sudden face peeked over from behind, startling both of them. Once they recognized it was Qiang, their nearly frightened hearts settled. Goodness, Qiang, you approached without a sound? Lin Jie exclaimed, having just regained his composure. It's perilous to be startled when one is so focused. I didn't expect you two to have the leisure to read, he remarked, seemingly intending to explain himself before sitting down. What's the good news? Let us share the reading. Casting him a glance, Ivan had no objections to his joining. He turned to the next page and continued reading. They needed to seek out a sorcerer today. For such matters, consulting them was likely the quickest route. By the dragon god, it costs 1,000 gold. Those wretched bloodsuckers were insatiably greedy, demanding a piece of the deceased's flesh as payment. They always employed the most bizarre methods. One sorcerer had fed a piece of meat to a long worm. I had never encountered anything like it before. Even the grotesque creatures conjured by other sorcerers paled in comparison to this peculiar specimen before my eyes. I pondered whether to report this to the lords, but dismissed the thought. Whatever transpired, they would bear the brunt of it. 1,000 gold. If I capture him, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. It appears that success has been attained. The sorcerer bestowed upon me a blood fly, urging me to follow it, perhaps, for he did not elaborate much. And these individuals are perpetually enigmatic. Thus concludes the third page. Suppressing my desire to delve further, I observed Lin Jie as he began to contemplate the implications contained within. It seems that the abrupt eruption of the 14 Fire Beacon Mountains is inexorably linked to the fire sorcerers. The widespread demise of these sorcerers has rendered Valyria incapable of managing the increasingly volatile lava. Yet, their insatiable thirst for wealth compels them to dig deeper. Even as the volcano grows more active while their control diminishes, a correlation that appears inevitable. What do you think? He inquired, raising his head towards Evan, seeking his perspective. Faced with this unexpected question, Evan pondered briefly before responding. I believe my thoughts align closely with yours. However, he continued after a moment's reflection. I suspect that someone is deliberately orchestrating these events. Otherwise, it should be the dragon kings of Valyria who perish, not merely the fire sorcerers. This sentiment resonated with Lin Jie, yet the unfolding events could only be confirmed through further reading. Thus, Evan turned to the 4th page. Indeed, these sorcerers prove most useful. Accompanied by my companions, I trailed behind the blood fly until we reached an archway. Good heavens, it is a place I would never wish to revisit in my lifetime. The lower-class rabble, those foul-smelling wretches, congregate here like ants. Nevertheless, one must admit, it serves as an excellent hiding spot. Lo and behold, the foolish individual is concealed within. The blood fly alighted upon his head. He is as foolish as Anar, utterly oblivious to our presence, armed only with his makeshift weapon. I cannot fathom how he infiltrated the high tower and assassinated the heavily guarded fire sorcerer's chamber. Such a dimwit. How utterly incompetent those guards must be. I seized him, and this ridiculous fellow incessantly defended himself, claiming ignorance. Criminals are always quick to profess their unawareness. This cursed fool has cost me 1,000 gold pieces. Damn it. I shall recover my losses from him. The interrogation commenced, and throughout, he ceaselessly reiterated his supposed ignorance. No matter, I possess ample means to extract the truth from him. Doran forced an entire box of face worms into his mouth. Oh, how exquisite. The little creatures coursed through his veins, devouring his flesh and blood. I am certain that such torment is unbearable for anyone. Cursed be he, for he has yet to admit anything. His resolve is remarkably steadfast. Very well. He has successfully provoked my ire. Oh heavens! This imbecile even has a child, such a tiny creature. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Let me behold this child. Silver hair, half of our lineage. Cursed be it. This wretched woman dares to trample upon our noble bloodline, consorting with such a commoner. What an unconscionable act. It matters not. As long as he speaks, I assure you I would never lay a hand on such a tender child. Yet, it is perpetually disheartening that he has not uttered a word. My heart aches for the poor child, abandoned by his father for the sake of a stranger. Alas, I must cast him into the dragon's lair, where his innocent cries shall be music to my ears. How amusing it is to discover that he is but a puppet worm. I wondered why he remained silent until now. Indeed, he is merely a pawn. These wretched beings are truly pitiable, so easily manipulated. Chapter 12. Diary. Turning to the 5th page, the blood pressure of the few present had risen considerably. The previous page contained content utterly intolerable for any human, particularly as it recounted actual events. It is beyond comprehension. After hearing the subsequent passages, Zhang Qiang found himself engulfed in anger. They had erred grievously, taking the wrong life. Yet this individual exhibited no remorse whatsoever. The 2 others shared a similar sentiment. Yet the deed was done. Moreover, the skeleton beneath may very well belong to the diary's author, who has already faced punishment. Dwelling on such matters is futile. They continued to listen intently. The puppet worms finally captured the attention of the adults. Splendid, more wealth to be gained. These individuals could scarcely count their coins as they spent them. Poor souls. Just yesterday, a girl from the Valyrian family sought my counsel. Goodness, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Despite her tender age of 14, riding that exquisite Kaslar breed, the most magnificent of dragons. What a pity, if only I were younger. Her temper was fierce. For this little imp shattered my most cherished crystal goblet, scattering shards everywhere. If I possessed a dragon, I would ensure she experienced the taste of being torn apart. Such a loss. Olian, that foolish swine, had promised me a dragon egg once the Targaryen family vacated entirely. That wretched liar truly believes he can ascend to greatness. How laughable. Finally, the adults recognized the gravity of their indiscretion. Far too many slaves had perished. Without sufficient fire sorcerers, we cannot maintain the horrifying lava within the mines. Those fireworms, heavens, dared to venture into the city, only to be devoured by 5 patrolling dragons. How unfortunate it is that not a morsel remained for Dovi. He always delights in those magically infused little creatures. Slaves, slaves, and more slaves. Why the insatiable demand? Do they not realize that the entire northern populace of slaves is nearly depleted? Why must misfortune continually befall me? Had they not deployed dragons during the captures, we could have secured many more. These imbeciles. At this rate, the barbarians shall inevitably face extinction. Page 6. Another fire sorcerer has been slain. Have they finally taken this matter seriously? The entire city is under lockdown, with hundreds of dragons deployed. How I wish one of them were mine. Those wretched beings. Why did their ancestors enjoy such fortune? All the soldiers in the city have been dispatched, and Taurix is conducting a blood ritual to identify the culprit. It is a sight to behold, as so many slaves are torn to shreds by the colossal dragons, their blood flowing into the vessel from which a shadow emerges. It is Halarka, who vanished only to reappear behind the guilty party, severing his skull. Poor fellow, he should have left this place at the first opportunity. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be that foolish slave who fled. What do they call him? The faceless one. I can see his visage, torn away, cradled in his pitiful hands. It is finally over. The reserve fire sorcerers are up next after that incident. Among them are even children, those little ones standing atop the towering structures, chanting peculiar incantations, quite effective in quelling the fury of the mountains. Oh, cursed be that fool Olian. He has failed to uphold his promise. He assured me a dragon egg. Yet he has scampered off to Koar. I have had enough of him. I truly hope he never returns. Page 7. Good heavens, they have come again. This time, 5 more fire sorcerers have been killed, and Taurix is incensed. He can no longer tolerate the provocations of those slaves. A staggering 700 dragons. Does he intend to annihilate the entire world? Olian remains in Koar. Why has he not returned? He should strike. The slaves have long been without their master's discipline. Let it begin. The more ferociously you fight, the more profit I shall reap. Today, it is most unfortunate. A wild bull has charged forth. Not just any beast, but a formidable one. What madness has overtaken those foolish guards, allowing such a creature to escape? It nearly collided with me. It seems the dragons have feasted too well, merely killing it and disregarding it. The lower-class scum shall feast on its remains. Page 8. Are we finally on the brink of war? Taurix has even convened a grand tournament, a rare occurrence indeed. Oh, my word, there is a peculiar dragon species among them. These individuals have truly overstepped. This is one of the rarest dragon breeds, with its robust neck and gigantic claws, a sight difficult to find. Oh no, the mountains, they are indeed erupting. This cannot be. The fire sorcerers were supposed to have it under control. Such a calamity should not have occurred. I dashed out of the arena and returned to a modest inn in the center of town. To my astonishment, I encountered that Valyrian girl here. Her magnificent dragon had been struck down by molten lava. She, too, must have wished to flee. How utterly amusing it was to witness a dragon knight facing a day of retreat. The skies were filled with dragons hastily taking flight, their fear palpable. Who would have anticipated that these once proud behemoths could experience terror? I had no intention of meeting my demise in such a fashion. The girl rushed towards me, and without her dragon, she appeared so vulnerable. I invited her to join me in a hidden chamber, once utilized by the previous owner for the concealment of contraband. Within, there was ample food and water to sustain us for a while. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me. I could feel the earth quaking. Yet, the structure remained steadfast, showing no signs of collapse. No, I was foolish to believe this calamity would soon cease. Toxic gas had infiltrated the space, a development I had never foreseen. This was too tragic. It could not possibly be my conclusion. I refused to accept such a fate. The chaotic sentences that followed reveal the author's profound despair. And at this juncture, the diary abruptly ends, leading into a void of blank pages. Overall, the content is disjointed and lacks coherence, suggesting that its author may have only resorted to writing during moments of emotional turmoil. However, this is of little consequence now, as the revelations contained within are scant. Yet they have imparted Lin Jie with several crucial insights. 1. The faceless ones were dispatched to assassinate the fire sorcerers of Valyria. 2. King Olian departed mere days before the cataclysm and did not partake in the war mobilization instigated by Taurix. 3. Valyria was on the brink of war against the ever-provocative Braffos prior to the cataclysm. 4. The diary also contained references to rumors of demons circulating in the mining district, though the lack of extensive records renders them less significant. In summary, it appears that the primary cause of Valyria's destruction may not have been a natural disaster, or could merely be considered a secondary factor. This revelation overwhelmed everyone with a plethora of information. Chapter 13. Speculations. This diary did little to unravel the myriad mysteries, offering only the faintest glimmers of clues. Do you truly believe that the Dragon King, Olian, merely ventured to Koa? Lin Jie inquired. At present, this remains the most significant point of suspicion. The timing seems too coincidental. His departure coincided precisely with Valyria's descent into calamity. Meanwhile, Avon reviewed the entries several times before responding. Such a notion is rather far-fetched. Perhaps he was simply fortunate. After all, many were reluctant to board the Titanic before its ill-fated voyage. Is that so? His words plunged Lin Jie into deep contemplation. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, suggesting that the Dragon King Olian was shrouded in considerable suspicion. He had fled before the destruction of Valyria, abstaining from the war mobilization, and astonishingly proclaimed himself emperor immediately after Valyria's downfall. It was particularly bizarre that he had vanished inexplicably, raising significant concerns. What manner of creature could retain the celestial dragons? Having perused that diary, the colossal fireworm, as large as a mountain, was merely a snack for the dragons. Could there be other, more terrifying entities lurking here? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He could only hope this was a figment of his imagination. A chill ran through him. If such speculations were true, they might indeed find themselves trapped here. Let us not dwell on that. Perhaps we can uncover more clues. The priority now is to find a way to escape. You can ponder these thoughts later, said Iwan, attempting to reassure him while observing Lin Jie's troubled expression, which clearly indicated he was contemplating grim possibilities. In the meantime, Zhang Qiang's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Do you think there might be dragon eggs in this place? He cautiously inquired of the two. His question left them both momentarily speechless. What the hell, Qiangzi? Your audacity is astounding. You're on the brink of peril, and yet you consider such things. Lin Jie was the first to respond. Iwan, standing nearby, began to explain. That is highly unlikely. You must realize this place has been in ruin for several centuries. After enduring numerous devastations, if any eggs remain, they'd surely be dead. Besides, we are not Valyrians. We cannot tame dragons. Even if there were some, they would be of no use compared to making scrambled eggs. Noticing the strong reaction from the two, Zhang Qiang merely scratched his head sheepishly. I was just speculating. Why take it so seriously? He chuckled. Just then, Lin Jie seemed to recall that he had brought something up from below. Changing the subject, he said, well, even if there are no dragon eggs, I found this. His grin was somewhat mischievous. What is it? Put it down. Zhang Qiang exclaimed with curiosity, having just dismissed the notion of dragon eggs. He wondered if Lin Jie had discovered something else of value. Iwan, too, was intrigued and eager to know what it was. Don't blink, Lin Jie declared, as he lifted the Valyrian steel sword he had stashed in the corner, showcasing it to the two. Damn, when did you pull out this treasure? I didn't see it. Zhang Qiang's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such a magnificent item. Meanwhile, Iwan discerned a clue. This. Could it be made of Valyrian steel? Upon hearing his query, Lin Jie nodded decisively. I unearthed it from that pit below. In the heat of the moment, I tossed it aside to check on those two fighting. I just remembered now. Impressive. Gazing at the grand treasure, Zhang Qiang could no longer resist reaching out to touch it. As the flashlight illuminated the surroundings, they discovered that the craftsmanship of the sword was indeed exquisite. Measuring approximately 15 meters in length, it gleamed in a bright silver hue. The hilt featured intricate hollow carvings adorned with dragon motifs, with 2 dragon wings curling into handguards and 3 dragon heads forming the crossguard. At the end, a massive red crystal emanated a dark crimson glow under the light. This sight quickly attracted the attention of many nearby, who gathered around in curiosity. Wow, Shaolin, where did you find this? Exclaimed Wang Hu, who had also joined the crowd. Upon seeing the object in Lin Jie's hands, he was momentarily stunned. Prior to their arrival, they had been prohibited from bringing any dangerous items, with even small knives and batons confiscated during security checks. Now, witnessing someone wielding such a formidable sword was undeniably impressive. After Lin Jie explained the circumstances, the others began to grasp the situation. Many felt a pang of regret for not having ventured over earlier, clearly viewing the sword as Lin Jie's personal possession. By the way, Shaolin, do you know how to use a sword? The class leader inquired with sudden interest. The presence of such a powerful weapon within their ranks brought him a sense of delight. At the very least, they would be able to defend themselves against any lurking monsters. In response to the question, Lin Jie merely feigned a bit of knowledge to avoid awkwardness. Admitting proficiency could lead to an embarrassing display, something he wished to avoid. Noticing the implication in his words, Li Sheng tacitly accepted this and refrained from pressing further. After a brief observation, the crowd dispersed, having grown weary from their prolonged journey. The 3 of them then settled into a corner, feeling a significant sense of security with the sword in their possession. Lin Jie, do you think we should explore other areas? Perhaps we could find more weapons, Zhang Qiang suggested, optimistic that if they could uncover such a fine sword in this place, locating an armory deeper within might not be far-fetched. He was particularly hopeful about discovering dragon eggs. I believe it's south best not to court danger, Lin Jie replied with a roll of his eyes. It's pointless to possess something that one cannot wield. Even with that massive sword, you wouldn't stand a chance against 10 foes. If we encounter anything formidable, we risk dire consequences before even reaching our destination. He earnestly cautioned his friend against overstepping his capabilities, warning him not to overestimate his luck. Enough, you two. Stop bickering and get some rest. We have more traveling to do tomorrow, interjected Iwan, already weary from their antics. Who else possesses such energy? Understanding the hint, both men fell silent. After assigning a third of the group to keep watch, the students leaned against the walls or rested back to back in shallow slumber. The past few days had been fraught with tension, and this rare moment of relaxation left them too fatigued to engage in any other activities. In the early morning, the air temperature had noticeably dropped, and the fluctuations seemed rather random. Just yesterday, it was oppressively hot, yet today it felt frigid, causing many to awaken abruptly from the cold without needing to be called. Fortunately, they were well dressed. Otherwise, such a drastic change in temperature could indeed be life-threatening. How did you sleep last night? Evan inquired kindly, glancing at the two. Zhang Qiang expressed his discontent, lamenting. I was pulled from my slumber in the dead of night to keep watch. It's a wonder I managed to sleep at all. He stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat lethargic. If no one kept the night watch, you might not see the sun today, Lin Jie remarked with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. This prompted Zhang Qiang to voice his grievances further. I've never endured such hardships at home. It's exhausting to be on constant alert. If I could go back, I would become a complete recluse. The outside world is too perilous. This elicited a bemused chuckle from Lin Jie, who could only respond, all right, when we return, we shall be recluses together. Subsequently, everyone was assembled. As per their usual protocol, they first called the roll, ensuring no one was missing. Once confirmed, they moved aside the debris blocking the doorway and, after ascertaining that the surroundings posed no danger, they gradually ventured outside. Today, they had to locate the river in the city center. Chapter 14. Interception from their vantage point. The distant castle appeared relatively close, although nearly half of it was obscured by the volcanic smoke, rendering it somewhat indistinct. At that moment, they were navigating through the collapsed buildings and fragmented walls, concealing their movements. For them, failing to reach the river today would jeopardize their remaining supplies, which were already dwindling in this desolate place devoid of a water source. All their resources were those brought with them through the perilous journey. Otherwise, who would dare undertake such a treacherous expedition? Upon reaching an intersection, the group halted. Such locations were prime for ambushes. Only once Li Xiang confirmed the absence of any threats did he gesture for the others to follow. At this point, utmost caution was imperative. With Lin Jie leading the way, sword in hand, the group navigated the labyrinthine paths and ruins, frequently glancing around, alert for any potential dangers. Fortunately, no fearsome creatures lay in wait, and as they progressed halfway, they encountered no threats. This brought a measure of relief. It seemed the monstrous fire earthworm from the previous day had scared off the lesser beasts, as Rex speculated. That creature could very well be the most formidable being in the area, capable of intimidating weaker monsters, which made sense. Yet, despite this semblance of safety, they remained vigilant. After all, no one could predict whether that fire earthworm might emerge at any moment to devour them all. Continuing onward, near a 3-story building, the group decided to take a brief respite. Crouching on the ground, Lin Jie carefully wiped the long sword he had retrieved from the earth with a handkerchief from his pocket. After a century, it remains entirely unblemished, a true treasure indeed. His delight is akin to that of an avid collector who has just acquired their most cherished figurine. However, amidst Lin Jie's joy, Li Xiang, seated nearby, suddenly changed his demeanor, as though he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. He raised his hand and began counting repeatedly. Something's amiss, he murmured, lowering his hand. What is the matter? Rex inquired, puzzled by Li Xiang's demeanor, as everyone else was present and accounted for. Do you recall how many people there were during roll call this morning? Li Xiang asked him. 59. Is there a problem? Rex responded, his curiosity piqued further by Li Xiang's tone. Count them now, Li Xiang said, a hint of fear evident in his voice. Though somewhat perplexed, Rex complied. 1, 2, 3. 56, 57. 57. Rex exclaimed, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. 2 people are missing. Everyone sprang to their feet, alarmed. In this moment of urgency, the remaining seated individuals stood up, drawing closer to one another. Has anyone seen Michelle and Bella? Rex called out, naming the 2 missing classmates, his anxiety surpassing that of Li Xiang. They were just here, a boy responded, glancing around for the familiar figures. How strange, where could they have gone? He pondered, his own nerves beginning to fray, mirroring the anxiety spreading among the group. It's impossible, we were all together. How could they just vanish? Someone voiced their disbelief. As the situation grew increasingly eerie, they had been cautioned repeatedly not to stray alone, especially in such a perilous environment. It was inconceivable that the 2 would have ventured off on their own. We might be dealing with something supernatural, Rex exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice as he pressed the boy for details. When was the last time you saw them? It was near that intersection, the boy replied promptly, his memory clearly vivid. Now, with two individuals unaccounted for, an ominous portent loomed over them. Should we search for them? Lin Jie suggested, recognizing that the disappearance of living individuals exceeded their understanding. No, Rex firmly rejected the notion. Our current situation requires us to remain concealed. If we go searching, we risk attracting those creatures. It seemed likely that the two were beyond saving, and they could only continue onward, albeit with heightened vigilance, ever watchful for further inexplicable disappearances, which weighed heavily on their minds. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind. Instantly, all attention shifted towards the source. A girl, ensnared by a massive, fleshy entity, was being lifted into the air, desperately clutching a protruding wooden beam to avoid being whisked away without a trace. However, it was evident that she could not endure for much longer, which provoked screams from the majority of onlookers. Uncertain whether it was the sword in his hand that emboldened him, Lin Jie unexpectedly seized the moment when no one was paying attention, drew the blade, and charged forward. With a sudden leap, he elicited a cold sweat from Li Qiang, who had just begun to react and was about to shout a warning. As Lin Jie struck down, the grotesque mass before him split in two, taking the girl along with it. Unbelievable, Zhang Qiang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the sight. Lin Jie, who had orchestrated the previous night's chaos, was momentarily dazed, pondering when he had become so reckless. However, before he could dwell on it, a thunderous roar echoed from a nearby location. What had seemed empty moments ago now revealed a grotesque mound of flesh slowly materializing, ultimately exposing a massive toad, leaving everyone aghast. How could a toad grow to such proportions? The portion Lin Jie had severed was revealed to be its tongue. In an instant, the single thought that raced through his mind was to flee. Run, he shouted, grasping the girl who had just escaped her ordeal and summoning every ounce of strength to outpace everyone else. Upon hearing his cry, the remaining individuals realized the gravity of the situation and frantically surged forward, each desperate to survive. This was genuine peril. The enormous toad, wounded by its prey, let out a furious bellow upon witnessing the mass exodus. With a powerful thrust, it leaped several dozen meters, closing the distance between itself and the fleeing crowd. The front runners were left in shock. Escape seemed impossible. Yet, despite this realization, they propelled their legs forward in a frenzy, unwilling to face their demise. With a thunderous crash, the toad leapt again, this time drawing even closer to the throng. As it neared within 10 meters, despair began to seep into the eyes of the last person in line. With another explosive leap, the monstrous creature was poised to collide with the crowd. Suddenly, an even more formidable roar erupted from the side. Just as the toad was about to crash into them, a colossal lizard barreled into its path, sending both the toad and the lizard flying over 10 meters away. What was happening? Confusion spread among the crowd. Was this lizard some benevolent creature come to their rescue? Yet, in the next moment, they beheld a second, third, and fourth lizard. There were a total of 12 gigantic lizards. Understanding dawned upon them. These were predators vying for a meal. Despair enveloped the crowd completely. Stop standing there like fools. If you want to live, keep running, Li Qiang shouted, urging everyone towards the direction of the colossal castle. Lin Jie had already sheathed his sword and was sprinting with all his might. They sprinted ahead, while the monstrous lizards behind them were relentless. Apart from a few that were tearing at a large toad, the rest were engaged in the relentless pursuit of this group of prey. Their speed was formidable. Within minutes, they caught up to a laggard. With a gaping maw, one of the lizards snapped shut, swallowing the unfortunate victim whole, much to the horror of onlookers, sending shivers down their spines and prompting them to flee with even greater fervor. Some, in their frantic escape, found themselves involuntarily releasing their bladders, paralyzed by fear. With the first taken, a second and a third soon followed. Those who lagged behind were swiftly overtaken, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of the fleeing individuals had perished. The massive fortress loomed ever closer before them. In this moment of despair, every individual summoned the fiercest strength they had ever known, their faces flushed from exertion, but their pace unyielding, even accelerating. At last, they spotted a gap in the fortress wall, about a meter wide. A wave of relief washed over them, igniting a desperate burst of speed. As they reached the opening, disregarding any potential dangers below, they slid sideways and tumbled in. Thankfully, the drop was shallow, only half a meter to the ground, and none were fatally harmed. As the last surviving individual crawled through, the resounding thud of the lizard's jaws against the wall echoed ominously. Witnessing their prey escape, the lizards emitted hoarse cries reminiscent of infant wails. Upon realizing they could not enter, the escapees collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The danger they had just fled still fresh in their minds. Had they lingered even a moment longer, they could have truly run themselves to exhaustion. Lin Jie, equally breathless, did not succumb like the others. Instead, he braced himself, calling out for Zhang Qiang. "I'm still alive." A voice from the ground stammered in response. "Damn, I thought you were done for," Lin Jie replied, relief flooding over him upon hearing the familiar voice of his dear friend, a bond he was terrified of losing. Unable to maintain his stance, he too collapsed, panting heavily. The harrowing flight had drained every ounce of energy from him. Chapter 15. The underground corridor time seemed to blur as the terrifying lizards outside continued their relentless assault, stretching their claws and emitting hoarse, infant-like cries. Unfortunately, the narrow opening of merely a meter was far too constricting for their massive forms to breach. Meanwhile, the survivors had little strength left. Aside from the sporadic sound of their breaths, there was an unsettling silence. Feeling a flicker of regained strength, the class leader, Li Xiang, propped himself up, surveying their surroundings. They had fallen into what appeared to be a lengthy corridor, with the whole merely a coincidental opening in this segment. The gray stone was the only texture present, the walls smoothed to an unnaturally even finish. Understanding his predicament, he shifted his gaze toward the surviving individuals around him. It was evident that the number of people had dwindled significantly since their arrival. Originally a group of 63, only 40 remained after enduring a series of harrowing trials. A somber realization struck him. 16 lives had succumbed along that perilous journey of merely a few kilometers. The thought brought a stinging sensation to his nose, a wave of sorrow threatening to overwhelm him. This cursed place had claimed so many classmates. In just 2 days, lives that could have been spared were lost. All due to this ill-fated expedition. Gradually, more individuals began to recover, yet everyone sat on the ground, indifferent to the monstrous lizard outside, which continued its relentless roar. The toll of death was too great. Many had lost friends and loved ones. A sudden cry pierced the air as one fragile soul broke down, triggering an emotional response among the others, even causing some of the more stoic figures to shed tears. "Enough, no more tears," Li Qiang urged, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "We will remember our fallen comrades. Now, we must press on. We have come this far. Must we abandon all hope?" Sensing the rising tide of despair, he attempted to inspire the group. They had no time for grief. They stood at the threshold of a critical juncture. If they could navigate past this castle, they would reach the vital river, and victory lay within their grasp. In silence, they honored their deceased companions, hoping that their passing was not in vain but a return to reality, however unlikely that may be. With renewed determination, they set forth once more. The few individuals at the front switched on their flashlights, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Moving toward the northern path, the distant wails of the colossal creature gradually faded away. They formed a line along the wall's edge, cautiously advancing. The tunnel was not extensive. After approximately half an hour of running, they arrived at an imposing barrier reminiscent of the grand door they had encountered in the arena the previous day. Despair washed over them, for it seemed their escape was now thwarted. They found themselves trapped, with the terrifying beast outside, and this formidable door blocking their way. After enduring such hardships and losing so many, to face this fate was unbearable. Nonetheless, they had to at least attempt to open the door. Observing the despondency among the group, Ivan shared his perspective and approached the door, flashlight in hand, to inspect it closely. In truth, while speaking of the task was simple, executing it proved challenging. After at least half an hour of fruitless effort, Lin Jie could discern no progress from Ivan's attempts. "Is there hope?" he inquired, handing Ivan a bottle of water. "Not at the moment," came the reply, accompanied by a mere brushing back of his hair. "From a positive perspective, this is a grand gate sculpted from granite. Frankly speaking, were it not for the slight crevice present, one might easily mistake it for a mere wall upon first glance. Beyond that, there is little of particular note. I recall watching a television drama where such places often concealed mechanisms. Should we perhaps investigate?" Zhang Qiang leaned in, and seeing the two of them at a loss, he proposed the idea. "What do you think?" Lin Jie similarly looked towards Iwan. "Let us search," he shrugged. And thus the three of them proceeded to explore, meticulously examining every rock, pressing and prodding, yet to no avail. "It seems we have overthought it," Iwan said, somewhat embarrassed. It appeared they were genuinely trapped this time. Will this cursed place not grant us a way out? With no apparent solution, Zhang Qiang struck the gate in frustration, venting his anger. Unexpectedly, his punch left a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the door. This left not only the other two, but even Zhang Qiang momentarily stunned. Was he truly that powerful? Suddenly, with a crack, a cylindrical stone rose beneath their feet, halting at about a meter in height. It turned out some force was required. The group finally realized this. Observing the commotion, Those around who had lost hope stood up, sensing they might not be trapped here after all. As they gazed at the cylindrical stone platform before them, they began to scrutinize it, hoping to uncover some clues. Lin Jie noticed some inscriptions, pointing them out. Clearly, it was meant for Iwan, who translated, "Only true bloodline can unlock it." What does that mean? Zhang Qiang asked, perplexed. Iwan replied that he could only translate, not decipher. Upon closer inspection, aside from the text, there was merely a crack at the top, lacking any other distinctive features. Could it be that we need to shed blood? Zhang Qiang speculated, recalling tales where protagonists entered special doors through bloodletting. However, the inscription mentioned a true bloodline. How could one be certain of that? A single remark shattered Zhang Qiang's fantasy. Gazing at the crack, Lin Jie recalled the sword he had brought from underground. After drawing it out, he found it fit perfectly in width. What are you planning? Iwan and Zhang Qiang asked, puzzled as he produced the long sword. He regarded them, then aligned the sword with the crack, stating, "Let us give it a try," before inserting it. With a sharp sound, a noise emanated from within the cylindrical structure. "It truly works," he exclaimed joyfully, but after a series of mechanical sounds, it ceased to function. "It failed," the others said, feeling somewhat disheartened, having anticipated success. "I wonder if we need to turn it, like a key," Zhang Qiang suggested once more. In a moment of desperation, Lin Jie took heed of his words and made an attempt. To his astonishment, with a firm twist, the mechanism indeed responded, and the previously vanished sound returned. Remarkably, the door began to shift. Chapter 16. The enormous treasure and the dragon egg. As Lin Jie turned the sword in his hand, the grand door seemingly obeyed an unseen command, gradually opening and stirring up a thick cloud of dust that momentarily obscured their vision. However, once the door fully swung open, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their faces revealing expressions of pure incredulity. "We struck gold." Zhang Qiang was the first to break the silence, muttering in disbelief before rushing forward without a second thought. Behind the door lay an astonishing array of treasures, a veritable mountain of gold and silver, an assortment of gemstones, exquisite artifacts, and countless armors and weapons, carelessly discarded like refuse, scattered haphazardly across the floor. The sheer volume was overwhelming, stretching beyond the horizon of their gaze. Each colossal pillar was adorned with gigantic dragon heads crafted from gold, flames flickering from their mouths, illuminating every corner of the chamber. It became evident that they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Staring at the dazzling spectacle, Lin Jie could hardly believe his eyes. Though he had anticipated wealth upon the door's opening, he had never imagined it would manifest in such monumental proportions. At that moment, the gloom that had shrouded them dissipated entirely. Gazing upon the riches before them, even a mere handful could elevate them to the ranks of the wealthiest on earth. The heaps of gold alone could purchase half the globe, not to mention the vast quantities of silver and the multitude of resplendent gems. There was simply too much to comprehend. Many believed this bounty to be divine recompense. They rushed forward, arms wide open, some even lying down to swim through the uncountable coins. The girls sifted through the treasures, adorning themselves with exquisite jewelry of gold, silver, and stunning crystals, regardless of their worth. Each piece became a coveted prize. The boys, meanwhile, filled their bags with endless gold coins. And once those were full, they stuffed their pockets, shoes, and pants. Others were drawn to the intricately crafted armors strewn across the ground, each competing to don them while continuing to gather the glittering coins. The frenzy was palpable. A wealth that could sustain them for countless lifetimes had the power to erase all their worries. Everyone, pause for a moment. Li Sheng's voice pierced through the euphoric chaos, abruptly breaking the trance that had captivated them. "Classmates, you do not intend to take all of this with you, do you?" This, however, left some individuals perplexed. Is it not feasible? Witnessing that the crowd had yet to respond, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. "I must say, dear friends, could we not exercise a modicum of rationality? With so many possessions, do you truly believe you can carry them all? Do you not wish to leave this place?" The students still seemed oblivious, questioning the relevance of these treasures. Upon hearing such a thoughtless inquiry, Rex found himself at a loss for words. "I say, classmates, we are without transportation and trapped here. How do you propose to carry all this wealth away?" Upon hearing this, they began to comprehend their predicament. They were mesmerized by the riches before them, yet lacked a vehicle and belonged to the trapped populace. How could they possibly transport these valuables? Nonetheless, some remained reluctant, pondering the idea of leaving such splendid items behind. This was a student from Rex's class, currently adorned with an array of gold and jewels. Seeing one of his own students, Rex felt a twinge of displeasure. "Oh, my dear Richard, do you intend to make this your permanent residence? Pray tell, how do you plan to exit with all that you carry? Are you prepared to flee from those creatures in such a manner? This left the student momentarily speechless. Observing that everyone had come to a realization, Li Sheng continued. In my opinion, it would suffice to take just a few items. We should ensure that we do not leave empty-handed. This remark plunged many into contemplation, halting those who were previously engrossed in hoarding gold as they began to consider his suggestion. It is paramount to prioritize taking useful items. After all, surviving to exit is far more valuable than these trinkets. One cannot possess wealth without the means to enjoy it. At this juncture, Wang Hu, sensing the situation was amiss, also joined in to counsel the others. His words led many to resign themselves to the inevitable, reluctantly discarding the treasures that had filled their arms. After all, they were university graduates, not entirely devoid of common sense. They understood that stubbornly clinging to riches would ultimately lead to their demise. No amount of wealth surpasses the value of life. Observing this turn of events, Li Sheng felt a sense of relief. If they had continued on this path, they would likely perish, guarding their treasures only to starve. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiang and Lin Jie had reached the area where the armor and weapons were stored. After hearing Li Sheng's words, they abandoned thoughts of gold and silver, redirecting their attention to this more practical selection. Clearly, in such a situation, these items were far more useful, with thousands of sets of armor available for Lin Jie to meticulously choose from. By the way, old Lin, are you truly considering wearing that iron tortoise shell? Zhang Qiang questioned, bemused as he watched his good friend carefully select his gear. Did not the class leader just mention that these items are cumbersome and heavy, impeding our speed? Why bother with them now? Unfazed by his friend's comments, Lin Jie understood that despite their apparent weight, once donned, the mass would be distributed evenly across his body, thus not hindering his movement. Very well, take your time. I shall explore elsewhere for the moment. Seeing Lin Jie lingering here, Zhang Qiang too felt a lack of interest and decided to venture off to examine other items. Finally, tranquility returned. Observing Zhang Qiang move away, Lin Jie's heart also settled, allowing him to focus on selecting the armor he had encountered. Old Lin, look. What is this? Just a short distance away, Zhang Qiang's voice interrupted Lin Jie, who was attempting to don the armor. Taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation and the urge to reprimand Zhang Qiang, Lin Jie placed the armor back and approached to see what this fellow was up to. I say, Qiangzi, is there nothing of worth that can't wait until I'm finished? Lin Jie grumbled as he walked over with a scowl. However, upon witnessing what Zhang Qiang was showing him, his eyes widened in astonishment. There it was, a round object, adorned with scales, resting atop a massive cabinet. A dragon, a dragon, a dragon egg. He stammered, utterly astounded by the most unbelievable sight. On that enormous cabinet, dozens of eggs of varying shapes were displayed, each covered in delicate scales, creating a distinct space. If these were not dragon eggs, what else could they be? They were the offspring of the legendary and formidable creature known as the dragon. Struggling to believe his own eyes, Lin Jie rubbed them vigorously to confirm he was not mistaken. The sensation was even more electrifying than winning a staggering 50 billion. For a moment, he found it difficult to distinguish reality from fantasy. Indeed, there are dragon eggs, he murmured, and soon this disbelief transformed into exuberant joy. Dragon eggs. To think we could find dragon eggs. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Zhang Qiang and burst into jubilant cheers. Are you serious? These are dragon eggs? Upon witnessing Lin Jie's reaction, Zhang Qiang too was taken aback. He had initially thought they were mere artifacts, appreciating their beauty, never expecting them to be dragon eggs. Lin Jie's earlier excitement quickly turned to incredulity. Haven't you been claiming to be watching the show with me? How could you not recognize this? You truly are a faux fan. Perhaps Lin Jie's exuberance was too pronounced, attracting the attention of others who, thinking something significant had occurred, gathered around. What is happening? Is there a problem? Upon seeing Lin Jie gesturing animatedly, Li Sheng immediately inquired. Similarly, Aiwen arrived, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, dragon eggs." He uttered a phrase steeped in cultural essence, surprising everyone with his fluency. What on earth are you two making such a fuss about? Li Sheng, somewhat irritated, pressed. What could possibly warrant such excitement? With their numbers already dwindling, the thought of two more losing composure raised concerns about their ability to exit. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiang interjected, "We've just found dragon eggs." What eggs? Li Sheng inquired, somewhat bewildered. Dragon eggs, the eggs of dragons. Zhang Qiang reiterated, ensuring Li Sheng understood the gravity of the revelation. Listening attentively, Li Sheng began to comprehend the madness that had overtaken these two individuals. Chapter 17. The possibility of hatching dragon eggs. To his astonishment, it truly existed. With cautious hands, Lin Jie gently cradled a dragon egg, drawing it closer, terrified that a momentary lapse could lead to its shattering. He counted. There were a total of 32 eggs remaining in this place. Gazing at these exquisite artifacts, Lin Jie felt his heart racing. If the Valyrian steel sword had previously represented a cherished figurine for a devoted fan, then this dragon egg was akin to those beloved characters from the realm of fantasy materializing into reality and addressing him as their master, an utterly irresistible allure. Quickly, let me see. As Lin Jie held the dragon egg for quite some time, Evan could no longer contain his own trembling anticipation. Naturally, Lin Jie, able to empathize with such feelings, cautiously handed the egg over to him. It was not only Evan who was captivated. All 40 students present rushed over to behold this legendary dragon egg. At first glance, the egg Lin Jie had retrieved exhibited a vibrant emerald hue, slightly larger than an ostrich egg, adorned with an intricate pattern of tiny dragon scales. It was evident that it had been preserved remarkably well. After centuries, it remained flawless. Do you think, after all these years, this egg can still hatch? Observing the egg in Evan's hands, Zhang Qiang recalled their discussion from the previous evening, remembering Evan mentioning that prolonged periods could lead to the egg becoming a stillborn. This statement plunged them into deep contemplation. It should be possible, Lin Jie mused, recalling the portrayal of Daenerys' 3 eggs in the series. Those eggs had turned to fossilized remnants, yet still managed to hatch. When Evan gently shook the egg, a faint sound of liquid sloshing could be heard, suggesting it remained viable. It should be capable of hatching. With 32 dragon eggs in their possession, the odds were in their favor. Even if just one hatched, it would be a triumph. Are we all taking one? Li Sheng inquired, having discerned Lin Jie and Evan's intentions. However, each of these eggs was larger than his own head, making it rather impractical to transport them. Lin Jie fell into contemplation. Indeed, he had initially wished to take all the eggs, but upon reflection, that seemed rather unrealistic. Let those who wish to take one do so. He recalled the stipulations from the book. He had no desire to monopolize them all, for it was common knowledge that a single dragon could reign over a mortal kingdom. This notion aligned with their current predicament. Ultimately, he called for a show of hands. Who among them was willing to take a dragon egg? To his surprise, only 20 individuals raised their hands, which was somewhat unexpected. Lin Jie had assumed that everyone would be eager, even preparing for a lottery, but the substantial gap was disheartening. However, upon further reflection, it was understandable. Who would want to slow their pace for an object with a low probability of hatching? Indeed, they might find themselves discarding it in haste if it became cumbersome. Then let us choose for ourselves, Lin Jie suggested, noticing a few vacancies. The group readily agreed. Then, Lin Jie was the first to select a dragon egg, choosing a pale golden one, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found the color aesthetically pleasing. Following him was AI-1, who picked the light green egg, declaring it to be his lucky color. Next was Rex, who opted for a dark red egg. Then came Li Sheng, who chose a deep black dragon egg. Zhang Qiang selected a brown one, while Wang Hu picked a silver egg. Subsequently, Janie from Rex's class expressed her desire for a dragon egg as well, specifically the deep blue one. Earlier, Richard had also chosen a dark red egg, while Su Tong settled on a golden one. Ron, also from Rex's class, selected a silver gold egg. Bimi La, a blonde girl, likewise chose a silver egg. Carl opted for a deep green one, while Li Minghua took a reddish-brown egg. Jiang Meng, a frail boy, claimed the only pale purple dragon egg. In the end, the two classes had split the dragon eggs evenly. Looking at the 6 remaining eggs, Lin Jie felt a pang of regret. Such precious treasures, each capable of causing him great distress, yet he had to abandon 6 of them. However, there was no choice. The remaining individuals were unwilling to take them, and those who had already chosen could not carry more, leaving them behind. Gritting his teeth, Li Sheng picked up a smaller red dragon egg and packed it alongside the one he had previously selected, sacrificing his portable laptop in the process. As it was of no use here without electricity or internet access, Li Sheng, who happened to witness this scene, frowned slightly. It was evident that this was not safe. Shaolin, those two together weigh several pounds. Aren't you tired? It's fine. Compared to the books from my childhood, this is light, Lin Jie jested. I know you're stubborn, but this isn't the time for jokes. One is already heavy. Carrying another will hinder your speed, Li Sheng gently advised, genuinely concerned for Lin Jie's safety. Yet, Lin Jie replied earnestly, Class leader, you needn't worry. If anything happens, it is my responsibility. I simply cannot bear to leave these eggs behind. He stated this in an almost irrefutable tone. All right. Seeing that Lin Jie was resolute, Li Sheng felt it inappropriate to press further. After that, Everyone merely packed some coins into their bags for use after their escape, refraining from taking anything heavy or large. Interestingly, the girls adorned themselves with numerous accessories for their ears and hair, clearly benefiting from their gender advantage, which drew sighs of admiration from the boys. "Hey, Lao Lin, aren't you going to wear your armor?" As they were about to leave, Zhang Qiang noticed that Lin Jie was still dressed in his original clothes, perplexed. Hearing his words, Lin Jie pondered where this fellow's intellect truly resided. How could he be so astute in critical moments, yet utterly ineffectual in mundane circumstances? Was it not self-evident that carrying 2 dragon eggs while clad in armor would hinder one's mobility? Indeed, although the armor was too cumbersome to wear, it did not impede their ability to wield weapons. Each of them now brandished a longsword and sported a dagger at their waist. While they still lacked the strength to combat those monstrous foes, at least they were no longer as defenseless as when they first arrived. Finding a semblance of courage in the face of fear, observing that they had gathered nearly all they could, the group felt a wave of satisfaction. Relieved to have stumbled upon such fortune this time, prepared for the journey ahead, they resolved to make their way to the river on the surface. They had previously discovered that this vast chamber connected to the outside through a hidden door. A mere tug on the iron ring would cause the wall to part, ensuring their safety. At this moment, they stood on the precipice of victory, with just a final step to take. Chapter 18. Escape everyone, be vigilant, and prioritize safety. They cautioned as they opened the concealed door. Emerging from their previous scavenging in the depths, they found themselves back on the surface. The sudden exposure to daylight brought a sense of relief, as they had feared being trapped indefinitely. Lin Jie wryly remarked on their fortuitous escape, vowing never to endure that disheartening transition from despair to surprise again. The tunnel seemed to traverse the entire castle, and they now realized they had reached the opposite side of the city. In stark contrast to the previous area, the structures here bore the scars of greater devastation. Ruins sprawled in every direction, with only a handful of intact buildings remaining, easily counted on one hand. The paths were buried beneath the debris, and to proceed, they had no choice but to navigate the immense wreckage. Suddenly, a colossal head burst through the ground, resembling a worm as it emerged and soared through the sky, only to burrow back into the earth moments later. Once the dust settled, it was as if nothing had transpired. Not far from this scene, Lin Jie and his companions crouched behind a fractured wall, waiting for the behemoth to depart before daring to peek out, perhaps due to their proximity to the nearby volcanoes. The fireworms here were notably more active than on the other side of the city. They frequently witnessed one erupt from the ground, preying on other exposed monsters. So far, they had encountered 4 of these creatures. Fortunately, these beings relied solely on external vibrations to hunt, and although their numbers were considerable, their scattered formation rendered them largely undetectable by the monsters. "Shoo," Lin Jie whispered after they had traversed a considerable distance, signaling for the group to lower their bodies. Before them, the ground trembled once more as another fireworm erupted, its target a massive lion lurking in the distance. A mane of russet hair swayed gracefully in the fierce wind. With a formidable frame of approximately 7 meters hunched over, its massive claws gripping the ground, poised for an imminent attack. The creature capable of surviving in such an environment was undoubtedly no ordinary being. With a thunderous roar, the colossal fireworm, having just emerged from the earth, unleashed a fierce bellow, then darted forward like a bolt of lightning, its enormous yet slender body providing ample propulsion. With a resounding crash, just before collision, it expelled a torrent of flames that enveloped the lion entirely. As the flames dissipated, the anticipated charred remains did not materialize. In fact, the lion's mane remained unscathed, save for a slight singe. Clearly, the fireworm aimed only to disorient the lion, allowing its elongated form to swiftly maneuver around it, utilizing its nearly imperceptible limbs. The fireworm coiled around the lion's body, producing a cacophony of cracking bones that echoed even to the distant onlookers, showcasing its immense strength. In agony, the lion turned its head, raising its colossal paw to frantically claw and tear at its assailant. Its eyes burned crimson as it clamped down on one half of the fireworm, crunching through the protective scales with a resounding snap. In an instant, a shrill hiss erupted from the fireworm, akin to a serpent's cry, as it swiftly slipped free, its head plunging towards the ground, evidently resorting to a stealthy approach. A tactic previously witnessed the day before. The lion emitted a low growl, vigilant and scanning its surroundings. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, it leaped onto another ruin with the grace of a cat, leaving behind the spot where it had just taken off. As it jumped, a significant portion of the fireworm's body emerged, but the lion, seizing the moment, pounced and seized its robust neck in its jaws. Instantly, The fireworm coiled its entire body, spewing flames in a frantic attempt to escape the lion's formidable grip, its massive tail entangling the lion's neck in a desperate bid to constrict it. Yet the lion, undeterred by the pain coursing through its body, maintained its crushing hold, gradually fracturing the fireworm's resilient scales. The agony intensified, driving the fireworm into a frenzy. Its previously sporadic flames transformed into a continuous, vibrant blaze, the hue shifting from pale yellow to a dazzling gold. At this juncture, the lion could endure no more. It relinquished its grip, flinging the fireworm aside. One of its eyes reduced to a liquid state from the searing heat, leaving a vacant socket. Seizing the opportunity, the fireworm retaliated, swiftly coiling around the anguished lion, sinking its fangs into its shoulder and tearing away a considerable amount of flesh. The lion emitted a dolorous roar, disregarding the wounds upon its visage, as its claws tore at the abhorrent creature clinging to it. With a swift motion, its sharp talons rent the fireworm's formidable scales, leaving deep lacerations. Yet, the fireworm persisted, relentlessly gnawing at the lion's shoulder, neck, and even its limbs. With a head akin to steel, it burrowed deep into the lion's throat, unleashing a torrent of flames that caused black smoke to billow from the lion's orifices. At last, the lion could no longer endure the onslaught and collapsed, marking the battle's conclusion with the fireworm's triumph. The distant onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, remained emotionally unperturbed, having long acclimated to the fierce clashes between such colossal beasts. Had the conflict not posed a threat to them, they might have regarded it as mere entertainment. Truth be told, these creatures were indeed formidable. Even such a large lion could be slain. After observing the battle, Zhang Qiang incessantly extolled the prowess of the fireworms, while the others, indifferent, pressed onward, their pace unabated. At their current rate, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would likely reach the river etched in Lin Jie's memory by afternoon. Fortunately, this region primarily served as a hunting ground for the fireworms, and the population of these monsters was regrettably sparse. After traversing for so long, they encountered not only the giant lizards but also only a few scattered scorpion-tailed beasts, which were easily dispatched without posing any significant threat. Consequently, the group quickened their pace, free from excessive concern about sudden ambushes. As long as they kept their noise to a minimum, they would not attract the numerous fireworms lurking beneath the earth. At long last, they arrived, the sound of rushing water resonating nearby, eliciting expressions of relief from the weary travelers. Upon reaching the river, hope flickered anew for their escape from this ravaged city. They hastened their steps, buoyed by the increasingly proximate sound of flowing water, and gradually, they inhaled the damp, refreshing air. Not far ahead lay a wide river, spanning several meters, flowing east to west, cutting through the ruins, with surrounding collapsed boulders adorned in lush moss, bestowing a rare touch of green to the gray cityscape. Chapter 19. The ambush. Finally, they had arrived. Listening to the gentle rush of the water, Zhang Qiang developed an unexpected fondness for the damp ground. As a person who favored dryness, he disregarded the muddy terrain and plopped down. Although they remained trapped here, the presence of the river ignited hope. Should they find a boat, even a modest one, their escape would be possible. This prospect became their lifeline, precisely what they needed at that moment. Surveying the surroundings, they beheld the broad river, several meters wide, with remnants of a similarly devastated city on the opposite bank. The prolonged absence of sunlight, compounded by the humidity, resulted in an unending spread of moss, cloaking the fallen rocks of varying sizes. On the western bank of the river lies the remnants of a colossal arched stone bridge, of which half has collapsed, perhaps long since swept away by the river's currents. What remains are the sturdy bridge piers and a few solitary stone slabs that still cling to the structure. At this moment, we ponder our next step. As we leisurely approach, before Lin Jie has taken his seat, Li Sheng inquires about our direction. We have now reached our first destination after our escape, and the subsequent course of action hinges on the insights of Lin Jie and AI-1, the two who possess a deeper understanding of our circumstances. The others await their guidance with anticipation, especially after the prolonged struggle and the sacrifices made, all aimed at achieving our escape. Where do you think we should go? Lin Jie asks AI-1, acknowledging that while he is also an ardent admirer, he lacks AI-1's formidable expertise, particularly in the Valyrian language, which AI-1 can recite flawlessly. Thus, Lin Jie seeks AI-1's perspective. Gazing at the rudimentary map they have drawn, AI-1 ponders for a moment before responding. Currently, we find ourselves on the island that houses Valyria's main city. In terms of direction, this river flows eastward, like a wisp of smoke over the sea. In my view, we should head east. His suggestion leaves others puzzled, questioning why we would venture east when the sea surrounds us on all sides. In response to their queries, AI one elucidates, pointing at the map. If we were to travel upstream to the west, we would encounter the Sea of Sorrows, specifically the location of the Slaves' Bay. Although they typically do not enter Valyria, should we seek a vessel for our departure, we might easily encounter those slave ships. I believe the odds of us prevailing against them, given our small number, are quite slim. He continues. Conversely, heading west, he pauses. Tapping on a specific point on the map leads us to the free cities. While they too engage in slavery, their practices are somewhat more refined. They do not indiscriminately capture individuals, and their scale is not as vast as that of Slaves' Bay, which primarily focuses on gathering war captives and trading enslaved persons. Their operations are comparatively smaller, which works to our advantage. Moreover, the shipping routes they navigate are closer and more densely populated. With a stroke of luck, we may reach the mainland more swiftly. Having articulated a series of compelling arguments, AI one conveys the myriad benefits of traveling west. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, the group resolves to proceed along the river toward the west. Should we manage to find a vessel, even a derelict one, it would be preferable to remaining stranded among the ruins, scavenging the remnants of those structures, as the day is still relatively young, and considering our proximity to the ruins. For safety's sake, the group has no intention of spending the night here. Instead, we set forth as planned, heading westward, hoping to discover a more favorable location. At the very least, all signs indicate that events are unfolding in a positive direction. Continuing along the river, the remnants on either side gradually diminish until they vanish altogether, signifying that we have completely departed from the urban confines of the free fortress and have now entered the wilderness. However, the scenery here has not changed significantly. It remains as barren as ever. Even though we are now some distance from the city, the land continues to be a dark brown, utterly inhospitable to any form of life. There are no trees, no shrubs, and aside from the resilient moss, only a few stray blades of grass bear witness to the existence of any living beings. Ultimately, the group decided to stay overnight near a small hillock. They took out their blankets or laid down their clothes on the ground, and for the first time in days, they managed to kindle a campfire. At last, they resembled human beings again, basking in the warmth of the flickering flames, which also warmed their hearts. Although there was nothing available to burn, someone had brought along a fuel bottle, evidently intending to barbecue during their travels, though they never imagined it would be utilized in such a desolate place. Leaning against the campfire, Lin Jie retrieved the dragon egg he had packed away and brought it closer to the flickering flames. Unbeknownst to him, this action startled Zhang Qiang, who exclaimed, "What are you thinking, old Lin? If you're hungry, I've got food. Don't roast the egg." He quickly snatched the dragon egg away, wiping it off with great care, fearful that it might actually get cooked. Witnessing this, Iwan burst into laughter. "Ha, Zhang Qiang, you've misunderstood. He is not trying to roast the egg. He wants to incubate it." "What do you mean?" Zhang Qiang was puzzled. He understood that incubating an egg required warmth, but he had never seen anyone attempt to incubate an egg over an open flame. "You don't understand. Dragon eggs need high temperatures to hatch." In the series, Daenerys' eggs were hatched amidst flames. Seeing that Zhang Qiang still didn't grasp it, Iwan elaborated, causing him to ponder. It seemed that Iwan was indeed correct. Recalling the scenes he had watched with Lin Jie, although he had mostly dozed off, he had been fully attentive during the more intense moments. Now, reflecting on it, it appeared that the eggs had been hatching from the very flames. "Then I shall join as well." Zhang Qiang, realizing his earlier misunderstanding, felt a bit embarrassed and placed his own egg beside the fire. Observing his actions, Lin Jie couldn't help but chuckle. How long had this naive fellow been deceived? He had assumed he was watching dramas with Lin Jie every day, at least enough to grasp some concepts. After laughing, Iwan also positioned his egg near the flames. This prompted others who had dragon eggs to follow suit, placing their eggs in front of the fire as well. Some even began to quarrel over the best spots to position their eggs. In no time, several clusters of flames were surrounded by dragon eggs, creating an amusing scene that made it seem as though they were hosting a barbecue gathering. As night fell, the customary routine persisted, with everyone divided into 3 groups to take turns on watch. Though they had distanced themselves from the ruins of Valyria, their prudence remained unwavering. The campfire blazed on, casting flickering shadows, while Lin Jie sat in front of it, grappling with boredom. Aside from occasionally adjusting the dragon egg to ensure even warmth, he found himself lost in existential contemplation while gazing into the flames. Alongside him, Zhang Qiang was also part of the first watch group, idly chewing on a bag of sunflower seeds, embodying the notion that sometimes eating serves as a form of entertainment. "By the way, old Lin," Zhang Qiang casually mused, cracking open a seed, "what if that egg actually hatches? I recall someone mentioning that only those of Valyrian blood can tame dragons. If we manage to hatch it, will it even listen to us? Lin Jie pondered this, recalling the narrative's premise. Indeed, Valyrians were said to command dragons through their blood and the dragon's horn. Historically, there had never been a record of mortals controlling dragons. If they succeeded in hatching the egg, it would likely behave like a wild beast, entirely uncontrollable. Setting aside the issue of bloodline, they had not even discovered the dragon's horn in the previous treasure trove. After much contemplation, he realized there were no practical solutions at hand. Forget it, he finally concluded. Let's focus on hatching it first. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Stretching his neck, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Keep an eye on things here. I need to use the restroom, he said to Zhang Qiang, unsheathing his sword as he prepared to rise. Is that wise? The leader said to handle such matters on the spot and not to wander off alone. Zhang Qiang expressed concern, recalling how they had lost a member on the first day due to a bathroom break. Lin Jie, however, was not overly anxious. It's fine. I'll just be around the corner, he reassured him, disregarding Zhang Qiang's worries as he hastened to the other side to relieve himself. Sighing with relief, he savored the satisfaction of the moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Assuming it was Zhang Qiang, he grumbled, I said I'm just around the corner. Don't follow me. Without turning around, and while adjusting his belt, he casually remarked, then turned to see what Zhang Qiang was up to. To his surprise, no one was there. Instantly, he drew his sword, alertness surging within him. He had heard the footsteps distinctly. Even Zhang Qiang wouldn't engage in a game of hide-and-seek at such a time. Something felt amiss. He scanned the surroundings, puzzled that he found nothing. Could it be that he had misheard? Though bewildered, he decided to sheath his sword and return. Just as he turned back, a shadow suddenly leaped forward, charging towards him. What the? Startled by the sight, Lin Jie, who had been preparing to sheath his sword, quickly raised it in defense. As the shadow approached, he deftly struck towards its waist. The reason he refrained from aiming for the head was his lack of confidence in his swordsmanship. Targeting a larger area significantly increased his chances of success. With a resounding clang, an inexplicable sound arose upon his strike, as if he had encountered an object covered in scales or something equally impenetrable. To his astonishment, even the Valyrian steel sword, known for its ability to slice through iron, could not penetrate this material. In that moment of bewilderment, the shadow advanced several steps closer, prompting Lin Jie to retreat abruptly, striving to maximize the distance between them. Retracting his sword, he regained his composure and, taking advantage of the creature's staggering posture, swung his blade down towards its neck. Clearly, the neck was not fortified by armor as resilient as its body, and his strike found its mark, embedding itself halfway before losing momentum and halting. To his surprise, even with half of its neck severed, the creature did not perish immediately. It continued to grasp at the air for several seconds before finally succumbing, its form sliding down the blade. Watching the creature collapse, Lin Jie felt a moment of disorientation. The entire encounter had transpired too swiftly. Had he not honed his reflexes over the past few days, he doubted he would have reacted so promptly. Just then, a chorus of roars echoed from all directions, suggesting an alarming number of entities were closing in. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned and sprinted back, needing to alert the others. Chapter 20. The grayscale beings. He was not alone in his concern. The others, preparing to rest at the camp, had also heard the relentless roars. Hastily, they stowed away the dragon eggs that were currently being roasted and drew forth the weapons they had acquired from the treasury, taking refuge against the sheer cliff behind them, their senses heightened in vigilance. At that moment, Lin Jie, having just dispatched the shadow, rushed back to warn everyone. But it was evident that his warning had come too late. Lin Jie, where have you been? Do you not understand the dangers of acting alone? Li Sheng, the team leader, exclaimed with irritation upon seeing Lin Jie return in haste. He had repeatedly cautioned against solitary actions, yet this individual had ventured out into perilous circumstances, seemingly eager to court disaster. Setting aside his frustration, Lin Jie sought to clarify the events he had just experienced. However, Li Sheng interrupted him, instructing him to keep quiet and enter, as the ominous sounds were growing ever closer. Any explanations could wait until they were safe. Considering the enveloping darkness that obscured their surroundings, Li Sheng directed a few of the girls at the back to retrieve high-powered flashlights to avoid a surprise attack. Heeding his command, the girls hurriedly produced flashlights from their bags, each one switching on their devices to illuminate the area. Under the intense brightness, the blinding light instantly revealed their environment, and as the distant sounds drew nearer, several shadows emerged into their line of sight. With the aid of the illumination, Lin Jie finally discerned the true nature of the creatures that had assailed him. Possessing a physique akin to that of a human, it now appeared grotesquely bloated. The already puffy skin was enshrouded in a layer of dark, rigid substance, reminiscent of dragon scales, with yellow pus-filled sores and torn muscle fibers visible in the crevices, resembling the grotesque figures of zombies from cinematic tales, evoking a profound sense of nausea. "Men, step forward," commanded Rex, as the girls stood at the back, watching intently. "Do not let them break through." With the sight of these monstrous entities drawing nearer, Li Sheng initiated the formation of a rudimentary semicircle, strategically leveraging the surrounding terrain. Though the others, encountering such a scenario for the first time, had undergone a lengthy period of mental preparation, it proved immensely challenging to muster the resolve to confront these relentless creatures. As the monstrous horde approached, many began to succumb to fear, their swords trembling in their grasp. "Prepare to strike at their heads," Rex shouted, raising his longsword, leaning forward, and delivering a fierce blow to the nearest assailant. The blade met its mark with a sickening squelch, severing the creature's head and unleashing a spurt of crimson. In that instant, like the clarion call of war, the two factions collided. In this moment, teetering on the brink of death, an overwhelming survival instinct surged within them, each warrior clutching their weapons and desperately hacking away. Heedless of precision, their singular understanding was to strike forward relentlessly. "It appears to be one afflicted with the grayscale disease, blocking a charging monster," Evan shouted to Lin Jie beside him. Upon first encountering these abominations, he had already recognized this possibility, though the rapid onset of the attack had precluded him from voicing it sooner. Now, however, it was abundantly clear that failing to warn the others would be perilously reckless. As a seasoned film enthusiast, he understood that contact with such entities could lead to contagion. With nearly every individual facing a creature, widespread contact could spell their doom. "Damn it, I see it too," Lin Jie exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to a charging monster. Hearing Evan's warning, he too felt a surge of panic. Drawing his sword and urgently shouting to the others, "Do not let these creatures touch you, or you will perish. Remember, avoid contact at all costs." As he spoke, the monster he had just kicked regained its footing, hands reaching out to grasp his feet. "Damn you, perish," he yelled, gripping his sword with both hands and thrusting it down with all his might, piercing the creature's skull, swiftly ending its existence. Upon hearing his words, the remaining students entangled with the monsters quickly distanced themselves or maneuvered to the side, targeting the creature's vital points. Fortunately, these abominations lacked agility and swiftness, making them relatively easy targets if one aimed carefully. Aside from their greater strength, they posed little threat compared to the determined group. "Lao Lin, Lin Jie, save me." Suddenly, an anguished cry from Zhang Qiang echoed from the side. When Lin Jie turned his head, he saw Zhang Qiang, whether knocked down by that monster or tripped over himself, sitting on the ground, desperately trying to crawl backward. Before him, a grotesque creature, with its unwieldy form, was reaching out to grasp him. The distance between them was perilously short. "You useless oaf." Lin Jie couldn't help but berate him upon witnessing his cowardice. Nevertheless, he swiftly drew the long sword that was plunged into the earth, twisting his wrist to strike at the advancing monster. The blade clashed with a resounding clang, landing on the creature's shoulder, failing to strike a fatal blow and merely impeding its advance. "Damn it!" Seeing his attack miss, he spat in frustration and attempted to withdraw his sword for another strike, only to find the monster a mere step away, its grasp imminent, which elicited a look of terror from Lin Jie. In that moment of crisis, a sword suddenly emerged from behind, piercing through the monster's skull and protruding from its eye socket, ultimately coming to rest before Lin Jie. The creature collapsed lifelessly, and to Lin Jie's astonishment, the savior was none other than Rex. He was momentarily stunned, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. "Stop gaping. Those fiends are approaching," Rex shouted, shaking off his own fear, and turned to confront the other monsters, brandishing his sword. Lin Jie, jolted back to reality by Rex's urgency, hurriedly helped Zhang Qiang to his feet, joining the resistance against the encroaching foes. "Grip your sword. Don't be so spineless." Lin Jie fumed at Zhang Qiang, who, despite appearing robust, seemed to crumble under pressure. "This is impossible. There are too many of them. We cannot fend them off alone." Wang Hu, leading the counterattack on the far left, noted the dire situation. Although they had managed to slay several monsters, their numbers were still vastly superior. If this continued, casualties would be inevitable. Due to the group's lack of combat experience, they could only employ rudimentary slashing techniques, which were insufficient to inflict significant damage on the creatures. Hearing Wang Hu's distress, Li Sheng shared the same sentiment. Few among them had any training in combat. Surviving long enough to eliminate a handful of monsters was already a feat, however. The odds of achieving victory seemed exceedingly slim, and without a collective effort, they could not hope to eradicate such a multitude of beasts. Damn it! After finally escaping, how can we be trapped here? Lin Jie felt a surge of despair. They had barely managed to flee, and now it seemed they might be overwhelmed by these lesser foes. Suddenly, as they fought valiantly, a peculiar sound emanated from behind the monsters, reaching their ears. Accompanied by the creatures' eerie howls, the number of monsters attacking them began to dwindle. As they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, a wild man with disheveled hair suddenly emerged from the distance, wielding a long sword. With the swiftness of a striking serpent, he plunged into the midst of the monstrous horde, blood splattering in all directions. His movements were lithe and graceful, akin to the grim reaper harvesting the lives of these creatures. Each slash, thrust, and leap flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous motion. Each action effortlessly claimed the life of a monster. In the blink of an eye, the throng of creatures, once numbering in the dozens, was decimated by more than half. In conjunction with Lin Jie's actions, the battle was swiftly concluded in mere minutes. Witnessing such an effortless annihilation of so many foes left the group in stunned silence. Their jaws agape as they regarded the stranger approaching them. Despite his timely intervention, they remained cautious. None could ascertain whether his true intentions lay with them. Given his astounding speed in dispatching the monsters, they feared that even their combined strength would pale in comparison. As he finished vanquishing the last of the monsters, he slowly approached the group. Once within a reasonable distance, he uttered a peculiar phrase. The words left them bewildered, for they could not comprehend his speech. Noticing their lack of response, the wild man's expression shifted oddly as he repeated the phrase, gesturing towards his mouth, seemingly inquiring if they had any food. Uncertain whether he spoke Valyrian, Evan, standing nearby, grasped part of the meaning and began to translate for the others. Food. Upon hearing Evan's translation, Li Qiang pondered the implication. Could this individual have assisted them out of hunger? This notion crossed his mind. However, the girl providing support from the rear, Janie, quickly grasped the situation. After rummaging through her pack, she produced a can, deftly opened it, and cautiously extended it towards the wild man. Upon receiving the tin, he merely sniffed it before ravenously devouring its contents, as though he had not eaten in ages. Chapter 21. Gillian Lannister Evan. We must ascertain who he is. Li Qiang called out, his voice raised. Though the wild man had saved them, Li Qiang remained guarded, unwilling to display too much friendliness without knowing the stranger's background. The trials faced in the ruins had imparted many lessons. Caution was a constant necessity. Evan conveyed Li Qiang's sentiments, and in that moment, he too felt a burgeoning curiosity about the individual before them, despite not understanding why he had come to their aid. The mere fact that he had managed to survive in such perilous circumstances spoke volumes about his resilience. However, upon hearing Evan's words, the wild man appeared disinterested, continuing to indulge in the provisions they had offered. With a swift motion, as the last morsel of food entered his mouth, he discarded the empty can and turned to address the crowd. Perplexed by his strange utterances, their gazes shifted to Evan, seeking his translation. Understanding their intent, he pondered for a few moments before conveying the message. The individual expressed that he had never tasted anything so delectable and inquired if there was more. After sharing this with the group, Li Qiang produced another identical can from his bag and instructed Evan to relay their willingness to share it, albeit with the condition that the man must reveal his identity. Upon completing this, he tossed the can to Evan, who was obliged to continue the translation. However, as soon as Evan relayed the message, the man promptly interjected with a statement that caused Evan's expression to shift dramatically. He translated, saying that rather than focusing on his identity, they ought to be more concerned about the condition of their companions. Subsequently, he rose hastily and rushed to the two individuals who had previously been overwhelmed by the monster and later rescued by the group. Quickly, remove your clothing. We need to check for any signs of infection, he urged, exhibiting a sense of urgency, as if the situation were dire. At that moment, Lin Jie appeared to recall something, his face also paling, and he urged everyone to strip down. Wait, what is wrong with you? The others were clearly bewildered by the sudden anxiety exhibited by the two. I cannot explain everything right now. Just hurry and take off your clothes. This is a matter of life and death. With his insistence, the group did not hesitate, swiftly shedding their coats and long-sleeved garments, regardless of gender, carefully inspecting every exposed inch of skin on the two individuals. After a thorough examination, it became apparent that 3 individuals bore visible scaly protrusions. In addition to the 2 who had been attacked by the monster, a girl from Rex's class had inadvertently scratched the creature as well. What is this? Li Qiang questioned, perplexed by the sight of the emerging anomalies on the 3. The three students were equally baffled, unable to comprehend the appearance of such entities on their bodies. However, Lin Jie and Evan, being privy to the underlying truths, turned ashen. We cannot afford to linger on explanations. We must ignite a fire immediately. These things cannot be allowed to remain. Lives are at stake, he declared, his breathing quickening. Responding to his urgency, the group opened their fuel canisters and ignited a makeshift bonfire. Meanwhile, Lin Jie retrieved a surgical scalpel from the basic medical kit and heated it. Hold them down, he commanded, prioritizing action over hesitation. What are you saying? The others were incredulous, questioning whether they had misheard, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Do not hesitate. Heed my words, or they shall perish. Observing that the crowd remained unresponsive, Lin Jie grew increasingly anxious. They were unaware of the horrors of the gray scales disease. Yet he was acutely aware of its severity. If not addressed promptly, it could evolve into an incurable affliction. In the narrative, aside from the unique character of Ura Mormont, only Stannis' young daughter managed to contain it through unknown means. The others, regrettably, were sent to Valyria to fend for themselves after succumbing completely to the infection. The individuals they had just encountered were evidently those who had failed to withstand it. Thus, let us proceed. Given Lin Jie's insistence and the gravity of the situation, they had no choice but to comply. They positioned themselves, with every 4 individuals restraining one person, enduring a brief moment of discomfort, which would soon pass. Zhang Qiang held down one young man's leg, offering kind reassurances. Lin Jie's task was straightforward, using a red-hot scalpel. He aimed to incinerate the infected tissue surrounding them. On Earth, this procedure would typically involve liquid nitrogen for safety, but in their desolate surroundings, this was the only feasible method available. As the searing blade approached the skin, it emitted a sound reminiscent of sizzling flesh, and the restrained individual trembled violently. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Lin Jie treated 3 individuals in succession, followed by a simple bandaging. Whether the infection could be entirely eradicated depended on their fate. At least for an extended period, the 3 would be incapacitated. Nonetheless, this was the best outcome possible under the circumstances. Now, can you elucidate what transpired? Once Lin Jie completed his procedure, Li Sheng finally dared to inquire about the earlier questions. Allow me to clarify. Before he could press further, Avon interjected. The gray scales disease is a fatal ailment characterized by the hardening of the skin, which becomes mottled with black and gray spots, rendering it as unyielding as stone. Most terrifyingly, it can cause the tongue and lips of the afflicted to turn to stone, severely disfiguring the face, accompanied by acute dehydration and dermal afflictions, ultimately leading the victim to lose their sanity and transform into creatures akin to those that had attacked them previously. Upon hearing this, the 3 recently treated individuals turned ashen, fearing they might meet a similar fate. Observing their distress, Avon reassured them, stating he had just treated them, and the likelihood of transformation was minimal, gesturing towards Lin Jie. I see now. With the context clarified, the group began to comprehend Lin Jie's actions. Had they been aware of the situation's severity, they likely would have mirrored his urgency. Now, with a comprehensive understanding of the matter, Li Sheng shifted his gaze towards the earlier wild man. Since our friend no longer has any cause for concern, it is now time for him to reveal his identity. Li Sheng's expression hardened once more. It was difficult for him to harbor any fondness for this enigmatic individual who always shrouded himself in mystery. They scrutinized the man, who in turn assessed them with equal intensity. He had never encountered such an eccentric figure, dressed in an utterly unfamiliar manner and engaging in peculiar actions. He had assumed they would grant a swift end to the afflicted companions, as any group would typically do. Instead, they employed strange knives to cauterize the infected areas, leaving him perplexed as to the efficacy of such treatment. After all, grayscale was an incurable affliction known to all. Did they truly believe this would spare them from infection? His confusion deepened. Avon's voice resonated once again, translating the inquiry for him. This time, without concealing anything. He discarded a second iron box and uttered a name, Gillian Lannister, an explorer. Avon conveyed this statement verbatim to the group. Gillian Lannister, dubbed the Laughing Lion, was the youngest son of Titus, brother of Tywin, and beloved uncle to Tyrion. It was said that at the age of 18, he embarked on a quest for the treasures of Valyria, simultaneously seeking the ancestral sword of House Lannister, Bright Roar, aboard the Laughing Lion. However, he vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. The moment the name was mentioned, Lin Jie, a fervent fan of the series, instinctively recounted his life story. Yet, in Lin Jie's memory, members of House Lannister typically exuded brilliance and grandeur, adorned in opulence, and possessing an air of sophistication. The individual before them seemed entirely incongruous with this image. Although his appearance was not entirely disheveled, it was certainly far from polished. His golden locks appeared neglected for years. His body was caked in grime, and he wore a tattered strip of cloth that barely concealed his modesty. Their earlier reference to him as a wild man felt like an exaggeration. He resembled nothing less than the most destitute of beggars. Is he truly Gillian Lannister? Lin Jie approached this revelation with caution. While he was astonished that the first person they encountered was a peripheral character from the story, he, like the others, remained wary. Allowing a powerful yet unfamiliar figure to linger among them posed a significant risk. Upon hearing Lin Jie's skepticism, the man who bore the name Gillian simply raised his head, revealing his pale blue eyes beneath the dim light. In his lifetime, no one had ever questioned his identity upon hearing his name. The Lannister name served as his greatest assurance. No one would dare impersonate a Lannister, risking the wrath of pursuit. I have merely been trapped here for too long. It does not imply I am foolish enough to conceal my name from you, he stated, unwilling to elaborate further. It was merely the provision of a modicum of proper sustenance that compelled him to acknowledge these peculiar individuals. In such perilous circumstances, each endeavor is fraught with considerable risk. If the only adversaries were the feeble stone beings, he would much prefer to remain a mere spectator rather than engage in a confrontation, despite the somewhat tenuous rationale he presented, which ostensibly held a semblance of logic. However, Li Jie contemplated another matter. Since the individual had arrived from outside, he must possess a vessel, with a spirit of cautious optimism. He had even conveyed this thought to him. Yet, upon reaching the ears of the assembly, it transformed into a notion of little consequence. After all, had he truly owned a ship, he might have departed long ago and would not have emerged just moments prior to their peril to offer assistance. To their astonishment, upon hearing their implications, the man affirmed the existence of a ship. He rose, gesturing towards a distant point, declaring that it was left behind. But he alone could not retrieve it. Consequently, the self-proclaimed Gillian assumed the role of an esteemed guest. Containing their excitement, they welcomed him into their makeshift encampment, offering all the canned provisions they could muster. It would be unjust to assert that their demeanor had shifted dramatically. After all, it was a vessel, an escape from this treacherous realm, precisely what they had yearned for in their sleepless nights. With the ship, they could embark on a journey towards a semblance of normalcy, freeing themselves from the shackles of fear that had plagued their existence. Observing the notable change in their attitudes, Gillian wore a peculiar smile. He was acutely aware of their motivations, and his assistance was aligned with his own interests. On one hand, he sought to procure supplies, while on the other, he was in search of suitable oarsmen. Prior to entering the Valyrian ruins, half of his crew had fled in terror, compelling him to resort to purchasing slaves locally to fill the void. Subsequently, they encountered a tempest, the most formidable storm he had ever witnessed, seemingly intent on thwarting all who sought entry into the ruins. During this tumult, many sailors were claimed by the sea, yet, bolstered by the sturdy hull of the Laughing Lion, they managed to endure. Little did they anticipate that upon entering the ruins to unearth treasures scattered throughout the apocalyptic city, they would confront the monstrous struggles that lay in wait. Reflecting on those harrowing moments, he still felt a shiver of survival-esque fragility. Those creatures were nightmarishly terrifying, and merely the aftershocks of their presence had claimed yet another portion of his remaining crew. Following this, they faced a series of unspeakable horrors against the grotesque beings. All perished, leaving him as the sole survivor, relying on his swift agility to retreat back to the ship, where he barely sustained himself for a time. Surviving on the most menial insects and pilfering the eggs laid by fireworms, this dismal existence was one he never wished to experience again. Now, his sole desire was to have these individuals retrieve his vessel from the river, and then return to his home in Kagan City, no, first to Volantis, to exact retribution for the hardships endured over the past 2 years. As for the matter of finances, I must apologize. The name of House Lannister proves invaluable everywhere. When the time comes, it suffices to charge it to dear old Tywin. After all, having been missing for so many years, his beloved elder brother would surely not begrudge such a trifling sum. As night fell, the group rejoiced at the prospect of soon departing. After 3 days of trepidation, they had finally endured to the end. Now, they savored the provisions they had packed for the journey, gathered around a crackling campfire, conserving their strength for the morrow's departure. As the leader, Li Jie presented a shirt to Gillian, his gesture one of kindness, for the latter's attire was lamentably shabby. To spare Gillian any embarrassment, Wang Hu generously contributed a t-shirt, ensuring he would not stand out too starkly among them. Though the shirt bore a peculiar design, Gillian accepted it with gratitude, for anything was preferable to being exposed. However, Beyond this, he found himself more curious about these eccentric individuals, where they hailed from and why they found themselves here. Despite having traversed countless regions and encountered innumerable cultures, he had never before seen such bizarre attire. Their appearances were equally intriguing. Half resembled the folk of Westeros, while the other half bore a closer resemblance to the people of Essos, yet with shallower eye sockets and a hint of Dothraki influence. To this end, Lin Jie and the others had prepared a narrative. They claimed to hail from a more eastern civilization, having sailed with Rex towards the Slave Bay. During their voyage, a tempest had cast them adrift to Valyria, where their vessel met its demise, leaving only them to survive in a lifeboat. Now, they sought a way to escape, fortuitously encountering Jillian amidst an attack, who had come to their rescue. In Lin Jie's recollection, there indeed existed a place called Ed far to the east, or perhaps a people akin to them from the Golden Empire, which would not raise suspicion. Upon hearing this tale, Jillian nodded in acceptance. He found it credible enough. Ultimately, these details were inconsequential to him. He merely required their assistance in returning the boat to the river while also serving as oarsmen. As for their intentions, he felt little inclination to pry. Chapter 23. The boat at dawn. As the sky gradually lightened, Lin Jie awoke early, extinguishing the remaining embers of the campfire. He then tended to the backpack resting by his side, carefully covering the 2 dragon eggs with a blanket. Before resting, he had reminded everyone to conceal their backpacks and climbing gear to avoid exposing the hidden dragon eggs within. Prior to this, he had cautioned the others that the items they had acquired from the ruins of Valyria should not be disclosed to strangers. For outsiders, the dragon eggs alone, not to mention the Valyrian steel swords, would be sufficient to draw unwanted attention. Unless faced with danger, they must not be revealed lightly. At this moment, Jillian was meticulously grooming his mane, reminiscent of a lion, with a dagger in hand, transforming it into a short hairstyle. His dagger, well maintained, glided effortlessly across his face, shaving off the stubble. Due to a language barrier, Lin Jie refrained from approaching him to inquire about the matters that piqued his curiosity. He was oblivious to the current time and the era they had traversed to, uncertain whether the reigning monarch of the 7 Kingdoms was Illyris or Robb. These queries would have to await the awakening of Aven, their human translator, who, as the second watchman, was currently nestled beneath a thin blanket, deep in slumber. Lin Jie preferred to let him rest a little longer, choosing instead to sit quietly and observe Jillian as he refined his appearance. At that moment, Zhang Qiang approached, questioning whether they could trust Jillian as he pointed to the man's silhouette. Over the past few days, they had learned much, although there were no treacherous intrigues. The instinct for caution in matters of life and death was deeply ingrained in their subconscious. It was understandable that he had become so suspicious. What can we do? We can't find a ship. Besides trusting him, what other options do we have? Are we to abandon him and leave? Moreover, they were certainly not a match for him in combat. He knew exactly what Zhang Qiang was contemplating. Furthermore, he recalled the infamous cunning of House Lannister. The clever Lanny had deceived his way from Castelry to Casterly Rock, establishing the wealthiest kingdom. During the Undul invasion, they had intermarried, taking the children of their lords as hostages, thereby controlling vast territories without shedding a drop of blood. Tywin had married off his daughter to Robb, ultimately ruling from behind a veil. Cersei had betrayed Robb, becoming the first queen of the 7 Kingdoms, while Tyrion had orchestrated Stannis' disastrous defeat. These illustrious histories revealed that the Lion relied not solely on brute force, though they were indeed formidable, but primarily on their superior cunning. As for Jillian, given the brilliance of his 2 brothers, he undoubtedly possessed formidable strength and guile. It was entirely implausible to think he would not engage in subtle machinations. However, this was not a concern for them at present. As the saying goes, those barefoot fear not the shoes. They had to rely on his ancient vessel to return to civilization. Even if he played tricks, they would have to accompany him to the end. Having completed his grooming, Jillian approached from the riverbank. Though still somewhat disheveled, it was evident that he had undergone a significant transformation. His previously unruly, long golden curls had been cropped into a more refined short hairstyle. His youthful visage, unmarred by the passage of time, bore no signs of wear. The neatly trimmed beard imparted a spirit akin to that of his nephew, Jaime Lannister, and at this moment, the similarities between the two were striking. By this time, many had already awakened early, tidying their belongings and seated on the ground, partaking in breakfast or engaging in conversation with others. With the hope of departing from this place, their spirits lifted, and they began to anticipate their future lives. Now, Mr. Jillian, may we behold your vessel? At that moment, Li Sheng approached them, exuding politeness, and sharing the same yearning for escape, a yearning contingent upon Jillian's ability to fulfill his promises. translating his words for Jillian. Evan and Lin Jie too looked forward to the ship that could ferry them away from Valyria, a prospect for which they had long awaited. Of course, Jillian replied with a smile, leading them to his ship, which had been stranded here for several years, a grand vessel named the Laughing Lion. The journey was not extensive, merely a 20-minute walk, and soon, they beheld its outline. At that moment, the ship appeared to have been thrust upon a dirt slope by some formidable force. Standing over 20 meters from the wide river, though the distance seemed minimal, the ship, retaining its integrity, weighed at least 100 tons. Thus, moving it would require considerable effort. Fortunately, upon inspection, they found no significant external damage to the hull. Only a few planks had fallen from the deck, and the keel remained intact. The primary concern was a large crack in the mast, insufficient to withstand strong winds, which would undoubtedly impact the vessel's sailing speed. The canvas, having been secured by Jillian 2 years prior when the ship was pushed ashore, was presently stored in the cabin and remained largely unharmed, sparing them the embarrassment of tearing their clothing to make sails. At a glance, the vessel measured 40 meters in length and 10 meters in width, with a height of approximately 12 meters. In the context of ancient Earth, it could be classified as a medium-sized ship, resembling those from the Age of Exploration, albeit somewhat smaller. It was unclear what inspired Jillian to refer to it as a grand ship. Upon boarding, they discovered the deck area spanned roughly 150 square meters, divided into 3 tiers, containing 15 rooms of various sizes, most of which bore considerable gaps and decay. Having been neglected for so long, its condition was far from ideal. After a thorough inspection, they concluded that the ship was usable but uncertain for how long. Therefore, prior to setting sail, they would need to undertake repairs and reinforcements. Can this be accomplished within today? Li Qiang pondered, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the multitude of issues at hand, having expected a straightforward departure, only to confront the reality of numerous challenges needing resolution. The mast requires reinforcement, while the hull needs to be enhanced for greater resilience. However, the damaged rooms or partitions need not be attended to with such urgency. In fact, the wooden boards above can even be dismantled to fortify critical areas. Additionally, there is a severe shortage of usable tools, which were originally intended for use aboard the ship, but have succumbed to rust over the years. To make them functional again, they must first be polished. Similarly, the wood that was stored for emergencies has been entirely consumed by Jillian as firewood. Truly, there is nothing left in this desolate place. And he is left with no choice. The very act of using the ship for warmth has already stretched his limits. This endeavor will undoubtedly take some time. As Evan provided insight from the sidelines. Chapter 24. Setting sail, is this what you've relied on to survive? At this moment aboard the ship, the repairs were well underway. Meanwhile, upon entering the cabin, Evan, unbeknownst to when he acquired it, held a small, red, gelatinous orb and inquired of Jillian. Although they had speculated earlier about the peculiar sustenance Jillian might resort to after being trapped for such an extended period, they had not anticipated that this strange substance was, in fact, the eggs of fireworms. Upon hearing its identity, Evan initially doubted his own hearing, only to confirm after repeated inquiries that this apex predator's offspring turned out to be the most readily available food source. Are you surprised? Jillian remarked nonchalantly. He proceeded to elucidate. They typically lay their eggs several meters underground, ensuring ample oxygen supply while evading most predators. Yet, they did not foresee that certain creatures would employ clever tactics to locate and excavate them. Over the course of 2 years, these eggs had become his primary source of sustenance, plentiful and nutrient-rich. As the principal predator in this environment, the population of fireworms was indeed substantial. The more they consumed, the more eggs they produced. Evan, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Apart from his astonishment, his sole interest lay in the intriguing nature of these ice and fire organisms. Although his dragon egg might not hatch, the fireworm eggs were undeniably vibrant and alive. Should they successfully hatch, studying them would hold immense significance for a fervent admirer of the Game of Thrones, much like Lin Jie. Could you spare me one? Without a moment's hesitation, Evan made his request, following the train of thought. Jillian, however, discerned his intentions. You don't mean to hatch it, do you? I would advise against such an endeavor. He warned with a chuckle. Why not? Evan queried, somewhat perplexed. While it was true that the fully grown fireworm was a formidable creature, the egg before him was no larger than a fist, and even if it hatched, it would be quite small. After some examination, disposing of it would not seem overly challenging. I once undertook a similar venture, Jillian recounted. However, this creature grew larger than me within 2 days. Had I not discovered it in time, I might have been swallowed whole. This revelation surprised Evan, as he realized he was not alone in entertaining such thoughts. Young people should not constantly seek to explore the unknown. Should it spiral out of control, the dangers extend beyond oneself. Observing Avon, he saw a reflection of his former self, a youth captivated by the allure of uncharted territories. Rising from his seat, he intended to venture outside. Having long since developed a disdain for this place, whether from the torment it inflicted or the inner turmoil it evoked. He wished fervently for these burdens to be swallowed by the sea, for they were things that should not exist in this world. Before departing, he imparted a final word to Avon. If you desire it, take it. I too have no wish to consume them any longer. Should there be any left, I shall destroy them and cast them into the river, so make your choice swiftly. After contemplating the pros and cons, Avon decided to stow the item he held into his backpack. Although not inherently adventurous, he felt a compelling intrigue towards such a significant artifact. Meanwhile, among the group, the reinforcement of the vessel had been completed, and the next challenge was to devise a means to launch it into the water. Considering the slope between the boat and the riverbank, Lin Jie suggested they gather the moss scattered along the river's edge to lay between the two, thereby reducing friction. They would then attempt to slide the boat into the water without the need for pushing or pulling. On my command, when I count to 3, we will push together, Li Qiang announced, instructing everyone to position themselves evenly around the boat. At that moment, success would mean their departure from this place, while failure would result in prolonged confinement and heightened peril. After all, even the dim-witted could sense something amiss with so many individuals lingering in one spot. Thus, everyone was filled with determination. 1, 2, 3, push, Li Qiang called out, and they exerted their strength. Half of the group pushed from the stern while the other half pulled on the rope, distributing their force evenly to avoid compromising the vessel's integrity. 1, 2, 3, push, he continued, his face flushed as he channeled all his strength into the boat. Suddenly, under the collective effort, the vessel quivered slightly, inching forward. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Qiang urged, everyone, give it your all. 1, 2, 3, push. The boat steadily glided a little further. Keep going. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, push for the last time, he nearly shouted. Finally, after countless shouts, the entire boat, freed from the resistance of the moss beneath it, sidestepped the people in front and gradually slid into the water. Success! As the vessel entered the river, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers. Lao Lin, look, we can finally leave. Zhang Qiang, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Jie's shoulders and exclaimed fervently. They had waited far too long for this moment, sacrificing numerous classmates in the process, all in pursuit of escaping this wretched place. Now, they had achieved it. They could finally depart from this cursed territory, free from fear, and behold the ordinary animals, the flowers, trees, and blue skies absent from their surroundings. His exhilaration was palpable, laughter mingling with the hint of tears. It was hard to fathom the countless times their spirits had nearly shattered in their quest to escape this hellish abode. The subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. After a brief gathering of their remaining belongings, the group began to board the vessel. There was little left for them to do. After days of flight, they were finally on the brink of departure. In this final moment, Rex retrieved a small bag from his pack and carefully dug up a patch of soil from the land they were leaving behind, placing it inside. We have many friends left here. At least this will serve as a memento, he explained. Once everyone was aboard, Li Qiang untied the rope that secured the boat, allowing it to drift downstream. This cursed place, he vowed, he would never return to in his lifetime. As they watched their previous location recede into the distance, Zhang Qiang smirked and defiantly raised his middle finger towards the air. It was the first time he harbored such deep resentment for a piece of land. After all, it had been here that he had left behind countless painful memories. At this moment, everyone yearned to depart swiftly, to enter the ocean and reach a civilized society. Though they did not seek to return to their original Earth, they at least hoped to lead a semblance of a normal life, having endured enough of these anxious days. No one wished to experience them again. The vessel beneath them glided along the river's current, gradually drifting westward. Chapter 25. The storm approaches. Standing on the deck, facing the sea breeze, Lin Jie savored the essence of freedom. 3 days had passed since they boarded the ship, and they had successfully sailed into the sea yesterday, completely distancing themselves from that hazardous land. During this time, they had not encountered those monsters again. All their anxieties had dissipated along with the receding silhouette of the danger behind them. Leaning against the railing, he admired the surrounding splashes of water, his heightened concentration now yielding to a sense of tranquility, finding relaxation in even the simplest of pleasures. Coincidentally, after a considerable while, Avon, who had been assisting in the ship's cabin, seemed to have finished his tasks and approached. "How are things below?" Lin Jie inquired, noticing Avon's presence beside him. "All settled. The bag containing the dragon eggs is in the farthest room, guarded by 3 classmates. We kept it covered all this time. He shouldn't discover it," Avon replied, clearly referring to Gillian Lannister. The knowledge of the treasures possessed by oneself and others is exceedingly precious, and the level of confidentiality surrounding it is remarkably high. They not only refrain from displaying it, but even avoid uttering the word itself, fearful of revealing any cracks in their facade. Should he discover the presence of a ship laden with dragon eggs? Lin Jie harbors no doubt that Gillian would rather risk navigating the vessel alone than allow them to survive, opting instead for a solitary claim to the treasure, for the allure of such possessions is perpetually overwhelming. Is he still inside? After addressing matters below, Evan found himself increasingly concerned about the situation above. Since their departure, Gillian had sequestered himself in his chamber on the 1st floor, claiming to be studying nautical charts, and he had not emerged since. Even his meals were delivered to his doorstep, only retrieved when no one was watching, leading Evan to suspect that something was amiss. Glancing at the still-closed door, Lin Jie shared the same doubts. This fellow is indeed peculiar. A thought suddenly struck him. "Did I not ask you to inquire about the current year in the age of Aegon? What did he say?" Remembering this crucial inquiry regarding their future endeavors, Lin Jie had attempted to address it days prior, but had been preoccupied. Now that he finally had the time, he had tasked Evan with seeking the information. Uncertain of the outcome, upon hearing Lin Jie's words, Evan began to ponder. He seemed to recall having asked about the current date, but what had been the response? After some effort to remember, he finally recalled. Yes, the man had mentioned that when he arrived here, it was the year 282 in the age of Aegon, and according to his estimation, he had spent 2 years in the ruins of Valyria. Thus it must now be the year 284. It seems that year is significant. As memories surfaced, Evan felt as if he had overlooked something important. By the gods, they exclaimed simultaneously, could it be mere coincidence? It is precisely the end of the War of the Usurper, the year of Daenerys Targaryen's birth. Lin Jie voiced this thought, his earlier ease replaced by a palpable embarrassment. Initially, he had speculated that they might have traversed to the onset of the tale, where Ned Stark ascends to the position of Hand of the King, and Daenerys weds Khal Drogo, contemplating the possibility of forging an alliance with this would-be Dragon Queen. However, it now seemed that not only was she still a mere child, but even his brother Viserys was just a 7-year-old brat, utterly oblivious. Moreover, with Ser Willem Darry, the master-at-arms of the Red Keep, accompanied by a host of soldiers for protection, even if they wished to extend an olive branch, the opportunity would not present itself. So, are we heading to Volantis then? Following Lin Jie's lead, Evan too leaned against the ship's railing. Volantis, a city that may not have left a significant impression in the series, is richly described in the original text as one of the 9 free trading cities. Its most renowned feature is undoubtedly the Long Bridge, the very place where Varys escorted Tyrion for their final journey together. Leveraging the legacy of Old Valyria, known as the Daughter of Valyria, they have persistently invaded Myr and Tyrosh with formidable strength. Although they faced a crushing defeat due to the alliance of other city-states, it cannot be denied that their power remains formidable. In Awen's perspective, Volantis is the nearest city-state to them and is also a place of considerable prosperity. Given their limited supplies, determining the optimal course for their journey is crucial. Thus, they decided to rest before contemplating further destinations. After much deliberation, they recognized they had no other options. Aside from the scant provisions they had brought, the ship still held some supplies originally stored by Gillian. If they adhered to a minimal ration, they could barely sustain themselves for half a month. At their current speed, they might just make it. Returning to the cabin, life at sea proved no less taxing than on land. Rather, the incessant rocking of the vessel had made seasickness a frequent affliction. A few individuals lay in a corner of the cabin, striving to stave off nausea and prevent themselves from losing what little food remained. Meanwhile, Janie, the brown-haired girl who had kindly offered cookies earlier in the carriage, was attending to 3 others afflicted with grayscale. Due to their burns, they were plagued with large blisters, rendering them unable to use their hands. Awen, descending into the cabin, observed her actions and recalled the events they had endured. He felt compelled to ascertain whether the infection had spread further. However, he noticed her countenance was far from favorable. While the 2 boys exhibited no new symptoms, Khalida's arm had manifested an ominous new growth. Bowing her head, she revealed the outcome Awen dreaded to hear. His expression darkened. He had anticipated that the swift approach of death would arrest the decay of infected tissue, but instead, it had re-emerged. With their current conditions, treatment was out of the question. They could only devise a plan upon reaching land. What transpired? Lin Jie, who followed Awen, noted his grim demeanor and inquired about the situation. Awen recounted the events, which rendered Lin Jie equally serious. Isolation was imperative to prevent contagion among the others. They needed to devise a strategy, and if all else failed, amputation might have to be considered. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, he voiced the worst-case scenario. As avid readers of the original work, they were acutely aware of the terror that grayscale posed. Although the incubation period was extensive, the disease was irreversible. Even someone as powerful as Stannis could only preserve his daughter's life, but could not eradicate the scars left by grayscale. Regarding the situation with the bear, Lin Jie suspected it was merely a deviation introduced by the television adaptation, which strayed too far from the original depiction of the disease. Subsequently, they cleared a separate room within the ship and confined the girl named Khalida inside. They mandated that, barring exceptional circumstances, no one was to approach her. Each day, a designated individual would don protective gear to deliver food and water to her. Though somewhat unorthodox, it was the only course of action available to them. Chapter 26. The murderous intent in the mist. As night fell, a thin mist unexpectedly rose from the sea. Lin Jie, who had drawn the first shift, found himself seated on the deck with Zhang Qiang, Wang Hu, and others, illuminating their surroundings with a flashlight. Gazing at the suddenly materializing white haze, Lin Jie was reminded that they remained ensnared within this perilous fog. Once, this very land had been a vast peninsula, a flourishing territory until the cataclysm of the apocalypse shattered it into fragments, submerging 60% of the expansive region beneath the waves, transforming it into the ocean that lay before them. In the original narrative, the mist-laden sea was as treacherous as the remnants of the old Valyria. Even merchant ships that unwittingly drifted into its depths vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. The sea breeze and the rhythmic crashing of waves offered a stark contrast to the eerie silence, bringing a certain calm to their hearts. Do you think that fellow inside is in trouble? Zhang Qiang speculated idly, his curiosity piqued regarding Jillian's prolonged absence. It had been nearly 3 days since they set sail, and Jillian had remained inside, only emerging briefly during mealtimes. Was he not anxious about the situation? Perhaps he was simply accustomed to solitude, Wang Hu jested, adding a light-hearted touch to the conversation. Unlike his companions who speculated on the enigmatic Jillian, Lin Jie found himself pondering their life upon reaching land. They had acquired a substantial amount of gold coins from the treasure trove, and although he was uncertain about the purchasing power in other regions, he recalled that in Westeros, 1 gold dragon was equivalent to 1,000 renminbi. Considering the Valyrian coins they had secured, they must surely amount to nearly 1,000, and their value should be even greater. For the time being, financial concerns were alleviated. However, a more pressing issue loomed: the language barrier. Among them, only Awen spoke fluent Valyrian, and he lacked proficiency in the common tongue, which would undoubtedly pose challenges in daily life. To address this dilemma, they might need Awen to conduct a tutoring session, not for mastery, but to enable basic communication, a task that seemed manageable. It was rather perplexing. Never had he imagined that traversing dimensions would necessitate the learning of a foreign language. Reflecting on the road ahead, he found himself somewhat amused. Regardless of where one found themselves, the pursuit of knowledge remained essential. As they continued to shine their lights and engage in light-hearted banter, an unexpected silence enveloped Wang Hu. He gestured for quiet, as if he had heard something peculiar. It seemed to emanate from the depths of the water. Rising to his feet, he drew his sword and warned the others. Is there something amiss? It appeared that only he had perceived the strange sound, as the others remained oblivious to any oddities, leaving them all bewildered. What could this strange noise be? Remaining vigilant, he grasped the flashlight and surveyed his surroundings. Addressing his companions, he remarked, "Indeed, there was a peculiar sound earlier. I am quite certain it was not the sound of waves, but rather akin to the struggles of someone falling into the water. Yet, it is just us here, which undoubtedly raises concerns." His words resonated with the others, prompting them to rise, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, they understood that it was better to err on the side of caution in such a precarious situation. The sound of rushing water blended seamlessly with the ocean waves, passing through their ears as if nothing were amiss. Realizing the source was from the water, Lin Jie adjusted the flashlight to its maximum brightness and directed it beneath the boat. However, apart from the swells created by the vessel gliding through the water, there was nothing else to be seen. "No, I definitely did not mishear. That is undoubtedly the sound of something swimming beneath the surface," Wang Hu insisted, his vigilance heightened despite the absence of visible threats. Lin Jie shared his trepidation, recalling a similar occurrence just days prior. Suddenly, in a fit of frenzy, Wang Hu abruptly kicked him to the ground while incessantly warning him to be cautious. Wincing in pain as he stood, Lin Jie felt a surge of anger and was about to chastise Wang Hu when he noticed that the spot where he had been standing was now occupied by a bizarre creature. Under the intense beam of the flashlight, its entire form was laid bare before them. Standing 2 meters tall, it exhibited strikingly human features. Yet 3 rows of fin-like appendages sprouted from its back. Its limbs resembled those of a duck, culminating in formidable claws. And it bore a grotesque fish-like visage that dripped with a viscous slime. Recognizing the imminent danger, one individual dashed away to awaken the others in the cabin, while the remaining companions gripped their swords tightly, preparing to confront the strange being. In the next moment, the creature lunged, its body bending as it propelled itself toward Wang Hu. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hu executed a deft roll, evading the assault, and in the creature's moment of failure, he swung his sword, severing a portion of its spiny protrusions. Yet, this action inflicted no substantial harm. Reacting swiftly, the monster retaliated, its claws striking toward Wang Hu with such speed that they left fleeting afterimages in the air. With a ripping sound, Wang Hu's reaction faltered slightly, and his clothing, along with the skin on his chest, was instantly marked by 3 deep gashes. The other 4 individuals soon regained their composure. Lin Jie, wielding a Valyrian steel sword, aimed for the creature's thigh. However, the beast was unfazed. Just as Lin Jie was about to strike, it caught his blade with its duck-like appendage. The sword sliced through its skin, causing a stream of dark purple blood to ooze onto the ground. The creature's gaze remained fixed on Lin Jie, and with a swift motion, it easily hurled both him and his sword away, crashing him against the mast. As Xiao Lin witnessed the scene, Wang Hu felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain about Lin Jie's condition, yet the creature had now set its sights on him. With a piercing shriek, it dropped to all fours and leaped forward like a wild beast, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to its prey. In a moment of urgency, Wang Hu brandished his sword to intervene between them. With a resounding crack, the creature's arm collided with the blade, and it was evident that against the formidable Valyrian steel, only its limb would be severed. With a roar of pain, it recoiled, the realization dawning upon Wang Hu as to why what was once easily cleaved had now proven so resilient. Enduring immense agony, before anyone could react, the creature leapt over the railing and vanished into the depths of the sea. Chapter 27. Shadows in the sky. The creature had fled. Observing the situation, while the others remained vigilant, Wang Hu hurried towards Lin Jie, who lay motionless on the ground after colliding with the mast. Gently tapping his cheek, Wang Hu remained unaware of the extent of the harm inflicted upon him. Noticing Lin Jie's lack of response, he checked for breath beneath his nose, relieved to find a faint sign of life, which calmed his racing heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiang, dispatched to rouse the others, hurried back, followed closely by Li Sheng and Rex. With all the boys armed and rushing towards them in a flurry, the battle had not lasted long. It was surprising that the creature had been so foolish as to compare its own limbs to the sword's hardness. By the time they arrived to offer assistance, the fight had already concluded. What happened? Where's the creature? Li Sheng, the first to arrive, exclaimed anxiously, having just rested in the cabin. The boys quickly instructed the girls and the injured to take cover and arm themselves upon hearing Zhang Qiang's warning of an intruder aboard. None of them had anticipated encountering such monsters so far from the ruins. However, upon their arrival, aside from the members of Class A, they found no additional threats, which struck Li Sheng as peculiar. It was just driven off. Wang Hu explained the entire ordeal as the others gathered for support, gesturing towards the severed limb on the ground when recounting how the creature had self-amputated. Hearing this, Li Sheng's anxiety eased. Fortunately, there was only one beast. Had there been more, they likely would not have withstood the assault until reinforcements arrived. Observing Lin Jie still unconscious, Wang Hu suggested, "Let us move him inside." With the imminent danger averted, their next course of action was to tend to the injured and rearrange the night watch, without the need for further intervention. These dreadful creatures are to blame. We were ready to rest, and now this fright has rekindled the tension, he lamented, shaking his arm as he and Zhang Qiang prepared to carry Lin Jie into the cabin. As an individual was preparing to assist, a momentary lapse resulted in the flashlight slipping from their grasp, cascading to the ground, and rolling twice before casting its beam upon the tranquil surface of the sea. With a hint of resignation, they moved to retrieve it, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of a multitude of rounded fish heads emerging from the once calm waters. At that moment, the fish revealed their prominent, bulging eyes, silently advancing towards the vessel where the others stood, a dense assembly numbering in the hundreds. Concealed in the darkness, Had it not been for the sudden beam of light, they might have remained oblivious to the myriad creatures trailing behind them until dawn. An unsettling realization that sent a shiver down their spines. "Avon, go fetch Jillian. Has he no fear of death, lingering in there for so long?" Li Sheng exclaimed, suddenly recalling that they had a capable ally within their ranks. With the unexpected surge of these creatures drawing nearer, he urged Avon to summon Jillian without delay, eschewing any notions of decorum in such dire circumstances. Meanwhile, the others positioned themselves around the deck, poised to strike at the encroaching sea monsters. At last, the distance closed sufficiently for one of the fish creatures to leap violently from the water, its sharp claws gripping the edge of the boat. Just as it prepared to vault onto the deck, Rex swung his weapon, severing its head before it could gain entry. The now lifeless body relinquished its grip, toppling backward into the depths. "Be vigilant. Do not allow them aboard," Li Sheng commanded, having just dispatched one creature back into the water. In this perilous moment, he understood that the fish monsters were most vulnerable while attempting to climb aboard. As long as they could prevent any from breaching the deck, they might avert disaster. Presently, the creatures swarmed towards them, one after another leaping from the water to ascend the deck, resembling a horde of locusts, swiftly covering a significant portion of the vessel's surface. Their razor-sharp claws inflicted further scratches upon the weathered hull. Excluding the 3 injured, the remaining 22 men were scattered around the ship, struggling under the mounting pressure from all sides. With a sudden crash, one fish monster circumvented the persistent defenders, using a fellow creature's body as leverage to launch itself onto the deck, becoming the first to reach it. Seeing this, Li Sheng relinquished his post to Rex, deftly drawing his weapon and executing a swift strike at the creature's midsection. The sound of metal clashing resonated as he successfully severed the fish monster's spine, rendering its lower half immobile. The creature, now unable to stand, clawed feebly at Li Sheng, who easily disarmed it before delivering a fatal blow. On another front, yet another fish monster circumvented the defenders and leapt onto the bow, launching an assault upon the few remaining individuals. Just as it appeared poised to strike, a sword cleaved through its midsection, splitting it in two. The assailant was none other than Jillian, who had been absent from sight in the cabin for 3 days. Avon, dispatched by Li Sheng, had been persistently banging on the door until he finally roused Jillian. After a brief account of the unfolding crisis, Jillian, upon hearing that a monster had breached the deck, exhibited only a momentary surprise before arming himself and rushing to the scene, leading to the unfolding spectacle before them. After vanquishing the monstrous fish, he did not remain idle. Instead, he continued to wield his sword against the next assailant that leapt forth. In contrast to Rex, who relied solely on brute strength, Jillian's technique was undoubtedly more refined. Against such mindless foes, he consistently showcased an unimaginable lethality. This left Ivan pondering whether James had learned swordsmanship from him. In the original narrative, there is scant description of Jillian Lannister, particularly regarding his martial prowess, leading many to believe he was merely cerebral with no combat capability. However, from the 2 battles witnessed, it was evident that he was not an ordinary fighter. Hardly a fish creature could withstand his onslaught for 10 seconds. His slashes and thrusts flowed seamlessly, like water, leaving onlookers mesmerized. As he dealt with the attacking creatures, the others relentlessly dispatched those that had just emerged, either slashing them down or kicking them back into the water. In no time, the surrounding sea transformed into a deep, purplish-black hue, the foul stench mingling with the fishy odor, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. With a swift motion, Li Sheng sent yet another fish creature back into the depths, panting heavily as he gripped his sword. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated this action, whether slaying or discarding them. These creatures continued to surge forth like locusts, proving far more troublesome than their land-dwelling counterparts. Cursed be these fiends, he thought, as he observed the relentless fish heads surfacing, his mood plummeting. Having arrived at this very spot, why did these creatures persist in their haunting presence? What unspeakable sins had they committed to warrant such monstrous pursuers? He cursed silently, yet his sword never ceased its dance, severing yet another fish creature's claw, resolutely guarding against any that might elude his grasp. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, when suddenly, the fish creatures halted their movements, standing still and gazing skyward. This compelled those who had been tirelessly swinging their blades to pause, perplexed by the odd spectacle. What was happening? Rex, in the midst of his assault, noticed the creatures abruptly cease their advance, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. At that moment, the number of creatures on the water's surface remained substantial, yet inexplicably, even those that had climbed aboard the ship leapt back into the depths, all fixated on the sky. It was as if they had encountered some formidable adversary, for one by one, they swam away without a backward glance, leaving the onlookers equally gazing upward, eager to discern what inspired such fear. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld the sky seemingly shrouded by an impenetrable darkness, devoid of discernible features. A haunting melody, reminiscent of a whale's song, resonated through the air as a colossal shadow drifted backward, resembling a dense cloud obscuring all light. Unable to penetrate the night sky clearly, they remained unaware of the entity that instilled such terror in the creatures. Chapter 28. Dreamscape. Meanwhile, Lin Jie, who had just regained consciousness, found himself enveloped in profound darkness. He was bewildered, uncertain of how he had found himself in this place. The last memory he could recall was confronting a monstrous creature, after which he was flung against the mast, losing consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, his awareness materialized in this unfamiliar realm. Confusion enveloped him as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through the surrounding darkness, revealing that he was seated in what resembled an audience section. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as a grand event appeared to be in progress, drawing a bustling crowd of spectators. These individuals possessed lustrous silver hair and violet eyes, collectively fixated on the arena's center. Let us welcome the mightiest dragon rider of Valyria, the Reaper, Agros Inagrud. A voice bellowed from atop a grand dais, where a figure clad in resplendent attire passionately addressed the fervent audience, seemingly delivering an impassioned proclamation. Upon uttering a name, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, chanting Agros, 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 with escalating volume and clarity, akin to devoted fans saluting their beloved star. Their heartfelt adulation reverberated through every inch of this place. In the next moment, a colossal creature emerged from a massive archway. Its exterior was as dark as the night, and its enormous claws tore into the ground, leaving deep ravines in its wake. With each step, the earth trembled, and each breath summoned fierce winds. Spreading its wings, it unleashed a thunderous roar, reminiscent of cannon fire echoing across the venue. The crowd responded with even greater cheers, seemingly welcoming its arrival. Perched atop, this dragon was a warrior clad in black armor, grasping reins made from an unknown material. With a mere tug, the dragon soared into the sky, hovering at a height of 100 meters, as if awaiting a signal. Following closely behind, another colossal beast emerged, a crimson dragon. Its rider, a somewhat youthful silver-haired maiden, was distinct from her counterpart. She wore no armor, merely a linen tunic, as she sat in the dragon's saddle, pulling on the reins to ascend alongside the black dragon, preparing for a confrontation. In an instant, the two dragons collided. Then, abruptly, the scene faded, and he found himself once again enveloped in darkness. He could not grasp the significance of what had transpired. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Yet, from the imagery and the crowd, he surmised that he had momentarily been in an arena unearthed in Valyria. Perhaps it was a storied tournament from history, or something else entirely. But he could not fathom why these visions had manifested before him. Once more, the surroundings illuminated, yet he remained in the same arena, now positioned at the center, observing the events unfolding before him. At this moment, the battle had long since concluded, and the black dragon had retracted its wings. Beneath its claws lay the vanquished red dragon, a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, signifying its defeat. The rider, a young maiden, had plummeted to the ground, her legs rendered useless, leaning against the beast, her gaze imbued with deep resentment as she looked upon the colossal creature before her. The armored warrior, clad in black, loomed over her, akin to the most insignificant of ants. He then commanded his dragon, intent on extinguishing the life of the girl before him. The black dragon opened its formidable maw, vibrant flames flickering within its throat, poised to erupt at any moment. Yet, abruptly, a tremendous roar disrupted the fiery buildup within, interrupting the grand cheers of the spectators. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. It emanated from the 14 Flames Mountain, which, for reasons unknown, had erupted. Boom. Once more, it produced a resounding blast. At its summit, magma churned violently, thick plumes of smoke billowing outward like waves of heat. Crash! A third thunderous sound followed. Culminating in a full eruption, molten rock was hurled into the sky, accompanied by dense smoke, descending like meteorites, smashing into the surroundings, piercing through walls and roofs. As prosperous streets were engulfed, resembling a rain of fire, setting the entire civilization ablaze. Within the arena, chaos reigned supreme. The black-armored warrior, now indifferent to the girl before him, yanked the reins sharply, urging his dragon skyward to evade the cataclysm that had suddenly erupted. The audience, too, mirrored his frantic escape towards the exits, The nobles at the highest tiers summoned their dragons to ascend into the heavens, while some, alongside their soldiers, mercilessly slaughtered any civilians that obstructed their path. At that moment, the volcanic range erupted once more with a deafening roar. In the valley, terrifying fissures manifested abruptly, merging into a singular gash from which a figure broke free from the earth's grasp, soaring into the sky. It was a monstrous entity, colossal as a mountain, its enormous wings obliterating the ground as it unleashed a fearsome roar, reminiscent of the primordial terror of the cosmos. Instantly, countless dragons soaring toward the heavens lost all control, plummeting alongside their riders into the molten depths, so swiftly that not even a scream escaped their lips. In an instant, the earth quaked, tectonic plates began to fracture, and seawater surged into the crevices, only to evaporate instantly upon encountering the molten rock, enveloping the area in thick steam. Countless souls, unable to escape, were scalded to death. Exquisite palaces, grand temples, towering spires, and thriving towns succumbed to this terrifying power, collapsing one after another, taking their creators with them into annihilation. Confronted by this godlike entity, each beat of its wings wrought unprecedented devastation. A single roar could rend the earth asunder, transforming it into an ocean akin to a burning sun, bringing destruction upon this realm. After countless centuries, the great ancient city born of this land was reduced to ashes in that singular moment. Witnessing the calamity unfold before him, Lin Jie, a mere bystander, felt no impact from the devastation. These scenes, long relegated to the past, inexplicably manifested before him with an unsettling vividness, as if he were reliving them as a participant. Was this the essence of destruction? He pondered, yet he could never comprehend why he was privy to such visions. Nor did they bear any relevance to him. Eventually, the imagery ceased, and all dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 29. Volantis suddenly jolted awake. Lin Jie found himself ensnared in darkness for an indeterminate duration, feeling akin to a drowning man gasping for breath. To his astonishment, he realized he was not aboard a ship, but rather in an unfamiliar locale. As he assessed his surroundings, he discovered he was resting upon a soft mattress, constructed of an unknown material. His attire, once a simple short-sleeved shirt, had transformed into a delicate nightgown reminiscent of medieval undergarments, albeit fashioned with greater elegance. Momentarily stunned, he threw off the covers, descended from the bed, and donned what resembled slippers. He ambled toward a space illuminated by sunlight. Pulling aside the curtains revealed a brilliant light that momentarily blinded him. There were no windows, but upon opening his eyes, he beheld an exquisitely crafted open-air balcony. In the distance lay a vast cerulean sea, dotted with numerous sailboats, and occasionally, seabirds soared overhead, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a coastal dock. At that moment, a loud clatter echoed, perhaps the sound of a door swinging open, startling Lin Jie. Turning his head, he encountered the astonished visage of Zhang Qiang. Before Lin Jie could process the situation, Zhang Qiang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You son of a gun, you've finally awakened." He enveloped Lin Jie in a tight embrace, lamenting the ordeal of caring for him during his unconsciousness. Gasping for breath, Lin Jie struggled to extricate himself from Zhang Qiang's grip. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" He wheezed, feeling as though he had been granted a second lease on life, bewildered by Zhang Qiang's fervent demeanor. "What do you mean? Do you have any idea how I've been these past days? I've been sleepless, fearing I might lose you at any moment." Zhang Qiang plopped onto the bed, grumbling about the unfairness he had endured. Reflecting on the past few days, he lamented how others indulged in merriment while he was burdened with tending to this unfortunate soul, feeding him liquid meals and conducting checkups, terrified of the prospect of losing him. This fellow certainly owed him a considerable debt of gratitude. Lin Jie, however, was left in a state of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. What had transpired? How long had he been asleep? And where precisely was he? Noticing Lin Jie's bewilderment, Zhang Qiang recounted the events that had unfolded during his unconsciousness. It turned out that since that fateful day he had been struck by the mast and lost consciousness, over half a month had passed. 5 days prior, they had finally reached land, replenished their supplies, and continued their journey to this very place. During this period, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Despite their efforts to seek medical assistance, the doctors were utterly perplexed by his condition. Everything appeared normal, yet he could not awaken. Consequently, the class leader, Li Sheng, arranged for him to be placed here, assigning Zhang Qiang to care for him, thus setting the stage for the initial scene. "I must ask, how can you be so fragile? A mere bump sends you into a stupor for half a month. Why was this not apparent before?" After voicing these concerns, Zhang Qiang seemed unsatisfied, incessantly berating Lin Jie for his ailments, evidently exasperated by the burden of tending to him during these past few days. Listening to Zhang Qiang's relentless tirade, Lin Jie rolled his eyes. It was not as if he had chosen to faint. Who could fathom the nature of that experience? During his unconsciousness, a plethora of vivid images had unexpectedly surged forth, and even now, the recollection induced a mild headache. By the way, whose house is this? He inquired of Zhang Qiang, having been awake for some time, yet still unaware of his surroundings. It was certainly an inopportune question. Who else could it belong to? Do you think that upon our arrival in this unfamiliar place, some benevolent soul would gift us a house? Naturally, we purchased it, Zhang Qiang replied, his incredulity evident at Lin Jie's seemingly foolish question. It was vital to remember that upon their arrival, they had endured considerable hardship. Their supplies had been utterly depleted, leaving them gaunt and haggard. One might have mistaken them for beggars. Thankfully, during their confinement in that dismal location, they had managed to procure several valuable items. Otherwise, they would truly have been compelled to beg for sustenance. Understanding Zhang Qiang's implication, Lin Jie sheepishly touched the back of his head. All right, you should rest for a while. I'll inform everyone that you've regained consciousness, so they need not worry, Zhang Qiang said, having gauged Lin Jie's comprehension. After advising him not to move about recklessly, he exited the room, closing the door behind him and leaving Lin Jie to ponder the intricacies of life. Reclining on the large bed, Lin Jie relished a rare moment of comfort. After 3 days of sleeping on the ground amidst the Valyrian ruins, coupled with the prolonged discomfort of lying on wooden planks aboard the ship, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of softness. Feeling somewhat bored, he rose to survey his surroundings. Conveniently, beside his pillow lay his backpack, presumably placed there by Zhang Qiang, who had thoughtfully anticipated his concerns. This fellow proved remarkably reliable in critical moments. A smile tugged at Lin Jie's lips as he opened the backpack, revealing a blanket covering 2 dragon eggs, which lay quietly, unchanged since their discovery. Though he could not ascertain whether the visions he had experienced were inextricably linked to these dragon eggs, there was undoubtedly some connection between the two. Those colossal creatures, the battles in the arena, and the final images before Valyria's demise. He could not discern whether these were factual occurrences or mere figments of his imagination. The scenes were excessively dramatic and not particularly beneficial to contemplate. Perhaps understanding would come in time, but such thoughts were not pertinent at this moment. The manner of a civilization's obliteration held no relevance for him. In comparison, he preferred to focus on living well in the present. After securing the dragon eggs, Lin Jie placed them in a somewhat concealed corner of the room, for even though it was his dwelling, caution was prudent upon his initial arrival. After completing his tasks, he donned his shoes, yearning to step outside and stretch his legs. He would not heed the foolish advice of Zhang Qiang. After being confined for so long, he was reluctant to languish idly upon his return to civilized society. Pushing open the door, he found himself in a spacious corridor, his room situated at the far end. The floor was adorned with a carpet of exotic design, offering a plush sensation underfoot that felt delightful. Continuing forward, he approached a staircase that led down to a vast hallway, where he encountered 2 unfamiliar individuals engaged in cleaning. Upon seeing him descend, they paused their work. Bowing slightly and speaking in their native tongue, Lin Jie discerned that the dialect was a less refined version of Valyrian, perhaps even a lower-tier variant. While his own mastery of the language paled in comparison to Iwan's, he could grasp the essence of their message. The master had instructed them to keep an eye on him and prevent any erratic movements. The term master puzzled him. He found it hard to believe he had misheard, yet he wondered when Zhang Qiang had adopted such feudal notions. Setting aside these thoughts, he indicated to the 2 that he merely wished to wander and would not provoke any discontent. With that, he stepped outside, eager to behold the scenery beyond. Chapter 30. Ambition. Stepping into the open air, he was greeted by a meticulously tended garden, where a cobblestone path meandered from the entrance, disappearing into a thicket of flowers. The sun shone brightly, and the air was infused with the scents of jasmine and the ocean, a refreshing change for his nose, which had grown weary of sulfuric odors. Hey, Lin Jie, I thought you were still resting. I can't believe you're actually awake, came a familiar voice from nearby. After many days apart, Iwan appeared strikingly different. His once short hair had grown considerably, and he wore a traditional garment that enhanced his demeanor. I never imagined you would don such flamboyant attire, Lin Jie remarked with a smile, despite still wearing a simple robe that paled in comparison to Iwan's elaborate outfit. There's no choice, we must adapt. Wearing our old clothes here would draw too much attention, Iwan replied with a knowing smile, pouring a glass of red wine and offering it to him. Lin Jie accepted the glass and drank it in one gulp. Compared to the wines he had previously enjoyed, This one was rather mediocre, too sweet, and lacking the depth of flavor. Where is everyone? He inquired, eager to move past trivial details and engage in more pressing matters. We can discuss as we walk. Don't you wish to admire the natural beauty? Iwan's tone was gentle, as calm as ever, and he took Lin Jie's arm, gesturing for him to follow. Here, we have acquired this property from a local noble, along with several neighboring villas. The picturesque scenery is quite appealing, far removed from the stench of the impoverished slums and refuse-laden areas. For us, it serves as an ideal residence, where one can leisurely stroll through the gardens. As he introduced Lin Jie, it became evident that while Lin Jie had been in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, they had adapted to their surroundings over time, experiencing a significant transformation within themselves. Many aspects that were foreign to Lin Jie were embraced by them with a sense of enjoyment. After enduring such arduous days, it felt only right to indulge in some pleasures as a reward for the sweat they had shed. Navigating through the meticulously cultivated flower beds, they arrived at a terrace that offered a panoramic view of the magnificent city of Volantis. This grand metropolis, established at the mouth of the Lorne River, was the first colony of the Old Empire. Volantis thrived rapidly due to its exceptional geographical advantages, its expanse stretching along the banks of the Lorne River, encircled by formidable city walls. At the heart of the city, a colossal bridge spanned the river, halting its swift currents, adorned with countless edifices and bustling crowds. It was rumored that one could acquire anything one desired, provided they could afford it. Flanking the riverbanks stood the world's largest temple dedicated to the god of light, Rollo. Alongside the governor's residence perched at its highest point, and the shadowy black walls representing the era of the Old Empire. These structures were so striking that their distinctions from the surrounding architecture were immediately apparent. The city radiated vitality in every direction. So, you brought me up here just to admire the view? He mused, perching on the stone railing. The intent behind this gesture puzzled him. Was it truly necessary to bring him here solely for this purpose? This did not align with his character, he thought. Not quite, he candidly admitted. Leaning against the side, he expressed his true thoughts, primarily wishing to discuss their next steps. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie's interest was piqued. This matter had been broached on more than one occasion. Previously, they had contemplated seeking out Daenerys, but upon realizing the current time frame, they abandoned that idea, deciding instead to first recuperate in Volantis before reconsidering. It was surprising that Avon had brought it up again so soon. Have you consulted with the others? He inquired. Recognizing that as a group, two individuals alone could not devise a plan, and input from others would be beneficial. In response to this question, Avon gazed toward the distant city. Everyone is much like us. There are no loftier aspirations at present. We have ample gold coins, dragon eggs, and the finest weapons in existence. If we seek to ascend to the next level, it appears our only options are power and adventure. Understanding his implication, Lin Jie recognized that the group seemed to take pleasure in their current way of life. If given the choice, he too might lack ambition. In the absence of pressure and worries, they indeed preferred a life of leisure. However, this may only be a temporary situation, for money inevitably runs out. If they do not wish to squander their resources, they must devise new pathways. Let us first establish a firm foothold here. The remaining matters can be addressed later. After much contemplation, he provided Evan with such a succinct response. At this juncture, it is still early relative to the timeline of the original narrative. Considering the invasion of the White Walkers, they might have to wait another 20 years. By then, it is possible that many would have already passed away, rendering such concerns moot. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the notion that their presence might precipitate a butterfly effect, hastening this process. Yet in Lin Jie's view, the probability of that occurring is exceedingly low. After their brief encounter, Lin Jie returned to his chamber. Before his departure, Evan informed him that they would be heading to a tavern in the city that evening to experience the local customs, urging him to gather downstairs at dusk. He did not decline this invitation. Having spent many days in this world amidst ruins, he had yet to truly savor its delights. Once inside his room, he closed the door and, finding himself with little to occupy his time, retrieved his 2 dragon eggs from his bag and placed them before the fireplace to warm. This was an activity he particularly enjoyed. Whenever he had a moment, he would set them in the flames, believing it could strengthen the bond between them, a notion he found quite beneficial, though he was uncertain how he would tame such creatures should the dragon eggs hatch. Given his lack of Valyrian blood, he was resolute in one belief: solutions often outnumber the problems. In the past, the Valyrians were merely a group of shepherds. Lin Jie did not believe they possessed the innate ability to tame dragons from birth. There must have been a process involved, though he was unaware of the particulars. However, he trusted that if he could uncover the reasons behind it, one day, his own eggs would successfully hatch. Chapter 31. The Tavern as night approached. Although Zhang Qiang had informed everyone well in advance, there was still a measure of astonishment regarding Lin Jie's arrival, accompanied by congratulations for his remarkable will to survive after a fortnight of unconsciousness. At this moment, everyone was adorned in the distinctive finery of Volantis, with long swords at their waists. If one overlooked their peculiar mannerisms, outsiders would find nothing particularly extraordinary about them. The fashion of Essos indeed exhibits a remarkable uniformity, perhaps due to the nobility's penchant for intricate details and elaborate etiquette. Their garments resembled those of ancient Arabia and Asia, loose-fitting and composed of many elements, requiring the assistance of others for donning. Typically, such tasks were performed by their attendants, and within the villa where Lin Jie resided, there remained a number of slaves from the previous owner, requiring only sustenance and shelter rather than wages. Subsequently, the elegantly attired assembly boarded a unique carriage drawn by a creature known as a dwarf elephant. Their destination was the Merchantess House, the finest tavern in all of Volantis. Encountering the bustling normalcy of this city for the first time, Lin Jie felt a twinge of nervousness in his heart. The number of individuals venturing out this time was rather limited, with only around 25 accompanying him, while the majority remaining at home seemed eager for respite. Several ox-drawn carts, under the guidance of attendants, ambled forward, traversing the muddy terrain. Through the small windows, one could glimpse the vendors outside the city preparing to close shop and return to their abodes within the city, amidst a bustling throng of figures, mercenaries, pickpockets, and criminals intermingling, punctuated by sporadic, inexplicable quarrels, likely sparked by some unfortunate soul misplacing their belongings. Upon passing through the city gate, the peculiar guard stationed there, also referred to as the Tiger Robe Army, did not scrutinize the pedestrians. Their vigilance appeared solely directed at warding off external threats or potential violent incidents, neglecting minor skirmishes. Their destination lay not far from the city gate, seemingly situated to better accommodate the flow of people, nestled in the very heart of Fishmonger Square, occupying the largest expanse. As they entered the designated area, the imposing four-story structure loomed before them, reminiscent of a grand palace. Stopping at its entrance, the attendants laid down a staircase, allowing them to disembark from the carts. To avoid congestion, the guests entered in a steady stream. Instantly, the air was filled with lively chatter. The first floor, designated as the hall, brimmed with travelers reveling in merriment. In the center, a small dance floor encircled by tables came alive with numerous couples dancing energetically, synchronized with the surrounding jubilant music, complemented by beer and delectable fare, indicating they had indeed arrived at an ideal location. Having reserved 2 private rooms on the second floor, they procured several barrels of the finest malt liquor and some modest meat dishes, commencing their revelry. The large private rooms featured a wall that opened towards the hall, allowing a view of the vibrant scene below while ensuring a degree of privacy, demonstrating thoughtful consideration. Feeling somewhat flushed, Rex boisterously engaged the group, proclaiming that it was time to indulge, and they should eat and drink heartily. Observing the cheerful sounds emanating from below, they too were infused with the lively atmosphere. "Just don't let yourself be robbed again like last time," remarked one of the group, teasing Rex, who was indulging heartily, prompting laughter from those around. His face reddened as he repeatedly lamented his previous carelessness, which only served to amplify the humor. Though they were sipping the finest malt liquor available, its alcohol content was lower than that of beer, making intoxication virtually impossible. They were merely riding the wave of the spirited ambience. Savoring chunks of meat, Lin Jie took a sip of the complimentary vegetable soup, a fitting accompaniment. Unlike the others, who were drinking freely, he remained observant of his surroundings, as it was his first visit, necessitating a general understanding of the environment. The women who had joined them, similarly unconstrained, sat together enjoying their drinks and sharing in the laughter. "Let us raise a toast to our good brother Lin Jie," shouted Rex, who had been drinking heartily, inciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Unable to evade the situation, Lin Jie reluctantly accompanied them for a few drinks, marking a celebration of his awakening. The atmosphere grew lively, and he gradually acclimated to the surroundings, savoring the local customs as if he were traveling abroad, free from any constraints. Such is the exuberance that belongs to youth. Halfway through their revelry, Jane, seated nearby, began to feel overwhelmed. The attire they wore was not particularly light, coupled with the sweltering environment, prompting her to express a need for fresh air. After advising her to exercise caution, they resumed their merriment, continuing to drink in harmony with the festive ambience. Amidst this, Lin Jie suddenly recalled that he seemed to have forgotten someone, Jillian, having been unconscious for several days. He pondered whether the fellow had lingered with their group. Let's not even mention him, Zhang Qiang interjected with a belch, continuing, the moment he arrived. He shooed us away, and then gathered a new crew along with supplies, disappearing who knows where. Expressing his grievances, Zhang Qiang lamented how he wished to confront Jillian, questioning the necessity of such callousness in a person. Upon learning that Jillian was nowhere to be found, Lin Jie felt a sense of relief. The man's formidable strength was daunting, and he feared that prolonged time might expose vulnerabilities, posing a significant threat to their group. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. What is going on? Rex, slightly intoxicated, found himself in a daze. I'll go check, Li Sheng said, stepping out amid the noise, only to return with a furious expression, exclaiming, You all need to wake up. Jane is in trouble. It turned out that Jane, feeling overheated, had merely stepped toward the entrance to cool down. During this time, a man nearby had made an inappropriate proposition. Hey, girl over there, care to join me for 50 coins? His words, accompanied by laughter from his companions, were met with disdain. They had never encountered such a beautiful girl, her fair skin untouched by sun or wind, her figure alluring, and her long brown hair captivating, igniting their primal instincts. However, Jane, unable to comprehend their vulgar tongue, dismissed them as ruffians, intent on ignoring their provocations. Unexpectedly, one man, incensed by her indifference, seized her hair, attempting to pull her closer. Reacting instinctively, Jane drew a dagger from her waist and aimed for his hand, inadvertently slashing his arm and leaving a significant gash. The man yelped in pain and, enraged, yanked Jane toward him, wresting the dagger away, pressing it against her neck as he forced her down onto the table, lifting her skirt with intentions that were all too clear. Chapter 32. The brawl in the tavern. At this moment, the man held the girl pinned to his table, preparing to act on his malicious desires. Upon witnessing the scene, they were oblivious to everything else. Li Sheng leapt forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant sprawling. He hurried to help the still-shaken Janie, adjusting her clothing before escorting her to safety, where a few other girls comforted her. Damn it, who did this? The man, seemingly unaware of the chaos he had caused, drew his sword, cursing as he rose to confront the offender. However, he was met with the glint of 17 equally polished long swords. Seeing the man brandish his weapon, Lin Jie and the others could not afford to appear weak. Except for a few girls who felt it inappropriate to arm themselves, the remaining group stood ready with swords in hand. An unusual silence enveloped the scene, despite being outnumbered. The man had only 5 companions by his side and was clearly at a disadvantage. Faced with the fierce determination of the crowd, they hesitated to act recklessly. Nearby, keen observers had already noticed the commotion, swiftly turning the tavern into a focal point of attention. I am the son of Governor Marikamigia. That wench just assaulted me. Hand her over at once, or face the consequences. Despite being outnumbered, his tone remained defiant, shifting all blame onto the girl. Listening to Ivan's translation, they had never encountered someone so shameless. Tell him to leave now, or I will not spare him, Rex seethed, his gaze shifting to Ivan. Despite having nearly succumbed to the urge to slay the man moments before, this was, after all, a civil society, and they required a place to stay for a while. Reluctant as he was, he could not afford to escalate the situation. Upon hearing the response, the man erupted in fury. As a scion of an ancient noble lineage, he had never endured such humiliation. For the sake of a woman, this foreigner dared to threaten him. In Volantis, who would dare speak to him in such a manner? I said, hand over the one who assaulted me, or do not expect to leave here alive. He coldly reiterated his earlier demands. A foreign girl injuring a noble was a crime punishable by death, and with a mere dispatch, the patrolling Tiger Robe guards would arrive post-haste. Even if the opposition was numerous, he could summon more. Unable to contain himself, Rex unleashed a torrent of invective in his native tongue, raising his sword to strike. The man was taken aback by the immediate attack, scrambling to parry the blow. Rex's stature towered over him, his robust muscles overwhelming. Although the man managed to block the strike, the force left his wrist aching. Quick, call the guards, he shouted to a companion behind him, rallying the remaining allies to assist in the fray. With the situation spiraling out of control, Lin Jie and the others joined the melee, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, bystanders, driven by old grudges, engaged in their own vendettas, allowing many thieves and pickpockets to exploit the disorder. Swords, axes, daggers, an array of commonplace weapons were on full display at that moment, and now and then, an unfortunate soul would meet a brutal end, collapsing upon the tavern table. Fueled by the earlier onslaught of alcohol, Rex, with flushed cheeks and bulging veins, wielded his weapon with increasing ferocity. Drawing upon the formidable nature of Valyrian steel, he cleaved through the sword of one adversary, severing the arm in a single motion. In the next instant, blood gushed forth, and the man let out a piercing scream, clutching his mangled limb and wailing in despair. The provocateur who had instigated the confrontation felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had inadvertently struck a nerve. Anxiety gripped him as he wondered why reinforcements had yet to arrive. With one man incapacitated and another having left, they were outnumbered. 3 against 17. How could they possibly prevail? If help did not arrive soon, he feared for his very life, and he began to regret not having taken a step back earlier. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a throng of soldiers poured through the entrance, led by the very individual he had dispatched, surrounding the tavern and regaining control of the situation. Upon seeing these soldiers, the instigator felt a surge of elation. "Quick, they are the ones who attacked me. Arrest them all," he cried, pointing at the group with a face twisted in rage. It was these scoundrels who had tarnished his reputation. He would not rest until they were imprisoned. However, contrary to his expectations, the soldiers remained steadfast, maintaining their composure, while the commanding officer appeared entirely indifferent to his words. "My father is a magistrate, and I am of noble blood. They have assaulted a nobleman. You must apprehend them," he insisted, but the officer continued to ignore him, igniting the flames of his fury once more. The officer had no interest in engaging with this fool. He was well aware of the man's status, but it mattered little. Volantis was not solely governed by one magistrate. Even though they were the Tiger Cloak Legion, primarily loyal to the Tiger Party, the true authority lay in the collective will of the city-state, not in serving as private enforcers. Their current task was merely to manage the situation until one of the magistrates arrived to determine the appropriate course of action. Before long, many more entered through the grand doors. Leading them was the second magistrate of the Lioness Party, Dofus Penimian, who was carried in on a litter, flanked by a multitude of guards and numerous attendants. Among them stood an unusually bald man, attired in a splendid brown robe, his hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an odd, effeminate aura tinged with the scent of powder. His voice was high-pitched, lacking the deep timbre typically associated with men. "I apologize, Lord Varys, but I must trouble you to accompany me in addressing these trivial matters," Dofus remarked, expressing his regret upon entering. It was none other than Varys, the master of whisperers. Famously known as the Spider. Once loyal to House Targaryen, he had been compelled to switch allegiances to the usurper, Robert Baratheon, following the downfall of King's Landing. At present, he is traversing the entirety of the Essos continent, striving to secure greater legitimacy for the rule of Lord Robert, while simultaneously acting under his command to thwart any support the free cities might extend to the 2 children of House Targaryen. Although the Targaryen dynasty is in a state of disarray, the establishment of a new king and regime invariably requires a considerable amount of time. Should the free cities attempt to intervene during this period, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Rather than engaging in the deceitful intrigues of the nobility, he yearns for the protracted conflict to reach a resolution sooner rather than later. After a brief pause, the regent continued, "Moreover, please convey to King Robert that we shall acknowledge his legitimacy, provided he ensures our merchant vessels encounter no assaults while traversing the narrow sea. In return, we will regard the members of House Targaryen as friends." At this juncture, Moffaz expressed his stance, considering he had other pressing matters to attend to and wished not to prolong this discussion regarding the eunuch. "A most reasonable concession. I appreciate your generosity," Varys replied, understanding the implications of the words, his outward smile always contorting his rotund visage. Chapter 33 Parting Ways with the Regent. Varys made his way toward the carriage awaiting him outside. "Perhaps you should summon your little birds. Otherwise, the Master of Whisperer's personal visit could raise too many suspicions." Inside the carriage, a dark-haired man reclined, cradling a goblet of red wine, greeting Varys with an unperturbed smile upon his arrival. He showed no surprise at this sudden visitor, merely stepping to the mirror to adjust his appearance. "If I had come personally, perhaps that group behind would not be pursuing my little bird," he remarked, picking up a delicate blade to groom himself. "Your loyalty remains as elusive as ever," the man sighed, listening to Varys' words. However, Varys did not concur, stating, "I merely apply it in the right places." He then poured himself a glass of wine and sat beside the man, engaging in conversation. "Where have you placed him?" he inquired first, indicating it was a matter of great importance. "Nearby, at a farmer's home. He has been exceptionally well behaved, causing me no worry," the dark-haired man remarked, fully aware of the significance of his words, which is why he had gone to such lengths to seek him out. "Then what of the remaining 2 children?" He shifted the topic, recalling the 2 still in Bravos, considering them far more useful than an infant. "William Derry will take good care of them," Besides, their whereabouts are already widely known. The shadows are far more potent than the light, he pointed out, elucidating the pros and cons of the situation. It was evident he referred to the two Targaryen orphans, yet Varys felt compelled to assert that holding them in hand is the most effective strategy. No wonder. As I have often pondered the true purpose behind your actions, merely the simple pursuits of a eunuch? He chuckled. Perhaps it offered no response to the inquiry. And thus the man's words faded into silence. Accepting his reluctance to speak, the other man reclined once more. Regardless, this fellow had settled his debts. Upon hearing that Gillian had returned, he recalled a rumor that had been circulating, a fantastical tale, indeed, that this individual had miraculously returned from Valyria. The voice of this man reached him, eliciting no surprise from Varys, for this was no mere rumor. Just days prior, Gillian's missive had reached Tywin. And now all of Westeros was aware of the man who, akin to the legendary sea serpent of a century past, had traversed the world and returned. At the tavern, the principal instigators of the disturbance had been encircled. Struggling to lift his heavy frame, Dofus managed to stand. He had gleaned the details from the onlookers, understanding that the matter involved a noble of considerable stature. Otherwise, he would not have intervened. So, it was Somian who had initially attempted to assault the lady, and she had merely defended herself by inflicting a wound upon his hand. He lowered his gaze towards the foreigners standing before him. This situation could have been easily resolved with an apology and compensation to the lady. However, now one among the group had attempted to murder a noble and severed a man's hand, resulting in chaos. Clearly, the burden of blame rested heavier upon them. He would need to scrutinize the circumstances further. The foreign individuals had become quite notorious in the area over the past few days, having first produced hundreds of coins from the old empire to purchase a vast estate outside the city, followed by a spree of extravagant spending within, acquiring copious amounts of clothing, gourmet delicacies, and various luxuries, thereby indirectly stimulating the economy. Thus, offending either side too greatly posed a dilemma for him. Contemplating the origins of this turmoil, he felt a sense of resignation. How long had it been since this man had last encountered a woman? Though the girl was indeed lovely, it was hardly justifiable to engage in such conduct in public. Ultimately, he resolved to view the actions of both parties separately and render a judgment. Somian, the impertinent nobleman, was to compensate the victim with 200 silver coins for his attempt at assaulting a free woman. As for the foreigners, the leading man who severed another's hand need not suffer a similar fate, yet he was to pay 500 silver coins to the injured party, in addition to 200 silver coins to the Merchants' Guild to compensate for the disruption they had caused. This constituted his final decree, as the only one injured was the mercenary, rendering this outcome the most equitable. Regarding the sentiments of both sides, Somian was aware of his culpability, and faced with an adversarial faction, he was disinclined to offer them any further leverage. He complied, paying begrudgingly, and slipped away with a visage of resentment. Conversely, Lin Jie and his companions felt discontent, questioning why they should be compelled to compensate when they were not the instigators of the conflict. Dofus explained that the man could only be charged with attempted assault, while Rex had indeed severed a limb. Without compensation, it would be difficult to placate the offended parties. This left them utterly speechless. Not wishing to escalate the situation further, they could only toss a bag of money onto the chest of the man who had just lost his arm, wearing expressions of discontent as they departed to board the same elephant-drawn carriage they had arrived in. Following this, Duofaz was carried away by a few burly men, accompanying those clad in tiger robes. As for the lifeless bodies sprawled across the tables on the first floor, they went unnoticed. To many, these societal outcasts were not regarded as human. Upon returning to their lodgings, the group bore grim faces. Their original intent had been to seek amusement, yet they had encountered such a disheartening incident. Having been so insulted, Janie was greatly frightened and was continuously consoled by her companions as they made their way back to their room. They resolved that the girls must never again venture into such places. Reflecting on the potential consequences, their hearts were filled with dread. Had they arrived any later, the situation could have escalated significantly. It was not that they bore no responsibility. Rather, they had underestimated the woeful status of women in this world, viewed as mere commodities by the locals, subject to trade at will. Although they understood that this was the prevailing norm, it still starkly contrasted with their own perceptions. As the night grew late, the group dispersed, returning to their respective rooms to prepare for rest. Once inside, Lin Jie took a deep breath, attempting to cast aside the day's unpleasantness, and settled himself before the fireplace. The embers had long since died down. Before leaving, he had instructed the servants not to enter the room indiscriminately, thus no fresh fuel had been added. The 2 dragon eggs remained in their place. their vibrant colors unchanged as ever. He picked up the pale golden one, brushing off the remaining ash, inadvertently splattering a drop of crimson liquid onto it. What could this be? He wondered, perplexed by the appearance of the red substance, only to discover it was oozing from a small cut on his arm sustained during the earlier scuffle. The darkness had concealed it until now. Fortunately, it was not deep, and he hastily bandaged it. After rekindling the fire and replenishing the fuel, he placed the dragon egg back in position and retired to bed, unaware that the blood dripping onto the egg was slowly seeping along its surface. Chapter 34. Another dream in the depths of slumber. Lin Jie found himself once more enveloped in darkness. Unlike the previous occasion, this time there were no images. He felt as though he was buried deep underground, acutely aware of the cold earth beneath his feet. The surroundings were vast, yet not entirely void. He sensed he was in a tunnel, traversing forward through murky passages, unaware of how long he had been walking, as if ensnared in a labyrinth, endlessly circling. At long last, after his aimless wandering, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Drawn to it, Lin Jie ventured into a realm where he beheld a vast expanse of molten lava, radiating warmth and illumination. The energy within surged and splashed, cascading back down, creating an endless vista reminiscent of a true ocean. When he stumbled, contrary to his expectations of falling, he found himself firmly standing upon the surface of the lava. Strangely, he could distinctly sense the environment, the heat and the waves of air, yet it did not affect him. Filled with curiosity, he continued onward, oblivious to the passage of time. Perhaps in the next moment, an imposing figure loomed before him, a magnificent golden dragon. In its presence, Lin Jie felt as minuscule as an ant. The colossal creature was entirely immersed in the molten rock, its back and wings resembling majestic peaks, adorned with flawless, golden scales. As he drew closer, eager to behold the entirety of this magnificent being, akin to admiring a flawless work of art, the dragon stirred. Its eyes opened to reveal golden vertical pupils, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Jie awoke. In an instant, all faded away. Breathless, the oppressive presence of the creature lingered in his mind. Sunlight streamed through the balcony, casting light upon his hand, and he realized it was morning. Dressing quickly, Lin Jie descended from his bed and approached the basin against the wall, splashing water on his face to rouse himself. These peculiar dreams had been unnerving, and he pondered the events leading up to them, glancing at the 2 dragon eggs still resting in their original place, unchanged amidst the flames. Was he merely overthinking? Confused, he decided not to dwell on it further. Upon opening the door, he found a simple breakfast laid out for him, a result of his earlier instruction to the servants to refrain from entering his room, a request they had evidently heeded. After a modest meal, he made his way downstairs and entered the hall, where he spotted Zhang Qiang reclining on a chaise longue, indulging in grapes while a servant fanned him. "You should be careful not to overindulge," Lin Jie remarked, sneaking up behind him and startling him. The grapes he had just lifted to his mouth fell to the ground. "You nearly scared me to death," Zhang Qiang exclaimed, recognizing Lin Jie and placing a hand over his heart to steady himself. After handing the plate to the servant, he sat up and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Jie, feeling somewhat bemused, responded, "Am I not allowed to check on you if there is nothing amiss?" Zhang Qiang regarded him with a peculiar expression, internally musing that it was rather unsettling to be frightened for no reason. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Lin Jie chose not to feign ignorance and expressed his desire to explore the city, voicing his concern for safety while alone. He remarked that his previous excursion had been brief and limited to the evening hours, leaving much of the experience unexplored. Today, he hoped to wander freely and savor some of the pleasures this world has to offer. Hearing that he was invited to join in leisure, Zhang Qiang readily agreed and directed a nearby servant with a few words, "Car, us, out." These were among the few simple Valyrian phrases he had learned. Over the past few days, everyone had diligently sought guidance from Avon to grasp the language, recognizing that communication barriers posed significant challenges. Although they had only been studying for a few days, their earnestness combined with the immersive environment had enabled them to memorize quite a few essential words, proving invaluable during shopping and while instructing the servants. As they stepped outside, unexpectedly, they encountered Jenny, who was accompanied by a girl, seemingly returning from a stroll. "Good morning. I trust you are well after last night." Lin Jie greeted her, aware that the previous evening's events might have left the girl with some lingering distress. "It's nothing to worry about," she replied nonchalantly. "I've come to terms with it. That man has faced his due punishment, and I should express my gratitude to your group for standing up for me." The girl beside her was Kalita, who had been quarantined on the ship due to an infection of grayscale. Her arm was heavily bandaged, and her expression was far from cheerful. I almost forgot about that situation. How is she faring now? Lin Jie inquired, suddenly recalling the matter. As the days had passed, and his memory of their patient had faded. It's manageable. The doctors here have been inspired by your actions and concocted a mild ointment that can slightly erode the skin. Since the infection is minimal, a month of consistent application should lead to recovery, she explained with a smile, though she refrained from mentioning the accompanying discomfort of stinging and itching. To alleviate Kalida's mind from her condition, she had diligently taken her for walks each day. Having confirmed there were no pressing issues, Lin Jie felt a weight lift from his heart. Late-stage grayscale was nearly tantamount to a death sentence in this realm, and it was fortunate they had detected it early. Otherwise, the girl's fate could have been dire. After bidding farewell to them, the two friends reached the entrance, where a low-slung elephant cart awaited them. In Volantis, horse-drawn carriages were a rarity. The populace typically traveled by elephant cart, while the more affluent nobles enjoyed the luxury of being carried in palanquins. Is there a particular destination you wish to visit? Zhang Qiang inquired once they were seated in the cart. Lin Jie, however, was inclined to wander aimlessly, without a specific place in mind. Let us just see where the day takes us. It's not a taxi, and we have ample time. Along the way, Zhang Qiang produced a small pouch, revealing the local currency, shining coins known as hui. One side bore the image of a crown, while the reverse displayed a skull. Crafted from gold and roughly the size of a penny. The large gold coins, salvaged from the ruins of Old Valyria, amounted to a total of 300, which, when exchanged at the rate of 1 to 250, held a value of 150 coins worth 80 each. The Valantians have a profound fondness for relics from the era of Old Valyria, which collectively equate to a staggering 800,000 golden coins. Naturally, they could not exchange all of them. Aside from utilizing 400 coins to purchase an estate, the remainder was retained, either saved or converted into local currency for expenditures. Zhang Qiang, in turn, returned Lin Jie his share, amounting to 2,000 coins, with the rest safely stored in a chest for Lin Jie to access as he wished. This gesture took Lin Jie by surprise, revealing that Zhang Qiang had indeed been quite prudent, suggesting that he had spent a considerable sum recently. Chapter 35. Slaves. By the way, Qiang, how is that dragon egg of yours? As they approached the city gates, Lin Jie suddenly posed this question. The unexpected inquiry interrupted Zhang Qiang's reverie, as he found his companion acting rather mysteriously. It's the same as always. I've been roasting it in the fire. But there has been no sign of movement, he replied thoughtfully. Have you experienced any strange dreams? Lin Jie pressed on, curious whether his situation was unique or if it was a common phenomenon. He yearned to understand the nature of his predicament. Are you feeling feverish? Zhang Qiang stood up, intending to check Lin Jie's forehead, perplexed by his friend's odd line of questioning. However, upon seeing the glare in Lin Jie's eyes, he sat back down, responding earnestly, well, nothing unusual, although I do occasionally dream of being chased in those ruins, which often startles me awake. Nothing particularly strange. Lin Jie mused, feeling somewhat vexed. Upon reflection, he realized there were indeed peculiarities, like the sporadic sparks he seemed to notice around him, though he could not decipher their significance. Nevertheless, he deemed this observation of little consequence. As their carriage entered the city, Lin Jie chose not to pursue the topic further, preferring to observe the circumstances of others upon his return. If it were merely a singular anomaly, he would need to contemplate whether he bore a unique affliction. Traversing the cobblestone streets, free from the mud outside the city, they were flanked by a multitude of bustling shops and stalls. The air was a nauseating blend of excrement and decaying animals, tinged with faint traces of spices and floral scents. The crowd was a cacophony of diverse humanity, local peasants, mercenaries, traders, slaves, and travelers from distant lands converged in a lively throng. The brick and stone edifices stood in orderly rows, forming the arteries of the city. Here, one could procure anything from essential goods to weapons, armor, slaves, and even various arcane potions. Moreover, as they passed through a particular street, Lin Jie caught sight of a stall selling products crafted from dragons, marked with various parts of a dragon or items associated with it: dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon crystals, dragon dung, blood dragon grass, and even dragon eggs. Yet those in their possession appeared distinctly different, resembling crafted artifacts made by human hands. The streets were teeming with beggars, while some children clad in tattered burlap frolicked along the road, effortlessly dodging the approaching elephant-drawn carriage. Witnessing this scene through the window caused him to break into a cold sweat. The thoroughfare was littered with excrement, not only from humans, but also from elephants and sheep, all of which were quite repugnant. Meanwhile, some slaves diligently worked to scoop the waste into barrels, which were then loaded onto carts for transport out of the city. A grim cycle indeed. It became evident to him why Zhang Qiang had been so reluctant to disembark. There was simply no place for him to stand. As he traversed another street, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. "What is happening?" he inquired of the driver, who showed no intention of stopping. "Sir, up ahead. Someone is whipping a slave. There are too many onlookers," the driver replied swiftly, leaving Lin Jie struggling to comprehend. After several mental translations, he grasped only the term slave and too many. Should they wait? He glanced at Zhang Qiang. "Let us just move forward. They will make way." The man reclined on the cushion, indifferent to the unfolding events outside. In response, Lin Jie signaled the driver to proceed slowly. Just as Zhang Qiang suggested, these people would indeed part. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jie leaned out to discern the commotion. Outside, a corpulent, bald man was vigorously wielding a whip, mercilessly striking a boy bound to a post. The man spat incomprehensible curses, seemingly condemning the boy for some transgression. With each lash, the boy's back became increasingly raw. The whip tore at his skin, painting a painful picture that was hard to bear. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, his eyes wide with terror, tears streaming down his cheeks, mouth agape, gritting his teeth in silence, as sweat cascaded from his brown hair, pooling on the ground below. It was unclear what crime warranted such a brutal punishment. For the moment, he instructed the driver to halt, wishing to observe the situation further. The whip continued to crack down upon the boy's spine, who yearned to twist his back, yet his bound body remained immobile, forced to endure the agony. "Stop," he implored, feeling a pang of compassion. After all, the boy was merely a child. Had it been an adult, he would not have felt the same sympathy. His voice, a stark contrast amid the crowd of spectators, drew the attention of several onlookers. Upon hearing him, the man ceased his whipping, turning towards Lin Jie, uncertain of his intentions. He inquired, "What has he done?" Lin Jie directed his gaze towards the man, who glanced at Lin Jie and then at the boy below. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, "Sir, this Westerosi slave has stolen my money and fled with another slave. I have just apprehended him, and according to the rules, I must administer 100 lashes to ensure he remembers this lesson." Recognizing that the man was one of those recently notorious foreigners, predominantly affluent individuals, Lin Jie felt compelled to act with due diligence. Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Jie hesitated, grasping a few of the terms and gleaning their meaning. However, he was acutely aware that Westeros forbade the existence of slaves and would never permit a child to be trafficked here. It was highly likely that the boy had been seized by pirates and ultimately sold to this place. "How much?" "I shall purchase him," Lin Jie directly inquired. Having discerned the man was a slave trader. "Not expensive, sir, merely 50 gold coins," the man replied, his demeanor shifting as he realized the prospect of profit. He gestured with his fingers to emphasize his point. Lin Jie tossed a small pouch, instructing the man to count out exactly 50 coins, no more, no less. Satisfied, he nodded and released the boy from his restraints. "What do you intend to do with him?" Zhang Qiang interjected, surprised by Lin Jie's sudden acquisition of a person. No longer the naive newcomer, he had grown accustomed to certain harsh realities of this world. In the past, he might have been outraged by such matters, but now, as long as it did not affect them directly, he preferred to remain indifferent. It was not that his heart had grown cold. Rather, they simply had their own struggles to contend with. "A few lashes are certainly better than being beaten to death here," Lin Jie remarked dismissively. He felt a twinge of compassion, but was not inclined to bring back a dependent. Just as he considered having the boy follow him, the lad clung stubbornly to a post, refusing to let go despite being dragged along. Observing this, Lin Jie turned to the slave trader. "Sir, should you take him? You might need to acquire another," the trader suggested, pointing to a nearby cage. Only then did Lin Jie notice several other slaves. Among them a girl at the edge of the enclosure, also around 7 or 8 years old, shivering in a rough garment, while her gaze remained fixed on the boy. "How much?" he inquired, his expression darkening. 70 gold coins, sir." "The girl is more expensive than the boy," the trader replied, grinning broadly. Chapter 36. The secret pact. The two individuals were shackled and tethered to the back of the cart. Fortunately, the cart moved at a leisurely pace, allowing the injured boy to keep up. The iron chains were a precaution provided by the slave trader to prevent escape, and they paid no heed as he secured them to the rear of the cart. As they continued onward, they arrived at the Long Bridge, one of the 8 wonders of the world from the realm of ice and fire. This was the destination Lin Jie had communicated to the driver after their departure. It is a colossal bridge stretching several kilometers, located at the bustling heart of the city, adorned with a grand archway. This arch is intricately carved with exquisite reliefs of mythical creatures such as dragons, sphinxes, and harpies, culminating in the depiction of the heart of the sacred flame, a symbol of the King of Light and the faith that unites all of Volantis. This magnificent structure connects the urban areas on both banks of the Lorne River, facilitating the continuous flow of people. With its presence, Volantis boasts a vast port where merchant ships from around the globe dock, bringing spices from Meereen and Lys, crafts from Westeros, slaves from the Slaver's Bay, and silks from Pintos, resulting in a cacophony of vendors hawking their goods. As they approached, Lin Jie, holding on to Zhang Qiang, was eager to show him this world-renowned architectural marvel. The coachman, noticing their intent to disembark, promptly rose to assist them by lowering the steps. Although their assistance was unnecessary, the man was determined to help. Meanwhile, two children who had walked alongside them simply sat on the ground, heads bowed and motionless, paying them no mind. Lin Jie instructed the coachman to keep an eye on the children and to procure some food for them before leading Zhang Qiang into the bridge. Unlike other districts, the proximity of the river ensures that the streets here are rarely sullied, allowing the throngs of people to navigate the narrow pathways created by unauthorized constructions. Since the bridge's completion, its vast expanse has fostered the construction of early homes and shops, which have evolved over the past 2 centuries into an integral part of the urban landscape, with colossal buildings proliferating along its sides, extending outward by more than 3 meters. This area is teeming with taverns and inns, yet the most prevalent establishments are brothels, where the enslaved individuals are categorized and marked with symbols representing their various trades, tears, hammers, or flies, each signifying a different vocation. It resembles a small city, complete with its own community and citizens, where one can procure almost anything desired. As they walked through the throng, Lin Jie held Zhang Qiang close, ever vigilant to prevent him from being jostled away. "I fail to see the allure of this place," Zhang Qiang remarked, feeling as if he were wedged between slices of bread in a sandwich amidst the masses. The crowd was far from glamorous. Many were clad in coarse linen garments, with numerous individuals exposing their torsos. The overwhelming scent emanating from the throng was quite unbearable to him. Upon reaching the midpoint of the bridge, they sought refuge in a tavern, selecting a private room on the 2nd floor. After ordering 2 mugs of ale and a roasted chicken, they settled into their seats. "I find this place rather intriguing," Lin Jie said, tearing off a chicken leg as he recounted the history of this remarkable site. He marveled at the audacity of constructing a bridge spanning several kilometers over such a vast river, an engineering feat achievable only in modern society on Earth. And accomplishing it without the use of steel and concrete is nothing short of a global wonder. The long night stretches endlessly, fraught with peril. A voice emanates from the window, belonging to the robed monks who wander amidst the crowd. Zhang Qiang has heard this phrase before, and thus it is familiar to him. As the night descends, the Almighty reveals to us that we shall pursue the light, united as brothers and sisters, under His divine protection. In this treacherous darkness, only through faith in the Almighty can we attain salvation. Her voice resonates brightly, clear enough for Lin Jie, even from a floor above, to hear distinctly. The King of Light, Rollo, is one of the principal sects of Essos, known by many names, with this being the most widely recognized. Lin Jie gazes at these zealots with mere curiosity, for in his perception, they possess little redeeming quality. Volantis boasts the world's largest temple dedicated to the King of Light, with fervent devotion to their faith, which has led to a vast community of monks. In the Long Bridge, their presence is evident at every turn. After downing the last sip of ale, he feels satiated. At that moment, a small boy suddenly approaches their table, gazing at them with eager eyes. A beggar, upon seeing the child, they associate him with the lowest strata of society. However, the boy does not extend his hand for alms. Instead, after confirming their presence, he declares, "Sir, a gentleman has asked me to invite you to the Curved Blade Tavern to meet him." This enigmatic statement leaves Lin Jie bewildered. He knows no one here, so why would someone wish to seek him out? The boy continues, "He said that once you see this object, you will surely go." He then produces an item from his pocket, causing Lin Jie's eyes to widen in astonishment as a small compass appears in his palm. Is this the place? After sending Zhang Qiang back, he follows the address provided by the boy and arrives alone. It is evident that the compass could not possibly belong to this world. It may belong to another classmate, or perhaps even a fellow traveler from another realm. Confusion envelopes him. If it were another classmate, why would they summon him alone? And if it were another traveler, how would they know of his existence? With a mix of trepidation, Lin Jie steps inside. The space is far smaller than the merchant's house they had previously visited. It consists of 3 floors. Upon entering, he discovers that the individual he is to meet is on the 2nd floor. After informing the proprietor of his arrival, he is granted access. To his surprise, upon entering the room, he encounters a familiar face. "Avon, you are here," he exclaims, incredulous that it is indeed this particular friend. It is no wonder the compass had surfaced. His worries dissipate. At least it is not another traveler, which would have been rather unfortunate. Do not misunderstand. That person is not me, Avon quickly clarifies, aware of the potential misunderstanding. Like Lin Jie, he was also bumped into by a little girl while shopping, which led him to this place. Naturally, the compass was taken from him. This revelation only adds to Lin Jie's confusion. If it is not you, then who else could it be? I do not know anyone else here. He will arrive shortly. Please take a seat and time it well. He gestured towards the chair for Lin Jie. Before long, a corpulent figure emerged from a small room nearby, dressed in resplendent brown attire. His head devoid of any stray hair, exuding a hint of allure, he seated himself in the chair opposite them. Chapter 37. Revelation. Greetings, I am Varys, and it is an honor to meet you. The newcomer spoke, his voice high-pitched and laced with a certain charm. Yet it thundered in Lin Jie's mind like a clap of thunder. The master of whisperers from the Seven Kingdoms, the Spider. Varys, one of the most pivotal figures in the saga of Ice and Fire. To encounter such an individual in person was beyond Lin Jie's comprehension. Theoretically, this man should be in King's Landing. So how could he possibly be in Volantis, and more astonishingly, have arranged a meeting with him? Could it be related to Gillian? A crucial clue crossed his mind. But hadn't this man claimed ignorance of her whereabouts? How could he possibly have arranged a rendezvous with Varys, and even mentioned himself? It was utterly perplexing. Noticing Lin Jie's astonishment, Varys calmly poured 2 glasses of red wine and offered them to Lin Jie and Avon. Perhaps this will allow us to converse at a leisurely pace, he suggested. From the moment his little birds delivered information to him, he had developed an interest in these individuals. While the world was aware of Gillian Lannister's successful return from Valyria, few knew of the enigmatic figures who accompanied her. Their exploits seemed to have circulated only within Volantis. Yet that was of little consequence. He sought information that would prove invaluable to him. Or perhaps the Valyrian-style swords themselves. I am aware of everything that transpired after your arrival, yet I know nothing of your journey prior to it. Although I do not believe commoners can comfortably enter such places, it is evident that you are not of noble birth, he stated. His words piercing the hearts of the two like needles. The dread they most feared had indeed come to pass. What do you wish to accomplish? Avon inquired, his voice low and his hand trembling slightly as he raised his glass. They were acutely aware that their activities might attract attention, but they never considered that someone from across the narrow sea could be the first to take notice. It was too distant a thought. Let us strike a bargain, he proposed. I will provide you with information, and you will share a piece of news with me. Varys had already prepared his terms, confident they would comply. This left the two men bewildered. As ardent fans of the realm's intrigues, they were fully cognizant of the information void surrounding them. Even though they had traversed into this world, they found themselves confined, with the main storyline yet to unfold. What news could possibly hold significance for them? Anticipating their thoughts, Varys divulged the first piece of information. The nobility of Volantis is aware of the Valyrian-style swords in your possession, and they will make their move against you in the coming days. He dropped this bombshell. As the weight of his revelation settled in their minds, they were left wondering how this secret had escaped, yet at that moment, it mattered little. For what purpose do you reveal to us that Lin Jie is highly vigilant and harbors a distrust that there is no such thing as a free lunch? Varys comprehended his implication and inquired about a matter of significance. What else did you discover within the Valyrian ruins? His gaze sharpened, suggesting the gravity of the inquiry. What else? Lin Jie and Ewan exchanged knowing glances, both aware of each other's thoughts. This individual was oblivious to the existence of the dragon eggs, and naturally, they would never utter a word about it. Aside from the coins and swords, there was merely a diary. Lin Jie first divulged one item, candidly admitting that, apart from these, they had indeed seen nothing else. The atmosphere thickened with silence, indicating that our transaction had not been particularly fruitful. Clearly, he exhibited little interest. Then grant me a Valyrian-style sword. Do not conceal it, for I know you possess many. With this shift in topic, he redirected his focus toward other matters. The two men lifted their gazes to him, remaining silent as they contemplated the implications therein. This intelligence, coupled with the assistance of the Golden Company, should render a Valyrian-style sword quite advantageous for you. He further increased his stakes. As previously mentioned, the nobility of Volantis had already set their sights on them. And with merely those swords or the enslaved guards, Lin Jie and his companions could not withstand their advances. Allow us to deliberate. They were not foolish enough to acquiesce immediately. Who knows what this wretched eunuch desires a sword for? Varys, however, was unperturbed by this. viewing it as just a part of the process. Regardless of whether they acquiesced or not, he would ultimately obtain what he sought. He lifted his cup, taking a small sip before continuing. Moreover, I desire one more thing. The incessant demands of this individual began to irk the two men. What? A promise from you, he stated, his tone becoming increasingly delicate. I require your assurance that on a future day, you might assist me, or aid another. He had laid it all bare. We can scarcely assist ourselves. How can we possibly help you? Ewan's voice resonated, filled with incredulity. Varys dismissed the significance of this concern, merely requiring their commitment, as he discerned that this group might possess considerable potential in the future, making them worthy pawns. In the end, the two men reluctantly acquiesced to his final condition, making a vow on his behalf. May we depart? Upon concluding their dealings, he inquired of Varys, as they were eager to vacate this place, lest this wretched eunuch concoct further schemes. At any time, he had no intention of prolonging their conversation, although he would engage if they desired. For now, he could only watch them exit the tavern. Once outside, the two hastened towards the chariot they had arrived in, urgency propelling them forward, as they needed to relay this news to everyone. Zhang Qiang awaited them, his carriage stationed before the long bridge gate, not having moved immediately, still anticipating Lin Jie's return, unaware of what had transpired. The two children hiding behind the cart sat on the ground, too frightened to look around, their heads bowed, striving to diminish their presence. Dolly was engulfed in terror, akin to facing the monsters of a tale. A band of pirates had raided his village, capturing him and his sister, selling them into this wretched place as slaves. Those scoundrels and brigands often lashed him with whips, demanding obedience, forcing him to strip and lie on his stomach, an experience that revolted him. They resembled a mass of blubber, inducing a wave of nausea. He yearned to escape and take his sister with him, yet those men always managed to catch them, selling them to one buyer after another, each more repugnant than the last. He could endure the torment himself, but not his sister. If they dared to harm Rhaena, he vowed that he would make them pay, even at the cost of his own life. The two had now returned to this place, and upon seeing the children, Aven was momentarily bewildered, questioning why Lin Jie would have such a peculiar inclination. He could not fathom why Lin Jie would bring two children back for no apparent reason. They would discuss it later. Noticing Aven's misunderstanding, Lin Jie refrained from clarifying. He placed the two children in a space at the back of the cart reserved for luggage. Once everyone was aboard, he instructed the driver to head back, as they needed to convene with others regarding their recent experiences. Chapter 38. The need to form an army. As the carriage rolled back to the manor, the two children brought from the city were entrusted to other servants for care. They would allocate tasks to those children without issue. The priority was to gather those still in the manor to deliberate on what had just transpired. A spacious room was chosen, disregarding the absence of furniture, as they opted to sit or recline, eager to hear an account of recent events. After recounting their encounters, both also offered their insights. Are you preparing to establish an army? Rex inquired from his position against the wall. The group had been complacent, indulging in their current lives, lacking a sense of urgency. This statement ignited discussions among the others, but the notion felt too distant, seemingly unattainable. How could they possibly form an army? Aven nodded, affirming the sentiment shared by the group. The debate intensified, with voices rising. You are living too comfortably, forgetting to remain vigilant. This is not the old world, and there are no laws to bind us, Lin Jie asserted, his voice rising above the others. Previously, they had not felt an urgent need for self-protection, but after Varys' warning, they recognized that their wealth had become exposed. Gold coins, dragon eggs, Valyrian steel swords. Each item held immense value, and without sufficient armed forces for protection, they could not safeguard their treasures. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. I believe there is no need for haste. The expenses involved are considerable, and we must be prudent regarding our financial resources. Li Sheng offered a sagacious suggestion. Since they have only just arrived, many matters remain unclear. Even if they grasp the situation here, he does not wish to act too precipitately. This sentiment resonated with Lin Jie, who inquired about their remaining funds. The urgency of their arrival had not allowed for a thorough assessment of their finances, which is indeed a paramount concern, since they had brought everything from the ruins themselves. Each individual now manages their own funds. Determining a precise figure proves exceedingly challenging. After accounting for the purchase of this estate and expenditures over the past 2 days, approximately 500 Valyrian gold coins remain, as Janie estimated, intentionally inflating her personal spending as a benchmark. This implies that each person has spent an average of 500 silver coins. Such an amount could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year, yet it scarcely covers a week's expenses for one individual. Spending more than this would be imprudent. Hearing this figure caused Lin Jie to feel a tinge of embarrassment. These individuals are excessively extravagant. Since awakening, he has spent only 150 silver coins on 2 meals and the purchase of 2 children, a sum that barely amounts to a fraction of their expenditures. Thankfully, not all resources have been depleted. Although the situation is somewhat dire, he can only find solace in that fact. Therefore, perhaps we should postpone this matter further. After listening to her words, Li Sheng continued to counsel from the side. Although the problem is significant, hiring mercenaries is not out of the question. However, there is no need to spend additional funds to organize a military force. We cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Who knows when we might be targeted? Those nobles all possess private armies, along with the tiger-robe soldiers. While it is unlikely they would brazenly invade, it is unwise to entrust one's life to such probabilities. In the past, everyone endured hardships, and having finally attained a semblance of a good life, they had not considered such matters. Yet, despite living in a civilized society, the distinction from the Valyrian ruins lies solely in the randomness of death being less prevalent. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. The others acknowledge that the circumstances are indeed grave, and for the sake of their own lives, support is essential. With the group's consensus, Lin Jie felt a sense of relief. He then turned his gaze to On. On, I would like you to accompany Tiger to Astapor, he instructed the two. You wish for us to procure Unsullied? On, being well-versed in the narrative, immediately comprehended Lin Jie's intentions regarding that particular place known for producing the most renowned soldiers. The Unsullied, those castrated warriors. They are perhaps the most loyal army in this world, unwavering in their fidelity to the whip. This could be seen as a justification. They seek to establish a protective force for themselves, with loyalty being paramount. Furthermore, considering the duration of your absence, we must also recruit additional soldiers locally to safeguard us during this time, he added. This rendered the countenance of others somewhat grim. Surely, it could not be that costly. While expressing support, the notion of extracting substantial sums from them to establish armed forces for their protection, merely upon the words of a stranger, seemed preposterous. How would they manage their daily existence? This was indeed of utmost necessity. After all, an innocent individual may suffer for possessing valuable assets. He cited an adage. For the wealth they held was immense, and without adequate military might for protection, there was a genuine risk of it being seized by others. The comfort of their lives had lulled these individuals into a false sense of security, leading them to mistakenly believe they resided within a lawful society, a perilous illusion. Regardless of how one contemplated the matter, it had ultimately been settled. The value of life far outweighed that of money. The specifics would have to be addressed when the time arose. In this regard, he had at least managed to prepare the minds of others. Then, another thought crossed his mind. Varys had requested a Valyrian steel sword from them, marking the commencement of that individual's first demand. Absolutely not. Rex was the first to voice his dissent. We each possess but one of those swords, and none are superfluous. Who among us would be willing to part with theirs? Or would you offer yourself instead? He articulated his reasoning. Isn't this a negotiation? Lin Jie expressed his frustration. That fellow had connections everywhere. Who could foresee what tricks he might employ? Whether they would acquiesce or not had become a significant dilemma. Should they comply, one of them would inevitably face a loss. Should they refuse, that individual might seize the opportunity to act when others were distracted, putting them at a considerable disadvantage. Take mine and give it to him. A voice resonated. Janie, presenting her sword and placing it upon the table. It was a beautifully crafted longsword, adorned with intricate filigree, gilding, and jewels. Are you certain? Rex doubted anyone would truly be willing to relinquish their weapon. With you all protecting me, I have no need for this. Besides, I can procure an even finer one. She stated softly, continuing, the girls need not fight. I willingly offer mine. This left several in an awkward position. What sword could possibly surpass Valyrian steel? It was evident she was attempting to console herself. Take it back for now. We still need to deliberate. Lin Jie refrained from accepting, feeling it was too forceful. At that moment, Zhang Qiang suddenly had a revelation. Wait a moment, didn't we bring numerous daggers along? Are you suggesting? The group appeared to grasp a new idea. Since they are forged from the same steel, might it not be feasible to have them transformed into swords? He always seemed to have a knack for enlightenment at critical junctures. That may not be possible. Avon doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Only 3 individuals in the world can forge Valyrian steel, and they are all in Coer. Where would you procure them? Upon hearing this, the spirits that had begun to lift were instantly dampened. They had thought they had discovered a solution, only to find themselves ensnared in yet another dead end. Let us pause for now. There is no need to rush. When the day comes that he presses us for a decision, we shall address it then, he resolved, no longer wishing to dwell on the matter. Varys is a venomous spider, yet it has not yet revealed its fangs. Thus, one cannot afford to clash with this individual, nor can they allow him to exert his malice upon them. Once the tasks are confirmed for everyone, they must possess a formidable armament of their own. Avon and Wang, who will embark on their journey tomorrow, with Avon serving as the translator and primary negotiator. They must also procure a vessel for transportation, as those benevolent souls certainly will not provide free shipping. Payment is required to obtain their services. While it is indeed possible to traverse by land, such a route would extend their journey beyond a month. For the sake of safety, spending a little extra is justified. The remaining members will focus on recruiting the local natives or mercenaries. Regardless of the extent of their success, surviving this initial phase is paramount. With an army at their disposal, opportunities will abound. Chapter 39. Recruitment of soldiers. Having concluded their meeting, they deliberated on numerous matters, allowing everyone to voice suggestions. For they are a cohesive unit, as Avon remarked. In their current predicament, they cannot venture out alone, as danger lurks at any moment and in any location. After dispersing, each member set about their preparations. Avon and Wang, who busied themselves packing for their expedition to Slave Bay, while simultaneously seeking to hire mercenaries to guard against potential pirate assaults. The task of recruiting soldiers locally fell to Lin Jie, Li Sheng, and Rex. Lin Jie, possessing a modest grasp of Valyrian, endeavored to employ the earthly method of enlistment. He approached the proprietor of a local bookstore and crafted a large announcement in Valyrian. The communication proved arduous, with Lin Jie spending the better part of the day elucidating his intentions until the shopkeeper finally comprehended. As per his plan, he proposed a monthly remuneration of 15 gleaming coins for each recruit, seeking individuals of superior military aptitude for a brief training period. Should they encounter no disturbances, this period might extend to several months, culminating in evaluations to select the most suitable candidates. Once the word was spread, they began to strategize. However, Li Sheng expressed concern that offering 15 gleaming coins per month might be excessive. Having spent considerable time in the area, they were somewhat acquainted with the local cost of living. They estimated that the purchasing power of one gleaming coin is approximately equivalent to 250 Chinese yuan. Consequently, should they successfully recruit individuals, each would require nearly 4,000 yuan monthly. If they were to enlist 500 individuals, that would amount to 360 Valyrian gold coins annually. Not accounting for the expenses of armor and weaponry, a decent suit of armor coupled with a sword would cost around 60 gleaming coins, totaling 120 Valyrian gold coins for 500 individuals. Furthermore, adding the 400 coins they need to acquire from the Unsullied, their expenditures for this year alone could approach 1,000 coins, rendering their financial viability for even 2 years exceedingly precarious. Lin Jie reassured him, advising him not to dwell on such concerns for the moment. They could devise ways to earn money later. In their current situation, their lives were at stake. Perhaps we could even serve as mercenaries, he suggested, asserting that with strength, wealth would follow, and they were merely exchanging currency for something of greater value. At this moment, Rex hurriedly rushed over, urging those inside to come out and witness the throngs of people outside. While disseminating the news, Lin Jie had chosen their estate as the recruitment site, primarily for convenience, as it was not far from the city center, just a few steps away, alleviating any concerns about potential participants getting lost. However, they did not anticipate that the crowd would become so dense it would block the road. Outside, a sea of humanity had gathered, comprised of individuals responding to the call, unemployed mercenaries, tattooed citizens of Volantis, and even more refugees from distant lands. He noticed the Lazarin from the Dothraki Sea, the black people from the Summer Isles, the Undulls from Andalos, and a smaller number of Loinars. Volantis resembled a grand melting pot, uniting diverse ethnicities from across the world. This left the group astounded. They pondered how long it would take to recruit each individual. They had not anticipated the allure of a monthly wage of 15 golden coins would be so compelling. Had they known that many city-states offered provisions and lodging without requiring any monetary contribution, only distributing spoils during wartime, they would surely have despaired. Ultimately, they brought out others from the estate, including the servants. With such a multitude of participants, the standards for recruitment naturally elevated. They were not a charitable organization. It was impossible to accept everyone. Candidates had to be at least 7 meters tall. Those who were frail would not do. They sought only the robust and resilient, dismissing anyone who could not speak Valyrian. Most importantly, they favored those who appeared honest and uncomplicated, individuals who would not complain even under duress. These were the ones they cherished, capable of enduring hardship without resorting to cunning tricks. Lin Jie sat in a chair, feeling equally exhausted as the others. He would only register a name after deeming the individual suitable, and he did so in Chinese, as he had yet to master writing in Valyrian. Before him stood a young man with black hair, possibly a Westerlander or another Undul, who bore an expression of apparent simplicity. Rick, he introduced himself. Hailing from the plains of Andalos, a daring soul seeking better job opportunities in the bustling city. In Andalos, he was surrounded only by farms and unruly neighbors, a lifestyle he found unappealing. After taking down the details, Lin Jie instructed him to find a vacant space and wait, as they would only proceed with the next steps once the desired number of recruits was reached. Lin Jie, come here for a moment. Rex's voice called out just after he had finished with another candidate, prompting him to set aside his work and investigate the issue at hand. This fellow does not meet the requirements. I told him to leave. Rex gestured towards the person in question, a black man who was 2 heads shorter than him, clearly disqualified due to his height. Esteemed sir, I am capable, my strength is considerable, and I am quite obedient. I can fight, he proclaimed, standing steadfastly as he extolled his own abilities. Lin Jie, intermittently grasping fragments of his discourse, remained resolute in his intention to dismiss him, for one must not invite trouble into their domain. Sir, I implore you for a singular opportunity, just once. Many here can attest to my lack of prowess in combat. He continued lamenting. He recounted his prior toil at the docks, where the labor was arduous and the remuneration paltry, merely 5 coins a month, insufficient to sustain a family. Now, with a tripled wage, he yearned to try again, even if the work proved challenging. Observing the man's reluctance to depart, Lin Jie contemplated summoning the estate's guards to physically escort him away. However, upon noticing a statue at the entrance, a clever idea struck him. Since you claim to possess great strength, lift this statue. Should you succeed, I shall permit your stay. This proposal offered the man a semblance of dignity and minimized Lin Jie's own inconvenience. Thank you, my lord, the man exclaimed with delight, perhaps buoyed by his confidence in his own strength. He approached the statue, while Rex continued to assess the next individual, merely inquiring their name if they seemed suitable, regardless of their proficiency in the local dialect. Lin Jie, on the other hand, observed closely, hoping that the man would falter and thus render himself ineligible. In the next moment, the man grasped the Sphinx statue, an ancient creature from the old Valyria era, akin to a guardian beast. With a determined effort, he pressed against the statue, and to Lin Jie's astonishment, it actually swayed slightly under his exertion. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and astonishingly lifted it. Lin Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a jest? Surely, it must weigh hundreds of pounds. How could it be so effortless? My lord, I have lifted it, he exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Lin Jie's side, eager for his verdict. Lin Jie merely offered an awkward chuckle before inquiring his name, mindful of the many onlookers. He could not afford to renege on his word. Luke, the man replied, and with a triumphant air, he joined others in the nearby open space. Lin Jie resumed his observations of the remaining candidates. With luck, he would conclude the recruitment process without any further embarrassment. The target number was set at 500 individuals, no more, no less. Once the roster was complete, the remaining candidates would be sent away. However, the unfolding events proved less than favorable. The influx of applicants was overwhelming. Nearly everyone sought this lucrative employment opportunity. Opportunities in the city were scarce, and as the number of slaves increased, so too did the ranks of the unemployed, reducing free men to vagrancy. Even menial jobs such as street sweeping were now performed by slaves, who received no wages and endured the most abysmal living conditions. This left them devoid of competitive edge. Consequently, every high-paying position attracted throngs of contenders, ensuring a steady stream of applicants. They implored for a chance, and Lin Jie was indeed inclined to consider it. Yet the crux of the matter lay in their inability to support additional individuals. Even the current recruitment of 500 had faced vehement opposition, with many believing it to be excessive. It was only through the steadfast determination of a few that the decision was ultimately ratified. You must depart for now. There will be further opportunities for recruitment in the future, he shouted to the crowd, calling forth additional guards and attendants to maintain order. After much persuasion, they were finally dissuaded, knowing full well that they would not relent, and could only sigh in regret for arriving too late, allowing others to seize the opportunity first. Chapter 40. Undercurrents in the governor's mansion of Volantis. The seat of power was held by the Tiger Party's Governor Maricom Gaia. This structure, the largest in the city center, rose 3 stories high, encircling a garden of considerable size. However, Governor Maricom seldom resided here. He preferred the tranquility of his estate outside the city, a far more pleasant environment than the stench of the urban landscape. Yet, he found himself here unexpectedly. drawn by the recent notoriety of certain foreigners. "I have no desire to engage with their affairs," he remarked to a middle-aged man clad in luxurious gray attire. This individual had sought him out recently, captivated by the foreigners who were notoriously extravagant in their spending. "But you know they hail from the Valyrian ruins. You comprehend the implications. He is Tavalin of the Cotanval family, a member of Volantis's ancient nobility, bearing the blood of Valyria. What they possess should rightfully belong to us. That is our capital," he asserted loudly, seemingly intent on making his point unmistakably clear. Maricom understood his intentions all too well. It was merely a ploy to seize the wealth these foreigners had acquired, including their Valyrian steel swords and perhaps even the dragon eggs they might be concealing. While he found the latter hard to believe, other nobles were indeed intrigued. Nisos, Dofus, and Maricom himself, all serving as governors of Volantis, seldom took an interest in matters beyond the city-state, even regarding relics of the bygone era as mere nostalgia. "Admit it, Maricom. You must recognize that your son has clashed with them. Our Tiger Party's strength is waning. Do you wish to see those feeble creatures of the Elephant Party ultimately dominate here?" He spoke the truth. Since the second governor of the Tiger Party had ceded power to Nisos of the Elephant Party 2 decades prior, the influence of the Tiger Party in Volantis had steadily diminished, to the extent that even the Tiger Cloak army, established by their ancestors, had begun to be reassigned incessantly. "Are you not aware of this?" Maricom retorted, producing the day's reports. "Their activities have escalated significantly. They are purchasing unsullied and recruiting soldiers within the city. While we cannot dictate the actions of free men, should they amass a sufficient army, how do you intend to respond?" He wished to avoid further entanglement with these individuals. Having come to terms with reality, the expansion of Volantis had always ended in failure. The city-states and the nations across the narrow sea would never welcome the rise of a powerful city-state. They entered Valyria alive and emerged in the same manner. "What we desire is not those so-called trinkets. Rather, we seek safe trade routes." Tavern pondered whether he had misunderstood, and he wondered if it was too late to commence now. "Our demands are modest. We merely hope you can engage them in conversation on behalf of the governor regarding the trade route that allows safe passage in and out of Valyria. Volantis craves those riches, and with the artifacts from the ruins, they could restore old Valyria." The governor comprehended the sentiments of the ancient nobility, for he had once harbored similar thoughts. However, several expansions of Volantis had met with failure, leading to their gradual decline. One must not forget the entities within. Valyria is not entirely devoid of life. He felt compelled to caution them once more. They can ill afford further turmoil. While Volantis remains the most powerful city-state, it too is in a state of decline. Slums are expanding, the free populace finds itself deprived of employment, wealth is dissipating, and maritime commerce is deteriorating. Rather than engaging in warfare, their focus should be on economic development. Engaging them in dialogue on matters concerning trade routes and wealth in the name of the governor is our sole intention. We are indifferent to other concerns. Like him, Tavern's request is their final one. Otherwise, they can always replace him with someone more competent in the next election. Outside the city, the recruitment of soldiers has largely concluded, with most meeting the common criteria, save for a few exceptions. These honest, simple free men are eager to give everything for the gold in their pockets. Rex had proposed purchasing slaves to train as soldiers to reduce costs, as such individuals would not require any payment. However, Lin Jie doubted the availability of qualified soldiers in such places, particularly since these individuals are more accustomed to performing simple tasks. Combat-ready slaves are typically those who have undergone rigorous training from a young age, akin to the Unsullied of Astapor or the Sons of the Harpy from the Temple of R'hllor. Developing combat capabilities would require time. We merely seek a means of self-defense before the Unsullied arrive, not to establish a warlord. Lin Jie found this situation quite exasperating. Regarding training, they sought out renowned instructors from the local arena. Indeed, Volantis boasts a grand arena, where slaves and warriors earn their living. Many of these instructors are retired veterans or junior officers, capable of imparting combat techniques and fostering teamwork among the recruits. Utilizing them for training presents the best option currently available. Within the arena, Mr. Murati, I appreciate your assistance, Lin Jie addressed a middle-aged man, one of the instructors he had recruited from the arena. Naturally, the other instructors would heed his commands, and the generous salary of 50 golden coins per month was sufficient to motivate anyone to work for him. Please, noble sir, do not mention it. You have provided the funds. This is my duty, the man replied, bowing and revealing a broad smile filled with teeth. He was once a lieutenant in the Golden Mercenary Corps, who, after sustaining injuries in battle, departed from the mercenary profession and took up the role of an arena instructor in Volantis. His physique was robust, towering like Rex, with wavy chestnut curls cascading down, and a formidable scar etched across his arm, a testament to his bravery. Lin Jie sought him out to train soldiers. Lured by the prospect of a salary thrice that of ordinary work, which inadvertently soured his relations with the arena's proprietor. His task was straightforward: to ensure these newcomers could wield a sword, form formations, and at the very least, not flee at the sight of an advancing enemy. As for why they did not employ more modern training methods, it was simply a matter of finances. Requiring them to spend more coins on provisions to sustain these recruits would only exacerbate their already significant monetary strain. Moreover, having just hired these individuals, they could hardly resort to violence if any chose to abandon their posts. After all, private armies were not bound by the law in this land. To find a suitable training ground for these recruits, they purchased a substantial plot of land nearby, constructing a rudimentary training facility. Unexpectedly, the seller turned out to be Mr. Dofus, the governor they had encountered previously. It was quite a surprise to meet again so soon. Lin Jie vividly recalled the governor's elation upon seeing gold. The vast expanses of land outside the city belonged to ancient families, and acquiring them came at a hefty price. For merely a few acres of barren land, they had expended 400 coins. Volantis was not averse to private armies. Even its ancient nobility maintained their own personal guards. The Tiger Robe Army, along with numerous enslaved soldiers, existed primarily for the defense of the city-state. This division presented considerable issues, as the city daily witnessed a web of deceit and life-and-death struggles, largely detached from the soldiers. Unless a threat to the city-state emerged, the actions of these foreigners posed no perceived threat, which family did not have hundreds of guards. Their training and equipment far surpassing that of these freshly formed troops, the thousands in the Tiger Robe Army were more than sufficient to shield them from external invaders. In the makeshift training ground, at this moment, Jenny and several other young women were meticulously calculating accounts, including wages, their expenditures, and costs for armor and weaponry. The sums involved were not insignificant in this chaotic marketplace, where exchange rates and prices fluctuated wildly, necessitating thorough verification of every transaction. They also needed to commission armor and weapons, and if shields were required, they could produce those as well. While nibbling on a biscuit, Jenny mumbled slightly, aware that though these arrangements were theoretically meant for a month hence, artisans were not machines. They could not be expected to labor tirelessly without rest, necessitating advance orders. Volantis boasts 2 smithies where one can procure cloth armor, scale armor, chainmail, and plate armor. The volume of their orders occupies a substantial portion of the market. I propose we invest in half-plate armor, for although it demands a greater expenditure, refraining from such a purchase would render our finances insufficient within a year. He stood there, his lips moving as if in silent contemplation. She is a remarkably astute girl, quick to learn. Within this brief span of a fortnight, she has already managed to engage in rudimentary conversations in the local dialect with the indigenous populace. Her warnings are not mere hyperbole. One must recognize that the nobility in this region seldom provide their soldiers with superior equipment. Even the guards assigned for their protection are typically outfitted with only chainmail or scale armor. Do you believe we should economize? Lin Jie inquired. It is not merely a belief, it is a necessity, Janie affirmed without hesitation. In recent days, the others have adapted swiftly, growing accustomed to commanding servants and indulging in extravagance. It is noteworthy that during this time, the average expenditure per person has reached 500 gold coins, which translates on Earth to an extravagant weekly expenditure of 600,000 for an individual. The allocation of these funds is evident in the increasing number of servants and the ostentatious decorations that ought not to be present. You have awoken late. You cannot fathom the dire circumstances we faced upon our arrival. Now that there are avenues for expenditure, they will undoubtedly engage in retaliatory consumption, albeit with a limit. She continued to enumerate the transgressions of these individuals. Richard frequents the brothels daily. I am uncertain from whence he acquired such habits, as the girls find him repugnant. On one occasion, he was completely robbed and had to rely on Rex for rescue. As for Bimila, she has nearly purchased out an entire street, demanding her servants carry her wherever she goes, truly believing herself to be of noble stature. Then there is Sutong from your class. Her eyes narrowed at the mention of him. I find his lavish spending behavior rather distasteful, quite literally, as he revels in showering money about. Does he not possess sense? Had I not meticulously calculated these accounts, I would remain oblivious to their audacity. Over these past days, she has undergone significant transformation, exhibiting remarkable restraint towards such exaggerated behaviors. It is evident they no longer regard money with the seriousness it deserves. As the saying goes in your homeland, It is easy to descend from simplicity to luxury, yet arduous to revert from luxury to simplicity. Thus, she raised her voice a notch. You must devise your own solutions. In this world, the constraints of morality and law are nearly non-existent, fostering the emergence of criminality and poor habits, akin to the medieval era on Earth, where the nobility wielded life and death over the common folk. For others, their wealth grants them this formidable power, and while the funds were collectively acquired from Valyria, one cannot simply compel them to part with it willingly. Regarding this phenomenon, Lin Jie opined that they should be encouraged to exercise a modicum of self-control, ensuring they engage in productive endeavors rather than idling away. As we are all part of the same faction, it would be inappropriate to voice discontent. However, it is imperative that we prioritize the collective. Should they possess sufficient wealth and strength, their spending habits would attract little scrutiny. Let us continue to deliberate on the intricacies of armor. Though Lin Jie found this task rather challenging, perhaps it would be wiser to ponder on simpler matters first. By the way, we still lack an emblem. He recalled the notion of something that could enhance cohesion. How could he have overlooked this? Are you suggesting a badge? Janie inquired, easily associating it with the concept of knightly orders or mercenaries. Rex and Li Sheng were occupied with referencing the details of training the troops, so they could initially contemplate such matters before involving everyone else. Dragons, eagles, tigers, leopards, wolves. These are creatures commonly used to symbolize strength, whether in the ancient east or west of Earth, or in the world they had traversed. Each of these beings embodies absolute power. What do you think should be chosen? Lin Jie asked, directing the question towards Janie, whose heart often inclined towards intricate thoughts. I favor the eagle, she replied. The eagle is a widely recognized animal, representing pride and valor, as well as farsightedness. In every aspect, it could serve as the most emblematic creature. However, Lin Jie held a differing perspective. The eagle was too commonplace, a symbol adopted by numerous mercenary groups and families, rendering it rather banal. What about the wolf? She suggested. It symbolizes teamwork and collaboration, which suits us well. I rather like the dragon, Lin Jie sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. He had hoped for Janie to voice this thought, thus avoiding the impression of immaturity. To his surprise, the girl leaned towards the edges of the conversation, which only served to provoke her disdain for him. If you wish to use it, just say so. No need to consult me. Though they possessed a dragon egg, who could say whether it would hatch? Her blue dragon egg had been subjected to heat for 2 weeks, and aside from its slightly charred exterior, it exhibited no changes, save for the sound of liquid sloshing within, assuring her that it was not yet cooked. Have you not had any peculiar dreams? Perhaps dreams of dragons? Upon hearing the mention of the dragon egg, Lin Jie recalled his previous encounters, having only asked Zhang Qiang and yet to hear from others. He was uncertain if it was an isolated incident. Janie shook her head, indicating that she had not. My dreams are rather mundane, either concerning past school experiences or our adventures in the ruins. In any case, there is always one that manages to startle me awake, she remarked, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. He pondered further. I often seem to have blue stars surrounding me. I wonder if it's merely an illusion. They appear whenever I have terrifying dreams, he revealed, echoing Zhang Qiang's experiences. Does that count? Lin Jie mused, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon and was unsure if it held any significance. Chapter 42. The invitation. It seemed that everything was progressing favorably. Lin Jie submitted his order to the blacksmiths, 500 sets of half-plate armor. The funds allocated for this endeavor were sufficient to purchase a batch of pure ones. This transaction was substantial, arguably the largest the blacksmiths had ever encountered. 500 sets within a month raised skepticism among many regarding its authenticity. It was only after Lin Jie made a deposit that they genuinely believed in the order's legitimacy, without hesitation rolling up their sleeves to work tirelessly day and night. Do you realize how strained our finances will become? Li Sheng lamented from the carriage. Is it really necessary? Wouldn't buying chainmail or scale armor be more appealing? Even that would be significantly better than what many ordinary soldiers possess. For the sake of safety, this is essential. Lin Jie continued to deflect, never tiring of his rationale. Rather than allowing his peers to squander their resources recklessly, it was wiser to exchange them for something more valuable. This notion had arisen after he listened to Janie's complaints. Under immense pressure, it was easy to succumb to indulgence, but that was no justification for losing one's reason. They had a long journey ahead and needed to learn the art of frugality. After completing these transactions, they found that nearly half of the gold coins they had brought from Valyria were already spent. As long as they avoided foolishly extravagant expenditures, the remaining funds should suffice to see them through their first year in this world. Upon returning to the manor, everything appeared as usual. The coachman assisted them down the wooden steps, allowing for an easy descent. Upon entering the gates, Lin Jie's gaze immediately fell upon a boy, a Westerosi he had brought back from the city. The child was tending to the flower bushes, a task assigned by old Jean, who believed the boy possessed a remarkable aptitude for gardening. Though he was also a slave, he managed the estate with admirable efficiency, having served 2 previous masters. "Good afternoon, my lord," the boy exclaimed, bowing hastily upon noticing Li Sheng and Lin Jie's approach. His Valyrian was lacking, merely capable of simple pronunciation without the ability for normal conversation. Waving to signal him to continue, Li Sheng led Lin Jie into the villa. They had much more to plan and preferred to keep their minds focused on the task at hand. In recent days, everyone had become aware of the arrival of 2 little ones at the manor, who brought joy to those around them. This environment provided great comfort to Dolly, who, along with his sister, felt secure here. No one bullied them, and they were assigned minimal chores, always ensured a full meal. Life here was far more pleasant than in the village, where he had never tasted such fine bread or been offered milk. He had never experienced such a fortunate existence. And he found the masters kind, never forcing him to sleep on straw. He diligently pruned the protruding branches from the flower bushes, working with great seriousness. As they passed through the corridor, the once rudimentary surroundings had been refurbished, featuring softer carpets, grand drapes over large windows, and wooden panels replacing the previous stone surfaces, rendering the space warmer and drier. It remains a mystery whose handiwork this is, yet the expenses are undeniably substantial. They have begun to contemplate frugality. Yet there are still those who cannot restrain themselves. Everyone yearns for finer things, which necessitates spending more money, while none consider the art of earning. The abundance of items has left both individuals at a loss as to whom to approach. They entered a small room on the left, which has now been repurposed as an office. Recent events have been numerous, and everyone is engrossed in their tasks, thus somewhat alleviating their burdensome expenditures. Rex sat in a chair, incessantly reviewing the documents that poured in. He was oblivious to when he had begun to manage such an overwhelming array of affairs, those expenditures, the internal strife surrounding the recruitment of new soldiers, and the information they had gathered regarding the world at large. They had dispatched some servants to the city to gather intelligence, whether from nobles or commoners, as long as it pertained to their interests or larger matters. It would be reported back. "Are you still busy?" Without knocking, 2 individuals walked in. They primarily handled external affairs, relying on Rex and Jenny to manage many internal matters. As for Zhang Qiang, that fellow had been idly passing time, likely indulging in revelry somewhere, sprawled on a bed, unaware of when he would awaken. "I feel my blood pressure rising," Rex admitted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "You barely recruited them just days ago, and already these individuals have begun to squabble amongst themselves. I am at a loss as to how you managed the recruitment process. You never mentioned that this group harbored ethnic tensions." He found it hard to believe that such an important detail had been overlooked. The local citizens of Volantis looked down upon those from foreign lands. The Andarans held disdain for the Loinars, who collectively scorned the Lazalans. He was perplexed as to the origins of these conflicts and understood why he could recall their names so swiftly. It was utterly overwhelming to realize that certain issues from Earth had resurfaced here. Clearly, while recruiting soldiers, they had not taken these factors into account, being newcomers themselves. How could they know? On a more positive note, the training regimen was progressing well. A rare smile crossed his face. Melody proved to be somewhat effective, as those recruits had begun to master certain techniques and could form ranks. While their combat prowess remained to be seen, at the very least, they could hold a sword steadily. The training methods he employed were customary among the local indigenous forces, and a few individuals had made slight modifications to emphasize endurance and obedience. This was also the reason for their focus on recruiting trustworthy individuals, as the strength of an army lies not in individual prowess but in collective compliance with orders. Despite their internal conflicts, the ability to execute commands without hesitation is paramount. However, they still have a considerable distance to cover to achieve this level of discipline. At this early stage, being able to distinguish left from right would be a cause for gratitude. There was one more matter. He extracted the bottommost sheet from the stack of papers, which resembled a parchment scroll adorned with a wax seal bearing a design akin to a tiger's claw. "I cannot decipher the text inscribed upon it. The messenger merely indicated it was an invitation." "I understood that much. Perhaps you should take a look," he suggested, handing it to Lin Jie. However, the crux of the matter is that he, too, was utterly perplexed, having scarcely ever written in Valyrian. He summoned old Jean, who could read and write. "Esteemed sir." He bowed respectfully before reading the message aloud. "As the illustrious governor of Volantis, I am honored to invite you, esteemed Mr. Rex, to my banquet. You are welcome to bring your friends, regardless of their number, as all are esteemed guests at my residence within the city. The message was signed by Mara Comigia, the governor of Volantis. After reading the last name, Jean translated it for them. Rex found the invitation baffling. He did not know this individual. So why would he extend an invitation? Perhaps you know him, Jean interjected suddenly, revealing a subtle expression. Do you remember that scoundrel from the tavern? The one who harassed Janie? He recalled. With that mention, the other two also remembered. It seemed that this man had indeed referred to his father. Could it be a trap? Li Sheng pondered, recalling an old anecdote about a near-fatal encounter. Is he seeking revenge? That seemed the only plausible explanation, as it was illogical for a stranger to invite another to a banquet, especially with such formalities. It might also be a prelude to something more sinister, Jean thought. Recalling Varys's warning about the interest Volantis' nobility had in them recently. Should we even go? Rex was on the verge of a breakdown. Let us go and see what unfolds. We'll simply bring more people along, Jean replied nonchalantly. He did not believe this man would dare to confront them. As a city governor, he would be foolish to intimidate outsiders, fearing they might covet his wealth. Chapter 42. The banquet. Their destination lay at the heart of Volantis, another residence belonging to Mara Comigia, a venue often used for hosting guests. At this moment, the place was ablaze with light. They arrived in a grand carriage, accompanied by many others, including classmates eager to join the festivities, 30 mercenaries, and several guards from the estate. The invitation did not stipulate a specific number of attendees, and although they were uncertain of the man's intentions, they deemed it prudent to be cautious. Alongside them were the ancient nobility of the city and powerful merchants, as well as guests from other regions, some riding in carriages, others being carried. They entered the estate, casting curious glances at the sizable entourage accompanying Jean and his companions. Rex donned an elegant outfit resembling a modern tailcoat, with the collar resting upon intricately designed buttons. As the guest of honor, he led the procession. Following him were others equally resplendent. In terms of grandeur, these locals could never hope to match the ostentation of those behind them. Welcome, esteemed guests. The master, Maraccio, awaits you at the entrance, seemingly anticipating your arrival. His amicable demeanor conceals the thoughts behind his enigmatic smile. Rex, unfamiliar with Valyrian, relies on Lin Jie to convey his well wishes, and the host graciously invites them inside. The interior space is equally expansive, adorned with a fountain amidst the garden, where tables overflow with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Servants glide between the guests, presenting platters, allowing attendees to indulge at their leisure. Let us welcome the representative of the ancient Modalese family, Sion Modalese. Next, we have Jonas Drupal from the venerable Pantos nobility. Following him is the noble scion, Tamara Davis, hailing from the esteemed lineage of Old Valyria. Lastly, we extend our greetings to the distinguished Lord Carlos Gomez from the illustrious realm of Yunkai. The attendants outside announce each name, heralding the arrival of these illustrious individuals who gather for the banquet hosted by the most powerful city-state's governor. They set aside formalities, descending from their litters to mingle among one another, engaging in lively discussions about their recent experiences. As the number of guests swells, so does the merriment, allowing Lin Jie and his companions to form their own little circle. Many of those present remain unfamiliar to them, and among their group, only a few possess knowledge of Valyrian, aside from the noble young ladies who chase after the girls. Admiring their exquisitely tailored garments while speaking in a language they cannot comprehend, none approach them for conversation. Esteemed sir, may I engage you in conversation? A middle-aged man approaches, his attire revealing him to be a local noble from Volantis, though his name does not seem familiar to Lin Jie. Jorge Pereira Diaz, a scion of ancient nobility, offers a courteous bow, affording Lin Jie the respect he deserves. What shall we discuss? Lin Jie raises his cup, leaning against a column to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued and lacking in energy. Perhaps we could converse about your experiences in Valyria, the man suggests with a smile, revealing his true intent. Meanwhile, among the young ladies, conversations flourish as they gather around the noble girls. Janie wears a light blue gown, custom made by a tailor in the city, a color she adores, as evidenced by her choice of a blue dragon egg. The girls chatter excitedly. Being locals themselves, they find the modern design intriguing, admiring the smooth fabric adorned with exquisite floral patterns and gilded embroidery, all strikingly beautiful. Where did you acquire such a dress? I would love to have one, asks a local noble girl with dark brown hair and sun-kissed skin, her large eyes sparkling with admiration as she caresses the gown, clearly enamored. Janie, having learned a bit of Valyrian in recent days, though not fluent, manages to convey that she had it made for herself, rather than purchasing it ready-made. Upon hearing this, The girls sigh in longing, wishing for a gown as beautiful as the one they have never seen before, lamenting the absence of a place that sells such exquisite attire. Wait, it seems that Janie has discovered a business opportunity. Perhaps she could find someone to produce for them and then sell the goods, which appears to be quite lucrative. She smirked. Lin Jie and Jorge raised their glasses, and there was nothing to conceal regarding the inquiries made. Everyone was aware that they had disembarked from the Jillian ship and that this fellow had gone missing in Valyria. No secrets could be kept. Rex and Li Sheng were conversing with the girls over there, sharing humorous anecdotes from the past few days, and no one was paying attention to their situation, allowing them to gradually exchange information. I wonder how you have been considering this matter, sir. I am willing to offer 500,000 huibis for that trade route, he stated, his eyes glimmering with ambition. He held no interest in the so-called monsters or the remnants of destruction. Everyone sought the information regarding a safe passage into Valyria. If he could secure it first, it would undoubtedly strengthen their family immensely. I'm afraid it's not that I wish to withhold information. It's simply that such knowledge eludes us. We were fortunate to pass through directly. Lin Jie diplomatically declined, feeling quite vexed. They had traversed the route directly, not run through it. How could they possibly know the specifics? This individual persisted with his inquiries, making the situation rather difficult for him. Perhaps we should discuss other matters, such as affairs in the West Continent, he suggested, hoping to divert the conversation away from this troublesome topic. Oh, he took a sip of red wine, contemplating for a moment before casually mentioning, I have heard that King Robert has taken control of King's Landing. The Targaryen children have fled to Bravos, and the old man watching over them is named Willem Derry. He is quite aged. Who knows how many years he has left? The little princess is still but an infant. Perhaps in time, I could arrange a marriage between her and my son. After all, she bears the last bloodline of the Dragon King of Valyria, he said, chuckling as though discussing an ordinary matter. Aside from those with idle time, who would concern themselves with the events on the other side of the world? Lin Jie, upon hearing this, was reminded of the unfolding narrative. In 2 years, that old lord would pass away, and the two siblings would be ousted from their home. Daenerys was far too young, and Viserys would be wandering with her, indeed facing a grim fate. Following this, Robert Baratheon and his unscrupulous maester, that lecherous old man, would relentlessly send assassins after the siblings. From this, it could be inferred that Viserys possessed some capability. A 10-year-old boy managing to care for a wobbly toddler while evading numerous assassination attempts. It would be an exaggeration to label him a worthless prince. May I join in your delightful conversation? A rotund figure approached, his signature bald head gleaming, and Lin Jie recognized him instantly. It was Varys, the spider. He had not anticipated that this fellow would still be in Volantis. Theoretically, he should have returned to Westeros long ago to assist Robert with state affairs. The period between the War of Usurpers and the first volume of A Song of Ice and Fire has never been thoroughly documented. Many events from this time will only emerge through the discussions of future generations. This compels him to tread carefully, avoiding significant alterations to the timeline. The unexpected arrival of this individual is clearly intended to extract information, along with the matter of his Valyrian steel sword. Upon his arrival, Jorge promptly excused himself. No one wishes to converse with someone who is fully aware of their secrets, leaving only Lin Jie in solitary company with him. Chapter 43. Open and covert struggles during the night. People's perception of time is rather shallow. For Lin Jie, being in the presence of this man is a form of torment. It is an honor to witness such a spectacle. His voice, much like his demeanor, is flamboyant and piercing, reminiscent of a woman's shrillness. I thought you had departed for King's Landing, Lin Jie mused, feeling no common ground with this eunuch. Yet he was surprised to encounter him here. After all, my sword remains in your possession, he remarked, observing the way the flesh on the man's face bunched together, akin to a chubby child, which has always been his signature appearance. Ultimately, he pressed on. He needed that sword to provide the young lad with more leverage. No one could ascertain whether Robb could truly be a king, for the cunning lion has always been an impediment. He had sent Gillian back to defend Casterly Rock, while taking his family to reside in King's Landing. This process may be protracted, yet they are willing to wait. As maintaining control has left Robb in significant debt, borrowing money from his father-in-law, though not a large sum, it is still enough to be embarrassing. What astonished him was the directness of these foreigners. Upon sensing danger, they swiftly assembled an army. He had anticipated a longer duration for such actions, as few would possess such audacity. We shall locate the surplus one, so please do not trouble yourself, Lin Jie stated flatly. The machinations of Varys, even from their divine perspective, are elusive and inscrutable. None truly comprehend the depths of his psyche, as he conceals himself with great skill. The banquet continued unabated. Aware that Lin Jie was reluctant to engage in conversation, Varys refrained from pressing him further. Aside from briefly mentioning this individual, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Jonas Dreyfler, the noble from Pintos, as he sought to amass greater political resources for his friend Illyrio. In those early years of their acquaintance, their collaboration had yielded considerable wealth, and in recent years, Illyrio had provided substantial financial support. After parting from that man, Lin Jie soon encountered a familiar face, the rogue he had met last time in the tavern, the son of Malacho. He appeared well-groomed and was mingling with the nobles, exchanging pleasantries. "Dear Miss, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. I hope you can forgive my foolishness," he said, having also noticed Lin Jie and his companions. He walked over to the girl, Janie, sincerely expressing his regrets. Now, he had learned to temper his demeanor. In the presence of such a multitude of highborn individuals, he would not allow himself to appear too common. Jane chose to ignore him, and Rex, having noticed the situation, approached. His proficiency in Varanese was limited, rendering him unable to comprehend the fellow's words, yet he found the young man irritating for daring to disturb them. Lin Jie advised him to temper his demeanor, as there were many notable individuals present, and physical altercations were ill-advised. The intruder's name was Somian, who persistently expressed his apologies, oblivious to the psychological impact his actions might have on the girl. Despite experiencing embarrassment, he maintained a cheerful facade. His father had warned him against causing trouble in public, as the Tiger Gang needed to reclaim its dominance over Volantis. The hearts, wealth, and military might of the people were essential for their cause. Time flew by, and it seemed to be well past midnight. At this hour, those who had indulged in libations began to shed their inhibitions. Some couples formed, making their way to the open spaces in the garden, where they danced to the harmonious melodies, while the younger nobles sought to discover their partners among the gathering. Jane, too, ventured forth with Rex, their relationship having blossomed in recent times, often seen together. Their dancing was meticulous, reminiscent of courtly dances, emphasizing coordination and harmony, captivating the onlookers as though witnessing a work of art. "Would you care to join us?" He heard a voice, a girl approaching, not one of their classmates, but a local maiden. She had shoulder-length flaxen hair, unkempt yet natural, and her brown eyes complemented her fair complexion, rendering her quite attractive even by his standards. "My apologies, miss, but I likely have no interest," he replied, declining her invitation. Despite the couples around him, he was reluctant to forge any connection with a stranger, aware of the complexities that lay beneath the surface. "Perhaps we could get to know each other?" The girl, named Irene, was taken aback by Lin Jie's refusal, her earlier ease dissipating. With her head lowered, she fumbled for words, occasionally glancing aside as if awaiting something. It was his father's directive to engage with her to extract information regarding the Valyrian trade routes. Despite her apparent reluctance, her intentions were too transparent to escape notice. Lin Jie chose not to involve himself in their affairs, recognizing that inquiries about the Valyrian routes were merely a ruse. Had she not been accompanied by a retinue of guards, he feared she might be abducted for interrogation. "What about that?" she continued, her eyes fluttering, eager to speak further. Observing this, Lin Jie turned away, denying her any opportunity, returning to his more familiar circle, determined to avoid any disturbances. With ample time remaining before the conclusion of the evening, the host, Malakher, delivered a heartfelt address, expressing his profound affection for the city-state and extending his respect to all esteemed guests, thereby elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. He summoned the servants to bring forth more wine and exquisite delicacies, ensuring that the adults could indulge in merriment to their heart's content. At the far end of the garden lies a secluded enclave belonging to the ancient nobility of Volantis. They sip their drinks or recline on their couches, allowing servants to bring them fruit as they engage in hushed discussions of their clandestine affairs. These individuals are notoriously reticent, unwilling to divulge even the slightest hint of their secrets. A young man with chestnut hair remarked, casting a glance toward the foreign visitors, subtly revealing his intentions. They have long sought an opportunity to approach these nobles, yearning for information regarding the ancient Valyrian ruins and the coveted Valyrian steel, treasures that provoke insatiable desire. Unfortunately, many of these nobles remain silent. Otherwise, we might have had a chance. Among them is Jorge, a man who stands out in this predominantly youthful circle, conversing amiably with Lin Jie in the past. Now in his middle age, he savors the exquisite wine from the arbor, one of the finest vintages in the world, a testament to the superior winemaking skills of the Westerlanders that leave one longing for more. Coincidentally, Somian has also joined their ranks. A soft chuckle escapes their lips. For all are aware of the humiliation that has befallen him at the hands of a woman and a wildling. Perhaps you should kneel before her and beg for forgiveness. One young man jested, expressing disdain for his perceived weakness in apologizing to a woman. Listening to their mockery ignited a fire within him, as the son of a consul. Bearing an ancient and noble lineage, how could he become the subject of ridicule? Perhaps it is time to concoct a bit of amusement for these nobles. Like the rats in the dungeon. Unperturbed by the derision, the man lounging on the chaise offered a suggestion, his gaze wandering thoughtfully. This proposal took the others by surprise. As they were not prepared to engage in such whimsical antics, was it prudent to test the waters in this manner? Chapter 44, The Bay of Slaves. The Sea of Sorrows. On the surface of the water, 3 great ships unfurled their sails, propelled by the fierce sea breeze as they swiftly cut through the waves. Since the day of their departure, Avon had lost track of time. They had set sail from the port of Volantis, traversing the summer sea and the treacherous waters of the old Valyrian peninsula, and now found themselves just days away from their ultimate destination, the Bay of Slaves at Astapor. "My lord, the winds above are quite strong. Perhaps you should retreat to the cabin to rest," suggested a middle-aged man with a bushy beard named Jonathan, the captain of the ship they had acquired. The vessel's former owner, eager to liquidate it due to financial troubles, was swiftly relieved of it by them for transporting the unsullied they were about to purchase. Disregarding his counsel, he relished the wind, that warm sea breeze which bestowed upon him a profound sense of freedom. Observing his indifference, the captain merely shook his head, lamenting the stubbornness of the youth, who often dismissed the wisdom of seasoned sailors. Even the warm sea breeze, if lingered upon too long, could lead to ailments that significantly impact one's joints. Such concerns were foreign to these affluent young gentlemen. Returning to the stern, Jonathan directed the sailors to adjust the sails in accordance with the wind's direction. Grasping the helm, he navigated the ship with precision, utilizing the charts and the sun's position to ensure their voyage from Valyria to Slave Bay remained on course. Having traversed this route numerous times, he possessed considerable experience. The mercenaries consumed the provisions they had brought along, sipping from a supply of fresh water that had likely been stored for far too long. Within the cabin, the deckhands lounged idly, their presence serving as the escort meant to shield them from pirate attacks. There were over 100 of them, distributed across 3 vessels, alleviating the crowding somewhat. Sharing quarters on this flagship, the 2 men carried with them hundreds of Valyrian gold coins, necessitating caution and vigilance. At mealtime, the accompanying chef showcased his culinary skills, utilizing the rudimentary kitchenware available in the cabin to prepare a commendable lunch. As they savored the freshly caught fish alongside toasted bread, their appetites diminished significantly. It felt reminiscent of the time they had just departed from Valyria. Evan, skewering a piece of fish, jested with Wang Hu, who was munching on bread beside him. Despite their banter, the chef's offerings were undeniably superior to what they had encountered upon their departure. They now had ample food and fresh water, free from the anxiety of those monstrous sea creatures, a stark contrast that would make one smile awake from a dream. Placing half a fish tail into his mouth, mingled with seafood soup, Wang Hu could discern a distinct flavor, a signature dish of his own making. Having been away for such a protracted period, he found himself missing those fellows. The confines of this wretched place felt stiflingly small, and boredom threatened to overwhelm him. He swallowed the food with a few audible gulps, grumbling about the dismal environment. The sailors and mercenaries rarely bathe, their bodies reeking of blood and fish, an unbearable stench that permeated the limited space of the ship. At least their excrement could be cast into the sea, otherwise it would be intolerable. Listening to his complaints, Evan chuckled, having forged a deep camaraderie with his companion over these days. "By the way, have there been any peculiarities with your dragon egg lately?" After finishing a piece of bread, Wang Hu shifted the subject. They were inseparable from their precious treasures, ensuring that even on this lengthy voyage, they remained close at hand. The cabin featured a specialized hearth, maintaining a consistently high temperature for the dragon egg. "You know how it is, unless I occasionally shake it and hear the liquid sloshing inside. I often fear it might be cooked through," Evan replied, sipping the fish soup as he engaged with Wang Hu. Since their departure from the ruins of Valyria, the care of the dragon eggs has remained their foremost concern. However, apart from roasting them in flames, they are at a loss as to what else can be done. In the original narrative, only Daenerys successfully hatched 3 dragons, yet the intricacies of that process elude them. Dragons are born in blood and fire. A succinct summation of their genesis. Slave Bay, Astapor. After months of sailing, they have finally arrived at their destination. This grand city stands at the confluence of Slave Bay and the Sea of Sorrow, near the Worm River. Its bustling port rivals that of Volantis, where merchants from distant lands barter their goods for slaves or trade slaves for gold. Each individual takes what they require, epitomizing the essence of slave bay, where for every free person, there are 20 slaves, exploited for labor, agriculture, and servitude. Anchored in the expansive harbor are 3 great ships belonging to them. Moored in a sheltered bay, at the bridgehead, a man accompanied by several slaves and guards awaits, bowing as the 2 disembark. Noble guests, on behalf of the illustrious and benevolent Master Krasny's Mon Naklas of Astapor, we have awaited your arrival, he proclaims in Valyrian, his speech laced with a heavy Giscari accent. Before their arrival, word had already been sent to inform the masters of their intentions, learning that guests sought to purchase a significant number of unsullied. Naturally, in the presence of a profitable venture, there was no room for negligence. Lead the way, Eamon replies succinctly. Having read the original text, he understands that these individuals are fundamentally opportunistic. Respect is reserved for those with wealth, and he has no time to squander on such trivialities. It is my utmost honor. The man bows deeply, gesturing for him to proceed. They walk along the port, traversing the stony paths while admiring the scenery. The locals are clad in togas, a traditional garish attire, adorned with hollow rings of brass or gold and silver, intricately woven with sumptuous silk that cinches their flowing robes, enhancing both comfort and elegance. The city lies a considerable distance from the port, and along this narrow path, slaves are ubiquitous, men, women, and children alike, bare-chested. Wrapped only in strips of cloth to cover their essential parts, barefoot, traversing the ground without a hint of discomfort. Surrounding them are houses constructed of red bricks. And with each gust of wind, fine reddish-brown dust is occasionally swept into the air. The Astapori have a penchant for these bricks, evident in their architecture and everyday pottery. In the distance, a monumental pyramid rises within the city, gleaming under the sunlight. This iconic structure of Giscari features vast palaces and gardens, serving as the abode for the most esteemed masters, who are attended by a multitude of slaves, overseeing the entirety of the city from their elevated perch. At the pinnacle, there stands a colossal statue of a harpy, with the body of a lion, the head of a man, wings of an eagle, and a scorpion's tail. This emblem of the ancient Gyges Empire has endured through the ages, surviving the obliteration wrought by Valyria, and has become the banner of the slave bay. Embraced by its inhabitants, navigating through the serpentine corridors, the man led them into a vast square. This is the Square of Pride, esteemed guests. The innocents you seek are here for your examination, he announced, gesturing towards a row of shadowy figures standing before them. Chapter 45. The innocence among the good masters present was none other than Krasnomonagros. These foreign mongrels are quite bothersome. I shall have to wait, he grumbled. Seated upon a chair draped in velvet, flanked by 2 scantily clad maidens who fanned him, alleviating the oppressive heat of the sun. He vented his frustrations upon the surrounding servants, his deep-set eyes piercing and his nose resembling the talon of an eagle, his bald head devoid of any stray hairs. Distinguished master, they are speaking in Valyrian, a small boy by his side cautioned, fearful that Krasnomonagros might, as before, drive away the buyers and subsequently vent his ire upon him. I do not require your counsel, he scowled, disliking any insolence from his slaves. This was what irked him most. These individuals could comprehend Valyrian, leaving him unable to unleash his pent-up frustrations upon them. My lord, they are arriving. A servant rushed in from the archway, kneeling before Krasnomonagros. Let us see what the vermin look like. He rose, grasped the whip in his hand, and strode forth, flanked by a throng of servants. Upon reaching their destination, however, his demeanor shifted instantly. Allow me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Astapor, he smiled, casting the most amiable gaze upon the 2 individuals before him. Having lived many years, he could discern at a glance that the 2 clad in finery were the masters of the occasion, paying no heed to the mercenary slaves trailing behind. Accompanying these foreigners, he introduced them to the innocents, well aware that the visiting buyers were fully cognizant of what they sought to procure. These are the strongest boys we have selected. At the tender age of 5, we sever their genitalia, ensuring they remain free from distractions and can focus solely on their training, he chuckled, as if recounting a noble achievement. The 2 men beside him felt a tightening in their loins, for the implications of his words were far from wholesome. After undergoing castration, they would train for 20 hours each day, scaling mountains with bare hands, traversing fire pits, and engaging in brutal combat with sharp blades. Only those who survived would earn the right to be deemed an innocent. Throughout this harrowing process, we would administer a miraculous potion concocted from bloodfly larvae, shadow water, and other arcane ingredients, rendering them impervious to pain and fatigue, transforming them into relentless beasts that would annihilate their foes. His explanations were thorough, elucidating each step and detail, extolling the virtues of the innocents, who possessed no flaws. These were his final words. How to prove this? After hearing such inhumane accounts, even Avon felt a sense of numbness. Yet, compared to mere verbal descriptions, he yearned to witness their caliber firsthand. Though he had read the original texts detailing their attributes, he remained uncertain of the accuracy of those portrayals. These wretched beings dared to doubt us. Upon hearing his words, the man inwardly cursed yet maintained a facade of a smile as he responded. He approached, and the innocent stood in perfect formation, resembling an immovable wall. He unfastened the leather armor of one, drawing forth a short sword to carve deep, bone-visible wounds into the right side of his chest. The man, however, showed no reaction, remaining steadfast as if he were unable to feel pain. Enough, I said, as the scene made both of them feel somewhat queasy, prompting an immediate halt. This pleased Klasny, who sheathed the sword back into the innocent's waist. Grateful for his master's generosity, the innocent then spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. We only replace the display every 3 days, meaning they endure 3 days and nights without food or sleep. This is undoubtedly advantageous for you. By now, the man continued to extol their merits, seemingly unwearied by the task. All I wished to know was how much this money could procure. Holding a handkerchief to his nose, Avon instructed a servant to bring forth a small chest. Upon opening it, it revealed a trove of Valyrian gold coins. This sight greatly elevated the mood of the benefactor, for these coins represented the most valuable currency across the continent. 1 gold coin can purchase 2 innocents, he stated, revealing a figure. The chest contained 350 coins, a sum calculated before their departure, sufficient to acquire 700 fully equipped innocents. The transaction proceeded pleasantly. Tomorrow, you shall take them with you, he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, signaling his subordinates to retrieve the chest. Yet, Avon interceded, reclaiming it, insisting on a direct exchange of gold for goods, his gaze sharp and filled with suspicion towards those individuals. Of course, I shall provide you with the whip by tomorrow, Klasny replied with a smile. Though internally he seethed at their apparent distrust. After all, it was Estebo's reputation at stake. Upon exiting the square, the man mentioned other matters and departed, leaving the two to wander alone. I had thought we would set off today, yet it seems so troublesome. Wang Hu over there is yawning. Although the day is still young, he has not slept well over the past 2 days, and his eyelids are heavy with fatigue. Upon reaching solid ground, the journey is far less tumultuous than aboard the vessel, affording them the opportunity to seek a tavern to unwind. As for the mercenaries behind them, they will depart with the innocents tomorrow, having no concept of returning home, for to them, any place is as good as another. They made their way into the city, hoping to find a suitable inn or tavern bustling with patrons, albeit most of the crowd consisted of slaves, with only a handful of mercenary traders opting to lodge in such establishments. Ultimately, for the sake of safety, the two returned to the ship, where the absence of law rendered the theft of their coin nearly impossible to rectify. After enduring yet another night, at dawn the following day, they were led by a servant to a square in the heart of the city, teeming with innocents clad in black leather armor. There appeared to be no fewer than 10,000 of them. It seemed a cruel jest orchestrated by a certain Lord Krasny, who had commanded the cutting of a batch of innocents with ropes, forming 7 formations that represented only a fraction of the throng. Here, take your whip. One of them chuckled, handing a long whip adorned with the image of a griffin to Avon, a symbol of authority over the innocents. The man's gaze was tinged with contempt, as though he were observing a mere jester. Your gold. Avon felt a surge of indignation at this unwarranted insult. His face flushed as he restrained his temper. The man's actions ignited in him a desire to seize all the innocents, much like Daenerys Targaryen, yet alas, he possessed no dragons, and this whip could only command those that belonged to him. In this unpleasant atmosphere, their transaction concluded, laden with frustration. They dismissed the mercenaries and used the whip to guide 700 innocents aboard, setting sail back to Volantis, uncertain of what had transpired in their absence. Chapter 46. Thieves Volantis. As for the events that transpired with Avon and his companions, those far across the continent could not possibly be aware of them, though they had managed to maintain a semblance of peace during this period. As anticipated, the local Volantis factions had yet to initiate any actions against them, and aside from training their troops and gathering intelligence, they had embarked on a new venture. Since returning from the banquet, Janie had elucidated the dire cultural deficiencies present here. Many items familiar to them on Earth seemed like mere fantasies in this realm. Thus, she aspired to create and sell novel products to supplement their meager finances. Consequently, she acquired a shop in the city center, showcasing garments crafted from her design drawings, along with various modern feminine accessories. The outcome was undoubtedly triumphant. When exquisite garments, distinctly surpassing the prevailing aesthetic standards of this world, caught the discerning eyes of the noble ladies, they were swiftly snatched up, resulting in a lucrative gain for their purveyors. Back within the estate, the hour approached midnight. In his chamber, Lin Jie, with a book in hand, endeavored to inscribe the Valyrian language. Over the past days, he, like others, had been diligently learning, and just days prior, a teacher had arrived from the city to instruct him in literacy. Remaining illiterate had caused him considerable discomfort. The inability to comprehend written words left him vulnerable to deception, even as others counted his coins. This was utterly intolerable. Leaning against the desk, he observed the flames in the fireplace, which blazed vigorously. 2 dragon eggs had been nestled within, their fire never extinguished. Months had passed, yet they remained unchanged. And the peculiar dreams that once haunted him had become infrequent. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Outside the estate, 3 peculiar figures emerged from a concealed thicket. Bare-chested and devoid of hair, some bore tattoos of gray wolves upon their bodies. Stealthily, they approached the estate, evading the torches held by the guards, and quietly reached a secluded corner where they collaborated to scale the high walls, gaining entry within. These individuals were once pirates aboard a ship, but during an ill-fated attack on a merchant vessel, they encountered the navy of Volantis and surrendered without resistance, finding themselves imprisoned. Just yesterday, a man dressed as a noble had released them, promising immense riches in exchange for a singular task: to infiltrate the estate and ascertain whether anything of particular value, such as maritime charts, lay within. If such treasures existed, they were to retrieve them. As for the lack of fear regarding their escape, numerous eyes were upon them. If they managed to slip away, it would be a testament to their cunning. Were it not for the constraints on their own men, the nobles would hardly require the services of these 3. Which room are we supposed to enter? One of the larger men inquired of his companions. The response was a series of headshakes. The man had merely instructed them to enter and explore, without specifying which room. Had it not been for the watchful eyes outside, they would never have considered breaching such a place. This predicament rendered their task exceedingly challenging. In such an expansive residence, how would they locate what they sought? Nevertheless, driven by the urgency of self-preservation, they ventured forth without hesitation. Except for a few select rooms, the entire villa had succumbed to darkness. Save for the servants who continued their duties, lighting candles as they navigated the stairways and corridors. Thus, the 3 infiltrators blended into the shadows, undetected, as the night provided them with a natural cover. Under the moonlight, they could barely discern the contours of the rooms within. Through the open skylight they had entered, a long corridor stretched before them. They tread carefully upon the carpet, making not a sound, as they stealthily advanced. At that moment, a faint flicker of candlelight emanated from the nearby staircase, urging the 2 men behind to silence their movements. The bald leader cautiously approached, leaning against the wall. Just as the servant, burdened with a lamp and a stack of papers, was about to ascend, he lunged forward, swiftly covering the man's mouth, drawing a dagger from his waist and slitting his throat. Seizing the servant's left hand to prevent the candlestick from crashing to the floor, he stifled any noise. "This is not good," one of them murmured, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. It wasn't he that he was averse to killing, but the ease with which they could be discovered troubled him, leaving him at a loss for where to conceal the body. The bald man, confident in his actions, placed the servant's body on the ground, dragging it into a corner where it would remain undetected by those who didn't scrutinize closely. He then led the other 2 toward the adjacent rooms. Unbeknownst to them, a woman nearby had witnessed the entire scene. She was of ample build, clad in an apron. The cook of the establishment, who had merely intended to fetch some ingredients from the pantry for the next day's breakfast. The unfolding events left her legs trembling. With her heart racing, she realized the men hadn't strayed far. Daring not to raise an alarm, she dashed upstairs while they continued forward, seeking refuge in the only room still aglow with light, Lin Jie's chamber. With a forceful push, she burst through the door, panting heavily, and quickly secured it. Bracing her body against it, Lin Jie, immersed in his attempts to write in an unfamiliar script, was startled. "What are you doing? Who permitted your entry?" he exclaimed, vexed by her intrusion, having repeatedly cautioned against such recklessness. "Master, there are robbers outside. They've killed," she stammered, her voice trembling. At her words, Lin Jie sprang to his feet, surprise etched upon his face as he drew his sword, his vigilance peaked. "Where?" he demanded, skeptical about how the guards could allow such intruders within their walls. In the meantime, the woman recounted the harrowing events to Lin Jie, and upon hearing that a servant had already been slain, His expression turned grave. Urging her to find a safe place and summon everyone, he stepped out of his room, sword in hand, determined to confront the intruders and prevent any further mischief. Meanwhile, the trio had entered a bedroom, pushing the door ajar. The fireplace still crackled with embers, while its owner lay blissfully unaware on the bed, clutching a pillow in deep slumber. This revelation alarmed Lin Jie from outside. They had breached Zhang Qiang's sanctum. A grave predicament indeed. Taking a deep breath, he quietly approached, pressing against the door to discern their intentions. The intruders, oblivious to their exposure, continued to rummage through the surrounding boxes. Suddenly, a person nudged the leader, questioning his actions. The leader, somewhat irritated, contemplated the consequences of awakening the slumbering figure. The one who poked him appeared to have glimpsed something astonishing, pulling the leader's attention toward the fireplace. Indeed, there lay a yellow-brown, egg-shaped object nestled within the flames. Engulfed by the fierce fire, yet unscathed. A dragon egg, another individual, evidently more knowledgeable, announced, recognizing its significance. Is it real? The leader questioned, skeptical that such a mythical object could be found in such a place. Regardless, let us take it. It might be something those noble patrons desire. The one who identified the dragon egg, seemingly indifferent, sought 2 pieces of firewood, intending to extract the egg-shaped object. Just as he was about to proceed, the door was violently kicked open, startling the trio. They beheld a figure wielding a sword advancing toward them. Chapter 47. The pursuit just moments prior. When Lin Jie noticed their focus shifting to Zhang Qiang's dragon egg, he sensed impending trouble. Should those individuals mishandle the egg, the loss would be irreplaceable, even if they sold themselves to compensate. Fortunately, with the guards approaching, he calculated that delaying them for a few seconds wouldn't pose a significant issue. He swiftly drew his sword and forcefully opened the door, aiming to catch them off guard. Perhaps for reasons of stealth, the 3 assailants were armed only with daggers, not swords. Upon the unexpected emergence of Lin Jie, they were unprepared and, in their haste, stumbled backward, narrowly evading his strike. Realizing he had missed, Lin Jie felt a momentary disruption in his breath, but quickly regained composure, focusing entirely on the trio. The commotion also roused the slumbering Zhang Qiang. What the hell? Old Lin, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Still dazed and trying to comprehend the situation, he rubbed his eyes, noticing only Lin Jie. While you sleep, your life is at stake. Lin Jie exclaimed, astonished by Zhang Qiang's composure. Hearing his words, Zhang Qiang surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the 3 vigilant strangers, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. Connecting Lin Jie's earlier words to the present scenario, he sprang up, seizing the sword resting beside his bed, ready to confront the intruders alongside Lin Jie. Where did these people come from, and what do they want? He pondered, oblivious to their intentions but sensing their malevolent demeanor. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside, reminiscent of many feet pounding in unison, likely the guards responding to the alert. Hearing this noise steadied their hearts. The advantage lay with them, and they were determined to capture these intruders for questioning. Simultaneously, the trio, recognizing the unfolding situation, understood the necessity of retreat and, under the watchful eyes of Lin Jie and Zhang Qiang, hastily made their way towards the exit. Upon witnessing the situation, the 2 individuals brandished their swords in front of them. The assailants, lacking long weapons, appeared reluctant to use their hands for defense. Unexpectedly, 2 of them swiftly picked up pieces of firewood from the ground and, just as they were about to strike, swung them to block Zhang Qiang's sword. Seizing the opportunity, one of them forcefully brought the remaining piece down upon Lin Jie's head. In a state of confusion, Lin Jie was unable to defend himself, resulting in a painful blow to his forehead, causing him to lean against the wall and create distance between them. Among the trio, one successfully maneuvered through and escaped the room. Meanwhile, outside, several guards from the manor, armed and ready, charged up the staircase. Within mere seconds, they would be upon the assailant. To everyone's astonishment, the individual, upon spotting the encroaching guards, leapt from the second-floor window without a moment's hesitation. By the time the guards arrived and swiftly apprehended the 2 attempting to flee the room, they turned to see that the man who had jumped appeared to have injured his leg in the fall, hopping away in an attempt to escape. Release the arrows, Lin Jie commanded the guards, despite having sustained an injury to his head. Driven not only by the desire for vengeance, but also by the critical need to prevent any disclosure of the dragon egg's existence. Fortunately, most of the arriving guards were versatile and several bore bows. Responding to their master's command, 2 emerged from the shadows, drawing their bows and aiming at the fleeing figure illuminated by the torches outside. With a swift whoosh, the arrows soared through the night sky. One arrow missed its target, embedding itself in the ground, while the other struck true, piercing the assailant's right chest, although it failed to bring him down. Observing this, the guards unleashed several more rounds, yet the darkness hindered their accuracy, and the fugitive chose not to scale the surrounding walls but instead dashed across the garden terrace, vaulted over the railing, and plunged into the vast sea below. Within the manor, those still in slumber, whether fellow students or clustered servants, were abruptly awakened by the tumult. One by one, they ignited torches or candles, donned their clothes, and emerged from their rooms to ascertain the cause of the commotion. As the numerous lights flickered to life, they illuminated the night, guiding everyone toward the source of the disturbance, the room occupied by Zhang Qiang. The physician residing next door was also summoned. Employed by the manor to attend to their medical needs, he hastily gathered herbs upon hearing of his master's injury and, accompanied by his young apprentice, rushed over. What has transpired here? In his nightgown, Li Sheng pushed through the crowd in the corridor and entered the room, where he found Lin Jie clutching his head, seated at the edge of the bed, while the physician diligently prepared a herbal paste, soaking it in alcohol to create a poultice that he applied to Lin Jie's injury. The blow from earlier had merely broken the skin, with splinters embedded. But after carefully extracting them with a small knife, there seemed to be no immediate danger. A stranger intruded, while Zhang Qiang incessantly elucidated the circumstances to others who had come in response to the commotion. The two captives, previously subdued, were now bound with ropes, kneeling on the ground with bowed heads, utterly immobile. The unfortunate individual would likely not survive, having sustained grave injuries and plunged into the sea. The odds of survival were slim. Upon hearing the subsequent details, Rex comprehended the source of the anxiety that enveloped the gathering. He sought to reassure Lin Jie, advising him not to overly distress himself regarding the affair. "My apologies, sir. It is my oversight, a failure to properly arrange for security," the trembling old man, old Jean, lamented from a distance. He had long managed this estate, and now, allowing a master to be harmed was tantamount to a grave transgression in Volantis, a crime punishable by death. He could only hope that these seemingly benevolent masters would grant him clemency, allowing him to atone for his failings. No one paid heed to the old man's apology. Their focus remained on the two bound individuals, whose sudden intrusion had shattered the tranquility of the estate, instilling considerable unease. In an effort to calm the crowd, Li Sheng resolved to bolster the security outside, insisting on personnel stationed in every corner to ensure such an incident would never recur, as it had crossed a critical threshold for them. As he issued his orders, the guards outside gradually retreated, leaving the matter in the hands of those within, while they would summon more companions, rousing those who had been resting due to shift changes for the night watch. After the wounds were bandaged, Lin Jie's head was enveloped in thick white cloth, concealing the injured area. His foremost desire was to compel those captives to divulge their true identities. Since being bound by the guards, the two individuals had feigned death, uttering not a single word. "Do not play dumb. Reveal who you are," Zhang Qiang admonished, stepping forward to deliver a kick to one of them. Had it not been for Lin Jie, he might have met his end while asleep. Under similar circumstances, anyone's temper would be frayed. Chapter 48. The situation. After a moment of silence, the two finally spoke, confessing to being thieves who sought to infiltrate and pilfer valuable items to sell for profit. They claimed ignorance regarding anything beyond that and denied any external instigation. Perched on the bed, the physician had completed tending to Lin Jie's injuries and departed, leaving the focus on the two captives. They were not to be believed, for if they were indeed mere thieves, they would not risk their lives to steal from a heavily guarded estate. Such behavior defied logic. Given the late hour, Li Sheng ordered that the two be taken to the basement for confinement. It remained to be determined whether they would be handed over to the governor of Volantis or kept temporarily until a decision could be reached following further deliberation. Perhaps they were sent by the nobles, assassins, or perhaps spies tasked with uncovering secrets from their side. Regardless, it is evident they are entangled in these matters. Those individuals frequently harass them, either seeking knowledge of the so-called trade routes or attempting to forge closer ties for greater schemes. At this juncture, their paramount concern lies in how to contend with the nobles. Over the past few months, they have trained their army and established shops, though modest in scale. They have nonetheless encroached upon the nobles' established boundaries. The ancient nobility of Volantis has thrived here for millennia, with internal resources meticulously divided. Yet, their unexpected arrival has disrupted this equilibrium. The challenge now is to compel these nobles to relinquish more of their profits to sustain their own needs, a matter far from trivial. I find myself genuinely apprehensive that they may resort to direct action. Standing aside, Zhang Qiang could not help but feel anxious. Today's events might merely be a prelude, and no one could ascertain whether the same cowardly individuals would return next time. Volantis is a city of the nobles, and even if they linger, they would always remain mere transients. Establishing roots in the domain of those nobles is detrimental to their future development. While it is clear that these individuals are not likely to act against them over such trivial matters, their outward restraint does not guarantee that they will refrain from clandestine actions. Their greed is insatiable. Let us all return and rest for now. We can discuss these matters at another time, Lin Jie addressed the others. It is quite late, and there is no need to squander our energy. It is imperative to grasp the current situation. The present moment is not conducive to deliberation, rather than waste time. It would be wiser to return early and contemplate strategies for response. Following the events of the evening, they would have the guards arrange for more personnel to ensure everyone's safety. If necessary, they could mobilize the newly trained recruits from the first phase and station them near the estate. The two individuals sent to procure the purity had yet to return. Those they had recruited now represented their greatest assurance. At this moment, in the dungeons of Volantis, a man clad in a simple robe stood outside a door. Within the room, anguished screams echoed intermittently, creating an unervingly macabre atmosphere, compounded by the comings and goings of numerous individuals. What has become of him? Will he survive? He inquired, observing an elderly man in a gray robe emerging from the room, pinching his nose to shield himself from the repugnant scent of brine mingled with blood. My lord, the arrow has pierced his lung, and having been submerged in seawater for an extended period, it is remarkable that he has persisted thus far. The elderly man bent slightly, conveying his apologies to the man. The outcome was evidently grim. He was beyond saving. One of the intruders, after leaping from the terrace into the sea, had been discovered by scouts they had strategically positioned. Once it was confirmed that no one in the estate had seen them, they cautiously retrieved him and brought him before the man, followed by several doctors for urgent treatment. Yet, alas, it was too late. Death is inevitable. Yet did he utter any words beforehand? The name of that wretch is of no consequence to him. What truly matters is whether any valuable intelligence has been gleaned from the manor. Initially, they had dispatched those three individuals to probe the reactions of the foreign entities. Regardless of the outcome, it was deemed beneficial for them. Dragon, the elder uttered a single word. What is a dragon? Dragon bones, dragon crystals, dragon scales. Or perhaps dragon eggs. His temper flared as he realized that the elder's response yielded no useful information. In this world, the associations with dragons are numerous, even potentially leading to a mere plant of no worth, the dragon's blood herb. Forgive me, my lord. That fellow spoke but a single word before he expired. The elder confessed, clearly unable to discern its meaning. In his final moments, that individual merely muttered dragon, but one could be certain it was not a lively dragon. Listening to this futility, the man began to regret retrieving that wretched creature. Present-day Volantis is a shadow of its former self. Decline seems to be its destined fate. Once the eldest daughter of Valyria, it is now encircled by dark, damp filth and vast slums. As ancient nobility, their lineage of noble blood spanning millennia cannot simply allow for such decline, yet that remains a mere wish. How to alter this predicament and continue expanding outward? They currently lack the strength. Recalling past conquests of Volantis, victories were only proclaimed through alliances with other city-states. The burdens of reparations and various inequitable treaties have left them gasping for breath, utterly incapable of sustaining further endeavors. However, should those individuals uncover a secure passage for free ingress and egress to the Valyrian ruins, all might change. Possessing the wealth of the old empire, or perhaps even dragon eggs that may still survive, could restore their strength and allow for the re-establishment of the glory of the old Valyrian Empire. Such a temptation is difficult to resist. With this thought, the man donned his sword and instructed the others to clean up the remains. He intended to leave this place and consult with the other nobles regarding the recent occurrences. The foreign entities have become increasingly conspicuous, and many have expressed discontent. Perhaps this is an opportunity to exert some pressure upon them. Chapter 49. Festival Day. The sun shone brightly. Following the events of the previous night, the guards at the manor had increased significantly. In times like these, everyone was particularly concerned about their personal safety. With a clang, a sword struck the wooden stump. The early rising Lin Jie was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Having spent a considerable time in this world, aside from the mandatory study of Valyrian language, sword training had become his greatest passion. Unfortunately, he had been unable to enlist a skilled instructor, leaving him to continuously practice basic movements on his own. Yet he found solace in perfecting his technique. On the other side, after being thoroughly rattled by the events of the previous night, Zhang Qiang did not sleep well. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, He lifted a cup of tea and encountered Lin Jie, who was practicing swordsmanship outside. Upon seeing Zhang Qiang approach, Lin Jie sheathed his long sword. "So, did those two fellows say anything?" he inquired. After Li Sheng had confined the two men in the basement, Zhang Qiang had taken them in for a thorough interrogation early the next morning. Even through the thick walls, he could hear their agonizing screams. He found it hard to believe they were still pretending to be mute. They confessed everything, except for a peculiar individual who let them in to check for anything unusual. "It turns out both of them are pirates imprisoned in the jail," Zhang Qiang recounted, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. This aligned with their suspicions, as those men had been acting mysteriously, holding on to them relentlessly. As for the one who escaped, they had dispatched people to search the nearby coast, but found no bodies. Perhaps he had been fed to the fish. The likelihood of his survival seemed slim. This news, relayed by a servant that morning, left them somewhat anxious, fearing that the man might escape and expose the matter of the dragon egg, which would be exceedingly detrimental to them. Handing the teacup to a servant, Zhang Qiang donned a snug leather outfit. Compared to the traditional garments of the area, this attire afforded them greater comfort, devoid of any cumbersome feeling. With a smile, he approached Lin Jie. "Come on, let us continue exploring the city. Staying cooped up here is becoming dreadfully boring," he said, wrapping an arm around Lin Jie's neck and attempting to lead him outside. After a struggle, Lin Jie managed to break free from Zhang Qiang's grasp. Having just emerged from his thoughts, he was somewhat reluctant. "Perhaps we should refrain for now. The situation outside has changed since our arrival," he advised. "Everyone is aware that those nobles might be plotting against us in secret. After the last proposal to form an army, people were advised to limit their outings, remaining in the manor except for necessary matters to avoid danger or waste money. What are you afraid of? I have stationed 20 elite guards behind us, fully armed. I doubt those fellows can cause any trouble," Zhang Qiang reassured Lin Jie. "Even if they try something, our trained troops will come in handy." Reluctantly, Lin Jie followed him outside, where a chariot awaited, accompanied by 20 fully equipped guards. Since they had begun to assemble their own army, even the originally provided guards had undergone significant upgrades. With their numbers not being overly large, they could afford to equip these men with superior half-plate armor and fine steel longswords. The dark red breastplates, paired with gradually pointed arched helmets, provided formidable defense. With kite-shaped shields in hand, they could be deemed the best-equipped group in the region. Except for 4 men on horseback, the remaining 16 walked, trailing slowly behind the chariot after Lin Jie and Zhang Qiang had boarded. As they entered the city at a leisurely pace, Volantis appeared largely unchanged from their previous visit, maintaining its familiar streets. However, in recent days, an inexplicable surge of people had flooded the urban area. The increasing number of street performers and vendors transformed the previously subdued atmosphere into one of vibrant activity. Observing this peculiar phenomenon through the window, Lin Jie pondered whether some significant event had recently occurred. He inquired of Zhang Qiang, who frequently ventured out and might possess some knowledge. Unfortunately, Zhang Qiang, revealing his ignorance of local affairs, merely shrugged, stating that he was not from the area and had only come out for leisure, not to gather intelligence. After questioning the coachman ahead, they discovered that in just 2 days, the city would celebrate its 2700th anniversary. A revelation that astonished both men, not due to any particular interest in the festivities, but rather due to the sheer magnitude of the 2,700 years. With this newfound understanding, they paid little heed to the bustling scenes outside. Their carriage navigated through the lively streets until it came to a halt before a grand shop. This was the clothing store owned by Janie, a noblewoman, and although it was not their first visit, they could not shake the rustic feeling evoked by the name inscribed in Valyrian script. Perhaps due to certain peculiar circumstances, their conflicts with the nobility had not adversely affected the shop's business. With its fashionable garments and trinkets, the establishment was favored by the daughters of affluent families. And during their brief stay, several patrons had already exited with numerous packages in tow. Upon entering the store, they found Janie absent, leaving 2 local girls to assist the throngs of ladies who continued to arrive, keeping them busily occupied. "She's probably off enjoying herself," Lin Jie remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Despite her admonitions for others to be frugal, she indulged in shopping sprees with her own earnings, justifying her expenditures as personal choices, leaving them with little recourse. Their presence was merely to observe the store's performance. They held no interest in the items favored by the young women. It was undeniable that the girls displayed a certain acumen, as the shop had bolstered their previously limited finances, thriving on the spending power of the affluent clientele. The store's daily revenue soared into the thousands of Wei coins, sufficient to cover expenses without excessive extravagance, earning them considerable admiration. After departing from the shop, They contemplated visiting other locations, dismissing the notion of returning to the long bridge they had once found intriguing. The thought of navigating through the throngs of people there now seemed intolerable. Even the local nobility preferred to take boats across the Lorne River rather than traverse the bridge, fearing the rampant crime that could lead to theft. As they sat in the carriage, continuing their journey, an unexpected clatter interrupted their thoughts. Just moments after departing, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Such misfortune. Could it be that yet another unfortunate soul is being subjected to the whip? Recalling the previous reason for his halt, Lin Jie leaned out to observe the commotion outside. The same scene unfolded once more. Yet this time it was not a spectacle of cruel punishment, but rather a congregation of individuals amassed at the intersection, among them a monk clad in crimson robes, fervently delivering a speech. Chapter 50. The red-robed monk whoever stood there seemed drenched, as if saturated in oil. Droplets of an indiscernible liquid cascading from the hem of his robe. May the Almighty bless us. The long night approaches. Azor, manifest in the light, leads the faithful out of the darkness. The long night is nigh, and the Savior shall descend, banishing the final shadows, bringing forth an eternal summer to the world. In this perilous long night, treachery lurks everywhere. His visage was etched with fiery patterns, and his words, emanating from a mouth that appeared to be aflame, captivated those around him. This band of zealots seemed to lack originality, their repetitive rhetoric rendering the two seated in the carriage somewhat weary. As Lin Jie listened, he recalled the depiction of Ben Nero in the texts. He was the mightiest of the red-robed priests. If memory served correctly, he also served in the Rollo Temple in Volantis. However, at this time, Daenerys was still an infant, and the dragons had yet to hatch. Their so-called magic was merely a series of trivial tricks. Thus, they hardly warranted the attention of Lin Jie and his companion. Despite the monotony, the crowd continued to swell, obstructing the once broad thoroughfare. Even nobles passing by would halt their carriages to listen to the speaker. This annoyed Zhang Qiang, who shared the carriage, as he grumbled about the endless tirade, lamenting that he had merely sought a respite from the day's troubles and did not wish to hear the ramblings of an old charlatan. While he continued to complain within the carriage, the red-robed monk's voice grew ever more fervent outside. Leaning against the window, Lin Jie remained curious about how long this order could sustain his performance. The Savior shall descend amidst smoke and fire, leading us, the faithful, my brothers and sisters. We shall follow him, guided by the Lord's revelations. He raised his hands high, signaling for silence, and continued his oration. I believe this fellow would excel in multi-level marketing. Lin Jie jested, turning to Zhang Qiang, noting how the man's tongue seemed unceasing, having spoken for an indeterminate duration since they arrived. With a smile, he turned back, only to see the monk lowering his voice, his gaze shifting towards their direction, as if to conclude his discourse. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Jie felt as though the monk were indeed observing him. The monk's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes lifting momentarily. Upon uttering his final word, he extended his arms outward, and with a crackling sound, two flames ignited, swiftly engulfing his oil-slicked form. In mere seconds, he transformed into a being of fire, the flames swirling around him, illuminating the surrounding crowd. In the next moment, the flames dissipated as if nothing had transpired. The searing heat had not even singed the hem of his garments, merely consuming the dampness without any further alteration. This spectacle left the onlookers profoundly astounded, as a multitude knelt around him, their foreheads touching the ground, fervently whispering the name of the King of Light, Roller. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Lin Jie was equally struck, rendered momentarily speechless. The intense warmth reached even him, positioned at a distance, and it seemed undeniably genuine. Yet, this phenomenon was beyond his comprehension. While the realm of ice and fire was indeed imbued with magic, such manifestations, as depicted in both the original narrative and the television adaptation, only emerged after Daenerys Targaryen hatched dragon eggs, dragons being the harbingers of magic's resurgence. Not to mention, the only known dragon, Daenerys herself, had yet to see any of their eggs hatch. Thus, the occurrence of such a scene was utterly perplexing to him. His eyes widened in an attempt to discern the trickery at play, yet he remained unable to unveil the mystery. Fortunately, the actions of that individual resembled a grand finale. Thereafter, he departed under the protection of a retinue clad in resplendent armor, adorned with fiery orange capes, leaving behind the awed populace to kneel in prayer. As the crowd dispersed, the way was cleared for vehicles to pass. "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought," inquired Zhang Qiang, who was relieved that they could finally move on. He had been coiled up in the vehicle and had missed the earlier spectacle. Upon seeing Lin Jie return, he noticed a peculiar change in his demeanor. "Nothing, just caught a bit of wind," Lin Jie replied, lowering his head and refraining from divulging the truth. After all, Zhang Qiang would likely dismiss it as a mere figment of his imagination, a notion Lin Jie himself might entertain, and he preferred to avoid any debate on the matter. Taking his words to heart, Zhang Qiang brushed it aside. The air in this vicinity was notoriously poor. An accidental whiff of something odd could indeed be quite unpleasant. Thus, their vehicle extricated itself from the crowd, continuing to meander through the city. Within the Temple of R'hllor, the red-robed monk who had just concluded his sermon returned to this sacred space. As the most powerful city-state of Essos, Volantis held an equally profound devotion to the King of Light. This grand temple, a monumental structure, had been erected through the relentless contributions of the city's elite and magistrates, each offering countless golden coins. The vast dome was crowned by 4 equally towering red spires, with a staircase of 100 steps leading to their entrance. Every 10 meters, a holy fire guard stood sentinel, having been raised and trained in the temple since childhood. These warriors, clad in opulent armor and wielding spears that blazed like flames, vigilantly monitored the outside world, embodying the mightiest soldiers of this realm. Within the temple, another figure garbed in crimson stood before the blazing fire, fixated on the flames in the hearth, his hands clasped, fingers tapping rhythmically. His face was elongated and gaunt, his alabaster skin adorned with fiery tattoos, and his features were sharply defined, exuding an aura reminiscent of a skull that instilled fear. Supreme Priest Benello, the preacher, entered the temple, receiving his summons, and stood respectfully beside him. This man could be regarded as the foremost leader of the crimson-robed clergy, as well as the most significant earthly representative of the Light King. Magic had begun to resurge, yet the chosen one of the Almighty had yet to manifest. Navi, do you comprehend the implications of this? His gaze remained fixated upon the flames, speaking over his shoulder to those behind him. The tide of magic returned with a ferocity reminiscent of the ancient Valyrian era, yet this differed markedly from his previous prophecies. The Almighty bestowed upon him revelations that foretold the resurgence of magic, heralding the birth of one who would emerge from fire and smoke as the embodiment of the divine. However, that individual had yet to be born, and the premature return of the magical tide could only signify one thing: destiny had been altered. The crimson-robed cleric behind him provided the answer, feeling the tumultuous surge of magic in the air, which accounted for his ability to act as he did today. Perhaps the situation was even more dire. Benello's voice resonated loudly. From a mere slave of course to the supreme priest of R'hllor, his fate had long been sealed, just as the fate of this world had been. Throughout the years, the revelations he received had remained unchanged, yet in a mere span of months, a faint divergence seemed to emerge. If allowed to progress unchecked, it would inevitably spiral beyond their control. The destined one would still be born from the land of salt and alkali. There was no need for doubt on that front. I only require you to eradicate all that has strayed from control. Hua Feng turned, for the first time facing the crimson-robed cleric with piercing eyes. This caused the cleric to tense, never having anticipated such a serious expression from the supreme priest. Yes, my lord, the cleric responded, bowing in deference before hastily departing. Subsequently, the priest turned back, his gaze fixed upon the flames, seeking further revelations to steer destiny back onto its rightful course. Chapter 51. Serendipity in the bustling marketplace. The lively scenes continued to unfold. To commemorate the founding celebration of Volantis, the governors granted substantial privileges to foreign merchants, allowing for a 3-tier tax exemption on all incoming goods. Coupled with Volantis' status as one of the mightiest city-states in the world, its populace boasted considerable purchasing power, attracting traders from far and wide, all eager to amass wealth during these festive days. As they passed by the street, the performers showcasing their juggling skills, the sorcerers peddling peculiar items, and the luxury goods from across the globe granted the 2 individuals in the carriage a glimpse into this vibrant spectacle. Are you planning to buy anything? He inquired of Zhang Qiang while contemplating whether to venture out and procure some items. He had spent these days at home, learning Valyrian and swordsmanship while observing the training of new recruits. During his last visit, he had purchased a few items but had yet to truly explore the market. However, upon hearing his words, the other man did not respond but instead grinned mischievously. Hey, hold on, come look. I think I see a familiar face, he said, pulling Lin Jie over and pointing through the window toward the direction he indicated. At first glance, it was indeed a familiar face. Not far ahead, there stood another vehicle, a carriage unlike theirs, pulling a massive compartment, flanked by several guards clad in dark red armor, all mounted on horses, standing resolutely behind it. White mist billowed from their nostrils, and they occasionally stretched their legs. They were unmistakably the same guards they had encountered within the estate. Beside the carriage, a girl emerged from a nearby shop, cradling a large bundle of goods wrapped in straps, the contents obscured. Just as she was about to board, a familiar voice interrupted her. She turned her head up to see Lin Jie greeting her. Upon catching sight of Janie, they recognized her immediately. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what she was up to. "What brings you here?" she inquired, surprised to see the two of them. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned to toss her belongings into the back of the carriage. After instructing the driver to move forward a bit, their vehicle maintained a parallel position with the carriage, facilitating their conversation. To their astonishment, there was indeed another person inside the carriage. "Rex, you're here too." Zhang Qiang began to smirk, as it was apparent to any discerning eye what was transpiring. She wanted to get some fresh air, and it's unsafe for her to venture alone. Hence, I had to accompany her. He scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Just as he finished speaking, Janie had already climbed aboard, listening intently to their exchange. "Don't misconstrue this. It was he who insisted on coming along," she stated earnestly. However, this revelation did little to alter the opinions of the two men opposite her, who merely exchanged knowing glances, not wishing to intrude upon the couple, and prepared to signal the driver to depart. Yet, in the next moment, Rex spoke up again. "Since we're here, let us find a place to sit for a while. There's nothing worthwhile to purchase around here." Just as he finished, the girl kicked him lightly, prompting him to turn around to see what had transpired. He was met with a face filled with reproach, as if silently questioning why he was being so talkative, which immediately silenced him. Despite her annoyance at him, she maintained her composure and made the same suggestion to the two men beside her. "All right then, we'll follow your lead," they conceded, finding it difficult to refuse her request. Fortunately, there was a small tavern nearby, so they instructed the driver to proceed there, with the guards merging seamlessly behind them. "Are we really going to be the third wheel?" Zhang Qiang mused as he closed the carriage window, his face reflecting a blend of curiosity and surprise at the unexpected turn of events. "I don't see any shame in this, but you must understand that they prefer a bit of discretion. If you don't go along, it could seriously affect them," Lin Jie remarked, familiar with such situations. Although he had been single for 4 years, he was quite adept at navigating these social nuances. The feeling of wanting to remain inconspicuous while simultaneously wishing to be noticed was a rather vexing contradiction. The tavern was not far off. After a brief journey of a few minutes, they came to a halt once more. Upon arrival, Rex promptly produced a pouch of coins, tossing it to the guards behind him, granting them a brief respite after nearly half a year of duty. Such nuances of social decorum were not lost on him. Thus, amidst the jubilant cheers of the soldiers, they ventured inside. In stark contrast to the merchant's abode they had previously visited, this establishment appeared rather modest. Consisting of merely 3 floors and a sparse clientele, they opted for a private booth on the ground floor, carrying their drinks inside, and brushed shoulders with a figure descending from the upper levels. This individual seemed intent on procuring some libations, and, upon their encounter, regarded them with a flicker of recognition, as if recalling something significant. After seizing a barrel of wine, he hastily retreated upstairs. At that very moment, within a chamber on the 3rd floor, a group of disheveled individuals engaged in activities best left unspoken. 4 of them, some bare-chested, indulged in drink while others partook in various physical exertions. Had Lin Jie been present, he would have been astonished to discover that one among them was none other than Somian, the son of the governor, whom they had encountered on 2 separate occasions in taverns and feasts. Like Somian, he hailed from nobility, being the eldest son of the former governor of the Tiger Party, Bansuda. In Volantis, if one boasted ancient Valyrian blood and held noble status, they possessed the right to vote, implying that while the governorship was not a fixed position, it perpetually revolved around their lineage. Thus, apart from rival factions, they bore no ill will towards their potential successors. Listening to his remarks elicited hearty laughter from those around, as they had come to revel in merriment, and such banter was well received. "Ha ha ha. Just as long as we don't think of that fellow who nearly met his end at the hands of the savages," another individual interjected, sharing a jest that further amused the crowd, all of whom understood the reference, save for Somian himself. The incident had become a favored topic of conversation. "Shut your mouth, you fool," he retorted angrily, for that singular event had rendered him the laughingstock of the city. For the sake of a woman, he had nearly fallen victim to barbarity, and he was compelled to apologize, only to have the matter resurrected time and again. Were it not for his wretched father, he would not have suffered such humiliation. His outburst only served to heighten the mirth of those around him, akin to spectators delighting in the tantrums of a petulant child. Outside, the servant who had descended for the wine returned, halting before the throng of guards, prepared to undergo inspection. Following the incident at the merchant's house, the guards had become astute, ensuring that whenever they ventured forth, they were adequately accompanied to prevent a repeat of Somian's disgraceful episode. Consequently, the once narrow corridor was now congested with personnel. The guards, clad in plate armor with an inner layer of chainmail, represented the finest protection in the vicinity. Adorned with simple iron helmets, the lead guard obstructed the servant's path, only permitting passage after confirming he bore no weapons. As he pushed open the door, the servant cautiously cradled the wine barrel, feigning ignorance to the scene within. "Master, the wine has arrived," he murmured, lowering his body almost to the ground in a display of utmost respect. "At long last, this fool has returned, nearly causing me to finish my drink." Upon seeing this individual, Somian's pent-up frustration finally found a target. He approached and forcefully kicked the servant aside, sending him crashing against the wall. Seizing a barrel of wine, he rudely pulled out the cork, eager to indulge himself. Despite this treatment, the servant displayed no sign of displeasure, maintaining a smile as he knelt on the ground. "Get out of here." Watching the servant elicited a wave of revulsion among some, who found it incomprehensible that such a wretch could share the same space with them. "My apologies, master, but I have something to report. I just saw those foreigners downstairs. One of them was prostrating himself, making excuses. He is acutely aware of the recent concerns the masters have had regarding those outsiders. If they were to discover what he has withheld, it would likely end badly for him." Upon hearing this, those preparing to drink heartily halted their actions. "Are you certain you didn't mistake them?" One individual inquired with a grin directed at the servant. "Absolutely not. I recognize them. One is the woman from last time, and the other is that savage," he replied cautiously, mindful of the master's sentiments toward those individuals, choosing his words with care. Now, the group could no longer remain seated. "How many did they bring?" asked the man seated in the chair, drinking unabashedly. He was Somian's brother and the eldest son of Maraccio, Harvamigia. Following the previous incident, they had taken a heightened interest in those individuals, and it was also his decision to send those 3 rats to probe. Now that they had crossed paths directly, it was only fitting to amuse themselves at their expense. The servant responded, "I cannot be certain, master, but the first floor is teeming with armored men. Perhaps they are all their guards." He knelt there, too fearful to move, lest he provoke the ire of these formidable figures before him. "It appears we have work to do," the man said, donning his coat with a smirk, urging the others to dress and summon the guards waiting outside. They intended to descend and confront that group. Chapter 52. The invitation unbeknownst to them. The individuals seated downstairs were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, they were enjoying their drinks, discussing the recent happenings. If Lin Jie and AI one were well versed in the narrative of A Song of Ice and Fire, yearning for the worlds depicted within those texts, their companions resembled travelers, brimming with curiosity about everything around them. Living here, they experienced an unprecedented sense of joy. Everything was shrouded in mystery, unlike anything they had known before. With a satisfying gulp, Rex downed an entire mug of ale, his capacity for drink always commendable, especially given the low alcohol content. After burping contentedly, he finally broached the subject at hand. "So what brings you here?" Since the incident involving the training of troops, outings have become a rarity for everyone. Even when seeking solace, individuals carry a retinue of a dozen guards to thwart any potential ambush. Following the recent banquet, this behavior has become increasingly pronounced. Lin Jie merely shrugged and provided a straightforward response. Had it not been for their encounter with the 2 individuals, he and Zhang Qiang would likely have returned home out of sheer boredom, a statement that bore truth. Upon hearing this, Rex's smile widened as he pulled Zhang Qiang in, and the trio raised their glasses in a toast. Having spent nearly half a year in this desolate place, where each day was merely a cycle of eating and waiting for death, it was no wonder that anyone would find the situation exceedingly tedious. They struggled to find other pursuits, spending their days observing dragon eggs, learning the local dialect, or occasionally venturing out for a stroll, which was the extent of their fulfilling existence. The girl, left in the cold, held her glass, taking delicate sips as she could not consume such a quantity all at once. She nudged Rex with her foot, hoping to capture his attention. Just as she moved, the sound of footsteps echoed from the upper floor, reminiscent of a military march, a sound they had only just heard the night before. This presence instilled an ominous feeling within them. Filled with curiosity, they exited their booth to ascertain the commotion outside. A procession descended from the stairwell, led by 4 individuals clad in opulent garments, resembling silk adorned with golden threads, strikingly luxurious and ostentatious. It was that person, Lin Jie, standing behind Rex, remarked, instantly recognizing the second individual on the left as the son of the governor they had encountered previously. Trailing behind these figures were 20 fully armed bodyguards. With a subtle gesture from the leader, their steps halted, standing still as if awaiting orders. I wonder if any wild men are present. I wish to have a word with him. The leader, Harvey, remarked with a smirk, eliciting laughter from those behind him. Given their current demeanor, they refrained from any exaggerated gestures. His words left the others puzzled. What wild man? Is there even a wild man here? Rex, somewhat bewildered, recalled his brief studies of the local dialect with Lin Jie and could grasp some basic vocabulary, glancing around in search of the individual he mentioned. It seems he is referring to you, Zhang Qiang cautiously suggested, fearing that a direct approach might lead to an awkward situation, his expression one of inquiry, as he believed he had never provoked the man before him. Oh, our wild friend can understand us. The individual's lack of immediate reaction only incited further laughter from their group, their voices rising in pitch. This remark nearly ignited the entire tavern. Faced with such an affront, Rex drew his sword, his voice icy as he declared, "I'll make your death swift." His temper flared. This individual had not uttered a single word of kindness since their encounter. In response, the guards behind those few individuals swiftly brandished their weapons. Observing this, the guards who had been drinking on the first floor also gathered around, standing beside the others, drawing their swords and pointing them at the group. Thus, a standoff ensued between the two factions. The leader gestured for his guards to sheath their weapons, clearly not intending to engage in a violent confrontation, as the formidable armor worn by the opposing side indicated they were not to be trifled with. Lin Jie, wishing to avoid any conflict, stepped forward, his Valyrian language being the most proficient among the group, making him the ideal spokesperson. Yet, they were perplexed as to how they had provoked these individuals. Unless it was due to that young man who had recently sought reinforcements. Allow me to introduce myself, Harvey Megaria, the eldest son of Malachar Megaria, the governor of Volantis. He declared, his gaze fixed intently on Rex and Jenny. Indeed, Lin Jie mused. It was the reinforcements that had come to stir trouble. He had not anticipated the arrival of an elder sibling after dealing with the younger. Do you wish to fight? I am more than willing to oblige, Rex boldly stated, unafraid of the group, confident in the support of his comrades. Observing the misunderstanding, Harvey merely chuckled, dismissing Rex with a glance, while remaining focused on his own agenda. No, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to exact vengeance for that fool, he remarked, turning to glance at the downcast Somian, then continued. I wish to invite the wild one among you to join me in the chariot race to be held atop the Black Wall the day after tomorrow. He articulated each word carefully, ensuring clarity. A chariot race? Lin Jie translated for his companions, both astonished that Harvey would propose such an event. Huh, on what grounds? They scoffed, incredulous that they would participate in a competition they had never even heard of simply because this man had spoken a few words. Harvey appeared to anticipate their disdain and retorted, if you are not a spineless insect, you need not attend. However, your companion, that woman beside you, should be wary. His demeanor remained calm, yet the vividness of his words suggested a dangerous intent. Feeling unsatisfied, he added, for no other reason than to see if you possess true courage. Rex, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, replied, perhaps you could have expressed that more forcefully, but I accept your challenge. It was a struggle to contain his anger. Yet Harvey had successfully provoked him, and he was now ready to engage fully. That is a brave choice, Harvey chuckled, nearly bursting into laughter. For this was the outcome he had hoped for. Regardless of whether Rex accepted the challenge, it posed no detriment to him. However, what if you lose? Rex retorted as he observed the performance. I lost, he exclaimed, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous, causing the crowd to double over with laughter. Yet he ultimately responded, I concede, any request of yours can be granted. He then turned to a few others, adding, but if you lose, you too must fulfill my demands. Tilting his head, he laid down the terms, which seemed quite fair, a smile gracing his lips as he elaborated. Subsequently, he lost interest in the foreigners, leading his companions away from the brewing tension behind them, departing from the tavern with an air of indifference. Chapter 53. The chariot race. With a crash, Rex unleashed his pent-up fury upon the nearby table, splitting it in two with a single stroke of his sword. While he vented his frustration, Lin Jie pondered thoughtfully. Had he agreed too hastily? The sudden appearance of those individuals, provoking them only to then propose a chariot race, struck Lin Jie as decidedly suspicious. Perhaps there was a hidden agenda. Yet, he secretly hoped that he could crush that insolent fellow in the midst of the competition. Although his rationality had returned, the simmering anger within Rex remained unextinguished. It was arguably the greatest humiliation he had ever endured. Regardless, that man must pay the price. To Rex's left stood Janey, who had keenly absorbed everything that had transpired. Yet, she felt no anger. To her, that man was merely a foolish native, unworthy of her ire. What truly concerned her was Rex's acceptance of the chariot race. Do you even know how to handle such a thing? She questioned, skepticism evident in her voice, as they had never encountered anything like it before. I participated in a similar vintage sport during my travels in Italy, so it should be somewhat comparable. Rex scratched his head, realizing that despite his earlier eagerness, he now felt a lack of confidence regarding the matter. Do you know what it entails? He asked Lin Jie, who was the most knowledgeable among them about this world. Lin Jie found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be wise not to agree so quickly, he mused. After some contemplation, he was unable to provide a definite answer. Such events were scarcely mentioned in novels. However, he recalled the mention of the Black Wall, a formidable structure built during the Old Valyria era, reputed to accommodate 25 warhorses side by side. Yet he had never visited that place. Had it not been brought up, it might have slipped his mind entirely. In the end, they resorted to their usual approach of inquiring with the guards. So, the competition takes place on that wall, they learned, prompting a collective frown among them. The earlier group had claimed that the wall stood 200 feet tall, with no protective measures in place. Was this a race or a death sentence? Indeed, esteemed sir. During the annual founding ceremony of Volantis, the nobility gather atop the Black Wall to partake in a grand chariot race, where it is rumored that the victor shall receive unfathomable rewards. The guard questioned confirmed his previous assertions, his gaze brimming with eager anticipation. This event, exclusive to the aristocracy, would undoubtedly evoke fervent cheers from any maiden were he to grace the arena. It was an honor beyond imagination. Yet, is it not perilous? There is no glory to be felt, as that fellow suggests. Rex, a man of reason, holds his life in high regard. Do you not Europeans revel in extreme sports? His jest elicited a chuckle from Lin Jie, who often observed the reckless antics of individuals from Western nations on the news, unaware that Rex could exhibit such timidity. Can what you disdain truly be seen? Rex grimaced, perceiving his companion as somewhat foolish for contemplating such matters in a trivial manner. Nevertheless, having already acquiesced, retreating now would render him unable to hold his head high in the future. He tossed a pouch of gold coins to the frightened tavern owner hiding in the back, and the group departed in their carriage, their spirits dampened by the day's misfortunes. Time passed swiftly as they procured an old racing chariot from a carpenter's workshop, and on that very day, they made their way to the base of the Black Wall. As they walked, apprehension filled their hearts. Would this truly be feasible? Glancing at the antiquated chariot drawn by 4 black horses, uncertainty loomed over them. In my opinion, that fellow is merely jesting at your expense, Zhang Qiang, walking in the center, incessantly chattered. He had struggled to comprehend the dialogue of those ruffians from the previous day. Yet a few careless words had compelled them to join this ridiculous race. He was certain that fellow harbored no good intentions. Yet, they felt powerless. The stench of that fellow's words lingered, and should they refuse, it would not only invite scrutiny from outsiders, but also weigh heavily on their own consciences. Today, for reasons of safety, the gathering was sparse. Aside from their quartet, there was only Li Sheng and 50 guards trailing behind, all to thwart any potential treachery from that individual. Upon reaching the entrance, they found a long queue awaiting them, and they had not forgotten that today marked Volantis' founding celebration. This chariot race served as its grand opening. It is said that within the Black Wall lies the ancient district of Old Volantis, the site of the city's earliest structures, established during the bygone era of Old Valyria. Encircled by the Black Wall and bordered by the Lorne River, it stands as a realm distinct from the chaotic city outside. Here reside the nobles of ancient lineage, attended by thousands of slaves, who remain steadfastly ensconced within, isolating them from the tumultuous world beyond the walls. Reflecting on the descriptions stored in his memory, Lin Jie and his companions advanced at a measured pace. The further they ventured, the more they were enveloped by the grandeur of this colossal edifice, which bore no resemblance to the monumental structures they had previously encountered on the Valyria Peninsula. True to its name, the Black Wall stood entirely shrouded in darkness, composed of a formidable black stone forged by the instantaneous cooling of dragon fire, towering at a height of 66 meters and spanning several kilometers in width. It loomed like a mountain. As they gazed upward, the group soon arrived at the entrance, only to discover they were barred from entry. What? You mean we need an invitation to enter? They were taken aback by the guard's inquiry. That rascal had summoned them to this wretched place for a contest without informing them of this stipulation. Indeed, esteemed sir, only those of noble Valyrian blood may enter the Black Wall. Outsiders require an invitation to gain access, the guard stated, lifting his chin to meet their gaze. It was evident that he perceived them as Na'vi outsiders, mistaking their fine attire for entitlement. If he allowed these individuals inside today, he would likely find himself following suit. However, this predicament left the group in a quandary. Your Excellency's son invited us to this race. Could you perhaps make an exception? While others contemplated retreating, Lin Jie took the initiative to inquire further, as the embarrassment of the situation weighed heavily upon him. I regret to inform you, sir, that mere words cannot suffice without an invitation. If you do not possess one, please vacate this area, the guard replied. His tone now laced with disdain. It was clear he would have expelled them already were it not for the throng of onlookers behind them. Why didn't you inform us? Rex turned to the soldier they had questioned the day before, who had failed to mention the necessity of an invitation. The soldier, visibly intimidated, murmured, I apologize, sir. I assumed this was common knowledge. Surely you were aware. He offered a sheepish smile, appearing quite helpless. Had they ventured out more, they would have known better. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. Standing idly was not a viable solution. The commotion had attracted considerable attention, particularly from the dignitary accompanying guests, the consul Dofus Panimian. Upon noticing the newcomers, the guard bowed respectfully, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he explained, Esteemed sir, these individuals seek entry to the Black Wall for the chariot race, yet they are not nobles and lack an invitation. I intend to have them leave. With concise words, he relayed the entire situation and awaited further instruction. Ah, it is you, the consul remarked, his gaze settling upon the group. These foreigners had recently gained considerable notoriety, and given their prior dealings, he could not easily forget them. It is equally a pleasure to see you again, Lin Jie responded, greeting him warmly. The man before him was amiable and regarded as an old acquaintance. Afterward, he recounted the events to him, including the invitation from the son of the ruling official of the Tiger Party, seeking guidance on how to proceed. The matter was straightforward. Upon hearing the background, he smiled and continued, stating that as long as there was sufficient sincerity, they could indeed be friends and extend an invitation to enter. It was quite evident. And the others, not being foolish, darkened their faces and placed a pouch of coins into his hand. With the ruling official present, the guards naturally dared not obstruct them, allowing them entry. Upon successfully passing through the grand archway, however, the group could not find joy in their achievement. The carriage and 4 horses they brought were directly sent to the competition venue, with names already registered. Rex merely needed to participate when the time came, while the others were to proceed to the spectators' area to witness the entire event. Chapter 54. The prince having acquired a considerable fortune. Dafas continued to accompany his guests with a cheerful disposition. As the ruling official, he was also tasked with serving as a judge alongside the 2 elderly gentlemen, determining the ultimate victor. I apologize for the wait, my esteemed prince, he said, approaching one individual with a smile. The other, seemingly unperturbed, replied, I understand the demands of your work. He spoke, his black, curly hair brushing against his forehead, his lips moving subtly with each measured breath. His expression was stern, his features sharp and snake-like, his sun-kissed skin lending him a striking uniqueness. The 2 walked together, enjoying the privilege of a private passage reserved for nobility. I am deeply saddened by your sister's plight. It is difficult to fathom the barbarity of that group, inflicting such monstrous acts upon a beloved lady and her child. Dafas's voice was soft, yet it brimmed with profound indignation. I offer my condolences, but this is not the time for such discussions, he continued, as his companion appeared visibly affected, clenching his fists to his nose, producing a crackling sound. Recently returned from Bravos, he had taken a moment from his busy schedule to attend the founding celebration of the most powerful city-state in the world, and he had no desire to hear about matters that drove him to madness. I wonder how the 2 princesses and the prince are faring, he mused, sensing the underlying meaning, prompting Dafas to shift the conversation elsewhere, revealing a rare concern, even from the far side of this continent. I would imagine this is of little consequence to you, Your Excellency, the man remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips, his hands trembling slightly. It is a little secret, though widely known, but my journey from Bravos was not for this matter. Recognizing the growing anger, the other man fell silent, accompanying him as they walked toward their designated seats. It was an expansive area, unimaginably vast, a masterpiece from the old Valyrian era. Gazing at the magnificent city walls, they seemed wider than any road Lin Jie had ever known, an astonishing 50 meters in breadth. In the darkness, the central avenue was divided by a barrier of solid stone and sculptures, cleaving the path in 2. The audience seats were positioned on either side of the central arena, curving inward to create a semi-enclosed structure. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to the Valyrian Grand Arena that Lin Jie had previously envisioned in his dreams. The air was abuzz with the chatter of noble bloodlines from ancient families and esteemed guests from foreign lands, while commoners and ordinary people were deemed unworthy of entry. With the exception of Lin Jie and his companions, who were a unique case, even money could not grant access to this exclusive venue. As the throng moved, Lin Jie and his companions found an unoccupied spot to sit. Their guards, restricted by their status, remained outside. Thus, only the four of them occupied the space, while Rex had gone off to seek the relevant individuals to participate in the competition. Shortly thereafter, the three magistrates representing Volantis made their entrance to the VIP section. Alongside the familiar faces of Dofus and Maraccio, the third magistrate of the faction, Nisos, finally made his appearance. A series of opening remarks followed, with the three taking turns to deliver speeches for the ceremony, culminating in a grand announcement signaled by the unified sound of 30 horn players. I had thought you, insufferable pest, would shy away from coming. On the arena, yesterday's Javi stood alongside Rex, both clad in armor, reins in hand, controlling their steeds. This was a precautionary measure, as every participant was required to wear a suit of armor to prevent any unforeseen injuries. Unlike Javi's finely crafted ochre plate armor, Rex donned a set of mass-produced dark red half-plate armor, hastily borrowed from the army due to time constraints, ensuring a suitable fit without significant discomfort. Amidst the other five, Rex remained silent, taken aback that this individual had apparently predetermined his participation. Good grief, he had only just learned that entry was not as simple as signing up, leaving him bewildered by the machinations at play. Far from the VIP seats, Dofus provided a special chair for the noble guest, allowing him an unobstructed view. The esteemed Prince Oberyn Martell from Dorne was introduced to the other two magistrates, even though they were already acquainted. Volantis welcomes you, my lord. We too share sorrow over the events that have befallen your sister, they expressed, mirroring Dofus's sentiments. After all, it was common knowledge that this prince was entangled in schemes with the individual on the far side of the continent, which directly impacted their business dealings. Let us commence swiftly. Gentlemen, I did not come here for your platitudes. His impatience was palpable, having grown weary of their sycophantic reassurances. If they truly empathized, they would not acknowledge the glutton upon the Iron Throne. As you wish, Magistrate Maraccio replied, rising to wave, signaling the commencement of the competition. With a resounding blast of horns, the grand event was officially underway. At the starting line, upon hearing the commotion, all participants began to tug on their reins, urging their steeds to accelerate forward. Harvey surged forward, his four steeds galloping with remarkable speed, granting him a significant lead over the others. Recalling the insolent remarks of that fellow from the previous day, Rex, in a sudden burst of vigor, cracked the whip with a resounding snap, the immense force causing his warhorse to neigh loudly, propelling him ahead as well. These were the finest horses, procured at great expense yesterday, chosen specifically to restore their pride. The rapid pace stirred up a cloud of dust from the ground, intended to enhance the traction of the smooth walls. As the vehicles passed, a powerful gust lifted the dust skyward, enveloping the racecourse. Go, go! Harvey maintained his lead, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of being overtaken, merely glancing back to offer Rex a smile. This ignited a fierce determination in Rex. Disregarding the abyss beyond the low walls of the arena, he lashed the reins, delivering powerful strikes to his mount, urging them to converge towards the center, his body leaning forward, fiercely competing with Harvey's chariot. Allow me to introduce the leader. My eldest son, Harvey Megiash, the reigning champion of the past decade. In the VIP section, the governor of the Tiger Party, Maraccio, provided commentary for the prince, his pride evident as he observed his child's performance, a smile gracing his face. However, Oberon was indifferent to such matters. His gaze was fixed on another competitor, one who matched his pace. He rested his feet on the railing, posing a question to the individual beside him, a foreigner, one who had returned with Lord Gillian Lannister. Dofus explained. Ah, indeed, a wretched fellow, he muttered, instantly losing interest. He harbored a distaste for anyone associated with the Lannisters. Having heard months prior of Duke Tywin's brother Gillian's return, he was surprised to encounter someone linked to him in this place. Chapter 55, The Incident in the Stands. Several spectators were also observing the unfolding race. Janie retrieved a small telescope from her bag, an item she had intended to use for sightseeing during her travels, now proving its worth. On the racecourse, Harvey and Rex remained neck and neck, the former appearing remarkably at ease, seemingly unbothered by Rex's chariot alongside him. Like his rival, he leaned forward, shifting his weight to the front of the chariot, skillfully wielding the reins. As they approached a turn, he yanked the reins sharply, swiftly surpassing Rex, who had not yet managed to catch up. The two raced fiercely, leaving the four competitors trailing far behind. Yet, something felt amiss. Through the telescope, Janie sensed an unsettling change. "What is happening?" she remarked, causing Li Sheng beside her to grow anxious. He dreaded the possibility of an unforeseen incident. Those competitors were oddly peculiar, seemingly choosing to lag behind. He handed the telescope to Li Sheng, explaining his observations. She did not believe Rex's skills would be so exceptional. Regardless of how one might think, those fellows had participated in numerous such competitions. Even if they were mediocre, it was improbable they could be left so far behind. "Look at that leading rascal. He appears utterly relaxed, as if he has not invested any thought into the race at all." She continued to articulate her observations, pointing out the flaws to the others. After her explanation, a few of them also began to perceive the truth. The entire process seemed as though it had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Could it be that that fellow had bribed those participants merely to compete against Rex? Li Sheng endeavored to think positively. If that were indeed the case, the man's demeanor could not be so carefree. He exhibited no pressure at all. Janie suggested the worst possibility. These rascals might be up to something. "What do you think?" Listening to their analysis, Zhang Qiang also wished to discuss with Lin Jie. However, when he glanced over, he noticed that Lin Jie was not focused on the arena, but rather fixated on a particular corner. "Hey, don't get distracted," Zhang Qiang exclaimed, giving him a nudge to rouse him. Yet Lin Jie paid him no heed. At that moment, he was observing an acquaintance, the red-cloaked monk they had encountered during their last visit to the city. The actions of that man were still etched in his memory, and he was curious to see what this individual was up to. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed across the arena. At that moment, Rex held the reins in one hand, vigorously wielding the whip, but merely using the reins was still too slow. With every shout, he would crack the whip, urging the horses to run faster. The 4 black steeds, spurred on by his encouragement, galloped in rhythmic succession, propelling the chariot behind them and increasing their speed. The sound of heavy hooves resonated as they circled once more, stirring up the dust from the ground and gradually closing the gap with the leader. "Go on, go on." Harvey remained at ease ahead. His horses were seasoned veterans, well acquainted with turns and speed variations, providing him with a significant advantage. The chariot pulled further away from Rex. This development made Rex increasingly anxious. He was not fearful of any demands the man might make, as they could simply walk away. What he dreaded was the prospect of losing today. Such humiliation would be unbearable. Imagining that man's smug expression filled him with rage. Gripping the reins, he maneuvered swiftly around a corner, barely missing a pillar, as the sudden acceleration nearly sent the chariot tumbling. Seizing the moment, he lashed the horse with the whip, and with their neighs, he successfully closed in on Harvey. "Turns out you're not such a coward after all," Rex thought. As the cacophony of wind and the rolling chariot filled the air, the opposing voices resonating loudly in his ears, making him long to charge forward. The two men continued to race neck and neck, navigating corner after corner. With 4 laps remaining, they were nearing the finish line. "From this perspective, it seems your son possesses quite a talent." Witnessing the entire event, Oberon took a sip of his drink. The chariot race appeared to diverge significantly from his expectations. Only those 2 competitors persistently pressed forward while the others lagged behind, showing little initiative. This observation was directed at Malakar as well. It was so glaringly obvious that if he failed to discern it, there would undoubtedly be cause for concern. This revelation reddened the governor's face, for such a display was undoubtedly humiliating. As the race continued, Harvey maintained his lead, yet Rex harbored intentions of overtaking him. However, that was of little consequence to him. He had not come merely to win. As the moment approached, maintaining his smile, Harvey directed his gaze skyward, nodding towards a corner before continuing to steer the chariot forward. This gesture was subtle and went unnoticed by the crowd. In the audience, the red-robed monk stationed in the corner received his instructions. His fingers twitched slightly as he whispered incantations. With each passing second, his focus remained fixed on Rex, who was nearing the finish line. In a spot unnoticed by all, the wheel joints of the chariot, once bright, began to darken and redden, wisps of smoke curling up from within, obscured by the dust, making it difficult to detect. A faint crack echoed, yet it failed to attract any attention. As the race approached its final 2 laps, suddenly, the wheel joints erupted, collapsing under the force of the galloping steeds. The wheel rolled away, and half of the chariot crumbled, with Rex gripping the reins tightly, lest he be thrown off. At that moment, gasps filled the air. The audience was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The 4 individuals on stage rose in alarm, their faces pale, eager to comprehend the situation. The chariot crashed to the ground, producing a sharp frictional sound, while the 4 steeds showed no sign of slowing, startled by the noise. They accelerated instead. Rex lay flat upon the chariot, his hands clenching the reins with unwavering determination, Should he be flung off, it would spell disaster for him. "Oh, that scoundrel is indeed up to no good," Zhang Qiang exclaimed, his frustration palpable, with others sharing his concern, unwilling to lose another companion in this chaos. In the VIP section, the governors were equally flustered, rising from their seats and waving their hands in a frantic gesture for an immediate halt. If anyone were to be harmed today, it would signal an ill omen, especially with many spectators being superstitious, which would bode poorly for them. Meanwhile, amidst their frantic gestures, Rex found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. The horses, spooked by the sudden commotion, quickened their pace, dragging the broken chariot behind them. As they approached a turn, the immense torque caused the chariot to break free from the horses, propelled away with a thunderous crash. Chapter 56. Scheming due to this unforeseen incident. The entire event was abruptly halted, leaving the remaining participants to dismount and return to the starting point for a moment of respite. The suddenness of the occurrence left many bewildered, struggling to comprehend how a perfectly functioning wheel could have shattered without warning. Regardless, those on the platform hastily descended to ascertain Rex's condition. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed lord, for subjecting you to such an ominous spectacle." In the VIP section, several officials wore grim expressions, deeply discontented with the disruption of what should have been a splendid ceremony. At this moment, Dofus regretted his earlier decision. Had he known better, he would not have permitted those ruffians to enter, initially intending to use them to undermine Harvey's reputation, only to discover their utter ineptitude. Oberon, equally disheartened, felt an overwhelming desire to return to Dorne, only to be confronted by the disarray of the arena. With his enthusiasm now extinguished, he resolved to depart. Inside the arena, aside from the young girl who had fainted in terror, the remaining 3 participants hurried to join the soldiers and servants, rushing towards the site of the calamity. The out-of-control carriage had violently collided with a wall, splintering wood in all directions. As they approached, they discovered Rex, clad in armor, lying motionless, a wooden shard piercing his side, blood gushing forth with every rise and fall of his chest, staining the ground crimson. They removed his armor and garments beneath, applying pressure to the wound to stem the flow of blood. The servants brought a stretcher, placing him upon it. Fortunately, physicians were on standby to prevent such emergencies. He was swiftly transported for medical attention, with everyone clutching his hand tightly, fearful that he might slip away at any moment. At the entrance, the remaining participants stood idly, with Harvey at the forefront, a smug grin spreading across his face, his amusement unmasked. "Damn it," Zhang Qiang seethed, unable to contain his fury at the sight of that face. Were it not for the interference of some scoundrel, they would never have entered this wretched competition. He strode forward with purpose, delivering a swift punch to Harvey's face before he could react, shattering a tooth in the process. However, Harvey's guards were not to be trifled with. They swiftly subdued Zhang Qiang, pinning his arms before Harvey. Despite the altercation, Harvey maintained his insufferable grin, and with a sneer, he retaliated, landing a brutal blow to Zhang Qiang's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. "If you make another move, don't expect to leave here alive," he warned, stepping closer to Zhang Qiang and spitting blood upon him before departing with his entourage, leaving the others seething with rage. They recalled that they had scarcely encountered Harvey before. Why target them? Suppressing their anger, Lin Jie helped the recently downed Zhang Qiang to his feet. Their immediate priority was to check on Rex's condition. They would settle accounts with Harvey later. They were ushered into a room, leaving only Lin Jie, the most skilled in the dialect, to oversee the situation while the other 2 anxiously awaited outside. The doctor, already informed of the circumstances, was well prepared, accompanied by several assistants. They ground herbs and boiled white cloth strips, instructing Lin Jie to stand aside as they meticulously treated the wound, extracting the wooden splinter and applying herbal remedies to staunch the bleeding. Incense for calming the mind burned, and its smoke enveloped the space as they tended to the injury. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Jie emerged from the room, drenched in sweat. "How is he? What is his condition?" Jane was the first to inquire. Having fainted earlier and, upon being revived by Li Shang, rushed outside to wait, nearly on the brink of tears, motioning for her to remain calm. Lin Jie wiped the sweat from his brow and reassured her that the situation was stable. No vital organs had been harmed, though he had lost a significant amount of blood and temporarily lost consciousness. He brought with him a piece of relatively good news. Instantly, relief washed over them. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered. Zhang Qiang clapped his chest, continuously comforting them, as they had all been terrified that their comrade would not survive. Once they confirmed Rex's condition was stable, they arranged for guards to assist him into the vehicle, gathering the scattered debris from the arena. They sought to ascertain the cause of the sudden wheel failure. Although the merchant had assured them of the vehicle's reliability and had meticulously inspected every corner, the incident had occurred, and they were determined to uncover the truth behind it. With that, they boarded the vehicle and set off toward home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the poor performance of the Black Wall racing at the opening ceremony led many superstitious individuals to shun trade, rendering what should have been a grand city-building ceremony rather lackluster. This discontent among the city's nobles towards the foreign participants who had caused the debacle was palpable, had those fools not recklessly entered the competition. Such a calamity could have been avoided. Standing atop the merchant's house, Harvey surveyed the consequences of his actions with satisfaction. Not only had he taught those foreign pests a lesson, but he had also exacerbated tensions within the city, all aligning perfectly with his intentions. Sipping fine wine from the Qingting Island, he turned away from the window and returned to the revelry below. To our prince, he toasted, joining the laughter of others as they delighted in witnessing the foreign pest's misfortune. Spirits lifted, they raised their glasses in celebration of their victory, while nearby, girls danced in the nude, reveling in earthly pleasures. Esteemed Lord Naif, would you not join us? Harvey inquired with a smile, casting his gaze upon the singular figure among them, a red-robed monk adorned with fiery tattoos. I shall continue to serve the high priest. So I shall not trouble you further, my lord, as long as you adhere to your promise, was the man's indifferent reply. I shall not forget. The 1,000 children shall be delivered to you. He spoke with a distasteful tone, and Harvey was disinclined to further engage with this individual. His request for assistance today was but a trifling matter. He required this man for far more, utilizing his tricks, or so he believed. As for magic, it was merely a diversion for children. He considered himself a non-believer, harboring no reverence for the King of Light, especially since that fellow's name paled in comparison to the ancient Valyrian deities. After dispatching the insensible man, he intended to relish the joyous moments with others. Chapter 57. Return. With the injured Rex hastily returned to the manor, the others promptly prepared his room, carrying the unconscious form back to his quarters. This scene attracted the attention of other students within the manor, as they had stated they were attending a competition, while others remained at home, unaware. The early morning had seen them depart upright, yet now they returned horizontally, which caused great anxiety, particularly among Rex's classmates, who crowded the doorway. Eager to discern what had transpired, they instructed Janie to remain and watch over him, while summoning a doctor who was stationed at the manor to monitor Rex's condition at all times. This allowed everyone else to vacate the room, granting him a moment of peace. After explaining the circumstances to the remaining students, their collective anger was palpable. They demanded the owner of the vehicle they had purchased be summoned to clarify the situation. Good afternoon, esteemed lords. The man stammered as he was apprehended by a group of fierce guards, collapsing in fear upon the ground. He had never anticipated that his sale would incite such chaos. Left beside the damaged chariot, a few of them awaited his explanation. Did you not assert that there would be no issues? Why then did the will suddenly break? The thought that this unscrupulous merchant's actions nearly led to a fatality ignited their ire. Had circumstances been slightly different, that man might well have perished. I apologize, noble lords. But may I inspect this vehicle? It was evident he wished to avoid the stigma of blame. It would truly be unjust. He, Torini, had operated his shop for a lifetime, occasionally selling a few defective items, yet his reputation among his peers was undeniably commendable. The racing car sold to those foreigners had been meticulously examined. It had been utilized in numerous competitions by its previous owner without so much as a crack. How could the will have suddenly failed? He truly could not believe he had erred in judgment. Indicating for him to proceed, they remained seated, curious to see what he would unveil. To their surprise, within mere minutes, he shed his despair, regaining his former confidence. See, I told you I am a man of integrity, he declared, closely examining the fractured axle, pulling it forth to show them. The adults observed that this place had evidently been scorched, rendering its interior unstable, which could explain the sudden breakage of the wheel. However, when I invited you to inspect it, you noticed that everything appeared intact. Thus, it was not my fault. He defended himself while pointing out the problem. The axle, once smooth, now bore a dark charred mark, though it was faint and nearly indistinguishable upon closer inspection. So, are you suggesting that we set this vehicle ablaze and frame you for it? Several of them were in disagreement, as they had taken the vehicle directly to the competition without any prior alterations. How could it have been scorched without reason? The man found himself at a loss for words, aware that these foreigners were not foolish enough to burn their own vehicle. Yet, he also recognized that this predicament was not of his making. He felt a surge of despair, contemplating never engaging in such business again. At that moment, glancing at the charred area, Lin Jie was struck by a flash of memory of the red-robed monk he had encountered, leading him to a potential conclusion. He arranged for the proprietor to be sent away and shared his thoughts with the others, recounting the incident from a few days prior in its entirety. However, this notion veered far from the group's understanding. "You're not feverish, are you?" When Lin Jie mentioned that the red-robed monk could control flames, Zhang Qiang began to doubt his sanity, considering the implausibility of such a claim. Li Sheng and Janie too found it hard to believe. "Are you sure it isn't just a figment of your imagination? Should you doubt me, you may inquire. I was not the only one who witnessed it. A multitude saw it, and knowing I would be questioned, I had already prepared evidence. On that day, there were many people. Simply ask anyone on the street, and their accounts will mirror mine, which is undeniably hard to dismiss." Thus, they reluctantly accepted Lin Jie's assertion. Zhang Qiang shifted the focus back to the more pressing matter. That scoundrel first incited their anger, then invited Rex to the competition, and now, amidst this turmoil, to claim he had no hand in it was utterly implausible. "Which rascal? Shall I gather a group to take him hostage?" Li Sheng, consumed by anger, felt his patience wearing thin. They had remained untroubled here, provoking no one. Now, those individuals sought to endanger them. Who could endure such a situation? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, as that individual had undeniably crossed their threshold of tolerance. "Esteemed masters, there is someone at the door with a message," came the voice of a servant from outside. In the heat of their agitation, he did not enter the room, but spoke to them through the door. "Let us go and see," Lin Jie suggested, taking a deep breath to temper his emotions. They still had matters to address. Upon exiting the room, they entered the courtyard and encountered the messenger. To their surprise, it was an old acquaintance. "Huge brother, you've returned so soon." Upon recognizing him, a rare joy washed over them as they rushed forward to envelop him in a bear hug, having not seen him for such a long time that they had almost failed to recognize him. "Haha, it has indeed been a long while since I last saw you all." As I squeezed among them, he too burst into laughter, just like the Wong who I had been entrusted to procure the innocence for. At this moment, he appeared considerably more gaunt. His hair had grown longer, and the prolonged exposure to the sea breeze had rendered his once rosy complexion even more flushed. "Where's Avon?" Lin Jie, equally delighted, inquired about another individual, the one who had teamed up with Wang Hu. It had also been nearly a few months since they had last crossed paths. "That fellow is still at the port. We have acquired the 700 innocents you mentioned, and they have all arrived. We are merely waiting to receive them," he said, revealing a broad smile, his teeth gleaming as he addressed the others. After spending so many days aboard the ship, their safe return signified the completion of their mission, and at last, they could gather and celebrate with the rest. Upon hearing his words, the mood of the group brightened considerably. After all, these were the very foundations of their future, and they dared not be negligent. They promptly seized Wang Hu and arranged for the elephant cart, setting off in the direction of the port. Considering the gravity of the matter, Avon first instructed Wang Hu to take a small boat to inform the others, while also checking for any developments, as they were uncertain about the state of their homeland after such an extended absence. At that moment, 3 grand sailing ships glided into the harbor outside the city of Volantis, halting in the most prominent position, piquing the curiosity of fishermen and merchants alike. On board the Innocents, Avon had already produced the command whip, preparing to issue orders to the hundreds standing on deck. "Advance, disembark," he shouted as the sailors set up the gangplanks. The Innocents were to heed only the command of the whip, necessitating his personal instruction. Under the master's command, they uniformly raised their spears and gripped their round shields, marching in unison towards the dock. The 3 vessels moved simultaneously, 6 streams of black cascading forth, soon filling the once spacious bridge, while the merchants and sailors present instinctively withdrew, wishing to avoid any trouble. By the time the individuals from the estate arrived, all 700 innocents had disembarked, standing in perfect formation like statues. Witnessing this scene, everyone except Lin Jie was utterly astonished. The discipline and execution displayed were remarkable, even on modern Earth. Such feats were rarely achieved. Never had they imagined that one day, soldiers of this caliber would heed their commands. Upon spotting the familiar faces, Avon excitedly descended the ship, weaving through the ranks of innocents to reach them. Much like Wang Hu, having spent ample time aboard, his hair had become disheveled, thick black locks resembling a bird's nest, and his fair complexion was flushed, making his light green eyes appear strikingly vibrant. Chapter 58. The choice to depart at long last. We have returned. He embraced everyone upon arrival, playfully adjusting his long hair, his heart brimming with joy. "You've changed quite a bit," Lin Jie remarked with a smile, playfully patting his chest. After all, it had only been a few days since their arrival in Volantis, and there was a fervent hope that these two would venture to Astapor to acquire Unsullied. After such a prolonged anticipation, it was a relief to finally see these individuals arrive safely. He eagerly pulled them closer, eager to reminisce, noting that the journey had been relatively secure. Even upon encountering pirates, the sheer number of them had caused the marauders to flee. The stories he shared about their adventures along the way captivated his companions, highlighting the delightful experiences they had encountered. To circumvent the vast old Valyria peninsula, they had taken a longer route, which allowed them to witness numerous islands independent of the mainland, as well as bizarre creatures that inhabited this world, all of which broadened his horizons. After sharing these tales, he instructed someone to bring forth a cage, draped in black cloth, and set it down on the deck. With a resounding thud, the cage settled, accompanied by a fierce impact and a peculiar hissing roar that piqued everyone's curiosity. "What is that?" someone inquired. "Don't blink." Evan grinned, pulling back the black cloth with a flourish. Instantly, a creature resembling a horse appeared before them. As they beheld its full form, an exclamation escaped their lips. A unicorn? This revelation astonished those who had anticipated some trickery from him. Within the cage stood the creature, its entire body a striking gray-white. Akin to a horse, but towering at 2 meters high. Its sturdy hooves were more robust than their waists, adorned with a mane of long hair. As it pounded the ground beneath it, a single horn, a meter in length, protruded magnificently from its forehead, and the creature repeatedly collided with the bars of its cage, striving to break free from its confinement. "Where on earth did you procure this magnificent being?" Lin Jie marveled, stepping closer. Though the creature's incessant thrashing compelled him to maintain a respectful distance. "We encountered a merchant vessel on our journey back from the southern continent, and they happened to capture this creature. Seeing my interest, they offered it to me for 20 gold coins," Evan explained, his hands gripping the cage, utterly enthralled by the extraordinary animal. Following his acquisition of the fireworm egg, this new addition filled him with immense satisfaction. He covered the cage once more and instructed a servant to take the creature back to the estate. This voyage had not only yielded Unsullied, but also a plethora of souvenirs, certain to bring joy to their companions upon their return. After completing these tasks, he turned to regard his friends, sensing that something was amiss. "Rex and Janie, are they still at home with the others? I assumed that fellow would come to fetch me," he mused, ruffling his tousled hair in mild embarrassment as he began to recognize the underlying issue, though he refrained from dwelling on any negative thoughts. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of the others darkened, their earlier cheer at the return of the two dissipating into thin air. "Perhaps you should return and check for yourself," Lin Jie suggested, inadvertently offering a hint. "What is going on? Why the secrecy?" Evan smiled, not pressing further. After handling matters aboard the ship, he accompanied a few individuals onto the approaching elephant cart, directing the untainted ones to follow behind as they made their way homeward. On the cart, the two continued to share tales of their voyage, laughing and conversing without noticing the troubled expressions of those around them. Upon returning to the manor where they resided, they first arranged for the untainted to be sent to the nearby military camp, which had recently been established. Only then did they enter, with Avon still wearing a cheerful expression, eager to discover if any surprises awaited him. However, upon seeing the unconscious Rex, he stood frozen in place. He had not anticipated encountering his long-lost friend in such a manner. During their absence, so many events had transpired, and seated in a chair, his previously buoyant mood plummeted. Everything had been well before their departure. How was it that upon their return, they faced such a multitude of problems? They could not fathom why that individual was targeting them, yet it was clear that they would not show any mercy. Lin Jie, sitting nearby, recounted the recent occurrences to help Avon understand the situation after such a lengthy absence. Both he and Zhang Qiang felt regret over the events that had unfolded. Had they not taken him to that tavern and encountered those ruffians, perhaps none of this would have occurred. Since yesterday, Rex had remained in a deep unconsciousness, with only the rise and fall of his chest confirming he was still alive, devoid of any other movements. Gazing at the person lying on the bed, Avon was engulfed in sorrow. They had escaped together from the Valyria ruins, and how could such a close friend falter here? "Now, do not despair. Once he awakens, we shall depart from this cursed place and refrain from engaging in foolishness with those rascals," Lin Jie said, patting his shoulder and offering continuous reassurance. They had previously deliberated on this matter and had now come to terms with reality. As an external group, if they wished to establish themselves in such a convoluted place, struggle was inevitable. Fundamentally, their time in this world had been too brief, leaving them with insufficient foundation to compete for resources against the grand aristocracy. If they wished to avoid being utterly consumed, the wisest choice was to leave this place of turmoil at the earliest opportunity and seek out another location to settle down. The world was vast, and he could not believe there was no place for their survival. Coming back to his senses, Avon understood the essence of what was being conveyed, but harbored some doubts. "Have you all decided where to go?" he inquired, not out of reluctance to part with the hard-won stability, but primarily to confirm their destination for future living arrangements. After all, they had no assurance of returning to Earth. They might need to prepare for a lifetime in this realm, at the very least choosing a suitable place for their future existence. "This requires your assistance," he continued, as the others were unaware of the specifics and thus could be of no help. With that, he stood up, retrieved a map from the table beside him, and placed it between the two of them. Westeros, Essos, and the more distant southern continent are meticulously charted on this map, indicating where the plains lie, where the mountains and valleys are, and where the cities can be found, all accompanied by annotations. In the central western expanse of the continent, a conspicuous mark suggests a location that clearly holds his interest. As they scrutinize the map, it becomes evident that Westeros is off-limits. Given their considerable numbers and the presence of an army, who would dare to offer them refuge? Should they seek to conquer a territory? It is not merely the local lords they must contend with. Even the newly enthroned king of the north, for the sake of his rule, would likely take to the field himself to assert his dominance over these foreign invaders. Regarding the free trade city-states, the 9 cities marked on the map are similarly inaccessible. Their circumstances akin to those of Volantis. They are not merely visiting. They intend to settle and exploit resources, an unwelcome prospect for any local populace. The Slaver's Bay presents a comparable situation, though potentially graver. No one would wish to awaken surrounded by thousands of cavalry, especially given the brutal nature of those riders. The Red Waste, on the other hand, offers only suffering, with its roads lined with sulfur and desiccated bones, devoid of any sustenance for survival. Turning to the southern continent, one finds a fusion of tropical rainforests and deserts, utterly unsuitable for them. Historical accounts reveal that when the Loinai fled there, an entire tribe vanished within mere days, becoming a mystery that has endured for a millennium. As for why they cannot become mercenaries, the constant state of displacement is the foremost reason to be disregarded. After much contemplation, it seems that only the desolate plains in the central western region of Essos are suitable for their settlement. Remnants of the barren land left in the wake of the Valyrian Empire's conquests, when the Loinai and the Undulls, the most formidable nations of the Old World, were vanquished and destroyed by the Valyrians, they migrated in large numbers to the continent of Westeros, leaving behind only a few survivors. The cities and outposts they established were engulfed by dragonfire, reduced to ruins. A quintessential example of this devastation is the Heart's home at the lower reaches of the Lorne River, once the capital of the ancient Loinai civilization, the largest and most prosperous city among them. After its capture by the Freehold of Bastion, it was transformed into a wasteland, rendering the vast regions surrounding the middle and lower Lorne River into a land of terror. Rumors abound of dangers akin to those found in the ancient Valyrian ruins, shrouded in mist and inhabited by stone men afflicted with grayscale, who assail passers-by and vessels alike, creating a place no one dares to enter. This extensive area, ravaged and desolate, is sparsely populated and its mines long depleted. No one would wish to claim such territory. The Andes Plains, Golden Fields, Seven Stars Sanctuary, Father S. Hills, and the Norvos Mountains all belong to this forsaken realm, lacking in both inhabitants and resources. While the past may have held some hardship, it is preferable to the safety it offers. Ultimately, after thorough analysis, the two reached a consensus, selecting their next destination for settlement. Chapter 59. Critical condition. After analyzing the situation, they sought to inform others of this choice, preparing in advance. However, it held little significance for them, as they were mere novices who needed to heed the advice of professionals. Subsequently, the day had grown late, and after a long day of turmoil, everyone chose to retreat to their respective chambers for rest, at least to take some time to organize their belongings before departing. Good night. Avon bid farewell to Lin Jie. In contrast to his counterpart, he did not return to his room, but instead descended the stairs alone, candle in hand. He headed towards a basement he exclusively occupied, deemed unnecessary by the others. After reinforcing it, he used this space to store the treasures he had collected. Upon unlocking the door and entering, the first sight that met his eyes was the fireplace, where a pale green dragon egg was ablaze, a most precious artifact brought back from the Valyrian ruins. He had carried it with him and placed it here, in a place that no one could access without a key. Additionally, there was the fireworm egg obtained from Gilly, nestled in a small box. Through his experimentation, he discovered that as long as the temperature remained sufficiently low, the embryo would halt its development and enter a state of dormancy, a effectively preserving it and preventing any accidents. At the far end of the basement resided the newly acquired unicorn. Avon had instructed his servant to provide it with a larger cage for greater comfort, filling it with fresh grass and petals harvested from the outside, allowing it to feast contentedly without attempting to ram the cage. Its gray mane was well-groomed, devoid of the untidiness it had upon arrival, and its horn had become smooth and rounded, extending beyond the bars without hindrance to its feeding. Aside from its singular horn and larger physique, it appeared no different from an ordinary horse. Avon reclined on a chair near the fireplace, also brought from the upper floor. Here, he felt a greater sense of warmth and security. Listening to the crisp sound of the unicorn's chewing, he took out a book written in Valyrian, an acquisition for both amusement and study. The tome narrated tales of Essos geography and culture, resembling a biographical account, though the author's name was unmarked, leaving Avon unaware of its true creator. As he roasted the dragon egg, engrossed in his reading while lying on stable ground, comfort enveloped him to the point of drowsiness. Suddenly, he was roused from his slumber by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Lifting the book from his face, he realized he had been lying there for an unknown duration. The knocking grew more urgent, as the individual outside seemed increasingly anxious, pounding on the door with greater force upon receiving no response. Avon, can you hear me? Come quickly, something has happened with Rex. The voice was unmistakably that of Lin Jie. Avon rubbed his eyes, rose, and unlatched the door, for he had a habit of locking it behind him. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, he was seized by Lin Jie, who pulled him by the arm without granting him a moment to catch his breath, dragging him up the stairs with haste. What has transpired? He was still bleary-eyed and could not comprehend the urgency of his companion. His phone was of no use, and one would think everyone should be resting at this hour. While Avon was being pulled along, others outside were equally busy. The usual quiet of the night was pierced by the hurried footsteps of fellow companions and servants alike. After navigating yet another flight of stairs, they finally arrived at their destination. Before he could step into the room, he was met with an unpleasant sound, accompanied by a foul odor that would deter anyone from proceeding. Quick, bring the basin over here. He's vomiting again. Where's the doctor? Wasn't he supposed to be watching over him? Upon entering, Avon saw Lin Jie shouting frantically, the room illuminated by dozens of candles, with a roaring fireplace casting flickering shadows. A few individuals were gathered around the bed, supporting the once unconscious Rex, helping him to sit up against the headboard. He gasped for air, expelling a large quantity of unknown liquid into the wooden basin at his feet, while one person continuously patted his back to help him breathe. What has happened? Avon's complexion paled at the sight. Rex had appeared normal moments ago, yet now he seemed on the brink of collapse. However, there was no time for anyone to attend to Avon. Apart from the somewhat disoriented Janie, who had first noticed the situation, others were frantically rushing in and out, carrying various items. They too were unaware of the cause of this chaos, instinctively springing into action upon witnessing the dire circumstances. At this moment, Rex's condition was alarming. Upon their entrance, he had been retching forth foul, viscous matter, tinged with a hint of crimson, which instilled a sense of dread among them. His face was flushed, contorted with agony, and he burned with fever. They stripped him of his outer garments, pulled back the covers, and resorted to rudimentary methods to cool him down, repeatedly changing cold water and moistening towels to wipe his skin. Yet these efforts proved futile. He continued to vomit, his fingers gripping the sheets tightly, causing his veins to bulge, as immense pain surged through him, distorting his fingers. The doctor is here. The doctor is here. Someone shouted from outside. And then an elderly man clad in a white coat entered, accompanied by his apprentice. They hurried to the bedside, setting down their instruments, eager to discern the nature of the crisis. Just as the doctor attempted to pry open Rex's mouth to examine his tongue, another bout of vomiting thwarted his efforts, compelling him to redirect his attention. He felt along Rex's neck and forehead, checking the original wound, but could find no evident issue. His expression darkened, for he had dedicated his life to his profession without ever encountering such an extraordinary situation. What is happening? He wondered, gripping Rex's hand as the others, their eyes tinged with red, pressed the doctor for updates on the current condition. They sought clarity. Even a specific diagnosis would suffice. Yet, the physician remained silent, his face grave as he meticulously examined the patient's entire body. He could not comprehend the nature of the affliction. Even an infected wound should not lead to such relentless vomiting, a phenomenon that clearly transcended his understanding. Considering the rising temperature of the man before him, he suggested to the others that they place the gentleman in a basin of water to mitigate the risk of secondary injuries caused by the high fever. As for the cause of the ailment, it would likely necessitate consulting a more skilled physician in the city, for he felt utterly powerless in this regard. "What use are you?" Zhang Qiang exclaimed in frustration upon hearing the doctor's lack of solutions. After all, they had been paying this incompetent physician handsomely, and now when they needed him most, he was more useless than anyone. Resisting the urge to kick the man out, he and two companions hastily fetched a wooden tub for bathing from outside. They filled it with well water brought by the servants, and with combined effort, lifted Rex from the bed and placed him into the basin. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the water, a crackling sound erupted, and several grotesque creatures emerged, piercing through his skin. Chapter 60. Settling the score, these were beings they had never encountered before, their dark brown exteriors concealing bodies akin to caterpillars. Spiraled from head to tail, small in size, yet capable of elongating significantly. They crawled out from beneath Rex's skin, startling several girls standing nearby. "What in the world are these?" Wang Hu exclaimed, attempting to capture the insects for a closer examination. However, as soon as he reached for them, they latched onto him like maggots, desperately burrowing into his flesh. He felt a sharp sting and quickly withdrew his hand, shaking it frantically, causing the creatures to fall back into the water. Could it be? Lin Jie pondered a more horrifying possibility. He retrieved a small knife and gently sliced along the vein on Rex's index finger, praying it was not as he feared. With a squeeze, another insect, mingled with blood, emerged and sank into the water, swimming slowly. This scene rendered everyone breathless, the thought of countless insects writhing within him darkening their expressions further. One individual, unable to contain himself, ran aside to vomit. Through the blood vessels, it appeared as if innumerable tiny black dots surged within. A sight so densely packed it was almost unbearable to behold. Could that bastard be responsible? Li Sheng finally voiced his suspicion to the others, referencing the son of the magistrate they had encountered at the arena 2 days prior. They had only lingered there for a short time, undergoing treatment, and then directly returned home without any stops, save for that individual. They could think of no one else who might have had such an opportunity. However, Lin Jie, who stood nearby, was engulfed in confusion. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet after deep contemplation, he swallowed his words. He meticulously recalled the events of that fateful day, observing their every action, which appeared utterly normal. He could not fathom how those vile creatures had infiltrated their midst. Who else could it be, if not him? They had encountered no one else on their journey. Zhang Qiang was nearly grinding his teeth in fury, the memory of that punch from 2 days prior gnawing at him. Compounded by the present predicament, all evidence pointed towards that individual, and no one could truly grasp the depth of his rage at this moment. The others, upon hearing these revelations, transitioned from confusion to sheer wrath. They were on the verge of departure, yet this band of savages seemed unwilling to relent, treating them as though they were mere vermin. The thought of the grotesque entities lurking within their companion's body threatened to shatter their last vestiges of sanity. "Let us go find him," Zhang Qiang declared, grasping the sword at his side, eager to confront that scoundrel. Yet, Lin Jie halted him. "Do you even know where he is? You have no idea how many accomplices he has. What purpose would it serve to seek him out?" He shouted at Zhang Qiang. He too was consumed by fury. Such despicable tactics could not go unpunished. However, they could not act recklessly without preparation, as that would only invite further complications. Ultimately, after a few discussions, they agreed that someone must first ascertain the whereabouts of their adversary. Only after gathering this intelligence could they formulate their next course of action. In the interim, they needed to do everything possible to stabilize Rex's condition, striving to preserve his life. Before long, a servant dispatched to gather information returned with news. Thanks to the individual's penchant for ostentation, they were spared considerable effort. The servant reported that he had been residing in the uppermost chamber of the merchant's house since yesterday. Nearly anyone in the vicinity could have informed them of this. He was reveling there with several other nobles and a contingent of 70 to 80 guards, celebrating through the night. Upon hearing that this wretch was still capable of drinking and reveling, their expressions darkened further. This rogue clearly regarded them with utter disdain. Suppressing their ire, they now had a lead on his whereabouts, which would inform their next steps. They selected 200 soldiers from their private army, a mix of purebloods and local recruits, to gather outside the gates for coordinated action, a task assigned to Awaken, who would wield his whip to command fluently in the local dialect. They then divided into 4 groups, each accompanied by a handful of soldiers. To avoid drawing the attention of the Volantis guards, it was clear that if they were to be seen entering the city en masse, fully armed, it would surely incite chaos. Instead, entering in smaller batches as mere personal guards would render them less conspicuous. Taking advantage of the time before the curfew, Lin Jie and Li Sheng led a contingent of 50 soldiers into the city. The colossal carriage, accompanied by its retinue of guards, drew the attention of numerous passers-by. However, the gatekeeping soldiers seemed oblivious, allowing it entry without a second glance. Following behind were the second and third carriages, each trailed by a substantial number of guards. It was not until the fourth carriage passed that they finally sensed something amiss. Having witnessed the same soldiers in identical armor repeatedly, they found it hard to believe that so many fully armed individuals could enter simultaneously without raising suspicion. After a brief moment of hesitation, one soldier resolved to report the anomaly to his superiors for further deliberation. As midnight approached, the tavern bustled with its usual fervor, filled with mercenaries and merchants seeking solace. After maneuvering past the guards, the carriages of the few men came to a halt before it, gathering a crowd of onlookers who were perplexed by the unusual spectacle. Once everything was in order, a mere gesture summoned the soldiers behind them, who unsheathed their swords and spears, crashing through the doors with determination. Ignoring the screams of those around them, their objective lay upstairs, where Harvey reveled in carnal pleasures. Oblivious to the impending danger, he continued to indulge in merriment and share tales over fine wine, laughing heartily at the misfortune of the foreign guests. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door. Panic etched upon his face as he shouted, "Gentlemen, trouble brews outside. A group has come to attack us." It was the captain of the outer guards, now in disarray. Sweat cascading from his brow and pooling in his beard, his furrowed brow reflecting the urgency of awaiting their command. Upon hearing his words, the initially relaxed group turned pale, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. As the door swung open, the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries reached them, prompting the men to hastily rise, drawing their swords as they approached the threshold. Outside, commanding the Unsullied alongside the soldiers, Even and his cohort ascended without a hint of negotiation, issuing orders for everyone to charge forward, intent on capturing the culprit. Showing no mercy, once given the command, 100 Unsullied raised their round shields and brandished their spears, advancing in unison with the soldiers on either side, systematically eliminating the guards stationed in the corridor. Although the opposing force nearly matched them in numbers, their fighting spirit and skill paled in comparison, leading them to fall one by one, pierced and lifeless, half of them dispatched in the blink of an eye. The remaining combatants, realizing their predicament, hastily knelt, discarding their weapons and shouting for surrender. Unbeknownst to them, the Unsullied were unyielding. As long as their master wielding the whip remained silent, they were bound to fulfill the directive of total annihilation, continuing their slaughter of the kneeling soldiers. Their eyes devoid of any emotion, the individuals consumed by rage were indifferent to such matters. Their sole desire was to capture that wretched creature and compel him to divulge the means to cure Rex. Within less than half an hour, the guards stationed outside were utterly annihilated, leaving those observing from within trembling in fear, their swords trembling in their hands. No matter how they pondered, they could scarcely conceive that anyone would dare to unleash such chaos within the city. Chapter 61. The Dying Dream. Unlike those spineless individuals, Harvey did not succumb to excessive panic. Seizing the opportunity before the assailants surged forward, he instructed the others to secure the door and hastily moved heavy objects to barricade it, drawing his sword and vigilantly watching the wooden barrier. Given the magnitude of the turmoil, it was inevitable that the remaining guards within the city would come to investigate. If they could withstand for a while longer, those foreign scoundrels would not escape alive. Yet, Harvey appeared overly confident. After dispatching the rabble outside, he underestimated the simplicity of the flimsy wooden door, which could not withstand the soldiers' assault and splintered within moments. Subsequently, the soldiers poured in, led by an Unsullied wielding a spear, advancing forward and encircling the group in a semicircle, their spearheads aimed directly at them. The remaining soldiers flanked them on either side, leaving an entrance in the center for their leaders to enter. Inside, aside from Harvey, 5 nobles remained, including the captain of the guard who had rushed in to inform them. All 6 stood with swords drawn, huddled together, their eyes fixed on the intruders. "How dare you act so brazenly?" One noble behind Harvey, clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed his sword at the newly arrived individuals and loudly demanded an explanation. In the 1,000 years since the founding of Volantis, never had such an event transpired, a group of foreign ruffians openly invading and assaulting nobles. This was beyond their comprehension. They would not allow these intruders to go unpunished without an explanation. As his words reached the ears of the intruders, they could hardly contain their laughter, thinking how absurd it was. Had it not been for this wretched creature's foolish actions, they would have long vacated this forsaken place, sparing themselves the trouble. Desiring not to waste words, at Avon's signal, several Unsullied stepped forward to disarm them. Though the nobles attempted to resist, they soon found themselves overpowered, Despite injuring one of their assailants, their swords were knocked from their grasp and discarded. With a firm grip on their shoulders, two Unsullied pressed Harvey forward, holding him by the throat. "You will pay for this," he spat defiantly, even as he was forced to the ground, muttering curses in a tongue they could not comprehend. Thud! Zhang Qiang delivered a kick to his abdomen, both for the insolence of his continued vitriol and to settle the score for a prior altercation. This rendered Harvey kneeling, clutching his midsection, glaring fiercely at his assailant. Lin Jie intercepted Zhang Qiang, who was intent on delivering another kick, signaling him to refrain, as they still needed to extract the method for treating Rex. He instructed the two soldiers to lift him up, believing this fellow had learned his lesson. Meeting the resentful gaze directed at him, Lin Jie's expression mirrored a profound seriousness. He stated their singular condition: if they provided the treatment method, they would depart. He trusted this individual would comprehend. They wished to avoid further conflict, provided he cooperated. However, the outcome appeared less than satisfactory. "I don't know what you're saying, but if you value your life, it would be wise to leave now. Attacking a noble is a capital offense. Even outsiders like us are not exempt," he retorted, struggling to raise his head to emphasize the gravity of the situation. They were well prepared for his defiance. With a glance, the two native soldiers advanced, brandishing their clubs threateningly. As they prepared to leave, there was no need for pleasantries. "Do you understand now?" Lin Jie's voice was icy as they lifted him again. Having granted him one last chance, they were all seething with pent-up frustration. To their surprise, after enduring a brutal beating, he laughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Harvey stood up, only to be forcibly restrained once more by the two soldiers. "I will remember you," he seethed, nearly grinding his teeth in fury, having never faced such humiliation in all his years. Yet, this meant little to the others. If they were concerned about threats, they would not have ventured into this cursed place. However, he still refused to divulge the healing method, which was their breaking point. Just as they contemplated whether to intimidate him by dispatching the stout fellow nearby, a sudden commotion erupted outside the tavern. Exchanging glances, Ivan intuitively moved to the balcony, drawing back the curtains to peer below. In the darkness, countless torches flickered, illuminating the surroundings. The city guards had arrived, fully armed, surrounding the tavern and the people within. Outside the estate, nearly 1,000 soldiers stood guard, ensuring the safety of their comrades left behind, a precaution Lin Jie had taken to thwart any potential ambush. Meanwhile, those remaining at the estate prayed fervently for their safe return, the majority tending to Rex in his chamber. During this time, Rex's fever continued to rise, and the number of parasites emerging from his body grew increasingly alarming. No one knew how long this ordeal would persist. They diligently changed the water in the wooden bucket and applied damp cloths to his forehead, doing everything possible to sustain his life. In his unconscious state, deep within Rex's consciousness, he experienced an unprecedented heat. "Where am I?" He gazed at the desolation around him, feeling lost. In his final memories, he recalled riding in a chariot, flung against a wall, a sensation akin to approaching death. "Am I dead?" He perceived this place as hell, the final resting ground for his soul. Mist, ashes, darkness, these were the most visceral sensations he experienced. Cautiously, he took a step forward, leaving a distinct impression on the ground, where dark gray ashes lay evenly spread, merging with the earth beneath him. As the wind blew, they danced skyward, fluttering down like snowflakes. Beside him, a cluster of crimson lights seemed to swirl around him. He reached out, yearning to grasp them, yet found nothing but emptiness. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure. The lights detached from him, moving toward an unknown destination. He followed, drawing closer until he stood before what appeared to be a girl. She possessed long, lustrous silver hair, donned in armor, wielding a sword, and with her head bowed, she knelt. "Who are you?" He wished to inquire, but was astonished to find no sound escaped his lips. Attempting to touch her resulted in his hand passing through her, as if they belonged to two disparate realms, never to interfere with one another. Then, she lifted her gaze, their eyes locking in an exchange. The sight of her half-mangled face sent shivers down Rex's spine. In the next moment, flames erupted from her sword, coursing along her arm and engulfing her entire being, connecting her to the earth, igniting the world around them. Suddenly, outside, the onlookers noticed Rex's body temperature soaring as if he were a red-hot iron, evaporating the moisture surrounding him. "What is happening?" a boy shouted in terror. Before anyone could react, half the water in the bucket had vanished. All present gazed at the horrifying scene, aware that the human body could not withstand such heat. In a panic, they hastily tried to douse the strange temperature by pouring more water. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the nearby hearth, a dragon egg wrapped in flames stirred unexpectedly. Chapter 62. Confrontation within the tavern, the once lively atmosphere had grown desolate due to the intrusion of these interlopers. As patrons realized that the intruders were heading upstairs, they fled through any available exit. Aside from a few unfortunate attendants who failed to escape in time, the remainder consisted entirely of fully armed soldiers. After months of indoctrinating training, these native soldiers maintained a semblance of discipline, intermingling with the purists stationed along the staircase, awaiting orders. Outside, under the command of Governor Malakar Megia, Commander Mario Toter of the Guard was advancing with 2,000 Tiger Cloak soldiers. The situation here had caused a significant stir upon reaching the Black Wall. For millennia, no one had dared to attack the nobility of Volantis so brazenly, especially not under the very eyes of their guards. This predicament left Mario, the commander-in-chief, in a rather passive position. Unlike the ordinary soldiers composed of other slaves, he too belonged to the noble lineage of the ancient Volantis bloodline. However, serving the Tiger Party, he found himself disdained within the current elite circles. Everyone was acutely aware that the era belonged to the Elephant Party. Were it not for his long-standing roots in the military, he might have already been replaced. Yet, with the unfolding of such an incident involving offspring from several prominent families, it was all too easy for the elder statesman to exploit the situation. Considering his future prospects, he had directly brought a third of the garrison with him, aiming to protect those insufferable individuals to the greatest extent possible. Upon reaching the entrance, he dismounted and inquired of the assembled guards, "Who are these damned assailants?" A low-ranking officer responded, "They are foreigners, my lord, and they come with a large contingent." This information was relayed to him by a few who had managed to escape. The faces of these outsiders were not difficult to discern. Anyone who had seen them would recognize them without fail. "Are these people out of their minds, disturbing us at this hour?" he exclaimed in frustration, having not anticipated that it would be those recent raucous individuals. Despite his confusion regarding their motives, Mario commanded the guards to encircle the entire tavern, preparing to call out for the assailants to emerge. As long as no harm befell those young masters, he was willing to negotiate. Meanwhile, all this unfolded without concealment before Lin Jie and the others. Whether it was Harvey or the other captives, upon hearing the commotion outside, they each felt a surge of joy. With the garrison's arrival, their safety was assured. If those foreign brutes did not wish to meet their demise here, they would refrain from attacking them. They began to contemplate how to retaliate against these savages. As Evan approached from the windowsill, he immediately discerned their scheming thoughts but chose to disregard them. They had come prepared for such eventualities and had no reason to panic. Are we still questioning them? Ignoring the rascals, he turned to Lin Jie. "We have yet to discover the method for healing. If we prolong this, Rex may not survive. Should we continue our inquiries here, descend, or return home as a precaution? Let us take them with us. I trust he will speak in person." Lin Jie replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head calmly. They had irreparably severed ties with these nobles, at least until their own safety was guaranteed. These individuals could not be released. Furthermore, since the individual in question had yet to disclose the healing method, it was prudent to bring him home. Should anything arise, they could confront him directly. The others had no objections to this proposal, and so a few soldiers were assigned to escort the captives while the rest followed closely behind as they exited. Outside, after instructing someone to call out to those inside, Mario awaited a response. However, from the moment of his command until now, not a single person had spoken, nor had a sound emerged from within, which inevitably stirred his irritation. Did these individuals consider themselves invisible? He pondered this thought as he prepared to send 2 men to investigate. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door finally responded before he could utter a word. Step, 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 accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps. 20 armored figures, wielding long spears, emerged from the shadows. They positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, directing their weapons towards the soldiers outside. Behind them stood Lin Jie and others, who were restraining several nobles, flanked by additional soldiers standing in a more advanced position. At this moment, the area outside was already sealed tight by the forces led by Mario, who commanded soldiers adorned with tiger helmets and clad in clawed gauntlets, all pointing their weapons at the intruders. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Exhaling deeply, Mario raised his hand, signaling the soldiers in front to lower their weapons and take a step back, as he wished to avoid any conflict. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding here. Release them, and I assure you by my family's honor that you will be allowed to leave safely," he declared. Though uncertain of the motives behind the attack on the nobles, he reasoned that conflicts often stemmed from misunderstandings, and he hoped they would show some leniency. After all, he merely wished for the release of the captives. However, Lin Jie and his companions treated his words as a jest. "We have our disagreements, But we merely invited him to our gathering, esteemed sir. Therefore, I kindly ask you to step aside. Rex is awaiting treatment. And I wish not to waste any more time here, he stated bluntly, pressing forward with Harvey and the others imprisoned amidst the circle of the armored figures. Undeterred by the thousands of soldiers arrayed against them, believing that as long as they held a few hostages, they had nothing to fear. With a thunderous step, the tiger-clad soldiers advanced, aiming their weapons at them. Remounting his horse, Mario lowered his earlier gesture and approached closer, casting a watchful gaze over the group. You may leave, but you must leave these individuals behind. Otherwise, we shall remain together, he called out in a calm voice. The tone of the leader was displeasing to him. He had already made significant concessions, yet the response remained obstinate. The encircling figures had pointed their spears at him, and the previous encounter had instilled considerable psychological pressure on the captors. Hearing Mario's words, Lin Jie did not respond further. Instead, he drew his sword and pressed it against Harvey's throat, who, having been silenced, could only emit muffled sounds. You can either step aside, or I will kill him first. I believe your governor would not wish for his son to perish here, Lin Jie retorted with stark simplicity. The man, however, remained unresponsive, staring intently at him, seemingly deep in contemplation. The Valyrian steel sword pressed closely against Harvey's skin. Even the slightest tremor from Lin Jie was enough to slice through, drawing forth crimson droplets that glimmered in the firelight, cascading onto the ground. Hold on. Mario ultimately succumbed to a fierce internal struggle, genuinely fearing that this scoundrel might inadvertently sever his throat, an act that would surely lead to the consul's demise alongside his adversary. You have won, he exhaled, signaling the guards outside to clear a path. This was a sight he had least desired to witness, yet at least that rogue remained alive. You made the right choice, Lin Jie remarked, retracting his sword with a smile. He too had endured immense pressure moments ago, anxious that the individual might not take the matter seriously. However, it now appeared that the situation had become considerably simpler. Continuing to hold onto the captives, they proceeded toward the vehicle they had arrived in, shielded by the soldiers' protective embrace, ultimately managing to escape the city under the watchful eyes of the guards. Chapter 63. The young dragon Mario could only watch helplessly as they slipped away from under his nose. Sir, should we send someone after them? Inquired a junior officer, cautiously leaning closer. Even he recognized the gravity of the situation. Once the masters within the Black Wall learned that a noble had been abducted in plain sight, their reaction would undoubtedly be severe, and this would not bode well for them. Yet, as the commander-in-chief, Mario dismissed the notion, assuring that the culprits would not get far. He explained this before mounting his horse, leaving orders for the guards to bolster their vigilance, and rode off with several men to report the situation to the consul. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for many. You will regret this, Harvey muttered, unable to silence his tongue even in the confines of the carriage. Somehow, since being taken, he had managed to free himself from the gag that bound his mouth. After all these years, he had never felt as utterly humiliated as he did today, kidnapped by a band of brutish foreigners, with a wound marring his neck. For this, he vowed to hang them beneath the long bridge. Meanwhile, Lin Jie and Zhang Qiang, hearing his words, compassionately resecured the cloth around his mouth. There would be ample time to teach this miscreant a lesson upon their return to the manor. It was unnecessary to squander energy here. Thunderous hooves echoed through the night as 4 carriages sped along the muddy road, leaving distinct marks in their wake. Following the path, they turned a corner and returned to their first home at this location. With the captured individual in tow, they left Harvey behind, hastily escorting the remaining captives to a room for confinement, while they maneuvered past the brightly lit perimeter toward the chamber where Rex awaited. In comparison to their departure, the current situation appeared far more chaotic. Those they knew, along with numerous servants, were bustling back and forth, carrying buckets and basins, their faces grave and markedly tense. What had transpired? Observing this, Li Sheng seized a companion who had just emerged to inquire, only to be informed that Rex's temperature was soaring, nearing a state of shock. The revelation left them momentarily stunned. They had only been gone for a few hours. How could this be? Without a second thought, one of them pushed Harvey forward, and they entered the room to ascertain the situation. As soon as they stepped inside, the atmosphere was palpable. Rex lay in a barrel, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion flushed. In the mere span of their absence, his hair had begun to fall out, and he had visibly lost weight, with much of his muscular physique diminished. Beneath his skin, a multitude of bizarre, dark brown creatures surged forth, swarming the surface of the water. These were hastily scooped out by those nearby and cast into the fireplace, where they were reduced to ashes. Approaching, Lin Jie crouched down and touched Rex's forehead, the heat radiating from him akin to that of a raging inferno. "Look at the mess you've created," Zhang Qiang, trailing behind, first grabbed Harvey, restraining his neck to force him to witness the scene. If it weren't for this scoundrel, how could Rex endure such torment? With reddened eyes, he exerted considerable pressure, nearly choking the man. Turning back, Lin Jie stood up, his gaze now fixed on Harvey. The horrifying tableau was vividly clear to him, leaving him wide-eyed, biting his lip, as his throat churned in discomfort at the grotesque sight. Contrary to what the others believed, he too was perplexed by the unfolding events. Although this calamity stemmed from his actions, he remained oblivious to the repugnant black creatures, unable to comprehend the situation. He had merely employed a slight trick on the red-robed monk. How could it have escalated to this? "Provide us with a method of healing, and you may leave." Lin Jie finally spoke, unaware of Harvey's thoughts. He only recognized that all of this chaos was instigated by this rascal. Yet, Harvey refused to concede, asserting that even if he had acted, it had no bearing on the matter. Naturally, the others dismissed his claims, believing instead that he was deliberately stalling, leading to another bout of violence. "Reveal the means of healing," they demanded, lifting Harvey from the ground. Avon drew a dagger, pressing it against his neck, his expression one of fury. No one intervened. They were all cornered by this man, driven to desperation. Meanwhile, deep within Rex's consciousness, the events occurring outside had no impact on his present state. Heat. That was the singular sensation he could grasp, an unending torrent of warmth enveloping him. As if encased in flames, surrounded by an ocean of orange-red. The once dreary world had been replaced by blinding light. Previously, everything he had witnessed appeared to be ablaze, and he curled up like a newborn, the vivid crimson sparks swirling around him, penetrating his being in a relentless succession, instilling in him a sense of being torn apart. He felt the heat emanating from within, an unprecedented agony, as every inch of his skin seemed to be scorched. Even in the depths of his consciousness, this torment rendered him drowsy. He pondered everything, all that he had endured, yet dared not succumb to sleep. How could he be healed? In the room, Avon grasped Harvey's head, pressing it against the wall, exerting relentless pressure in a display of rage towards the scoundrel before him. They had already squandered too much time. Perhaps in the next moment, upon returning from the ruins of Valyria, they would once again lose a companion. So humiliated, Harvey could not even muster a defense. His jaw clenched, he remained silent and pinned. Observing this, Avon raised one hand and pressed it against the wall, his blade piercing through, aimed at Harvey's fingers. Reiterating his earlier words, "I said it doesn't matter." Harvey finally spoke, his voice laced with fury, for this was an affront he had never before suffered. "Is that so?" came the familiar retort, but this time, Avon did not continue to repeat himself. He was preparing to act decisively, his grip tightening, making it evident to all present what he intended to do. At that moment, however, a sudden cough emerged from the side, interrupting his actions. After a brief moment of surprise, the others quickly reacted, moving towards the source of the sound. It was Rex, who had previously been unconscious, now exhibiting signs of awakening. Through the flames, they could see the creatures that had once emerged from his body gradually dissipating, his fingers trembling slightly, prompting those nearby to support him against the wooden barrel. Deep within Rex's consciousness, the searing flames ultimately receded, giving way to the desolation that had preceded them. His thoughts became increasingly lucid, yet he sensed the presence of something new within him, an indescribable warmth akin to the sun, accompanied by a profound chill. Suddenly, just as all eyes were fixed upon Rex, a crisp sound shattered the sudden silence, emanating from the nearby fireplace. It was evident that it was not an explosion. As a realization struck him, Lin Jie felt a sudden lurch in his heart. He exchanged a knowing glance with Avon, for if his suspicions were correct, the latter understood immediately, releasing his grip and transferring that wretch to another location, where he remained silent among others who had been similarly captured. In the room, the fierce flames that had been burning in the fireplace inexplicably extinguished without warning. With a sense of trepidation, Lin Jie approached. The candlelight illuminated the surroundings brightly, allowing him to discern the objects within. As he drew near, he discovered a round egg, the top having been removed, revealing the little creature hidden within. Chapter 64. Uncertainty Volantis. When the events concluded, Mario intended to report the specifics to the governor for his deliberation. However, Maraccio Megatia devoted an entire night to hosting the esteemed lord from Yuankai, only summoning him at the break of dawn. Upon receiving the summons and stepping through the door, Mario proceeded with utmost caution. Inside the room, in addition to the presiding governor seated nearby, there were several other noble leaders affiliated with the Tiger Party, undoubtedly gathered to discuss the individuals abducted the previous night. Their presence cast a significant weight of pressure upon Mario. With his heart racing, he recounted the entire situation truthfully, daring not to conceal a single detail. "So, you simply let them all go?" After hearing the account, aside from those present, it was only Governor Maraccio whose voice remained calm, yet all could discern the seething fury beneath. For years, no one had dared to exhibit such audacity, brazenly abducting members of esteemed families in the city, especially under the very nose of the commander-in-chief. What face would he have to return? "I apologize, my lord. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate those foreigners would be so bold as to publicly assault the nobility within the city." At that moment, Mario's cheeks were nearly drenched in sweat. He was uncertain what fate awaited him in the aftermath of this incident. Yet, given the current circumstances, merely being demoted would be a blessing from the King of Light. At the very least, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Volantis guards he commanded had utterly failed in their duty. However, neither the governor nor the nobles were concerned about how to deal with this failure. Their sole interest lay in the fate of their own progeny. Taking a deep breath, the governor clenched his hands tightly. He appeared weary, burdened with the necessity of addressing numerous pressing matters. "No, my lord. They simply mentioned having some grievances with your eldest son and invited him as a guest." Upon hearing this, Mario relayed Lin Jie's words verbatim. As for delving deeper into the matter, it was evident that Harvey was the instigator. Otherwise, those individuals would not have risked such peril to abduct him. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice this suspicion openly. Upon receiving his response, Governor Maraccio furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the implications of this information. Unlike other nobles, he did not place undue importance on these foreigners. Rather, he focused more on how to salvage the decaying city. However, their recent actions constituted a blatant provocation, a near violation of Volantis' dignity, and regardless, he must take decisive action, engage in negotiations with those foreigners, inquire what must be done to secure the release of the captives. After a moment of reflection, considering that those individuals remained in the hands of the adversary, Maraccio ultimately refrained from ordering a military assault. If a more peaceful resolution could be achieved, it would be most desirable, but following this incident, those individuals would undoubtedly never remain here again. His words were directed at Mario, yet they equally addressed the nobles standing nearby. He provided them with a solution, ensuring that these individuals would cease their incessant meddling with him. "As you command, my lord," Mario responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he comprehended that he was momentarily safe. He promptly turned on his heel and hurriedly exited to gather the necessary personnel for execution of the task, leaving behind the governor and several other nobles to deliberate on various matters. Upon returning to the estate, an unusual quietness prevailed, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous night's abrupt upheaval. A cluster of individuals huddled in the corridor, engaging in hushed conversations. Inside the room, Rex lay in bed, recovering from a severe illness that had struck him the night before. The stillness of the room accentuated its emptiness, as most of the others congregated in the hallway, continuously discussing matters concerning him, with only a few remaining to monitor his condition. Gradually, he opened his eyes, taking in the familiar surroundings, yet he felt an overwhelming discomfort. The events of the previous night had inflicted significant harm upon him. His hair had nearly all fallen out. His body was alarmingly emaciated, his complexion pale, and his eyes bulged outward. "Water," was the first word he uttered upon waking. Observing his distress, Janie, who sat beside him, lifted a pre-prepared cup to his lips and helped him drink. After quenching his thirst, he felt considerably better and attempted to prop himself up. However, this movement elicited a wave of pain throughout his body, and though he managed to raise his head slightly, he could not proceed further. Lin Jie and Li Sheng lay beside him, assisting him in this endeavor. They remained silent, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts as they gazed at Rex, leaving him with a tingling sensation throughout his body. "What has happened?" Rex inquired, having fainted without knowledge of the surrounding events. Aside from a peculiar dream that assured him of his survival, he was oblivious to his circumstances. The expressions of the others' exchanged glances were complex, and ultimately, Ivan stepped aside, retrieving a cage and returning with it before Rex. "What is this?" Rex asked, his face contorted in confusion as he beheld the item presented to him. Inside the cage, a curious creature lay nestled. It possessed bat-like wings and was covered in red scales, approximately the size of a cat. Its wings folded tightly against its body. Its small head constantly rotated, and its large, bright eyes occasionally emitted hissing sounds reminiscent of a serpent. "You fell ill, and then your egg hatched." Lin Jie provided the simplest explanation to the bewildered individual before him. In truth, he too was astonished by the occurrence. The dragon egg had inexplicably hatched, leaving him baffled by the underlying principles. Among the 27 dragon eggs within the estate, only this one had hatched at that moment, and it was said to be due to Rex's peculiar ailment. He was perplexed, and so were the others, who were consumed by envy and jealousy. After all, it was a dragon, the most formidable creature in existence. Even without the Valyrian bloodline, it might be untamable. But as the sole dragon egg that had successfully hatched among them, it was undoubtedly a remarkable anomaly. This phenomenon was a significant reason why those outside were willing to linger here throughout the night. They simply could not fathom such a situation. Nevertheless, they were a cohesive group, and at least for now, this news was somewhat favorable, as it augmented their chances of survival in this world. With this mindset, they felt a sense of joy at the dragon's awakening. Should we give it a name? While Rex remained in a state of bewilderment due to a previous conversation, Avon presented him with yet another question. Though he too was confused, he took a more open-minded approach, pondering that perhaps their own dragon egg would hatch soon. However, what mattered more at this moment was addressing the pressing matters at hand. Rex felt his thoughts lagging behind their pace. Had so much transpired in such a brief period? Gazing at the legendary dragon before him, his expression froze. Thoughts he had never contemplated before suddenly flooded his mind, leaving him disoriented. Stop overthinking it, for now. Focus on resting and getting acquainted with it, Lin Jie said with a reassuring smile. He then led the others out of the room to allow Rex to recuperate in peace, comforted by the presence of Janie, who would be keeping watch. They need not worry excessively, for if anything were to happen, they could rush back immediately. Now that Rex's condition had improved, it was time for them to strategize their departure from Volantis. As they all exited the room, only one person and one dragon remained, staring at each other in silence. Hello, Rex attempted to greet the creature, only to be met with its exhalation.